Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 330 to Chapter 371. The upper steps were green with moss, the grass was green with curtains, and the ancient trees covered the Taoist temple. It was quiet and peaceful. There were many people entering and exiting the stone square, but there was no noise. It was quiet and natural, giving people a feeling of returning to nature. Someone in Wu Ziming's group teased, "Young man, you've never seen a stone square before, right? Take a good look and follow behind us to pick watermelon stones." Haha. The group laughed. "A group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered," Li Heishui replied contemptuously. "Black brat, who are you talking about?" This group of people all had high statuses. Being looked down upon by the dark-faced Li Heishui, many people gave him sidelong glances. "Of course I'm talking about you guys. Is there anyone else who wants to bet with us?" Li Heishui shouted. His skin was dark and he looked very simple. This kind of provocation was especially lethal. "Black brat, are you challenging us? How many sources do you have to bet with us?" This group of people was only teasing them before and didn't take them seriously at all. "Of course I have a lot of sources. I'm just afraid you guys can't afford to lose." Li Heishui looked simple and honest. Someone mocked, "How many sources is a lot of sources?" 50 kilograms. Li Heishui raised his head. The group laughed. Many people shook their heads, feeling that he was cute and overly simple. "You have the nerve to enter the Dao One Holy Land with 50 kilograms of sources. I advise you to go back to where you came from. Don't embarrass yourself. Black brat, you look so simple and cute. We won't bully you anymore. Hurry up and leave." "Why are you telling them to leave? This is too fun. This black brat is a treasure. Don't you guys find it fun to let them follow you?" "That's right, this black brat is quite funny. It's good to let him relieve his boredom." "Relieve your boredom? Can you guys afford to lose?" Li Heishui continued to challenge them. "Black brat, you're just asking to be bullied, aren't you? Let's bet." "We'll bet with you." Wu Ziming mocked, "These two silly brats are quite interesting. Since we have nothing to do, we'll play with them later." Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Li Heishui, "You dragged everyone in, aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Originally, he wanted to slaughter a few fat sheep, but Li Heishui looked simple and honest, intending to trap everyone in the trap. Li Heishui said, "It's fine as long as your Genesis techniques are good enough. We are destined to make a huge gamble in the Divine City. Sooner or later, we will attract attention. We might as well suppress some people as early as possible." "What are you going to use?" Yi Fan asked. Li Heishui didn't come with his real appearance, otherwise, as the descendant of a bandit, he would attract some trouble. He was very confident and said, "Don't worry, I have a black iron token in my hand. If I show it, it will be enough to scare those people. In the future, there will not be similar people who will cause trouble for me. Today, I will take the opportunity to blackmail them." They passed through 5 stone gardens in a row. There weren't many precious stones on the periphery, so the price was naturally very cheap. There was no way this group of people would stop here. They weren't interested in them at all. The cobblestone path was very secluded. After passing through a large ancient forest, they came to a place with abundant vegetation. The garden was beautiful and lush. "Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong is up ahead, should we go and greet him?" "Forget it, I believe that Gold Clan's Jin Qishao is not far away. The two are like fire and water. They will most likely fight here. If we go now, we will be asking for trouble." Ahead, beside a flowing spring, Yao Yuekong was choosing stones with the company of a few people. "Hey brat, there's a watermelon stone here, do you want it?" Someone teased, kicking a head-sized stone out from the grass. "You won't go back on your words with us, will you?" Li Heishui asked seriously. "What a joke, we won't go back on our words? You have so little source, what can you do with it?" They stopped here. The garden was very quiet, and there were blue god trees everywhere. The branches were dense, and the leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color, and even the tree trunks were sparkling like blue crystals. Other than that, there were vines crawling all over the place. The flowers were not big, but they were very fragrant, giving this place a kind of poetic charm. I still don't believe it, no, I have to call some witnesses. Li Heishui suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, stone gambling, peak duel, come and watch. Hey brat, what are you shouting for? Don't shout in Dowie Stone Square. Stupid brat, you took it seriously. You think you can gamble with us? The dozen or so people all had different expressions. They didn't take it seriously, they originally wanted to tease the two, but they didn't expect Li Heishui to do this. Dowie Stone Square was full of cultivators, many people looked over, not knowing what was going on. The princes and princesses of Central State's eternal dynasty, Xianxia. Some people were surprised, they immediately recognized the handsome prince of Xianxia and the pure white-cloaked nun. The Xianxia royal family had people buying rare stones in the Divine City all year round, so people were not unfamiliar with them. There's also the head disciple of Five Elements Palace, Wu Ziming, and the son of Disillusionment Palace's head, Li Chongtian. Many people were surprised, the people around the Xianxia prince all had great backgrounds, they were all disciples of the great sects, many people walked over. Peak battle of stone gambling, everyone please be witnesses. Li Heishui shouted with all his might. The people in the neighboring stone gardens knew that the Xianxia prince and the others were here, they all gathered. Hey brat, you really are looking for trouble, I won't feel comfortable if I don't bully you. Li Chongtian and the others were a bit annoyed. Soon, even Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong walked over, his purple robe fluttering in the wind, the surrounding people couldn't help but open up a path for him. It's really starting. Li Heishui mumbled. Who is this hey brat, he dares to gamble with these people? The surrounding people were surprised. Wu Ziming mocked, you guys go ahead and cut the stones, we will double the amount you cut out. You said that? Li Heishui said seriously, you don't want to gamble with us, as long as we cut out the source, you will double the amount? Wu Ziming mocked, stupid to the extreme, hurry up and cut the stones, 25 kilograms of source will be used up in one go. Haha, hey brat, here's a watermelon stone, for you guys. One of them laughed and kicked a washbasin-sized stone over. Young man, there's more here, hurry up and move it. Another teased. There's also a top-grade watermelon stone here, your favorite, ha ha ha. The others laughed and kicked the third watermelon stone over. The surrounding people understood what was going on and laughed. Are you sure that these rotten stones really have source? Li Heishui secretly transmitted, he was afraid that he would really become a laughingstock. Yi Fan secretly replied, I originally planned to take a look around the other stone gardens, but one of the stones they kicked over really had a large amount of origin energy, so I didn't have to choose it myself. Serves them right. That's great. I want to enjoy their expressions later. Li Heishui chuckled. Hey brat, what are you laughing about? Hurry up and cut your watermelon. Hey, there's a watermelon stone here. I'll give you 9, making it an extreme number. Looking at the 9 watermelon stones on the ground, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian were full of disdain, and they couldn't help but laugh. Everyone around shook their heads. How could he choose a watermelon stone? He really didn't know anything about source. After Yi Fan bought the stones, he picked them up and smashed them on the ground. He didn't cut them, and many people were shocked. Pa-cha, 6 watermelon stones shattered one after another. Inside, there was nothing but white. You're asking for trouble, Li Chongtian coldly laughed. You want to cut out source from a watermelon stone? You're a disgrace to Dao One Holy Land. Crack. When the 7th source fell to the ground, a green light shot out. It was fresh and tender, and it made people feel as if their eyes were sparkling. It was full of life energy. Green leaf stone. Someone was shocked and said, they really cut out source, and it's a xenogenic source. One stone like that is worth 5 pounds of pure source. The green stone that looked like a leaf was only an inch long. It was green and shiny, and it looked like a green leaf. Haha. Li Heishui laughed and said, xenogenic source, 10 pounds per person. Give it to me. He reached out his hand and asked for it. A dozen people were disgusted. They hadn't thought they'd really cut out source. 10 pounds of source was nothing to them, but taking it out like that made them feel uncomfortable. The watermelon stone has a xenogenic source? It's like a blind cat finding a dead mouse, someone said. It's useless to say anything else. You guys aren't going to back out, are you? Li Heishui reached out his hand. Wu Ziming pinched his nose and gave him 280 pounds of source to pay for a dozen people. Gotcha, Yi Fan broke the 8th stone, but there was nothing inside. Throw out another one of them said with a cold laugh. I don't believe a rotten watermelon stone can have a good source. Crack. The 9th stone was thrown to the ground by Yi Fan, and it broke into pieces. In an instant, purple light rushed out, and a purple mist filled the air. The spiritual energy was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. Xenogenic amethyst source, someone shouted. Yi Fan squatted down and peeled off layers of stone. The purple light became even brighter, and the ground was shining brightly, shooting in all directions. So many watermelon seeds. Everyone was shocked. Each amethyst source was only the size of a fingernail, and it really looked like watermelon seeds. There were more than 40 of them embedded in the stone. Amethyst is a xenogenic source, and one of these is worth 15 pounds of pure source. However, there are so many inside a stone the size of a human head. It's worth 1,500 pounds of pure source. On the side, many people revealed strange expressions. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Li Heishui laughed. Wu Ziming's face was full of bad luck, as if he had eaten a dead toad. The other dozen people also had ugly expressions. It's too beautiful. It's truly a top-grade watermelon stone. Someone on the side exclaimed, it gave birth to nearly 50 amethyst seeds. It's amazing. Yi Fan peeled off the stone. There were exactly 49 amethyst seeds, a very wonderful number. He held it in his palm, and it was a whole handful. Purple light flashed, and it was resplendent. It made his palm look like it was covered in a purple mist. Everyone, there's nothing to say. One person has 3,000 pounds of source, and the 14 of you have a total of 42,000 pounds. Li Heishui laughed heartily. At this moment, everyone was stunned. 40,000 pounds of source was an extremely huge number. At the very least, for many people present, it was enough to make them faint. Heavens, more than 40,000 pounds. This black brat and this delicate and pretty youth's luck is too heaven-defying. They threw 9 watermelon stones and suddenly obtained more than 40,000 pounds of source. There's really no justice in this world. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Did you see just now? The 9 watermelon stones were all kicked over by Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. The two of them didn't even choose their stones. That's right, I saw it too. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian kicked it over themselves. Even the heavens are helping us. Wu Ziming heard these words and had the urge to vomit blood. Li Chongtian wasn't any better. He wanted to beat someone up. This was too much of a waste. Li Heishui was the complete opposite of him. With a face full of smiles, he moved forward and carefully observed the expressions of the dozen people before laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Watermelon stones had lines like watermelon patterns on the outside. Even if one could cut out the source, the amount would be very small. They were like melon seeds and were mostly granular. This was the origin of its name. Of course, things were not absolute. A long time ago, someone cut out dozens of melon seeds and shook the entire city. At this moment, there were 49 amethyst melon seeds. Even though they could not compare to the divine source granules, it was still shocking. Now, it was Li Heishui's turn to laugh. Wu Ziming and the others' faces darkened. 40,000 kilograms of source was too much. Noble guests, don't just stand there. Give us the source, 40,000 kilograms. Your generosity has moved us. Yi Fan and Li Heishui walked forward and began to collect the source. They extended their hands to the people. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian were incomparably uncomfortable. They felt as if they had flown up to the 9 heavens and were suddenly dragged into a latrine pit by a rake. They originally wanted to tease the two and treat them as a joke, but in the end, they became the spendthrifts. For no reason, each of them had to take out 3,000 kilograms of source. It was truly infuriating. The dozen people felt white smoke rising from their heads as if they were on fire. This was too vexing. They were just teasing two bumpkins, but in the end, they had to use up so much source. Even the air they exhaled was filled with anger. Damn, is there any justice in this world? Watermelon stones, they actually threw out the amethyst source. Mother *cur, I want to beat someone up. A disciple of a great sect mumbled with a wretched expression. 3,000 kilograms of source, mother *cur, half of my fortune is gone just like that. King amethyst source. Another disciple was more boorish and angrily cursed. Wu Ziming's face was ashen. If he and Li Chongtian hadn't been holding on to these two bumpkins, they wouldn't have been treated like donkeys for no reason. Brother Wu, are you sick? Why is your face even more purple than the amethyst source? Li Heishui shook his head and moved closer. He had a simple and honest expression as he asked with concern. Little He, don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain. Wu Ziming's nose was spewing fire. He felt his nose was about to bleed. He swung his sleeve and threw the 3,000 kilograms of source on the ground. They were all disciples of the great sections. They had more sources than Tu Fei, but they only had 2 or 3 cubic meters. Today, they had to hand over 1 cubic meter. Everybody felt pain in their hearts. Everyone's veins were throbbing, and they unwillingly threw Yuan to the ground. They were all people of status, and they could not deny it in front of so many people. They could not afford to lose that person. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Yi Fan personally took the 1,500 kilograms of source energy from the great Xia prince. Then, he turned around to look at the little nun in white and said with a smile, "Little sister, do you have a spring?" The little nun in white pouted, her big pure eyes filled with innocence. She was inexplicably dragged into this mess, completely inviting an undeserved calamity. First, she didn't make fun of the two, and second, she didn't have a gambling source, yet she actually wanted to hand over the source. The great Xia prince frowned, not liking to see Yi Fan smiling at his sister. He directly blocked him and threw out a Feng Yuan. Sizzle, there was a pile of origin energy on the ground that flickered with light. Spiritual energy surged and brilliant colors shone. This kind of sparkling thing was truly bewitching. Haha. Li Heishui laughed loudly. The dozen or so people's faces all darkened, they were filled with a belly full of anger. This was 2F** King unjust, Yi Fan did not care about this. He rolled up his sleeves and collected all the origin energy. In an instant, he had obtained more than 40,000 kilograms of origin energy, and he was one step closer to breaking through. This time I will really gamble with you. Do you dare? Wu Ziming asked in a deep voice. Why not? But do you still have origin energy? Yi Fan asked indifferently. Wu Ziming opened his mouth. Just now, many people did not have enough origin energy, so they borrowed from each other and finally gathered 42,000 kilograms. They could not possibly bring all of their origin energy with them. How can we gamble without origin energy? Now, it was Li Heishui's turn to look down on them, his dark face full of ridicule. Hey brat, don't be too proud. Damn it, how am I black? This is called manliness, do you understand? Li Heishui did not feel that he was black at all and loudly argued. The surrounding people were speechless. Someone mumbled, "You are already so black, and you still say you are not." Black, I have origin energy, I can gamble with you. At the scene, only the great Xia prince did not care about the gains and losses just now and walked forward. How much origin energy do you have? Li Heishui asked directly. 3 sides. The surrounding people gasped. The great Xia prince was indeed competent, worthy of being one of the 4 great immortal empires inheritors of Central State. He carried more than 10,000 kilograms of origin energy with him. Okay, no problem, I will gamble with you. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. The great Xia prince walked like a dragon and tiger, surrounded by dragon chi. He was tall and straight, very intimidating. He was the first to walk towards the deep stone garden. The little nun in white was very dissatisfied. She was inexplicably asked to go to one side by Yi Fan. She felt very wronged, it had nothing to do with her. She wrinkled her delicate nose and clenched her small fist, waving it at Yi Fan. Then, she nimbly turned around and left with her brother. Yi Fan and Li Heishui did not care and followed. Everyone followed, knowing that there was going to be a good show to watch. Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong also followed. He was dressed in purple and had deep eyes. He was the focus of attention. His status was comparable to the great Xia prince, and he was surrounded by many people. Early in the morning, the sun shone down, dyeing the edges and corners of the Taoist temple with a layer of holy light. Walking here made people feel a sense of peace, as if their bodies and minds had been baptized. The crowd followed the stone path, passing through a few ancient forests and several Taoist temples. They walked all the way to the 18th level of the stone garden. Only then did the great Xia prince stop. The stones here were quite expensive. 1 kilogram of stones was equivalent to 10 kilograms of origin energy. Stones were more expensive than origin energy, and ordinary people could not afford it. After the 18th level of the stone garden, the stakes were no longer pure origin energy, but more precious things. The cost was huge. However, this made Yi Fan quite satisfied. If it was pure origin energy, he really did not know how long he would have to wait to gather what he needed. And these precious stones, if cut out of them, would definitely be extremely precious and could speed up his origin energy collection. How about here? The great Xia prince asked. Since we're already here, why not go to the Heaven Series stone garden? Yi Fan said with a smile. Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Heaven Series stone garden's wondrous stones were frighteningly expensive. Very few people of the younger generation went there. Only the older generation with great backgrounds frequented it. That is a place where a stone is worth 500 kilograms of origin energy. Many people went there to try their luck, but in the end, they all lost until their faces turned pale. There are even some stones that are only a few kilograms, but they are worth 5,000 kilograms of origin energy. Even the grand elders of the various holy lands feel the pinch. The surrounding people discussed. When the Heaven Series stone garden was mentioned, many people were excited and helpless. The threshold was too high, and they could not afford it at all. Not everyone understood. Someone asked in confusion, "It's so ridiculously expensive, isn't it too frightening? There are people who go to choose stones like this? You don't understand. Those are all wondrous stones. If something is cut out, it will definitely be a rare treasure with astonishing value." That's right, once a treasure is cut out, not to mention tens of thousands of kilograms of origin energy, even hundreds of thousands of kilograms of origin energy might not be able to block it. A few people who went in and out of the stone square all year round said this, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Since that is the case, why don't the Holy Lands cut it out themselves? Why are they doing this, allowing others to choose stones? Someone asked. Do you think the Holy Lands are willing to do this? They are also unable to confirm whether there are treasures inside the stones. In order to maximize their profits, they place them here and sell them at sky-high prices, allowing people to gamble. That is indeed the case. This is the fundamental reason for the existence of the Holy Lands. Stone squares. The great Xia prince only hesitated for a moment before happily agreeing. Alright, since that is the case, let's go to the Heaven Series stone garden. At this moment, the people present were in an uproar. They knew that there would definitely be a great deal today. Are you sure you want to go to the Heaven Series stone garden? Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the rest were all incomparably shocked. Now it was Li Heishui's turn to be arrogant. He said calmly, "You guys have never gambled before, right? This time, you have to broaden your horizons. We are actually being looked down upon by these two country bumpkins." Wu Ziming and the rest were as depressed as they could be. All of them were extremely furious. "Hey brat, next time I will decide who wins or loses with you," one of the dozen or so people said. "I am not at all black-hearted. Don't mention the word black-hearted to me. Also, next time bring enough origin source. This gambling sage will bet until your faces turn green." "Hey brat, you are too insolent. You are the black-hearted one, your whole family is black-hearted." Li Heishui rolled his eyes and retorted. There was an ancient vine in the Heaven Series stone garden. It was so thick that it made people speechless. It had a diameter of 10 meters. It was like a lying dragon, crawling in all directions. This was not a tree, it was just a vine. However, it was so thick. The Daoi stone square occupied a large area. Many Taoist temples had its vines. There was also a well next to the ancient vine. It was made of origin stones, and the rope had left many marks on it. It was unknown how long this well had existed for. This ancient vine is tens of thousands of years old. Li Heishui introduced it to Yi Fan. According to legend, it was about to transform into a dragon, but it was turned into an ordinary tree by an expert. All of its spiritual qi passed through the ancient well and nourished the stone square. There was another saying. In the divine city, no matter how old a plant was, it could not transform into a demon. The spiritual qi it gathered could only nourish the city. Yao Yuekong, the young master of the demonic race in purple, stepped forward. He had an imposing appearance and the temperament of a demonic god. His sharpness was restrained, and deep in his star-like eyes, one could vaguely feel that he was the only one in the world. Brothers, if you find any treasures later, can you consider auctioning them at my Sky Demon Treasure Palace? No problem. If you find any treasures, I will definitely trouble Brother Yuekong. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, Yi Fan was naturally willing to make friends. The Heaven Series stone garden was usually quiet. Not many people came and went, but now it suddenly became lively. The people in the other stone gardens were alarmed. Many people gathered. I thought it was those 8 lunatics. So it's someone else who came to the Heaven Series stone garden to choose stones. It's the great Xia prince who is gambling with others. There will be a good show to watch. There were experts overseeing this place. Ordinary people couldn't enter and could only watch from the outside. Only those who chose stones could enter. After all, the stones here were too precious. There was an old Taoist nun sitting on a praying mat. Her age couldn't be seen. She was motionless. There were 4 or 5 old people inside choosing stones. When the great Xia prince, the white-robed nun, Yi Fan, and Li Heishui walked in, she was motionless like a withered old tree. The others didn't make any noise. They surrounded the Heaven Series stone garden and watched quietly. Fortunately, there were no walls. There was only vegetation. Everything could be seen. Yi Fan stepped into the garden and felt the aura of absolute beginning. It was very strong. It was as if he had returned to that night in the Forbidden Zone. They were definitely precious stones. Yi Fan guessed that most of these stones were transported from the Forbidden Zone or were extremely close to it. Although I have walked around the Heaven Series stone garden a few times in the past, this is my first time here. Li Heishui transmitted his voice. Yi Fan replied with a smile, there will be many opportunities in the future. The lands of the great sage are all waiting for us. It was clearly not the first time the great Xia prince and the white-robed nun came here. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. Many people didn't understand why the great Xia prince always brought his sister. Only Yi Fan could guess that the great Xia princess was in Buddhism. She might be cultivating in the secular world. There were many green bamboos in the Heaven Series stone garden, which added a sense of tranquility. There weren't many stones here, but they were all in their respective positions. The people of the Dao One sacred land would check them every day because they were too precious. However, these stones were placed very naturally. They were either under the green bamboos, beside the gurgling spring, or between the green vines. The stones and the scenery blended together in harmony. It was as if heaven and earth had returned to one and returned to nature. Master Yuan, who was doing his best, followed them and kept introducing them to the people around them. Even though Yi Fan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Many of the stones weren't big, but they were worth thousands of kilograms of source. What was even more ridiculous was that some stones were worth thousands of kilograms of source. He couldn't bear it. Master, this is too ridiculous. Can anyone afford it? Yi Fan said. Master Source said, there are very few young people here. They are all prepared for some old antiques. You guys can't afford it. To those people, they are willing to give everything they have if they can fight for a hope and a future from here. What treasures have been cut out here? Li Heishui asked. Divine Source has been cut out and some rare treasures have been peeled out. It's amazing. Master Source smiled. This stone is worth 50,000 kilograms of source? Li Heishui exclaimed. A stone that was so expensive that it couldn't be accepted was more than 50 kilograms. It lay quietly in the bamboo forest, and there was a Dao rhyme flowing around it. This is ridiculous. Are you guys selling stones? You're selling divine source. Li Heishui mumbled. It's worth that price, Master Source said. Li Heishui sent a voice transmission. This stone is indeed special. It seems to have a Dao rhyme. My spiritual senses are naturally sharp, so I sensed it. Yi Fan shook his head and said, this stone is hard to say. Even I can't see it clearly. It might not be the same on the outside. Maybe it was cut from another main stone with a Dao rhyme. It's not easy to choose. Otherwise, why didn't anyone choose it after being here for so long? That's true. The Dao rhyme is moving, but no one dares to touch it. There must be a reason. After all, the old antiques here are all more cunning than foxes. Li Heishui understood. After Yi Fan looked at the stone materials, his heart trembled. The Holy Land's Heaven Series stone garden was truly extraordinary. He had to be cautious. This stone. Li Heishui was shocked. They saw another stone. It was only a foot long, but it had 9 orifices. It looked like a stone person. Is this natural or polished? Li Heishui asked. Of course, it's a natural stone. Otherwise, how could it be worth 45,000 kilograms? Master Source said. Can you see anything? Li Heishui secretly asked Yi Fan. I can't see through this stone. Don't touch it for now. Yi Fan shook his head. Have you chosen? The great Xia prince asked from nearby. He had already chosen a stone. It was only 7 or 8 kilograms, but its price was as high as 2 square yuan. Your Highness, you only have slightly more than 5,000 kilograms. Now that you've spent 2 square yuan, you only have 1 square yuan left. How are you going to bet with us? Li Heishui asked. I still have more. The little nun in white said. Her big black eyes glanced at the two of them. Don't cry when you lose later. Yi Fan teased. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at him. The great Xia prince snorted coldly. Yi Fan walked back and said, We've also chosen. It's this one. He chose a very large stone. It was as tall as a person, but the price was not too ridiculous. It was 1,500 kilograms. Although it was still very expensive, compared to the stones in the garden, such a large stone was the lowest price. Around the stone garden, the onlookers were all very shocked. The two of them had spent too much. However, Wu Ziming still said, Do you really think you can get rare treasures by choosing a large stone? You really don't know anything. Li Chongtian also sneered, in the Heaven Stone Garden, choosing stones like this is a joke. Li Heishui directly said in disdain, You've already lost all your source, why are you still giving pointers? Learn well. Let's see what you can get. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian sneered. That's good to see, learn slowly. Li Heishui laughed loudly. Yi Fan looked at the great Xia prince and said, Your Highness, this is 10,000 kilograms of source. Whoever gets the highest value wins, okay? That's it, cut the stone. The great Xia prince nodded. Okay. Yi Fan answered. This time, he was very careful. He personally cut the stone and slowly peeled off the outer layer. Are you confident? Li Heishui secretly transmitted his voice. This stone should be able to cut out something. I feel that there is a rare item inside, but if I don't cut it out, I can't be sure. Yi Fan replied. Gotcha. The outer layer slowly fell off. Yi Fan carefully cut down. This time, it was not as casual as when he threw the watermelon stones. Each cut was very careful, afraid of cutting something. Gotcha. Suddenly, Yi Fan lightly slashed down again. The stone naturally split open, and a dazzling light shot out. It was extremely dazzling, and then a streak of light rushed out, flying into the sky. Heavens, what is that? Why is it flying? Many people cried out in surprise. It looks like a figure. That's right, a person flew out? Outside the Heaven Stone Garden, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Flying immortal in the stone. It really looks like a figure. Yi Fan was really shocked. At the same time, the old nun also opened her eyes. A streak of dazzling divine light illuminated the entire sky, making it look as translucent as a piece of crystal. Li Heishui made his move immediately. He charged towards the sky and intercepted this humanoid figure. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was even faster. His hands moved, and then he fiercely pressed down. Strands of power shot out from his fingers, completely sealing this cracked stone. At the same time, the old nun sitting on the praying mat opened her eyes and shot out 2 beams of light. She stretched out her hand towards the sky. Pop! The humanoid figure shattered with a soft sound. Li Heishui charged past without grabbing anything. The old nun waved her hand in the air and a curtain of light appeared, enveloping the Heavenstone garden and sealing this space to prevent any divine objects from escaping. Everyone was stunned. They knew that there must have been a peerless treasure that was priceless. Just what is it? I haven't seen such a thing in so many years. It actually produced a flying immortal in stone. It must be an incredible treasure. A conservative estimate would be at least a few 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Unbelievable. Its value must be comparable to divine source. Such a heart-stirring treasure. I really want to see what it is immediately. That's a humanoid silhouette. Could it be an ancient creature? Everyone discussed excitedly as if they had found a rare treasure. They all stretched their necks to look at the stone garden in the light curtain. Flying immortal in stone was a strange sight. Since ancient times, it was an auspicious omen for stone cutters. Once it appeared, it meant that something extraordinary was about to be born. Ha ha ha. Li Heishui laughed loudly and descended from the sky. It was just a false alarm. Many people did not know what flying immortal in stone was before, but now they understood. Someone explained after exclaiming. It must be a peerless treasure. Don't make a mistake. Li Heishui was very excited. He rubbed his hands and moved closer. The old people who were selecting stones in the Heavenstone garden also came over. They were the first to shout about flying immortal in stone. They stared at the stone sealed by Yi Fan with fervent eyes. It's an auspicious sign that hasn't appeared for many years. The young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong's eyes shone brightly as he stared ahead without blinking. At this moment, the prince of the Great Xia and the little nun in white also walked forward. Such a precious stone was enough to tempt anyone. Even the old Taoist nun stood up and silently walked over to the side to quietly observe. It had been many years since this type of strange phenomenon had happened. As for the white-haired Master Yuan, he was so excited that he was trembling as he paced back and forth. This was a scene that all stone cutters yearned for the most. Hurry up and cut it open! Hurry up and cut it open! The people outside the stone garden were itching to see what was inside. There won't be any mistakes when you cut it open like this, right? Will the divine item inside leak its spiritual energy or fly away? Li Heishui asked with some concern. He had heard many legends, so he naturally guessed that the item in the stone was a treasure of that level. It was as valuable as divine source. Don't worry. I have the purest jade here. It will be enough to seal the spiritual energy and prevent it from leaking. An old man next to him handed over a small white jade cauldron with a lid. It must have been prepared specifically for situations like this. The old Taoist nun opened her mouth and said, "Don't worry, cut the stone. I have sealed the stone garden. Even if there is something incredible inside, it won't get lost." Yi Fan took away the strands of god power, and the cracked stone returned to normal. There was no more god light coming out of it. It lay quietly on the green grass. Catcha, Yi Fan carefully cut down and peeled off the stone layer by layer. Not long after, a crystal appeared, and a cold air came out. It's so cold. Frost appeared on the grass, and the temperature of the air dropped. Cold air wafted in all directions. It is a xenogenic source, ice origin. The Great Xia Prince said. After the stone was peeled off, a piece of snow jade the size of a fist was revealed. It was like a piece of ice embedded in the stone, and it was as big as a fist. Master Yuan said, "This ice origin is worth 500 kilograms of pure origin, but it can't create a flying immortal in the stone. There must be something else inside." Keep cutting. Hurry up. The people outside the Heaven Stone Garden were even more anxious than Yi Fan. Many people were shouting. Catcha, Yi Fan continued to carefully peel off the stone. When he followed the cracks to the heart of the stone, the dazzling light shot out again. It was incomparably cold and sparkling at the same time. Many people could smell a rich fragrance, as well as an incomparably pure spiritual qi. Good stuff. It must be a treasure. Young man, don't cut this origin. I want it. 80,000 kilograms. What do you think? An old man said. I am willing to pay 90,000 kilograms for this stone. Another old man raised the price excitedly. Yi Fan smiled and said, I want to cut it open and see what is inside. Young man, you have to know that this is very risky. Even if there is a flying immortal in the stone, sometimes it won't be worth much. That's right. This kind of thing has happened before. After cutting it open, there is only a small corner of some treasure. It is far from the expected value. How about this? I am willing to pay 50,000 kilograms. This is all I have. Seniors, we want to cut it ourselves. Yi Fan shook his head. There was obviously something precious inside. How could he sell it just like that? Humph. An old man snorted heavily and flicked his sleeves to the side. He didn't say anything else. Oldly, don't show off your disillusionment Palace Grand Elder's prestige here. Another old man laughed. Yi Fan couldn't help but glance at the Grand Elder. This person should be Li Zhongtian's senior. But even if he was unhappy, he couldn't sell it like this. Continue cutting. No one can behave atrociously here. The old Taoist nun said indifferently. Yi Fan continued to cut. The stone skin fell off and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Finally, part of the stone core was peeled off. In an instant, a bright light shot out in all directions. A human figure dashed out and circled around the area. A fragrance assailed the nostrils. The light and shadow circled back and forth. It was very dreamy. Heavens, what is that thing? It really cut out a peerless treasure. What heaven-defying luck. It must be a priceless treasure. This black brat and that delicate youth are really heaven-defying. How did they cut out something again? Wu Ziming and the others were furious. They couldn't accept this result. Not long ago, they were still mocking them. This was a naked slap in the face. They cut out a divine object and produced a strange scene like the flying immortal in the stone. Are these two bumpkins trying to make me vomit blood? Li Zhongtian was full of anger, but he was also very curious now. He looked forward. Brothers, I will auction it for you in a while. Sky Demon Palace young Lord Yao Yuekong shouted. This was a silvery white light that was incomparably divine. It circled around Yi Fan and danced. The stone core was bright and the fragrance was extremely dazzling. After completely peeling off the stone skin, a palm-sized ice spring appeared in Yi Fan's hand. It was even bigger than the previous one and was worth more than 1,500 kilograms of ice spring. Of course, this was not the most precious thing. Its true value was reflected in the thing sealed within the ice spring. The light was coming from it. There is a treasure within the ice spring. It is indeed a rare treasure. This is a type of spiritual medicine. Wrong, this should be a divine medicine. Otherwise, how could there be a flying immortal in the stone? A few elders surrounded him and started commenting. They were all incomparably excited. Young man, sell it to me. I will give you a satisfactory price. Is 150 kilograms of ice spring enough? I am Li Yishui from Disillusionment Palace. I will go borrow the ice spring immediately. The senior elder from Disillusionment Palace who snorted coldly just now also said anxiously. The silver holy light finally retracted, revealing the rare treasure within the ice spring. It was indeed a plant. A faint fragrance emanated from the ice spring. What a pity. How could this be? When the divine light retracted and everything within the ice spring was seen clearly, everyone was incomparably disappointed. This was because it was not a complete plant. The crucial part of the plant was missing. Light blue rhizome was sealed within the ice spring. It was crystal clear like a sapphire. There were no leaves on top of the rhizome. What a pity. The crucial part of the herb is missing. A few elders felt extremely regretful and disappointed. No, there is still a part. Look, how can it be so strange? One of the elders was shocked. Yes, there is a part. This is a pair of feet. After looking carefully, everyone present was shocked. This plant was really too special. Above the light blue rhizome was a pair of tubers that looked like feet. It was not very big, only 1 inch long. It was silvery white in color, similar to the ice spring. It was definitely a tuber. It was just that it looked too similar to a human's feet. It made people mistakenly think that it was a pair of broken feet of a little jade man. Legend has it that there was a type of divine medicine in the archaic era that did not grow leaves and was shaped like a human. Could this be that type of divine medicine? It is extremely possible. It has already been extinct for countless years. We only know its shape. As for its specific effects, not many people know about it. Since it is known as a divine medicine, it definitely has inconceivable miraculous effects. It is priceless. The elders were both excited and regretful. It was because this humanoid divine medicine was missing too much. Only the rhizome and a pair of medicinal feet remained. The other parts had disappeared and were not sealed within the ice spring. What a miracle! We can actually see an archaic divine medicine. Only the ice spring and divine ice spring can seal this type of plant. The people outside the stone garden were all shocked. An archaic divine medicine, it was like a fantasy. Everyone was stupefied. Little brother, how about you sell it to me for 40,000 gene of ice spring? An elder spoke. Why did it fall instead of rising? Didn't you all offer 150,000 gene of ice spring just now? Li Heishui was dissatisfied. An elder shook his head and said, just now, the radiance was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes and see clearly. Now that the divine splendor has been restrained and revealed, its true form is naturally showing its true value. If it was a complete divine medicine, it would be even more precious than the divine ice spring. Its value is immeasurable. However, it is incomplete. You all saw it too. It is only a pair of medicinal feet, so it is only worth this price. Yi Fan spoke calmly and said, there is no divine medicine in the world today. When the great sage lords reached the end of their lifespans, they could not find it even when they roamed the vast wastelands. There has never been an old divine lord who reappeared in the world. How could this kind of life-changing divine item only be worth 40,000 gene of ice spring? Li Heishui also said, exactly. This is a humanoid divine medicine. Even if you exchange it with a piece of divine ice spring, it still cannot match its value. I, Li Heishui, am willing to offer 50,000 gene of ice spring. The illusionary palace's grand elder spoke. Yi Fan shook his head and did not agree. He sealed the ice spring in the jade artifact, not wanting the spiritual qi to leak out. Li Shui's expression turned ugly and he said, young man, don't be too greedy. A divine medicine that is so incomplete is really not worth that much. Old man, you are wrong. This is a divine medicine that I cut myself. Whether I sell it or not has nothing to do with greed, right? Yi Fan said. At this moment, Sky Demon Palace's young Lord Yao Yuekong spoke, brothers, can you talk to Dao Yi's senior and see if he can let me in? Li Heishui and Yi Fan were naturally happy to let him in. After talking to the old nun, Yao Yuekong walked in with large strides. At most, I will pay 60,000 gene of ice spring to buy this incomplete medicine. Li Heishui spoke again. Yi Fan suddenly said, everyone, you have overlooked a fact. This divine medicine's roots are intact and not damaged. Perhaps it can be revived. I will pay 80,000 gene of ice spring to buy this divine medicine. The great Xia prince suddenly spoke. The little nun in white beside him also blinked her big eyes with a hopeful expression. The Dao One Holy Land will pay 50,000 gene of ice spring to buy this rare treasure. The old nun who had been silent suddenly made a shocking price. Actually, I want to find a place to plant it and see what kind of divine medicine it will bear. Yi Fan was still unmoved. At this moment, the news of the Dao One Holy Land cutting out a divine medicine quickly spread. Miaoyu Nunnery, Moon Tower, the Great Sage's stone workshops, and many other sects received the report. In the present world, the divine medicine was nowhere to be found. The Holy Lands couldn't obtain it, and the dynasties that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't find it either. When the Eastern Wasteland's old divine lord and the Central Continent's old emperor were at the end of their lifespans, they both chose to appear in the Great Wastelands for that 1 in 10,000 hope. However, there had never been any news of anyone obtaining a divine medicine. Perhaps it could only be found in the Great Life Forbidden Zones, but it wasn't a place humans could go to. The Holy Lands were helpless as well. 110,000 kilograms. The Great Xia Prince made another high bid. 120,000 kilograms. Two elders called out this price together, deciding to buy it together. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to sell it, but didn't I just say that we should think of a way to revive such a divine medicine? Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan put on a righteous expression. The people present cursed him in their hearts, feeling that he wanted to be an unscrupulous merchant and raise the price. One of the elders shook his head. As long as the source is cut open, ordinary medicinal plants will turn into ashes and can't exist for long. Even if it's a divine medicine, we have to be careful when using it, not to mention reviving it. The other elder said, countless years have passed. Even if this divine medicine has a perfect root, it can't be revived. Yi Fan smiled. I don't think so. Isn't there a legend that some ancient creatures are sealed in the source? Can they still be revived after cutting open the source? As a divine medicine, it must be different. I think it should be able to revive. Li Heishui chimed in. That's right, at that time it can bear an undamaged divine medicine. With this immortal root, we can harvest it every year. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Heishui was unhappy. He said in a low voice, not to mention that divine medicine can't be revived, even if it can, it needs several thousand years to mature. Can you wait that long? Outside the arena, everyone was stunned. A stock of divine medicine, even though it was damaged, was still so precious. It was even rarer than divine origin after all. What a heaven-defying luck. It makes one jealous. If I could cut out such a treasure, I would definitely pray every day. How many years has it been? No divine medicine has appeared for a long time. Today, one was actually cut out of the stone. How shocking. Outside the stone garden, many people were discussing spiritedly, wishing they could swap places with Yi Fan. This was a divine medicine that made people tremble, something that could only be discovered and not sought. 130,000 kilograms of origin source. The Great Xia Prince once again called out a high price. He didn't try to dissuade them and only spoke with a high price. The little nun in white rolled her big black eyes as she accompanied the Prince of Great Xia. It seemed that she really wanted to obtain the human-shaped divine medicine. What do you want me to say? I really feel that this godly medicine can be revived. Yi Fan sighed. You want more origin source. Many people cursed in their hearts. 150,000 kilograms. The old Taoist nun from the Dao One Holy Land spoke, her voice cold and emotionless. This? Yi Fan's heart was moved. Even though it was a supreme immortal root, even if it could be planted, it would still take several thousand years for it to mature. He couldn't afford to wait that long. This time, not only were the people outside the stone garden stunned, but even the elders inside the garden were stunned. If the Dao One Holy Land made a move, they would not be able to compete. Can this divine medicine be planted again or not? Li Heishui asked, wanting to stall for time and continue raising the price. The old Taoist nun's voice was calm. I'm already offering the highest price. It's only worth this much. The young master of Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong, had already arrived. His temperament was outstanding. Even though he was a man, he had a bewitching beauty. However, there was no feminine air about him. His eyes were deep like a demon god's. This kind of immortal root is rare and priceless. However, it's difficult to revive it. Only by watering it with a divine spring can it be revived. That's not realistic. If you want to get a divine spring, you'll have to enter the Eastern Barren Forbidden Zones. Grand Elder Li Yishui of Illusion Palace sneered. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the spirit springs in the Eastern Barren can revive it. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan also smiled. The Holy Land has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. If they can revive this immortal root, a few thousand years is nothing to them. There will be endless benefits in the future. Everyone present was speechless. The two of them were echoing each other. It was obvious that they wanted to be profiteers to the end. Yao Yuekong laughed. He was happy to see this. I think you two are in a difficult position. It's hard to decide who to sell it to. I'm afraid of hurting everyone's friendship. I think the best choice is to send this divine herb to the Heaven Fei treasure tower and auction it. Makes sense. Li Heishui nodded pretentiously. Okay, I agree. Someone outside the stone garden said. Everyone turned around and saw many old people. All of them had white hair and youthful faces. They were hale and hearty, obviously not ordinary people. Miaoyu Nunnery, the Moon Tower, the Great Sage's stone workshops, and many other sects had received the news. Their seniors had rushed over. The birth of a divine medicine was definitely a sensational event. Even though it was incomplete, it was still moving. The seniors who didn't have much time left were even more tempted. Many people rushed over as soon as they received the news. When they looked out, they saw a sea of white heads, and their gazes were filled with fervor. Although they were all people who didn't have much time left, the age gap was huge. In small sects, people of 300 to 400 years old were considered old. As for the Holy Lands, people of 700 to 800 years old might be at their peak. The difference in strength was huge. Li Yishui of Illusion Destruction Palace snorted. He glanced at Yi Fan and Li Heishui and left. He knew he had no chance. That old guy won't hold a grudge and deal with us, right? Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Li Heishui laughed coldly. Don't worry, the black iron token in my hand is enough to crush him. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll make him green in the face. Yi Fan didn't mind. Red Dragon Daoist owed him a favor and had told him long ago. If there was anything, he could go find him. These were unavoidable things. If one wanted to make a shocking gamble in God City, there would definitely be all kinds of disturbances. This was just the beginning. Brothers, if you agree, the Skyfei treasure tower can help you deal with this herb. I'll arrange for people to escort it away. Yao Yuekong was very thoughtful. Okay, I'll entrust it to the Skyfei treasure tower. But we won't auction it now. We'll have to wait for a while. Yi Fan said. He wanted more people to know. It would be best to wait until the Great Sage's main attack on Purple Mountain was thwarted and then auction it off. He still had a mortal yuan fruit that was bitten by a dog. If these rare treasures appeared one after another, it would definitely be eye-catching. Maybe it would attract more people. Okay, we'll leave it to you. Yao Yuekong found people to take care of it. If it was lost or damaged, Skyfei Palace would compensate 200,000 kilograms of origin source. This made Yi Fan very satisfied and relieved. However, there was no need to worry about this. Skyfei Palace wouldn't ruin their reputation to steal it. They had handled many rare treasures and nothing was more valuable than their reputation. Motherf *Ker, is there any justice in this world? That hay brat only had 25 kilograms of origin source and got such a glorious result. It makes me want to puke blood. Wu Ziming's face was filled with bad luck. Li Chongtian was also indignant. Looking at Yi Fan in the stone garden, he said, he only knows how to throw watermelon stones. In the end, he got a herb. I'm so angry. There were more than 10 people in their group. They all cursed the two for being so lucky. This is called strength. You bunch of country bumpkins, learn well. Li Heishui raised his head and turned around, leaving the back of his head to them. Damn it, this hay brat is looking down on us. Motherf *Ker, this country bumpkin is laughing at us? Your Royal Highness, please cut your stone. Yi Fan smiled. He didn't need to cut the stone. The Xiao Prince knew he would lose without a doubt. Immemorial divine herbs were hard to come by. There was almost no chance of winning. He didn't want to waste time and directly cut open the stone. He cut out a piece of origin source the size of a small person's head. It was worth 1 origin source, but it couldn't compare to Yi Fan's stone. The Xiao Prince was very happy. He pushed the 3 origin sources to Yi Fan and said, "Brothers, I'll treat you to a drink at Drunken Immortal Tower this afternoon." Yi Fan was shocked. That was one of the 8 great restaurants in the God City. It was extremely expensive, and the highest level of celestial banquets were specially prepared for holy lords and powerful beings. "How can I'm just making friends." The Xia prince smiled. The Xia royal family of the central state was very concerned about the origin source. Legend had it that their Tai Huang Sutra was cut from the origin source. There were people from the Xia royal family stationed in the God City all year round to buy strange stones. Yi Fan knew that the Xia prince was not an ordinary person. Although he had only seen him gamble once, he had most likely seen some clues and decided to befriend him. On the side, Yao Yuekong laughed and said, "I also want to treat these 2 brothers. Let's drink together at noon and get drunk. Then we'll accept." Yi Fan and Li Heishui laughed as well. Only the little nun in white wrinkled her nose, pouted her lips and mumbled something, then rolled her eyes at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. At this moment, the old Taoist nun beside them asked, "Do you still want to choose your stones?" This was the Heaven Stone Garden, and all the stones were precious. No one was allowed to stay for too long. Yi Fan said, "I want to continue, but I don't have the money. The stones here are too expensive." The people outside the stone garden were speechless, especially Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. They were indignant. He won so much and yet he was still complaining about being poor. He deserved to be struck by lightning. "I think this young master has his eyes on the stone. It's fine if you can't gather enough, you can choose as much as you want. But you have to use the divine herb as collateral," the old nun said. "But I've already given it to the Sky Beast treasure tower," Yi Fan answered. "You can deduct today's origin source from the auction," the old nun said. "Okay." Yi Fan nodded. "Are you still not going to stop today? Don't gamble all of a sudden and let the Dao One sacred ground get the divine herb for nothing," Li Heishui reminded. Yi Fan shook his head and replied, "I want to gamble in the God City. Today is a rare opportunity, how can I stop just like that?" Yao Yuekong followed and said, "Brothers, you still want to choose stones? You are indeed bold." The great Xia prince also laughed and said, "All right, I want to observe and learn a few moves." "Young man, you still want to gamble on stones?" The group of old men outside were all astonished. Then, a group of people with great backgrounds walked in with fervent eyes. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. This is the experience of many people who gamble on stones. If you cut out something good, you must consider selling it to us old men. "That's right, young man, I wish you good luck." The group of old men followed in with fervent eyes. Even the old nun couldn't stop them because many of them were regular customers. "Divine herb, who cut out the divine herb? Let this old man take a look." A clamor came from outside the stone garden. Another group of old people rushed over. "Where is it? I want to buy it for 180,000 kilograms. Another group of people rushed over. The old man in the lead had sparse hair and was about to fall off completely. Everyone present was shocked. The old men that appeared one after another all had great backgrounds. They were all frighteningly old undying characters. An archaic divine herb couldn't be found in the present world. It was too shocking and attracted many famous people, including the supreme elders of some holy lands. It could be said that after Yi Fan cut out the human-shaped divine herb, the entire divine city was shaken and caused a commotion. Many people came to watch after hearing the news. They wanted to see what the divine herb looked like. It was a grand occasion comparable to when the divine source was cut out. "Come, make way for this old man." Inside the Heavenstone Garden, there were a lot of shining white skulls. Some people even started to choose their own stones. This was originally a quiet place, but today, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Inside the stone garden, an ancient vine with a diameter of 10 meters rested horizontally like an azure dragon. Yi Fan walked back and forth, arriving here. He patted a strange stone at the side of the well, and then put it down. "You must choose correctly, or else our divine herb will be gone. Didn't you hear? Someone just bid 180,000 kilograms. Li Heishui reminded. "There's no need to worry. At most, we'll start over again." Yi Fan was very calm. He had studied the Book of Source and knew that the most important thing when choosing a stone was to have a normal heart. What a good attitude! Yao Yuekong praised. The Xiao prince was about to nod his head, but at this time, Yi Fan smiled and asked the little nun to help him choose a few stones. This made him very annoyed. Young man, you're good at keeping your cool. We all have high hopes for you. Stone gambling is 70% luck. I hope you can cut out more rare treasures. A group of old men followed behind. One of them smiled and spoke. What he said could be considered the truth. Some people had great luck for a period of time. Every time they bet, they would win. These were all examples that had happened before. Yi Fan walked and stopped from time to choose stones. He followed the cobblestone path and arrived at a quiet bamboo forest. He stopped in front of the stone that was worth 50,000 kilograms of source. This stone had a special Dao rhyme around it. He had discussed it with Li Heishui before. Finally, someone is going to touch this stone. After so many years, no one dared to touch it. The old man behind him were all very surprised. Yi Fan squatted down and gently patted it. He kept rubbing and examining it carefully. But in the end, he still stood up. He felt that this stone was like an empty shell, but it also seemed to contain something. He really couldn't be sure. He looked up and saw the young Taoist of the Daoi holy ground standing quietly in the distance. She was like a fairy that had just bloomed. She blended in with the scenery, ethereal and natural. He still couldn't see her face. There was no fog, no divine light, but there seemed to be some kind of Dao rhyme blurring her face. Yi Fan walked to the other side and continued to choose stones. Li Heishui accompanied him. Yao Yuekong, the Xiao prince, and the little nun also followed beside him. Not long later, they walked out of the bamboo forest and came to a place where the sun shone. Yi Fan stared at the 9-orifice golem on the stone platform. Why did you put it on the stone platform? Yi Fan asked. Master Yuan answered, this is a human-shaped stone formed by heaven and earth. Legend has it that if this stone has enough time to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, it will one day become a saint spirit. This stone was very attractive to Yi Fan. It was born with a human shape and had 9 orifices. He wandered around the garden, but his mind was always on this stone. It was said that there was a celestial stone in this world. It had 9 orifices and could transform into a saint spirit. It was an existence close to immortals, but this stone was too small. It was only 1 foot long. Yi Fan pondered for a while. In the end, he still made his move. He picked up the 9-orifice golem and carefully observed it. Many people with profound Genesis techniques have seen this 9-orifice golem, but no one dared to touch it after so many years. Young man, are you really going to touch this stone? The group of old men was very shocked. They had all studied this stone before, but no one dared to touch it. This stone was only 1 foot long, but it was worth 90,000 kilograms of Genesis stone. It was so expensive that many people couldn't grasp it after seeing it. Is someone going to touch the 9-orifice golem? This old man was right to come. I have to take a good look. Another old man came after hearing the news. Last time, those experts from the Genesis technique family studied it for half a day, but in the end, they still shook their heads and gave up. Is someone really going to cut this stone today? Today, Yi Fan had cut out the primordial divine medicine. The impact was greater than he had imagined. People kept coming to see it. It was a real sensation in the divine city. Yi Fan raised the strange stone and aimed it at the sun. He carefully analyzed it, carefully observed it, and silently thought. He always felt that this stone was mysterious and mysterious. He couldn't quite grasp it. It gave him a dreamy feeling one moment, and then it gave him the illusion that it contained a peerless treasure. Beside him, the old men were all discussing. The divine medicine has been sent away. We won't be able to see it today. It will be auctioned in the heavenly palace soon. But today's trip was not in vain. If we can understand what's inside the 9-orifice golem, it can be considered as fulfilling a wish. That's right. I've always wanted to know what's inside it. Unfortunately, those extremely skilled Genesis technique masters gave up on it in the end. A group of old men surrounded the place in high spirits. They were all looking forward to Yi Fan cutting open the 9-orifice golem and fulfilling a wish of many years. Are you confident? Li Heishui asked. No, but it's worth a try. Yi Fan raised the strange stone and aimed its 9 orifices at the sun one by one, observing them one by one. When he inadvertently turned around, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The stone garden was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many cultivators were watching, but no one made a ruckus. They were all quietly watching. Among them, there was a handsome Jiang clan elite, Jiang Yifei. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he stood out from the crowd. And in another direction, there was also a white-clothed person. It was a woman. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she was perfect and flawless. Her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was actually An Miaoi. She had actually also come here. Only at this moment did Yi Fan know that cutting open the divine medicine had shaken the entire divine city. Many people had come here. At this moment, only a group of old men didn't have any misgivings. They surrounded him and discussed spiritedly. The others were all quietly watching. Yi Fan shook his head. He didn't expect to attract so much attention. He quickly calmed his heart and began again. He aimed the 9 orifices of the 9 orifices at the sun one by one, and constantly used his fingers to measure its body. The bamboo forest was dark green and the spirit spring surged. It was peaceful and tranquil. The stone platform was tall and faced the sun, gathering the essence of the sun. Yi Fan stood on it, facing the sunlight as he observed the stone golem. His expression was focused as he slowly turned the strange stone in a serious and careful manner. Suddenly, his expression changed. When the stone golem's right eye was illuminated by the sunlight, he seemed to see a trace of the essence of the sun flash. Was this an illusion? He could not be sure because it had been a long time since he faced the sun. He suspected that he had been blinded. Yi Fan did not move. He held the 9-orifice stone golem and faced the sun, his mind highly focused as he carefully observed. At this moment, everyone knew that this delicate and pretty youth was a Genesis technique expert. His various techniques were very particular and unheard of. Could it be a youth from a Genesis technique clan? His methods are very special and unseen. True Genesis technique experts rely 50% on luck and 50% on strength when choosing a stone. This youth most likely has a great background. Didn't a few people from a Genesis technique clan come last time? They also saw the 9-orifice stone golem. Their techniques are very different from his. They are definitely not from the same clan. On the side, a group of old men were discussing softly, their eyes burning with passion. If this youth was a Genesis technique genius, he would undoubtedly be worth roping in. Outside the Heaven Stone Garden, although there were many people gathered, it was very quiet. Ever since Yi Fan was about to move the 9-orifice stone golem, there was no sound of conversation. Everyone was quietly watching. Even Jiang Yifei, who was dressed in white, was waiting with an attentive look on his face. Even his boots were white and spotless, looking exceptionally elegant and scholarly. And Miaoi's black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes moved as she also observed Yi Fan. Her flawless body was like snow on a flowering tree, moving one's heart. Yi Fan stood still for a full quarter of an hour and did not observe any abnormalities. The stone golem's right eye was very dry. There was no essence of the sun coming in or out, and there was no lively aura. Suddenly, Yi Fan moved. Specks of light appeared on his right hand. They were multicolored and extremely gorgeous, giving off a dreamy feeling. This wasn't the technique of a cultivator, but rather, a profound Genesis magic that could gather wood power, absorb the essence of the sun, and draw the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Yi Fan's right hand moved agilely, and the colorful lights entered his 9 orifices. His eyes sparkled with starlight as he stared at the stone man without blinking. He is indeed a Genesis technique expert. I've never seen such strange techniques and mysterious methods before. Can this Genesis technique find out what's inside the stone? At the side, these elders all revealed looks of shock. They were filled with anticipation, and they all wanted to see what other wondrous methods he had. Yi Fan did not release any waves of divine power. This was the first time he was so serious because the 9-hold stone man was too special. After a long time, the multicolored lights penetrated the 9 orifices, but there were no changes. The strange stone was simple and natural, still the same. Yi Fan frowned and lightly jumped down from the stone platform, no longer facing the sunlight to observe. These techniques were useless. Li Heishui said, "Can't you see through it? Just don't touch it. I heard that this stone has been here for many years." Even though some people thought it was valuable, they gave up at the last moment. Purple-clothed Zhao Yuekong also reminded, "Little brother, don't touch it if you're not confident. Many Genesis technique experts have seen it, but they all left in the end." Yi Fan said calmly, "I'll take a look." He placed the stone man on the grass and carefully measured its body. Then, he began to quickly move his fingers, pointing downwards. One could clearly see inch-long streaks of golden light plunging into some special spots, falling down like grains of gold. "Golden touch," the white-haired Master Yuan cried out in surprise, standing out from the crowd. "What, it really is the extremely famous Genesis technique, turning rock into gold hand? Even experts from aristocratic families might not be able to use it." Some of the older people exclaimed. "Is this for real? This young man is using the golden touch? This, unbelievable, he really is a Genesis technique genius." The surrounding older people revealed shocked expressions. They had heard of this Genesis technique, but had never seen anyone use it. Outside the Heaven Series stone garden, Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They felt as bitter as if they had bitten a gold thread. While the great Xia prince was shocked, he paid even more attention. He stood at the very front, almost touching the stone man. Purple-clothed Zhao Yuekong also bent down and observed closely. He felt that Yi Fan's Genesis technique was more extraordinary than he had imagined. If he could form a good relationship with him, it would be greatly beneficial to the Sky Demon Treasure Tower in the future. A total of 108 inch-long golden lights were shot into the stone man by Yi Fan. This was not divine power, so there was no need to worry about cracking the stone. In the crowd, Master Yuan exclaimed, "It's connected. It's the complete golden touch." Yi Fan was very focused and was not affected by the onlookers. He began to hit the stone rhythmically and listened carefully. He only stopped after a long time. "How is it?" Li Heishui asked nervously. With so many people paying such a high price to choose the stone material, it would be hard for anyone to calm down. "I'm still not sure, but I'll choose it. I'll buy it." When Yi Fan spat out the word buy, Stone Garden was no longer calm. It erupted with noise. Everyone began to discuss among themselves. The stone man was an extremely valuable stone. It had been placed here for many years, but no one dared to touch it. It had almost become the treasure of the Daoi Stone Square. Today, someone was finally going to cut the stone. Everyone was somewhat impatient, wanting to see just what was inside the stone being. Today's trip was indeed worth it. Our wish of many years will be fulfilled. Some of the older people sighed. Heroes come from the young. Many people have seen this stone. Even people from the Genesis technique families have come, but they did not buy it in the end. The stone garden was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing their opinions. Wu Ziming sneered, "I think he's going to be unlucky. So many experts have seriously studied it and none of them are optimistic about it. He actually dared to buy it, hee." Li Chongtian also mocked, "Let's see how he ends up when he falls and bleeds." Inside the stone garden, Li Heishui frowned. "You can't see through this stone and cannot be sure. Why do you still want to buy it? What do you mean by stone gambling?" The word gamble is placed in front of the stone. If even the Genesis technique is useless, then you can only take a gamble. Yi Fan had studied the Origin Heavenly Book, but his Genesis technique had not reached the perfect level yet. He could not compare to the Yuan Taoist master. Indeed, he could not see through the stone, but he could faintly sense something unusual. He felt that it was definitely not an ordinary stone, but he did not know if there would be a peerless treasure. He did not want to miss it because a few people from the Genesis technique families had come not long ago. He was afraid that even more powerful people would be attracted. Good. Yuan Taoist master was the most excited. His body trembled. He had guarded this garden for decades. He was not a cultivator, but he had always wanted to see someone cut open the stone man and see what was inside. Even the calmest Taoist nun revealed a strange expression. She was no longer as indifferent as before. The Taoist girl from the Daoi Holy Land also appeared. It was obvious that she also wanted to see. The moment Yifan took out his knife, all sound disappeared. The huge stone garden was silent except for the fervent gazes. The entire stone garden was so quiet that one could hear the falling leaves. Yifan began to cut the stone. He was cautious and careful. His movements were very small, and his knife was steady and accurate. Ka! When the first sound rang out, everyone was shocked. This sound indicated that the Daoi Stone Square's treasure was finally going to be opened. Stone chips flew everywhere. Yifan concentrated on moving his knife. He did not hold back and was very fast. In a short while, the stone man's arm was cut open. In the end, there was nothing but stone powder on the ground. There was not even an ordinary source stone. It could be seen that the inside of the stone man was very ordinary. It was white and did not contain any rare stone. Oh no! Li Heishui knew that things were not good. As expected, no wonder those Genesis technique experts shook their heads and gave up. This 9-holed stone man looks special, but the inside is white stone. There is definitely no source stone. Some old people were very disappointed. They had been looking forward to this stone for many years. Today, someone finally cut it open. They did not expect it to be so ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Some old people even suspected that this was a trap set by the Daoi Holy Land. They wanted to trick people with profound Genesis techniques. Fortunately, I resisted the impulse and didn't buy this piece of stone back then. Yifan turned a deaf ear to these voices and continued to move his knife. Not long after, the stone man's legs were also cut off. Sigh, I have been unable to let go of this stone for so many years. I didn't expect it to be like this. If there was a peerless treasure inside, there would have been a flying immortal phenomenon. Now there is not even a fluctuation. How disappointing. These old people all shook their heads. The most nervous was Li Heishui. This was a stone with a sky-high price. If he could not cut out anything, all the previous divine medicines would have to be used to fill the hole. Yifan did not say anything. He continued to swing his knife and cut open the stone man's abdomen. It was still white. Then, he cut open the head. Finally, he put the knife on the chest. Stone chips flew everywhere, but there was still nothing. Li Heishui broke out in a cold sweat. He was full of hope, but now he was extremely disappointed. At this moment, there was still a fist-sized stone on the ground. It was located at the heart. In addition, there was no cut on the forehead. Now, the outside of the stone garden was no longer calm. No one was optimistic about this 9-holed stone man. It had been cut until now, and it was still white. It was almost impossible for such a stone to contain a rare treasure. Haha. Wu Ziming laughed. You overestimate yourself. After so many years, all the experts shook their heads and left. No one chose it. Do you really think you are a Genesis technique master? Li Chongtian also gloated. There are always some people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think they can guide the world, but in the end, they are nothing. Haha, the group of them were all laughing. The outside of the stone garden was noisy. Some were sarcastic, some were ridiculing, and some were sympathetic. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. Now, no one was quiet. It was noisy. No one was optimistic about the 9-holed stone man. Hee hee. A deep and meaningful sneer sounded nearby. The supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Shui, had also appeared. At this moment, even Yao Yuekong and the great Xia prince were very disappointed. They were silent and doubtful whether they had underestimated Yifan. In the distance, Jiang Yifei frowned and no longer paid attention to this place. And Miaoi also shook her head slightly. The expression on her beautiful and flawless face became calm. A group of old people quietly watched beside Yifan. They did not say anything. The beautiful young Taoist girl stood at the side. She was still very calm and did not say anything. Damn it, this is really annoying. Li Heishui was very depressed. He glared at Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian and the others in the distance. At this moment, only the little nun in white was still squatting on the ground. She looked very innocent and was still curiously staring at the fist-sized stone. She blinked her big eyes and said, "Why are you not cutting it?" Yi Fan was unperturbed. He stood up and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone willing to bet with me?" The surrounding elders were shocked by Yi Fan's words. The people outside the stone garden were stunned at first, then broke out into an uproar. Bet? Are you going to bet on that white rock on the ground? It's obvious that it's a white flower stone. It's impossible to extract the source energy from it. Even the lowest level stone gambler knows that. Young man, even if the 9-orifice stone golem is empty, don't be so weak. There will be more chances in the future. I think he's possessed. Even at this point, he still wants to gamble with others. The crowd outside the Heavenstone Garden discussed fervently, especially Wu Ziming and the rest, who laughed loudly. What are you betting on? You're going to use that white rock to extract the source energy? What a joke. I think he's mad because he can't take the blow. I already said that he doesn't know his place. Now he's back to square one. He thinks he's a Genesis technique expert, but he fell from the clouds. Overestimating himself, ha ha ha, Yi Fan's expression was calm as he said, "Who wants to bet with me? I'll bet with the 9-orifice stone golem. If I lose, I'm willing to pay 25,000 kilograms of source energy." The moment he said this, the crowd first fell silent, then exploded into an uproar. This guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. 25,000 kilograms of source energy. If you can take it out, I'll bet with you, someone shouted in provocation. Can't take the blow, so you're going to give up, someone mocked. Within the stone garden, Yao Yuekong came forward and advised, "Brother, there's no need to be like this. At most, we'll start all over again. It's impossible to extract a rare treasure from such a white rock." Yi Fan shook his head and persisted, "It's fine. I just want to bet with them. I even managed to extract a divine herb today. I feel that the heavens are on my side." The fist-sized rock on the ground was glaringly white. Everyone was speechless and sighed when they thought of its astronomical price. Extracting a divine herb is a great opportunity. It's a rare item that hasn't been seen for many years. Do you really think you can extract such a divine item? What a joke. Do you have the source energy or not? If you do, I'll bet with you. Outside the stone garden, all types of noises sounded. No one believed that the white flower stone could produce an origin stone. Li Heishui was anxious. He secretly transmitted his voice, "Are you really confident? This is the white marble stone. Even a beginner gambler knows that it's impossible to get it from the source." "I'm more or less confident," Yi Fan replied secretly. "Really?" Li Heishui saw that Yi Fan was very calm, so he was skeptical. How could I have tricked myself? Yi Fan thought to himself. You're too sinister. You're fishing. Li Heishui relaxed and chuckled to himself. Everyone says I'm black-hearted, but I think you're even blacker than me. You clearly got something good, yet you're still so calm. You didn't forget to scam these people. I think I should call you Yi Hei instead. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the stone garden. No one could remain calm. The old Taoist nun from the Tao One Holy Land had to take a few steps forward to prevent people from rushing in. Yi Fan swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Everything I said is true. Look at what this is." He waved his sleeve and a large pile of source energy appeared on the ground. It flickered with light and surged with spiritual qi. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and a dozen others had lost a total of 42,000 kilograms of source energy to him. The great Xia prince had also lost 10,000 kilograms of source energy. In total, it was just over 50,000 kilograms. Outside the stone garden, everyone felt a little dizzy after seeing so many source energy. Most of them were young people and had never dealt with so many before. Their eyes were all burning with passion. "Does anyone dare to bet with me?" Yi Fan asked again. This time everyone was stunned. 50,000 kilograms of source energy was too much. Normally, such a scene was rarely seen. Those who could take out so many source energy would not fight over it. Most of them were the big shots of the older generation and used it to buy rare treasures. Even for people like Jiang Yifei and An Miaoi, their expressions changed slightly as they were slightly surprised. Some people's mouths were dry and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were a little dazed as they stared at the 50,000 kilograms of source energy in the garden. However, such a large pile of source energy was really too much. No young person could take it out at once, so they all stared at it. Some of the older generation could take it out, but they could not put down their pride. Especially in the stone garden, the old people around Yifan all had great backgrounds. Many of them could afford to take out 50,000 kilograms of source energy. However, just now, they had followed behind Yifan and seemed to be choosing stones together. They could not put down their pride to bet with him. How about this? I will lower the standard and use 1 square of source as the standard. As long as you work together to gather enough, you can come in. I will accompany you one by one. 10,000 kilograms of source energy was divided into 3 squares, and 50,000 kilograms of source energy was divided into 15 squares. Yifan divided the large pile of source energy into 15 piles and looked at the crowd. Bet, let's gather source energy and join together to bet with him. At that moment, 7 or 8 people gathered 10,000 kilograms of source energy and became the first batch of gamblers. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian and the others could not hold back and wanted to immediately enter the field to bet. This was a rare opportunity to take revenge for what happened before. These 2 country bumpkins are doomed. Unfortunately, we do not have source energy on us. What should we do? Wu Ziming was unwilling. Isn't that Senior Li Yishui in front? He is the Grand Elder of Disillusionment Palace. Li Chongtian is your Grand Uncle Xian. Why don't you go and borrow some source energy? Someone suggested. That's right. I see that Senior Li Yishui is quite dissatisfied with those 2 youngsters because of the godly medicine. Li Chongtian, you go and explain. I think he will definitely lend us some. Alright, I will go and try. Not long after, Li Chongtian returned with 10,000 kilograms of source energy. Yifan did not make a sound and calmly watched them walk over. He had been waiting for these people and knew that they would borrow source energy from Li Yishui. At this moment, Li Yishui revealed a deep and cold smile and looked towards the stone garden meaningfully. Old thing, let's see if you can still smile in a while. Seeing this, Li Yishui's mouth revealed a cold smile. Is there anyone else who wants to bet? Yifan's gaze swept across the crowd. Many people were tempted and wanted to team up. However, seeing how calm Yifan and Li Yishui were, they were a bit doubtful and hesitant. Especially the elders in the stone garden, they all showed strange expressions and felt that the situation could change for the better. Is there really no one else? Yifan asked again. At this moment, the little nun in white was still squatting on the ground and holding her beautiful chin. Her big eyes were incomparably pure as she unhappily muttered, "Hurry up and cut it." Yifan asked many times but no one responded. Now, many people were a bit doubtful. Even Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian were a bit uneasy. This was because Yifan was too calm and collected. In the end, no one else entered. Only 2 groups of people wanted to bet with Yifan, a total of 20,000 kilograms of origin source. Hurry up. The little nun in white tilted her head and blinked her big eyes to urge them. She was a bit dissatisfied. Little sister, since you are in such a hurry, I'll let you cut the stone, okay? Yifan laughed. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and ignored him. Her expression was focused and only stared at the stone. The great Xia prince was really annoyed and wanted to slap Yifan. He frowned and walked a few steps forward to stand beside his little sister. Hurry up and cut the stone. Wu Ziming and the others urged. Okay, let's wait for the peerless treasure to appear. Yifan revealed a serious expression. He held the sharp silver knife and moved it on the fist-sized stone. Kacha! The sound of the stone cutting rang out and the surrounding people immediately quieted down. It was as if they had returned to the beginning and no one said anything. The stone powder rustled down and the silver knife moved very quickly. Not long after, the fist-sized stone had shrunk to half its original size. It was still a white marble stone and there was no strange phenomenon. Although Wu Ziming and the others wanted to laugh, they couldn't. In this solemn atmosphere, they were even a bit nervous. In the end, the stone was not even the size of a plum. Many people couldn't help but talk about it. The majority of people believed that it was impossible to cut out anything. It was already such a small piece, and it was a white marble stone. If there was a divine object inside, it should have long sensed spiritual energy. Even Li Heishui couldn't keep his cool. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, but he was still very calm and accurately cut the stone. Kacha. When it was only the size of a lychee, the color of the stone finally changed and became a dark red. Many people cried out in surprise. Yi Fan slowed down and carefully peeled off the stone. Everyone immediately held their breath and no longer made a sound, quietly observing. In the end, a dark red stone shaped like a heart was peeled out. The old people present were all shocked and revealed incomparable expressions of pity. What a pity, this 9-orifice stone golem really has a chance to transform. The heart has already formed, and in a few million years, it will most likely develop spiritual intelligence and become a saint spirit near the level of an immortal. What a pity, it shouldn't have been born so early. If it was discovered, everything would be for naught. All the old people shook their heads, feeling that this was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, in a few million years, it would be an incomparably terrifying existence that could compete with the ancient emperors. The 9-orifice stone golem can only stop here. In the end, it couldn't give birth to a rare treasure. What a pity for this stone embryo. Seeing that all the old people present had come to this conclusion, Wu Ziming immediately laughed and mocked, "Genesis technique genius, hand over the source." Yi Fan ignored him and continued to cut. As expected, after the dark red stone heart was cut open, there was nothing. Ha ha ha. Li Chongtian and the others laughed loudly, full of joy and mockery. Outside the stone garden, there was an uproar. Many people were filled with regret and wanted to beat themselves up for missing such a great opportunity to bet. Hee hee. Disillusionment Palace's supreme elder Li Yishui sneered meaningfully. The Xia Prince and Yao Yuekong also shook their heads, feeling that Yi Fan was too impulsive. This was equivalent to giving away the source for no reason. "Young man, what can I say about you? You really shouldn't have done this. 9 out of 10 bets are lost, especially when it comes to source stones. If you don't cut it open, it's hard to predict the result." Some of the old people around shook their heads, all feeling sorry for Yi Fan. Yi Fan was still very calm and did not say much. However, Li Heishui was sweating profusely, and nothing came out. This was a very big blow to him. Especially after seeing Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian's mockery, he was even angrier. Seeing the sympathetic and gloating expressions of the others, he couldn't help but sigh. What, can't say anything? There were a total of 2 groups of people who bet with Yi Fan. At this moment, they were all very pleased with themselves. Genesis technique genius, go back and practice for a few more years. Not everyone can cut such an expensive stone. You overestimate yourself, thinking that you are the reincarnation of the Yuan Taoist master. What a joke. Since you don't want to say anything, we will collect the source ourselves, haha. These people laughed heartily, especially Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian, who were even more presumptuous. Around them, Yao Yuekong, the Xia Prince and the others were silent, and the group of old people also did not speak. Outside the stone garden, there was an uproar. Most people were blaming themselves and regretting. Wait. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly said calmly, "I have not finished cutting the 9-orifice stone golem. What right do you have to touch my source?" Hearing him say this, everyone was stunned. Even people like Jiang Yifei and In Miaoi were surprised. You still have stones to cut? Wu Ziming and the others looked at the ground, but they did not care. The little nun in white was still holding her chin and did not get up. She said in a clear and melodious voice, "Hurry up and cut it. Let me see what is inside." Yi Fan picked up a flat stone from the stone powder. It was half the size of a palm and about an inch thick. Such a flat stone, you still hope to cut out something rare? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Even now, you still won't give up. We will wait for you to cut it and see what comes out. The 2 groups of people who bet with Yi Fan did not believe that they could cut out anything. The corners of their mouths curled into a sneer. Can you still join? Since you still have stones, I also want to bet with you. Someone outside the stone garden shouted. I want to join too. Count me in. The heaven stone garden suddenly became noisy. Many people shouted and wanted to join. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source was really enough to make people jealous. What should we do? Li Heishui was anxious and secretly transmitted his voice. Wait to collect the source. Yi Fan replied. You. I understand. You little brat, after causing trouble twice, the hesitant people still dare to come in. As expected, I should call you Yi Hei. Li Heishui suddenly understood. This time, Yi Fan did not agree as readily as last time. He was somewhat hesitant and said, Everyone, why do you have to be like this? Not long ago, you were the one who said that you wanted to bet with everyone here. Why are you backing out now? Words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. We will also join. This old bastard. Li Heishui cursed in a low voice. He discovered that Li Yishui was sending the source to Li Chongtian's group. The dozen or so people were adding fuel to the fire. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and he said with a sound transmission, I just want to scam him, this big fish. This old fellow can take out tens of thousands of kilograms by himself, and the others can't even gather 10,000 kilograms. Finally, when Yi Fan agreed, several people quickly rushed over and piled 30,000 kilograms of source on top of Wu Ziming's group. The others were unwilling. Another dozen or so people gathered 10,000 kilograms of source, but they were too late and could only return dispiritedly. 50,000 kilograms of source against 15 square meters. Everyone, when the time comes, you have to admit defeat. Yi Fan became increasingly calm. Who will win and who will lose? I think it's the other way around. Wu Ziming sneered. At this moment, Li Yishui's heart jumped. He felt something was wrong, but unfortunately, the source had already been sent in. Quickly cut the rock. When a genius like you gives us 50,000 kilograms of source, ha ha ha, what genius, he is just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Fan smiled and became even more calm. He said to the old nun of Dao One Sacred Land, Senior, please seal this space to prevent the rare treasure from escaping. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not help but look at the scene. Even the number of people talking decreased. Are you sure you want to do this? The old nun asked calmly. I am sure that a peerless rare treasure will appear. Yi Fan was very sure. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was truly a series of twists and turns. Seeing his expression, many people subconsciously believed him. Of course, there were also many people who were doubtful, and some even sneered and mocked. He really lost his head from gambling. He still refuses to give up. Let's see how he will deal with this. If he can't cut anything, I want to see where he will put his face. He is shooting himself in the foot. Let's wait for him to make a fool of himself. The people who said this were naturally the people who had bet with him. They were the most arrogant, and all of them had cold smiles on their faces. The old nun of Dao One Sacred Land did not say much. She decisively sealed this space and a transparent light curtain covered this place. From start to finish, the young nun of Dao One Sacred Land was very calm and indifferent. She had been watching indifferently. As for who was the most curious, it was undoubtedly the little nun in white. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fan. She wrinkled her nose and urged Yi Fan to hurry up and cut the stone. Little brother, are you sure you can cut out a rare treasure? Yao Yuekong asked. The Prince of Great Xia also looked over. I am somewhat confident, Yi Fan answered. Hearing this, the surrounding old people were undoubtedly the most shocked. The stone was very special to them. After all, they had been watching it for many years. If they really could not cut out anything, they would undoubtedly be very disappointed. This time, Yi Fan revealed an extremely serious expression. This stone was the forehead of the stone, including the area between the eyebrows. When he cut out this area, he had already confirmed that there was something extraordinary inside. However, he was not in a hurry to cut it open. Instead, he continued to peel off other parts. Now, he had no choice but to be serious. The silver knife slid down, and the stone layer was slowly peeled off. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid of cutting something. He was extremely careful. Crack. When Yifan's last knife landed, the entire piece of stone cracked. Far away from the eyebrows, a cocoon-like object fell out. It was only an inch long and half an inch thick. It was dark golden color and shone brightly. It was a metal cocoon. No one knew what it contained, but it gave people a very special feeling. He really cut something out. Everyone was shocked. The rare treasure inside the white flower stone was beyond everyone's imagination. This is the thing that came out of the 9-orifice stone. What on earth is it? At this moment, the dark gold metal cocoon attracted everyone's attention. Bang! Suddenly, it trembled slightly and trembled on its own. What? It can move? Is it some kind of ancient creature? Everyone's expression changed. There were indeed many legends about ancient creatures. What could such a metal cocoon contain? Yifan quickly retreated, feeling the danger. At this moment, a shocking murderous intent permeated the air. It was so shocking that many people's faces turned pale. What on earth is about to be born? Many of the older generation began to be on guard. This was the only reassuring thing. There were many older experts here today. Crack! The dark gold metal cocoon quickly cracked. Then, a black sword aura shot out and pierced through the old nun's seal. The cold murderous intent caused people's souls to tremble. The bone-chilling murderous intent was intimidating. The cocoon completely shattered and turned into dust. A small black sword less than an inch long appeared in its place. It clanged and exploded with murderous intent. It pierced through the sealed space and shot up into the sky like a black light. Heavens, this murderous intent is too terrifying. It's definitely interwoven with Tao and reason. The 9-orifice stone statue is indeed a miraculous being born by heaven and earth. It contains such a divine sword. If it wasn't born too early and placed here, the 9-orifice stone statue would have become a sacred spirit in the future. This is a murderous sword created by heaven and earth. Some of the older people exclaimed. Heavens, look! What material is it made of? It seems to be black dragon patterned gold. That's right. It is indeed a sacred object exclusive to the great emperors, black dragon patterned gold. This was even more shocking. Everyone was extremely excited. The small black sword, less than an inch long, was covered with natural dragon patterns. It was simple and natural, but at this moment, a black light shot up into the sky. It's made of the same material as the sacred weapon of the wavering light sacred ground, the dragon-patterned cauldron. This is a peerless treasure. The 9-orifice stone statue actually gave birth to such a thing. This will be its future weapon. This 9-orifice stone statue is amazing. If it wasn't cut open, it would be able to compete with the great emperors. Although the black dragon-patterned gold sword was less than an inch long and was a very small sacred object, if it hadn't been born prematurely and nurtured by the 9-orifice stone statue, it would definitely become an extreme sacred weapon in the future. Everyone was both regretful and shocked. The 9-orifice stone statue was too extraordinary. It was born with a weapon, and it was a sacred object like the black dragon-patterned gold. If it could really be born, its battle power would definitely shock the world. Everyone worked together to seal the small black dragon sword. Quick, seal it. It was born prematurely, and the stone statue has a grudge. Hold on for a while, and the sword will return to its normal state. The black dragon-patterned gold sword was born from the sacred object of the sect. This result made everyone who had bet with Yifan dumbfounded. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian's faces turned green. As for the supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Yishui, he almost vomited blood. This result was too unexpected, their hearts were bleeding. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source stone had been swindled away just like that. At this moment, these people couldn't bear it anymore. Damn, this is too cruel. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source stone. These two brats are too evil. Their faces are evil, and their hearts are evil too. Those who had bet were on the verge of collapsing, and they kept cursing. However, no one was paying attention to them. The black dragon-patterned gold sword that had been cut out was definitely a rare treasure, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. Especially since it was born from the 9-orifice stone statue, it was absolutely moving. white-robed Jiang Yifei was the first to transmit a message to Yifan. Following him was the beautiful and Miaoyi. If not for the fact that the stone garden was sealed, she would have floated in. At this moment, many people expressed their goodwill to Yifan and wanted to buy the sword, even though it was very small. Inside the Heaven Stone Garden, sword energy rushed to the heavens. The small black sword that was less than an inch long moved with endless murderous intent. Compared to normal weapons, it was really too short and small, to the extent where it was even somewhat insignificant. However, its might was terrifying. The black light pierced the clouds with a cold and austere aura that made people tremble to the bones. Even their souls were trembling, and their bodies and minds were terrified. Some of the older generation took action at the same time. The black light was suppressed and retracted from the sky. Meanwhile, the small black sword was jumping about, wanting to escape. Clang! It turned into a beam of black light and pierced through a precious stone, stabbing into the light screen the old Taoist nun had set up. The old Taoist nun's jade-like fingers pressed down in the void. The space was sealed and all directions became silent. A type of divine might of the great Tao surged and immediately pressed down. Dang! An elder flicked his fingers continuously. Hundreds of beams of divine light shot at the small black sword, causing it to tremble. It then turned into a beam of black light and shot back. Chi! The black light flickered with a dazzling sharpness as it shot towards the crowd. Such a terrifying weapon was absolutely powerful. Some of the elders' expressions changed as they all took action. Clang! More than 10 elders flicked their fingers at the same time and struck the small black sword. It shook for a while and its light finally dimmed. The 9-orifice stone man was cut, so its resentment is indeed great. We need to put in more effort to disperse its remnant will. Only then would the small black sword return to its normal state. It was now a completely vicious weapon that could kill and injure people. If not for the old Taoist nun and so many elders sealing the stone garden, this place would have become a land of blood. The small black sword's power was flourishing as it interweaved with the Tao. Moreover, it was cast from the black dragon-patterned gold. It could be said to be unstoppable and almost impossible to block. Clang clang clang. The black dragon-patterned gold sword vibrated as black light shot out in all directions. It interweaved into a terrifying black lightning that actually had the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Li Heishui was shocked and said, "So terrifying. Even cutting the stone is dangerous. If one is not careful and is pierced by it, all rare treasures will become illusions." The young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong, exclaimed, "The black dragon-striped golden sword, this is a rare treasure, absolutely priceless." The great Xiao prince's gaze was fervent as he said, "Brothers, sell it to me and I will give you a satisfactory price." Yifan shook his head and said, "I don't have that idea yet. Maybe I'll keep it for my own use." It wasn't that he couldn't sell it, but that he couldn't right now. Just now, quite a few people sent him sound transmissions, saying that he couldn't sell it right now. Yao Yuekong's eyes were also burning with passion. This is a weapon made from a saint artifact. Even though the materials used are few, and it is far from an extreme saint artifact, it is still extremely rare. It can be sold at a sky-high price. Boom, the stone garden trembled. When these elders truly took action, not even the black dragon pattern sword produced by the stone man could display its power. It was still sealed in the end. The reason why it was so swift and fierce was mainly because the Tao and truth intertwined with each other were displaying their might under the effect of resentment. It was equivalent to a little incomplete nomological power. These elders did not stop there. Each of them pointed out a finger, and a divine light shot out. Bolts of lightning fell down and enveloped the small black sword. This was equivalent to a baptism. With a chi sound, the resentment was dispersed and completely refined. The small black sword lost control, and the black light finally disappeared. Ding! The black dragon pattern sword fell to the ground and pierced through a precious stone. It was made of a special material, a saint artifact, and it was extremely heavy. It actually sank into the ground. Yifan quickly moved forward and with a wave of his right hand, he guided the small black sword up. It turned into a black light and appeared in his palm. Even though it was less than an inch long, it was very heavy, 1,000 times heavier than ordinary refined iron. Even though it was so short, it still weighed more than 100 pounds. When it was in the stone man's forehead, it was not heavy at all. Only after it came into being did its heaviness become apparent. Worthy of being a weapon that interweaves Tao and truth, to have such a mysterious transformation. After subduing the black dragon patterned sword, there was a short period of silence. The stone garden immediately became noisy, and a group of elders surrounded Yi Fan. Little brother, sell this sword to me, 130,000 pounds of origin source. Sell it to me, 150,000 pounds of origin source. This old one needs it, 180,000 pounds of origin source. When these people opened their mouths, they easily offered hundreds of thousands of pounds of origin source. Many people's eyes were burning hot. At this moment, the stone garden was in an uproar, and the surrounding cultivators were both envious and jealous. 2 exceptional treasures were cut out, and both of them were sold at sky-high prices. Many people's eyes were green, and they looked over like wolves, wishing they could pounce over and snatch it. This black dragon pattern sword interweaved Tao and truth, and it was definitely the older generation's favorite. It was priceless. Of course, it also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it was too small. It could only be measured with a piece, and compared to normal weapons, it was like a sesame seed. Many great figures would refine an iron peak or several great mountains when refining magical treasures, and the materials used were in the tens of thousands of pounds. Its value lay in the fact that it interweaved a portion of its own laws, and the materials were divine objects. Even though it was small, it was still an exceptional treasure. Seniors, let me think about it myself. These old men couldn't be provoked, and Yi Fan didn't want to offend them. The black dragon patterned sword was only half an inch long, and its entire body was jet black. It was sparkling and translucent, and it didn't move at all in the palm of his hand. There were dragon-shaped patterns on its surface, profound and natural. These were natural dragon patterns of the great Tao, and also the origin of its name. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more he liked it. He felt that if he used his powerful divine sense to control it, it would definitely be unstoppable, and it could greatly increase his combat strength. However, cutting out this rare treasure in front of everyone and wanting him to stay might cause great trouble. This was a problem that gave him a headache. After thinking about it carefully, he already had many treasures in his hands, and the most important thing now was to collect origin source and raise his cultivation level. Let me see. The little nun from the great Xia dynasty revealed a hopeful expression. Yi Fan handed it to her, and the little nun in white held it in her palm. Her large eyes blinked, and she couldn't shift her gaze away no matter what. Little brother, please sell it to us. The great Xia prince spoke again, wanting to buy the sword. My sister likes it so much, as her elder brother, I want to give it to her as a gift. This old man also likes it, but no one wants to give it to me, so I can only buy it myself. An old man at the side joked. Yes, as old men, we can only buy it for ourselves. Little brother, do you think 180,000 origin source is enough? The little nun in white returned the black sword to Yi Fan. She was reluctant to part with it, and her large eyes glanced around, unable to shift away. The purple-clothed demon Yuekong smiled and said, Little brother, don't be in a difficult position. Who should you sell it to? Just put it in our Sky Demon treasure tower for auction. Yi Fan was surrounded by the crowd, and it was difficult for him to get away. At this moment, the elegant Jiang Yifei entered the garden, and after bowing to the old nun, he also came forward to buy the sword. At the same time, and Miaoi walked over gracefully. Her fragrance that was like an orchid drifted in the air, her eyes were clear like water, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear that she was also interested in this sword. Li Heishui squeezed in with great difficulty and said, Everyone, you all know the origin of this sword. It is the weapon of slaughter of the future Holy Spirit, it was nurtured by the 9-orifice stone man, this is the holy sword born from heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement at how miraculous creation was. A black gold dragon patterned holy object was born between the 9-orifice stone golem's eyebrows and transformed into a holy sword. All of this was too inconceivable, shocking, and inconceivable. Yi Fan smiled and said, Seniors, let me think about it carefully. In any case, I will not be leaving the Divine City in the near future. When the time comes, I will give you a satisfactory answer. From start to finish, the one who was the calmest was the Dao One Holy Land's female Taoist priest. She stood in the distance, her eyes calm and indifferent. Yi Fan put away the large pile of origin source on the ground. Rays of light flickered and sparkled. It could be said that his harvest was huge. He had obtained another 50,000 kilograms of origin source. Those who gambled with him all had ashen faces, without a trace of blood. Especially Wu Ziming and the others, they had the urge to kill. They felt that they had been tricked. This was a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. Hey brat, you guys are ruthless enough. If you say another word, I will fight with you. Li Heishui mocked. Just now, you were mocking us and mocking us. How do you feel now? Using the words you used to mock us, we fell from the 9 heavens to the ground. Let me add another sentence, we still fell face first. You, Wu Ziming and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled, but they couldn't do anything. Now that Yi Fan's origin source technique was astonishing, he was the center of attention, like a moon surrounded by stars. Even people like In Miaoi, Yao Yuekong, and the elders with great backgrounds didn't want to get involved. Yi Fan had first obtained the divine medicine, then the holy sword from the 9-orifice stone golem. At this moment, he had naturally become a popular figure, and many people wanted to rope him in. Brothers, I have already booked a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Inn. We will not return until we are drunk, the prince of the Great Xia secretly transmitted his voice. This was something that had already been agreed upon, so Yi Fan didn't refuse and agreed. Let's celebrate today, Yao Yuekong said with a smile. He also had the same idea, and he had mentioned it before. Before that, I have to pay my debt. Yi Fan walked forward, arriving in front of Master Yuan and the old nun, and piled the 45,000 kilograms of origin source on the ground. The 9-orifice stone golem was extremely expensive, and if it wasn't for the dragon rune black gold holy sword, it would have been a huge loss. Not far away, the supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Yishui, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was equivalent to him paying the bill. He had been tricked into such a cowardly state, and he was literally rushing to deliver the source. How could he endure this? Today, we will have a good chat about origin source techniques, the prince said, his sister following beside him. And Miaoi suddenly transmitted her voice with a smile. Miaoi, I intend to prepare a table of delicacies for lunch and toast with wine. I wonder if little brother is free? She was the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Barren territory, and every frown and smile of hers could move people's hearts. Being invited by her was something that many people wished for. She quietly waited for Yi Fan's reply. If news of this were to spread, many men in the divine city would definitely be envious and jealous. Jiang Yifei's white robe was spotless, and he looked like a jade tree in the wind. His smile was very infectious, and he didn't step forward. Instead, he spoke to Li Heishui, wanting to invite the two of them. Beside him, many elders were also very direct, and they extended an olive branch to Yi Fan. They were not only interested in the dragon rune black gold holy sword, but also his origin source techniques. Naturally, many people had the same idea. If they could befriend a origin source technique genius, it would naturally be beneficial in the future. The Divine City was a place where experts from Eastern Barren, the royal family of Central Plains, and the overlords of Northern Plains would often appear. Everything here was luxurious and prosperous. The Drunken Immortal Inn was known as one of the 8 great immortal inns of the Divine City. It floated in the air. This was a bejeweled jade palace. Every brick and tile of the palace was carved out of jade, and it was beautiful and magnificent like a dream. Yi Fan and Li Heishui rejected the others and went to the Drunken Immortal Inn with the prince and Yao Yuekong. The little nun went with them. The palace was surrounded by white mist. It was richly decorated, as if they had arrived at the ancient heaven. The group flew into the air and stood on the white jade stairs. They looked back and saw the mist. It was like they had arrived at the celestial world. May I ask the heavens if there are celestials? The Prince of Great Xia murmured in his heart. Yi Fan was startled. Comparing the past with the present, he was dazed. In this world, cultivators could fly in the sky and travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. If he was in his hometown, he would already be a celestial being. The white jade road stretched forward like a bridge that led to the heavens. They strolled on it, advancing step by step. Many spiritual birds and rare beasts danced among the clouds. Among the majestic palaces, 16 young girls flew in the sky and landed in the mist. They bowed respectfully and led the group forward. The drunken immortal inn was very particular. It was a retro building that looked like it had been through thousands of eras. It was majestic and had a deep foundation. Li Heishui smiled, everything here belongs to the Huangjin family. Brother Yue Kong, aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Those who come are guests. They won't be unreasonable and ruin their reputation. Yao Yuekong's strength was shocking. It was hard to find a worthy opponent among the same generation. Not long ago, he fought with the descendant of the Huangjin family. Esteemed guest, this way please. The 16 young girls were not weak cultivators. However, they could only lead the way and serve the dishes for the guests. Southern Heaven Gate? Yi Fan's expression changed. There were 3 ancient words engraved on the grand gate in front of him. As he walked here, there were clouds and mist everywhere beneath his feet. This place was built to imitate the legendary ancient heaven, the Prince of Great Xia introduced. It was obvious that he was a regular here. Why haven't I heard of the ancient heaven? Yi Fan asked. 10,000 years ago, the Qing emperor mentioned that he wanted to build a celestial court. He had laid out such a layout, but he eventually fell, Yao Yuekong explained. The Azure Emperor was the great emperor of the fiend race from 10,000 years ago. He was Yan Ryu's ancestor. As for how long he had lived, it was hard to say. It can't be that some ancient heavenly court really collapsed, right? Yi Fan was suspicious. Impossible, Emperor Qing only mentioned it. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty shook his head. After passing through the southern heavenly gate, there was an incomparably spacious area ahead. It was divided into 4 regions, each with the 4 sceneries of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This place? Yi Fan was surprised. It was much more spacious than on the ground. There were many palaces here. The 4 gardens had 4 different scenes of the 4 seasons. Yao Yuekong said, there are 4 barriers here. Although they can't be compared to the small worlds created by the ancient sages, they are almost independent spaces. The Golden Family of Northern Plains has a deep understanding of the Tao of space. A young girl beside him said softly, esteemed guest, please choose the garden. In the end, Yi Fan chose the winter scenery. Ever since he came to this world, he had never seen a season with snowflakes. The cold air brushed against their faces. The palace was covered in silver and snow. Standing under the palace, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yi Fan was lost in thought. He thought about the snowy season in the past. Those people and things, now, they were separated by a galaxy. It would be difficult to meet them again. A delicate fragrance drifted over. The plum trees were proud of the snow and the wind. The flowers bloomed in the bitter cold. They sat down and enjoyed the snow and the flowers while drinking. It was a unique scene. After drinking several times the fine wine, even the little nun in white's face was flushed and her big eyes were sparkling. Princess, you are a monk. How can you drink? Yi Fan joked. The little nun in white did not cut off her hair and covered it with a snow-white hat. She wrinkled her delicate nose and murmured in a low voice, I'm cultivating in the secular world. Yao Yuekong said, I have long heard that Buddhism has all kinds of divine arts. They are all amazing in the world, but I have never seen them before. Yi Fan wanted to get information about Sakyamuni from the Buddhist faction, but the prince and the little nun of Great Xia didn't talk about it in detail. What is the name of Buddha now? Past Buddha or Tathagata Buddha? Yi Fan asked Li Heishui secretly. Buddha is the revered one. There are no other names. The little nun said. What kind of Buddha is Sakyamuni? Yi Fan asked indifferently. The little nun's blushing face froze. She stared at the wine glass with her big eyes and didn't say anything else. The prince sighed, let's not mention this name. It is a taboo in Western Desert. I also want to know what happened. I have flipped through many ancient books and can only come to one conclusion, there is no Tathagata Buddha in Buddhism. Why do you say that? Yi Fan asked in confusion. It seems like the Buddha has already perished. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head slowly after saying this. Brother Xia, you are in the wrong. Li Heishui raised his glass and drank. We have already said this much. Why are you still hesitating? Are you trying to keep us in suspense? The prince was called Xia Yiming and the little nun was called Xia Yilin. After getting to know each other, they started to call each other casually. He is the revered one, but he isn't. The traitor might have something to do with him. Some say he is the demonic shell of Buddha. Xia Yiming didn't say anything else. Yao Yuekong said, Your Royal Highness, can't you be a bit more specific? This is just a little secret that I've heard. There's nothing else. You must not speak of it, or else you will be killed. Grand Xia Prince Xia Yiming said. What secret? Who will kill us? Yi Fan asked. Let's not talk about this. There is nothing to gain from it. Xia Yiming shook his head firmly. Brother Xia, with your status, why are you afraid? Yao Yuekong didn't understand. We really don't need to talk about Buddhism. Xia Yiming raised his eyes and looked around at the endless snow, saying, Mount Meru is not an ordinary place. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any further. The prince's knowledge was indeed limited. Yi Fan asked another question, how long has Buddhism existed? It has existed since ancient times. The little nun lowly Xia Yilin's pure big eyes were filled with doubt. She looked at him as if he didn't even know this. Since ancient times? Yi Fan was shocked. Buddhism existed before the Sakyamuni 2,000 years ago. This left him in a daze. There aren't many people in the East Baron who know about Buddhism. It's fine if you don't know about it. Yao Yuekong smiled. Yi Fan thought about it. On the other side of the universe, Buddhism was created by Gautama Buddha, but there were already Buddhists before him. Rather than saying it was created, it was more accurate to say it was spread. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that Gautama Buddha saw Buddhists cultivating at the expense of their bodies. He thought that it was not the right way, so there was the Rolai Dharma. He felt that he had grasped something. So he didn't ask any further. He thought about it for a while before coming back to his senses. Outside the palace, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow swirled in the air, and the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted through the air. The few of them drank and chatted merrily. This banquet cost 250 kilograms of source energy. It was quite expensive, but compared to the legendary Immortal Banquet, it was nothing. The Immortal Banquets here cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source energy. They are specially prepared for divine lords and mighty beings, and they need to be booked in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gather all the ingredients. Even Sky Demon Palace's young Lord Yao Yuekong was speechless. Isn't it too exaggerated? Yi Fan asked. It's not an exaggeration at all. Take one of the dishes divine phoenix wings as an example. It's really cooked from a bird king that has part of the bloodline of the divine phoenix. It condenses all of its essence, and ordinary cultivators can break through a realm after eating it. Yi Fan suddenly asked, Is there a heavenly rock wing? There was a heavenly rock banquet in the past, but the old rock king made a big fuss over it. In the end, the golden-winged heavenly rock was cancelled because of him. Yi Fan opened his mouth, speechless. Li Heishui said, There are only a few immortal banquets a year. Only when the Divine Lord invites the mighty beings will it be held. Let's not think too much about it. But I really want to drink a cup of enlightenment tea from the immortal banquet. It is said that even mighty beings can gain enlightenment from it. Yao Yuekong shook his head. Enlightenment tea is a rare item in the immortal banquet. It's priceless. There is only one tree of enlightenment in the entire Eastern Baron. It's good enough to collect 30 leaves every year. God knows how many people are watching. There is only one tree of enlightenment in the world. Where is it? Yi Fan was surprised. In the Undying Mountain, Yao Yuekong said. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Undying Mountain was one of the 7 forbidden zones in the Eastern Baron. It was located in the north of the central region. Yao Yuekong said, The only tree of enlightenment is still growing in the Undying Mountain. Every year, only 30 leaves can be sent out. That's not far from the Holy Cliff, right? Yi Fan asked. That's right, it's not too far away. It said that the sacred cliff was a cliff that was cut out of the undying mountain by someone with peerless magic power. Yao Yuekong was worthy of being the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. He knew many things. Yi Fan nodded. He had to make a trip to this place, and it wouldn't be too long, because the Holy Cliff had the 9 secrets. The Holy Cliff was connected to the undying mountain. Ancient Saint Huang died there. The cliff was dyed dark red with blood. There was also a great emperor carved formation runes there. Yi Fan felt that there must be a lot of secrets there. Suddenly, music could be heard. In the palace next door, a girl in white was playing solo. A flock of spirit birds were attracted. These palaces were open for the nobles to admire the snow and plum blossoms. They could see each other sometimes. It's in Miaoi. Yi Fan's expression changed. Farian, why are you playing solo here? The Grand Xia Prince asked. Miaoi also arranged a banquet here. I wanted to toast little brother Gufeng with wine, but I was rejected. And Miaoi's brows were arched. Her flawless face had a faint smile. Gufeng was Yi Fan's current name. He couldn't walk around the divine city with his real name. Farian, why do you say that? Why don't we drink together? Yi Fan smiled. Yao Yuekong and the Prince of Great Xia also invited her. And Miaoi smiled lightly and nodded. Then, she walked over gracefully. She walked over and glanced at Yi Fan with her big eyes. She smiled and said, Little brother Gufeng, you are the first person to reject me. Miaoi is very vengeful. And Miaoi gracefully sat down. She had a natural body fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk. She would occasionally take a sip and speak witty words. She clinked glasses with a few people and very quickly blended in, not feeling like she had suddenly joined the group. The Great Xia Prince and Yao Yuekong were not ordinary people, so they would not be moved by ordinary beauty. However, and Miaoi had a strange charm that made people uncontrollably feel good about her. Little brother Gufeng, Miaoi offers you a cup of wine. You won't refuse this time, right? Her smile was very sweet. Yi Fan took a sip of wine and said, Next time, I will invite Farian to admire flowers under the moon as an apology. Yao Yuekong immediately laughed, Under the moon? Little brother Gu is still young, don't learn bad things. And Miaoi rolled her eyes at him. Although she came from Miaoyu nunnery, she was usually as pure as ice and as clean as jade, like a snow lotus on a cold peak, sacred and inviolable. At this moment, her smile was like a flower, giving her a unique charm. Yi Fan smiled, How would I dare? Brother Yuekong has misunderstood me. Farian is as beautiful as the moon fairy. Last time, Yi Yu's zither music left a deep impression on me. I was thinking that if I apologize under the moon, I might be able to see an immortal dance again. The Great Xiao Prince smiled, How about Farian perform an immortal dance for us now? The snow is swirling, do you have the heart to let me dance in the cold wind? And Miaoi smiled faintly, but eventually stood up and went to the plum trees outside the palace. She danced like a cloud, her clothes purer than snow. Like a fairy, she danced in the snow, her graceful figure vividly displaying a kind of gentleness. The plum blossoms danced in the air, sparkling and translucent, revolving around her. There were specks of red in the pure white, making her look even more ethereal. Good. Good. Waves of cheers came from the other palaces. Many people could see the flawless figure of an immortal dance in the snow. Not long after, and Miaoi gracefully floated into the hall. Even the little nun in white was influenced and became much closer to Miaoi. Little brother Gu's Genesis technique is amazing, how did you cultivate it? As they drank and chatted merrily, they finally brought up this question. This was what everyone wanted to know. It's just some ancient techniques passed down in my family. It's hardly elegant, Yi Fan replied. Yao Yuekong said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. Although you have only fought 2 or 3 times, I can tell that you have some amazing skills. Great Xia Prince Xia Yiming said, so it comes from a Genesis technique clan. I wonder which clan it is from. Yi Fan already knew that there were a few Genesis technique families in the northern region that had a long history and were very famous. They also had close relationships with the great sage. A small family in the mountains, not even worth mentioning. It's not some aristocratic clan, and merely some shallow Genesis techniques passed down by their ancestors that they never use. When Yao Yuekong heard this, he said, as expected of an expert. A hidden clan. It can't be the Yuan Taoist Masters branch with the longest heritage, right? That is the strongest Genesis technique branch in the world. Yifan shook his head and said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. I can see that your Genesis technique is quite ancient. It can't be the Yuan Taoist Masters branch, right? That's the strongest Genesis technique branch in the world. The prince said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. I can see that your Genesis technique is quite ancient, and I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the Yuan Taoist Masters branch. There are a few great Genesis technique families in the northern region, and I feel that your Genesis technique is better than theirs. I've seen 2 of their successors, and they are definitely not your match. Yao Yuekong said. And Miaoi smiled, Of course I know. I heard that a few people from a Genesis technique family came to the 9-orifice stone statue, but they gave up in the end. How can they compare to little brother Gu? To be honest, I was just guessing. Since I had already cut out the divine herb, I just took a gamble. Yifan smiled and changed the topic. He didn't want to dwell on this. Li Heishui said, Your Highness, your Xia Empire has a royal family stationed in Divine City all year round. Are you really that concerned about Genesis technique? Indeed. The great Xia prince answered. Yifan swirled the wine in his jade cup and said, I've heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true or false. Yao Yuekong also said, I've also heard some rumors, can brother Xia explain to us? The great Xia prince Xia Yiming put down his cup and said, What you've heard must be that our ancestors obtained a heavenly book from a stone when they cut the Genesis technique, allowing us to rise unstoppably and establish the great Xia Empire. Is that true? Yes, that is the legend. Li Heishui nodded. And Miaoi was also very concerned. She softly smiled and said, Your Highness, please tell us in detail. Let us understand more about it. The prince was overjoyed. It's all a rumor. How can the Tai Huang scripture be cut out from a stone? It was created by our ancestor, the Tai Huang scripture, and it represents a kind of achievement. The Tai Huang scripture was one of the 4 great scriptures of the Central Plains. Its offensive power was unparalleled in the Central Plains, and it seemed to be the strongest in the world. It was said that the only one that could compete with it was the fighting formula of the 9 esoteric arts. Unfortunately, this peerless saint art only appeared once every few hundred generations. The 2 great saint arts had never met before, and everyone wanted to know which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Yao Yuekong nodded and said, I'm also thinking, how could the Tai Huang scripture originate from someone else? The Tai Huang scripture was a legend, close to the level of a god. Some said that he could go against the laws of nature and kill immortals. Back then, his offensive power made the entire world tremble. Once he used his imperial draconic chi, no one in the world could compete with him. The Grand Emperor had left behind an indelible mark of glory in the annals of history, Xia Yiming said. The reason why the great Xia imperial clan resides in the northern divine city is purely because we need the source and the rare treasures within it. The crowd didn't believe it. At least, there were other rumors. Some said that they wanted to refine a cauldron of immortal pills, while others said that they wanted to repair a saint weapon. Yao Yuekong said, according to the ancient records of the northern divine city, more than 100,000 years ago, during the Desolate Era, a peerless beauty was cut out of a rock. Do you think it's similar to the 9-orifice golem? Li Heishui shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Maybe it's an ancient creature that was sealed in the source. It said that the land of the great sage couldn't stop her and let her escape. And Miaoi said, The source isn't just for gambling, there are even more valuable things. Li Heishui said. When they talked about the source, they couldn't help but mention the 2 rare treasures that Yifan had cut out. Everyone started to evaluate their value. That human-shaped godly medicine is too damaged, only 2 legs are left. It's worth at most a few 100,000 kilograms of source. The great Xia imperial prince said. Yao Yuekong nodded and said, Its real value is less than 50,000 kilograms. Primordial godly medicine is more valuable than divine source, but it's still too damaged. Without a doubt, he had the right to speak. After all, the Skyfay Treasure Tower was one of the 7 great auction houses of the Divine City. If someone urgently needs it, they can auction it. I think there will be a huge increase in the price. Yi Fan smiled. Without a doubt, and Miaoi was born with a clever mind. She instantly guessed what was going on and said, "The Holy Lands are attacking the Purple Mountain. If there are any casualties among the important figures, they will definitely fight to bid for the primordial divine medicine when they return." That's right. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Unscrupulous businessman. The little nun in white mumbled. Little sister, you can't say things like that. I'm saving lives. Yi Fan smiled. Who's your little sister? The little nun wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes. If that's the case, I think it can reach 300,000 kilograms of source. Yao Yuekong said. Gulp. Li Heishui gulped down a mouthful of wine to hide the sound of his own saliva. This was too shocking. A damaged primordial godly medicine was still so valuable. What's the price of the black gold dragon vein sword? He couldn't help but ask. My 2 brothers, can't you sell this small sword to me? I will give you a satisfactory price. The prince was very sincere. It was obvious that the little nun in white really liked the small sword that was less than an inch long. Hearing this, her big eyes immediately blinked. Miaoi is cultivating a special art and urgently needs an invincible weapon. I also want to buy this sword. And Miaoi smiled. Yi Fan flipped his hand and the black gold dragon vein sword appeared in his palm. He passed it to the others for them to admire. Yao Yuekong said, not long ago, someone from the Skyfay Treasure Tower sent a black gold dragon vein sword smaller than a fingernail. It was sold for 40,000 kilograms of source. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An emperor's exclusive holy item was indeed ridiculously expensive. It was many times more valuable than a god source of the same size. The ancient emperors needed a lot of resources to forge an extreme divine weapon. It couldn't be measured with such a granular object. If one thought about it, an extreme divine weapon, not to mention the Tao and reason contained within, just the material alone was hard to measure its terrifying value. No wonder the ancient emperors couldn't find the materials they needed even after searching the world. This is ridiculous. The others looked at the sword. The great Xia prince said, this sword has been nurtured for a limited time. It is far from being born. It has just begun to interweave Tao and reason. And Miaoi said, this sword is less than an inch long. If it is melted, it will be similar to the black gold dragon vein sword sold for 40,000 kilograms of source. Considering that it contains part of its own laws, we can add another 70,000 kilograms of source. It can't be that cheap, right? Li Heishui said. And Miaoi smiled, if we consider that it was born from the 9-orifice golem, a saint spirit sword born from heaven and earth, we can add another 50,000 kilograms of source. 250,000 kilograms of source? Li Heishui's heart was beating fast. Yao Yuekong said, in fact, it is even more precious. A saint sword born from the 9-orifice golem could sell for 350,000 kilograms of source. Even the great Xia prince couldn't bear it when he heard that number, let alone in Miaoi. Although they had super forces behind them, they couldn't just randomly buy rare materials. 300,000 plus 350,000. That's 650,000 kilograms of source. Li Heishui felt dizzy. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, if I don't want ordinary source, can I trade it for xenogenic source? Yao Yuekong said, it will be difficult. No one wants to trade for xenogenic source. If you want to trade, I think the price will drop by 2/3. What? That's a big difference. Yi Fan was shocked. Pure source is very weak for people with high cultivation. It is not even as dense as their own spirit chi. Xenogenic source, on the other hand, is different. It is a concentrated essence. For high-level cultivators, it is useless for their practice, but it is good for recovering god powers. 650,000 kilograms of pure source. If you trade it for xenogenic source, it will only be worth 200,000 kilograms? Yi Fan was shocked. Something like that. The great Xia prince nodded. That. Yi Fan was speechless. but he had no choice. Otherwise, he would need 1,000,000 kilograms of source to level up. It would be like a mountain. How could he refine it all? He would be drowned. The only thing he was happy about was that he had mastered the source technique, so he could continue to gamble on stones in other holy lands. It should not be a problem to collect what he needed. Dong. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang through the sky. The entire god city was shaking. This bell? Yi Fan was shocked. The Purple Mountain Wuxia bell was ringing again. It's the same as last time. Everyone stood up, feeling incomparably shocked. They felt a type of incomparably grand and majestic aura. Without a doubt, the great sage had attacked the Purple Mountain for the second time, but they had run back. They did not know what had happened this time. Brother Yue Kong, let's start the auction, Yi Fan said. Then, Li Heishui said to Yi Fan, that mortal yuan fruit that was eaten by a dog should be auctioned. He could not help but laugh. The divine city resonated. The great sage lords crossed the void and brought the sound waves of the Wu. Shi bell over. Purple Mountain was the great bell left behind by great Emperor Wu Shi. It had recently become the focal point of the world. The second attack on Purple Mountain ended in failure. The Holy Lands returned with heavy casualties, and the divine city was shaken. An hour later, the news spread that 3 holy lords were heavily injured. Many of the older generation were turned to dust by the Wu Shi bell wave, their bodies and souls destroyed. Hiss. After hearing this result, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. This time, the great sage lords reached an agreement with the 13 northern region bandits. They wanted to enter Purple Mountain with the help of the heaven-devouring evil jar, but they still failed. If not for the ancient heaven-devouring jar blocking the Wu Shi bell wave at the crucial moment, the holy lords would be in danger. The dragon pattern cauldron, divine sun cauldron, and void ancient mirror were used to suppress the so-called trump cards. This time, they were not used. Half an extreme path weapon could not stop the Wu Shi bell. After such a major event, they were naturally not in the mood to sit anymore. They all stood up and the banquet ended. Before leaving, and Miaoi smiled sweetly. Little brother Gu, if you want to sell the black dragon pattern sword, you must consider Miaoi. In just a few days, the news spread all over the world. Everyone was shocked. What did great Emperor Wu Shi leave behind? No one could control the bell, but it still had such power. It was truly terrifying. Yi Fan did not continue gambling. He waited for the Sky Demon Treasure Tower to auction the ancient divine medicine. These days, he finally went around the divine city with Li Heishui's company. He couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a giant city left behind by a god. Inside the divine city, not all places were extremely luxurious. There were also old tea houses on the roadside. I guess the Holy Lands will definitely use extreme path weapons next time. Half a heaven-devouring jar won't be able to stop the bell wave. Great Emperor Wu Shi has great achievements. Everyone is jealous of the inheritance he left behind. The Holy Lands will definitely use their extreme path holy weapons. In a shabby little tea house, everyone was talking about the Purple Mountain incident. Although the tea house was small, no one found it shabby, because some legendary almighty figures would sometimes appear in such places. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were also sitting there, waiting for the upcoming auction. In a while, when the auction house's bell rang, they would enter the Skyfei Treasure Tower. All the Holy Lands are really having a rough time. The number of people who died this time is even more than the last time. It's rumored that even a Saint Lord is heavily injured and on the verge of death. This is truly a huge matter. A few days ago, didn't he cut out the primordial divine medicine? That brat is really lucky. If he takes it out to auction now, it will definitely be a heaven-defying price. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He didn't say anything and listened attentively. Li Heishui murmured, "This is called opportunities always go to those who are prepared. Not everyone can step on *sh*T. I heard that the forces outside the Eastern Barren Territory are getting restless. I heard that the 4 immortal dynasties of the Middle Plains have all sent their experts here." As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. Since ancient times, the Middle Plains had always been the center of the world. It had always been prosperous and had countless experts. Unless the arch was born, the Middle Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Northern Plains had always been the strongest. The four immortal dynasties ruled over the world. It didn't mean that they only had these four ancient inheritances, but that they were the most powerful. Apart from the four great mystical books of the Middle Plains, there were also some ancient scriptures. Although they weren't created by thearchs, they were still extremely profound. If a few sect masters or royal lords come, the Purple Mountain will be really lively. All the Holy Lands will have to use their extreme path weapons or they will lose the initiative. They must make a big move in the near future. Everyone drank tea and discussed at the same time. Everyone was very concerned. This is too far away from us. It's not something ordinary people can touch. Let's talk about something else. Is there any special news recently? Finally, they got tired of this topic and started to talk about other things. 40 Dao comprehension tea leaves from the Undying Mountain flew out this year. This is more than in previous years. It's a pity that the divine tree grows in the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, how many Dao comprehension tea leaves could such an ancient tree produce every year? There's no point in complaining. Only the big shots get to enjoy such a rare treasure once in a while. By the way, that sacred body of the ancients has been making quite a ruckus recently. He's been looting and robbing bandits everywhere. All the Holy Lands and the younger generation are trying to catch him, but they've been unsuccessful every time. Yi Fan laughed when he heard the news. It must have been Tu Fei who hired someone to do all this. He has the source chi of myriad on him. All the Holy Lands want to catch him. The saints are all out in search of him. You guys might not know this, but the latest news is really shocking. What's wrong? What happened? The dog with the sacred body of the ancients is really shining. It's smearing all the Holy Lands' names. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other when they heard this. What did the Black Emperor do? They listened carefully. That dog is even fiercer than the sacred body of the ancients. It's biting people from the Holy Lands everywhere, specifically targeting the younger generation. The elders of all the Holy Lands were attacking the Purple Mountain, and the younger generation were looking for the sacred body of the ancients to seize the source chi of myriad. The big black dog was extremely ferocious. In less than 20 days, it had bitten a total of 63 people, all of whom were disciples of the Holy Lands. It's strange. Every time this dog bites someone, it will howl. 500 kilograms of source chi. Kid, you know what it means. I really don't know what it means. Yi Fan was speechless when he heard this. The dog was indeed doing its best, but it was too greedy. It was obviously howling at him, demanding 500 kilograms of source chi for each person it bit. Of the 63 people bitten by this dog, 49 were female disciples. Nowadays, the female disciples of all the Holy Lands turn pale at the mention of this dog. This perverted dog. Yi Fan cursed in his mind. The most interesting thing is that it's clamoring to take the saints and saintesses as its human pets. Pfft, many people in the tea house spat out their tea when they heard the news. This dog is too outrageous. What a powerful dog. It dares to challenge the Holy Lands. The latest news is that the dog really captured a few disciples of the Holy Lands and made them call it master. In the end, those people directly broke down. Haha. There's such a thing? I heard that the saints are pursuing that dog with all their strength. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. The big black dog was too capable. As expected, he was very outstanding. Dang, the sound of a bell rang out, spreading throughout the entire God City. It wasn't the Wuxia bell, but the great bell of the Sky Demon Artifact Tower. It announced to everyone in the God City that there was going to be a peerless treasure auctioned. Every time such a bell rang out, the God City would be shaken. This time was no exception. Many people soared into the sky, flying towards the artifact tower in the sky. We have to be careful later. I reckon there might be Saint Lord level characters here, Yi Fan said. Li Heishui nodded. They soared into the sky and arrived at the Sky Demon Artifact Tower. Clouds surged, and palaces were everywhere. There was also a spatial enchantment here, and it was many times vaster than what they saw from below. There was a massive palace in the center. It seemed to have been built by an ancient giant. It was extremely tall and grand, like a mountain standing in the center. This was the famous Sky Demon artifact tower. Even 100,000 people could come, and they would all have seats. It was extremely luxurious, and its entire body flickered with purple light. It was completely forged from precious violet sunstones, and it flowed with dreamy colors. When Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived, they just happened to encounter Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian. Beside them, there was also a young man with an extraordinary temperament. When he saw Yi Fan and Li Heishui, Wu Ziming's face instantly darkened, and he sneered. "Brother Wu, what are you laughing foolishly about? Could it be that there is some joyous occasion?" Li Heishui asked. The other party was clearly sneering coldly. His voice was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent, but he still said this. "Black brat, don't be so smug. I'll teach you a lesson." Li Zhongtian said coldly. "Don't tell me you want to kill us and rob us?" Li Heishui did not care. Wu Ziming coldly said, "Don't think that just because you know a little Genesis technique that you can do as you please in Divine City. There will be powerful people who will trample you to death." "Who wants to trample us to death?" Yi Fan indifferently asked. "Someone will use a Genesis technique to trample you to death." Li Zhongtian sneered. "What you have learned is nothing more than a country bumpkin technique. In front of a true Genesis technique aristocratic family, it is nothing." Wu Ziming mocked. "We haven't learned much, but someone just had to give us tens of thousands of kilograms of Genesis energy." Li Heishui laughed. "These two were the ones who cut open the 9 orifice stone golem?" Beside him, a man in embroidered robes exuded a faint arrogance and conceit. "That's right, it's these two brats." Li Zhongtian answered. "All right, I'll remember this. I will go to the stone square and gamble until their faces turn green. They won't dare to step into this trade for the rest of their lives." The man in embroidered robes swept an indifferent glance at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, not giving them a second glance. Wu Ziming sneered, "Just you wait, a stone gambling battle is about to begin. As long as you appear in the stone square, I will make your faces turn green." "Dealing with them counts as a stone gambling battle?" The man in embroidered robes shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Unless the Yuan Taoist master is reborn." He did not even look at Yi Fan and Li Heishui as he walked away. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian were extremely courteous to the man in embroidered robes, accompanying him as they hurriedly followed. "Who is that guy?" Li Heishui looked at the three from the corner of his eyes. "He should be someone from a Genesis technique aristocratic family, and is most likely an amazing genius," Yi Fan said as he gazed at that person's back. "How are you so sure?" Li Heishui asked. "That person's right index finger has a faint golden luster. This is the embodiment of the golden touch technique," Yi Fan said. "Can you deal with him?" Li Heishui asked. "I'll only know after I try." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "From the looks of it, you can most likely trick him?" Li Heishui smirked. "It's hard to say, this person is very powerful." Yi Fan smiled. When they arrived at the Sky Demon Treasure Tower, Yao Yuekong had been waiting for them for a long time. He led the two to a VIP room upstairs, where they could clearly see everything in the auction hall. At this moment, there was a sea of people. It was unknown how many cultivators had come, but there were almost no empty seats. "The Red Dragon Taoist is here too." Li Heishui pointed downwards. The Red Dragon Taoist was sitting in an inconspicuous seat with the others. The people around him obviously did not know that he was a terrifying person. "There's a good show to watch. The price of the divine medicine will definitely not be low. Look, even the people from the sacred grounds are here." Li Heishui laughed. There were many treasures in this auction, and the ancient divine medicine was destined to be the highlight. Suddenly, Li Heishui stopped laughing and said, "I saw my grandfather. Please don't be a fool, especially not for that fruit that was eaten by a dog." Even the 13 bandits had come. One could imagine how tempting the ancient divine medicine was. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a few people wearing dragon crowns. He was surprised and said, "Are those the big shots from the Central Plains Eternal Dynasty?" Li Heishui also noticed and nodded, "They must be here for the Purple Mountain Wusher's inheritance. They came to the Divine City on the way." There were a few people wearing dragon crowns on their heads who had extraordinary appearances. They weren't members of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, and they entered one of the VIP suites. And baldies, there are a few old baldies over there. Li Heishui stared blankly and said, these old baldies seem to have halos on the back of their heads. Yi Fan was shocked and said, Western Desert Buddhists with halos on the back of their heads, this is really terrifying. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The great Emperor Wu Shi's fame had shaken the world. The moment the inheritance appeared, it caused a huge commotion. These people must be here for the Purple Mountain. A few old monks had pale golden skin and faint halos behind their heads. They walked into a VIP room and disappeared. Have these old monks cultivated the golden body? Yi Fan had heard of the golden body of Buddhism on the other side of the starry sky. Even people from the Western Desert have come. Emperor Wu Shi's inheritance has indeed shaken the world. It's really influential. Li Heishui sighed. Suddenly, his expression froze and he said telepathically, over there, an existence even more terrifying than the Green Flood Dragon King has come. Yi Fan followed his gaze and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had fair skin, a tall figure, and a lean appearance. Who is he? This is the third greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong. He's Su Yuan and Su Heng's grandfather. Li Heishui introduced. Yi Fan paid attention, remembering his appearance. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He personally suppressed Su Yuan, so this definitely couldn't be exposed, or else there would be a great disaster. Before long, Yi Fan saw the Grand Xia Prince and the white-robed nun. They accompanied a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown and a golden dragon robe. That middle-aged man was extremely valiant. One could vaguely see 9 true dragons coiling around his body, coiling around his golden battle suit. On top of the dragon crown on his head, there was even a dragon head formed from dragon chi. It was a shocking sight. This must be an important figure of the Grand Xia royal family. The draconic chi has taken form and formed a dragon's head. This is a sign that the supreme imperial scripture has been cultivated to an extremely high level. Li Heishui was astonished. Many powerful figures had come, but he didn't know most of them. The resplendent auction hall was packed with people as far as the eye could see. Now, Yi Fan and Li Heishui weren't worried. Since all the holy lands had come, the damaged divine medicine would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Li Heishui said, I've already investigated. It seems that the Alcade Saint is gravely injured. The main reason is that her vitality was injured by the Peacock King's primal chaos seal. This time, she almost died at Mount Purple. Yi Fan couldn't help but look at an inconspicuous spot in the crowd. The old Taoist red dragon sat in the crowd and didn't even look at the various sacred grounds. As expected, he was fearless. He had personally participated in killing sacred Lord Wavering Light last time, and he still dared to come here. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Holy Lands and the 13 bandits had temporarily reconciled. They had borrowed the ancient heaven-devouring jar to attack Purple Mountain, so Taoist Crimson Dragon sitting here didn't count for much. Clang, the divine bell rang and the Skyfey treasure tower quietened down. The auction was about to begin. At this time, there were fewer people coming in and out. Almost all the important people and great forces had arrived, so there was no need to wait any longer. At the very front was a dragon platform made of yellow diamond. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with golden splendor. It was incomparably beautiful, and it was completely carved from yellow diamond. A white-haired old man walked onto the dragon platform and announced the start of the auction. 16 young ladies stood at the 2 sides of the dragon platform. They came from Sky Demon Palace, so they were naturally all fairies. They were graceful and beautiful, and their bodies were covered by pink muslin. They were in charge of presenting the auction items. At first, several small items were sold, but the highest price was less than 1,000 kilograms of source. Nothing was too shocking. The 4th auction item is a piece of ancient precious jade. The starting price is 1,000 kilograms of source. The white-haired old man announced from the dragon platform. A young fairy girl walked gracefully, her hair swaying in the wind. She carried a red sandalwood tray and walked onto the dragon platform. There was a piece of ancient jade on the tray. It was glossy and had exquisite patterns. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This piece of jade was too familiar. It was definitely an emperor jade. It was the broken jade left behind by great Emperor Wushi. He didn't think he would see it here. It was being auctioned off with a starting price of 1,000 kilograms of source. This was simply a joke. If others knew of its origin, not to mention 1,000 kilograms of source, even 100,000 kilograms would be fought over crazily. What's so special about this piece of jade? Someone in the auction hall asked. This jade has a kind of Tao rhythm. It seems to be a jade pendant of a great figure in the past. The white-haired old man introduced. Everyone carefully observed it, but in the end, they all shook their heads. No one made a bid. There was a blurry mark on the ancient jade. It was one of the 9 dragon veins. However, it was only a corner and not the entire dragon's body. This piece of jade is broken. Only a corner of the mountain can be seen. Even if one has seen the purple mountain and the 9 dragon veins, they won't be able to recognize it. Yi Fan was excited. Now, Great Emperor Wushi's inheritance had shaken the world. If someone recognized it, it would definitely cause a huge wave. At this moment, Yi Fan was extremely excited. He couldn't calm down more than if he had cut out a peerless treasure. 1,000 kilograms of source. He quoted the starting price. 1,000 kilograms of source. Suddenly, a voice came from another VIP room, opposing with equal harshness. Yi Fan recognized the voice. It was the young master in embroidered robes who came with Wu Ziming. He immediately frowned. 3,000 kilograms of source. 2,000 kilograms of source. The man in embroidered robes continued to raise the price. Li Heishui didn't understand. He said, "It's just a piece of broken jade. What are you buying it for?" This piece of jade was very important. Yi Fan couldn't say it or it would be a huge disaster. He had to get it, but he didn't want to be a fool. He smiled. An ancient jade from hundreds of thousands of years ago. I want to play with it. Since they want it too, I'll give it to them. 5,000 kilograms of source. If it's more than this price, they can take it. 6. The other side said 6, but he didn't say it in the end. In the end, Yi Fan bought the ancient jade for 5,000 kilograms of source. Although he spent a few thousand kilograms more, it was definitely worth it. If one wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, they had to use the ancient jade. This was the only key left behind by Great Emperor Wushi. If people knew about it, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It could open the inheritance of Great Emperor Wushi. Yi Fan was determined to get the Wushi scripture. Many important people were in the Skyfei treasure tower. No one cared about these small items. They were all waiting for the ancient divine medicine. They didn't know that they had passed by a heaven-defying ancient jade. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, there would be a shocking battle here. Wu Ziming and the others are deliberately raising the price to target us. Li Heishui was very dissatisfied. Yi Fan was in a good mood and didn't care. He said, "In the future, we will reason with them at the stone square in the Holy Land." In the end, the main event finally arrived. A young demoness carefully held a scroll and delivered it to the yellow dragon platform. The handwriting left behind by a supreme being. The starting price is 15,000 kilograms of source. The white-haired old man transmitted his voice. Boom. The auction hall immediately boiled over. Many people looked excited. Many grand elders of the great sects took action to bid for this item. 40,000 kilograms of source. 50,000 kilograms of source. This old man bid 70,000 kilograms of source. 80,000 kilograms of source. The scene was quite lively. A group of old men competed to bid. Many young people could only watch with envy. They couldn't participate at all. This group of old men seems to have taken aphrodisiac. Their eyes are all red. Li Heishui laughed. Don't speak nonsense. In this place, there might be people who can intercept divine will transmissions. Yi Fan reminded. In the end, the handwriting of this supreme being was sold for a sky-high price of 120,000 kilograms of source. It was really shocking. On the yellow dragon platform, the white-haired old man announced, "Next, there will be a rare ancient treasure auctioned." The auction hall suddenly became so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 16 Demonis cultivation was not weak. However, at this moment, they were all sweating and panting, weak and powerless. They worked together to carry a broken bell. It was more than a meter tall. It was old and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It looked like a common bell among the common people. Everyone was shocked. These girls were in the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, but they were so tired. It was enough to show how heavy this bell was. The white-haired old man of the Sky Demon Palace stepped forward and took it. He brought the dull bell to the yellow dragon platform and placed it at the highest point for everyone to see. "It's broken. It's already destroyed." The crowd was in an uproar. One side of the bell was completely missing. Strictly speaking, this was half a bell. "What is a broken bell for?" someone asked loudly, puzzled. "Everyone, don't underestimate it. This is a rare ancient treasure." The white-haired old man's expression was solemn. "What is it?" The white-haired old man said, "This item was found in an abandoned ancient mine. It has existed for an extremely long time. It has at least 50,000 years of history. There are many ancient objects in the world. It's not just because they are old that they are precious." "What is its origin?" an elder asked. "It is not an ordinary bell. This is a weapon used by an ancient great figure who is about to step into the ancient sage realm." As soon as the white-haired old man's words fell, the auction hall suddenly became noisy. Many elders were excited and began to bid. 70,000 kilograms. 80,000 kilograms. 50,000 kilograms. At this moment, even the Holy Lands participated in the bidding. This bell was already broken and could not be repaired. However, there were still remnants of the laws. It was worth the great figures to study. The scene was very lively. Some old men kept raising the price. They were all figures of the super forces. This group of old men, after eating aphrodisiac, they are on steroids again. Li Heishui mumbled. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Your grandfather is also participating." Li Heishui. In the end, this broken bell was sold for a price of 80,000 kilograms. It was extremely shocking. One could imagine how expensive it would be if it was in perfect condition. "Now, we will auction the last rare treasure. It can be said to be peerless because it is impossible to find a second one." The white-haired old man sighed. He personally walked down the yellow diamond dragon stage and carried a spotless white jade cauldron onto the stage. The jade cauldron was only a foot tall. There was a lid on it. It was tightly sealed and sealed. "I think everyone already knows what it is." "That's right, it is an archaic divine medicine. It was cut out from a stone by a little friend." The auction hall was in an uproar. It was difficult to calm down. Many people stood up. The auction this time was for this divine medicine. Of course, many people only came to see it because they could not afford it. It would definitely be an astronomical price. It would most likely fall into the hands of the Holy Lands. No one could compete with them. The white-haired old man opened the white jade cauldron and took out the divine medicine. Even though it was sealed in the ice and snow, there was still a faint fragrance wafting out, making people feel refreshed. The light blue stem flickered with sparkling radiance. The milky white medicinal foot was no different from a human's foot, just much smaller. Too much time has passed. No one knows what this humanoid divine medicine's name is anymore. In the current world, even if you travel through the great desolate lands, it will be difficult to find this kind of humanoid divine medicine. Its base price is 150,000 kilograms of source. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This divine medicine was indeed a peerless treasure, but it was too badly damaged. Its true value would not exceed 150,000 kilograms of source. However, the base price was already here. It was obvious that the final price would be ridiculous. After a short period of silence, many people shouted out high prices. 160,000 kilograms of source. 180,000 kilograms of source. 200,000 kilograms of source. Even the third great bandit Su Tianxiong stood up and shouted out a sky-high price. When the group of old men saw this, they all sat down. They knew that there was absolutely no chance. This was a contest between Holy Lord level characters. As expected, the Holy Lands began to bid. The various great sage lords personally came and sat in the VIP rooms. That group of old baldies also made a move. Li Heishui was overjoyed. Several old monks with lights on the back of their heads directly pushed the price to 150,000 kilograms of source. And the mysterious figures from the Central Plains wearing dragon crowns added another 50,000 kilograms of source in one go. Hiss, Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It seems like these people really want to enter the Purple Mountain. They are making preparations to buy a life-saving divine medicine in advance." Li Heishui said, "We might as well take advantage of the fact that there are so many important people here to quickly auction off that dog-gnawed fruit." Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's right. As long as the divine medicine is sold, let the Skyfei treasure tower immediately auction off that dog-tooth fruit. Ha ha ha. I want to see which holy lord will buy it and what expression he will have. 150,000 kilograms. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall went silent, and everyone was stunned. The great figure from the central stage shouted out 300,000 kilograms of origin source with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. Are they crazy? A damaged divine medicine worth 150,000 kilograms, but they're doubling the price. In the hall, even the older generation changed their expressions. Against such a big shot, even the Holy Lands would be helpless. In the VIP room, the four mysterious big shots from the middle ground had calm expressions, as if it wasn't 150,000 kilograms, but a pile of rocks. They were all middle-aged men, each of them extraordinary, like heavenly kings descending. The four of them wore dragon crowns, looking majestic and intimidating. No one knew how old they really were. The four of them didn't belong to the Grand Xia Empire because the Prince of Grand Xia and the little nun were in another private room, accompanying an imperial uncle of Grand Xia. 150,000 kilograms. An old monk from the western desert said. 130,000 kilograms. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown calmly called out. The auction hall fell silent. Even someone as powerful as Su Tianxiong sat down. Although he was a super terrifying big shot, he wasn't strong enough in terms of origin. 10,000 kilograms in one go, they really don't care about origin at all. As expected of the big shots from the middle ground. An immortal ancient dynasty that rules over billions of miles of land, no one can compare to them. Everyone was shocked and discussed in low voices. The middle ground has 4 immortal dynasties, as well as the 100 schools of thought and many ancient sections. Which ancient dynasty are they from? Look at the dragon crowns on their heads and the clothes they're wearing, they should be from an immortal ancient dynasty that has a long history and is incomparably prosperous. They're definitely here for the Purple Mountain, aiming for Emperor Wusher's inheritance and buying the divine medicine to save their lives. Everyone guessed their identity and became even more fearful. An immortal dynasty was even more powerful than a holy land, and there were few great powers in the world that could compete with them. 140,000 kilograms. The wavering light Holy Land called out. As a great sect in the Eastern Baron, they were determined to get the human-shaped divine medicine, so they naturally didn't want to fall behind. 350,000 kilograms, an important figure from the ancient Hua dynasty said again, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. In the VIP room, Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other. According to Yao Yuekong's analysis, if a divine lord came back heavily injured from attacking the Purple Mountain, the incomplete human-shaped godly herb could be sold for 350,000 kilograms of source stones. At this moment, it had reached this number, and it seemed like it was still rising. As expected, someone from the Jiang clan of the ancients raised the price to 360,000 kilograms of source stones. 370,000 kilograms of source stone. The Yaoguang Holy Land continued to raise the price. Sacred Lord Yaoguang was severely injured and needed this human-shaped godly herb to heal and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this dragged on and they attacked the Purple Mountain again, he might not be able to participate. 380,000 kilograms. An important figure from the ancient royal dynasty stated the price calmly. At this moment, the other holy lands and clans of the clan of the ancients were no longer bidding. The old monk of the Western Desert Buddhism had also withdrawn from the competition. 400,000 kilograms of origin source. Yao Guan directly raised the price of this godly medicine to a whole number. In the ancient royal dynasty, an important figure wearing a dragon crown said calmly, 410,000 kilograms of source stones. The Yaoguang Holy Land had been silent for a long time. It wasn't that they couldn't bear the price, but they felt that there wouldn't be a result if they continued. The other party was from an immortal dynasty and had a deep foundation. If they were determined to win, it would be a huge battle. 410,000 kilograms of source stones going once, going twice, dong. The sound of the hammer stopped. In the end, an important figure from the ancient royal dynasty bought the human-shaped godly herb for 410,000 kilograms of source stones. Crazy. Its actual value is more than 100,000 kilograms of source stones, but it has reached this number. No one dared to believe it. This number was so shocking that it was hard to accept. Even a holy land can be suppressed by others. The forces of the Central Plains are indeed unimaginable. Even Li Heishui was dumbfounded. It was even higher than the sky-high price they had expected. It was indeed beyond their expectations. Yi Fan said, "It's just a coincidence. If it weren't for the important figures from the Central Plains and the West Desert, there wouldn't be such a high price." The final treasure, godly herb. After the hammer fell, people started to discuss. Some people stood up and were about to leave. "Everyone, please stay. We received a commission at the last minute. There is another treasure to be auctioned," the white-haired old man said. "What else?" "Even the godly herb has been auctioned." "Is there something more attractive?" someone asked. The old man smiled and said, "I think many people here will be interested." "What is it?" "Human essence fruit." The white-haired old man stood on the yellow diamond dragon platform and uttered these 3 words. "What?" Many people were shocked. The mortal essence fruit cut from a rock? Many people from the older generation knew about it. Legend has it that these things are extremely difficult to find. Apart from Genesis masters, only demonic monarchs with some true dragon blood in their veins can discover them with their innate divine abilities. These fruits are fake dragon pearls formed by the earth. That's right. The white-haired old man nodded. Boom. The auction hall was in an uproar. Everyone sat back down and no longer left. The mortal essence fruit is a treasure that can prolong one's life. Even this thing can be cut from a rock. I haven't heard of it for many years. Everyone was shocked. They were all discussing about the godly herb. Now someone was auctioning this fruit. It made people speechless. Even though the mortal essence fruit is not as good as the archaic divine medicine, it is still a rare treasure. Who told you it is not as good as the godly herb? That is because it is not mature yet. If it continues to absorb the essence of the world, it can become an earthly fate fruit, also known as a fake dragon ball. It will not be any worse than the godly herb. In the VIP room, Yi Fan learned a lot. It turned out that this fruit, even if it was grown in a rock, could still grow and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. The people from the Holy Lands were the most excited, especially the Yaoguang Holy Land. They had missed the humanoid divine medicine and were overjoyed to find out that there was also the mortal essence fruit. "Everyone, please be quiet." The white-haired old man walked up the stage with a jade cauldron and placed it at the highest point. "Take it out and let us have a look," someone shouted from below. The jade cauldron was opened. A slightly damaged fruit was sealed in a transparent jade ware. It appeared on the stage, emitting a light fragrance. "How come this fruit is damaged?" Everyone present was a cultivator. Their eyes were sharp, and they immediately saw the key point. It was bitten by something and lost most of its spiritual chi. What a wastrel! Who bit it? What a waste! The mortal essence fruit is meant to be refined. How could it be eaten? It would be strange if it was not poisoned to death. Hearing these angry voices, Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. He had the urge to kick the big black dog again. This damn dog really knew how to waste things. That's not right. Why do I think it looks like teeth marks? Could it be that it was bitten by a dog? The eyes of these people were all extremely sharp. Many of the older generation people had blank eyelashes. They had seen everything, so they immediately recognized the teeth marks. It really was bitten by a dog. Which dog deserved to be hacked to pieces? This is the mortal essence fruit. Who is so bastard to feed it to a dog? Hearing these words, Yi Fan was really speechless. At the crucial moment, it was the white-haired old man from the Sky Devil Treasure Tower who calmed their dissatisfaction. Everyone, this is something collected from the countryside. An old farmer found it by smashing a rock. Of course, he doesn't know how precious it is. But you can't feed it to a dog. Damn it, I'm so angry. What is this? Goddamn wastrel. The group of old men were anxious and cursed. In the VIP room, Li Heishui laughed wildly. Yi Fan was so depressed that he was speechless. This mortal essence fruit has a starting price of 50,000 kilograms. The white-haired old man announced the start of the auction. Immediately, there was a wave of dissatisfaction. If it is not damaged, it could be worth more than 200,000 kilograms. But now, it can't be more than 50,000 kilograms. Why is the starting price so high? That's right. The spiritual chi is almost gone. Although this was said, the crowd still frowned and started to bid. Although it had been bitten by a dog, it was indeed a mortal essence fruit. It was a rare treasure that could prolong one's life. Among them, the Holy Lands were the most uncomfortable. They wanted to give up but were unwilling. Especially the Yaoguang Holy Land, they really pinched their noses and bid 60,000 kilograms, 70,000 kilograms, 80,000 kilograms. Are you kidding me? This was bitten by a dog. Why are you fighting so fiercely with me? If you don't like it, then don't fight. I will bid 90,000 kilograms. Li Heishui laughed happily. Seeing a group of old men fighting over a mortal essence fruit that had been bitten by a dog, he had the urge to punch the ground. But soon, his smile froze. His grandfather stood up and bid 90,000 kilograms. Old man, why are you fighting over this fruit that had been bitten by a dog? His black face was full of shock. Yi Fan smiled and said, this thing is second only to a divine medicine. You should congratulate your grandfather. It's easy for you to say that. Li Heishui replied in a bad mood. I say, Li Deku, you are in the prime of your life. Why are you fighting with us? An old man was extremely dissatisfied. Li Heishui's grandfather replied calmly, this is prepared for my grandson. I want to refine a cauldron of spiritual pills for him to increase his cultivation. Li Heishui was tongue-tied. He had just been laughing wildly, but in the end, he realized that he might be the one to enjoy this fruit that had been bitten by a dog. 50,000 kilograms. At that moment, the Scarlet Dragon Daoist, who was sitting in the corner, opened his mouth. His voice was not loud and was very calm. When the group of old men saw that it was him, they all sat down and refused to speak again. Even the third-ranked bandit, Su Tianxiong, did not speak. 120,000 kilograms. The Yaoguang Holy Land made a bid. Only a powerful force like this did not fear the terrifying Scarlet Dragon Daoist. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist did not bid again because he was truly lacking in energy. In the end, no one competed with the Yaoguang Holy Land. They all knew that they had to win. The mortal essence fruit was sold for 120,000 kilograms. The Yaoguang Holy Land pinched their noses and accepted this result. The four important figures of the ancient magnificent dynasty were the first to leave. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and had imposing appearances. Seeing them come out, everyone made a path for them. They were all extremely fearful. These were definitely the super experts who had come to invade the Purple Mountain. Soon after, the old monks from the Western Desert also left. Seeing the divine halos behind their heads, everyone was incomparably shocked. They knew that the third attack on the Purple Mountain was about to begin. As soon as Yi Fan and Li Heishui walked out of the VIP room, they saw Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the man in embroidered clothes. From today onwards, if you come to the stone square of the Holy Land, you will understand the result, hee. Wu Ziming laughed coldly. Li Heishui also laughed coldly. I remember what you said before. If we were to gamble until our faces turned green, we would never dare to step into this business for the rest of our lives. As long as you understand. Li Heishui said. What a joke. Whatever you say is true. I just want to know who this person you invited is and what his background is. The man in embroidered clothes directly walked forward, not even glancing at him. He simply ignored him and said indifferently to Wu Ziming beside him, it's not a gamble to deal with them. It's just a matter of convenience. I came to the Divine City this time to cut a piece of divine source and bring it back to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. Li Heishui laughed coldly. Looking at the man's back, he said, fine, then let's meet at the stone square of the Holy Land. Let's see whose face turns green. Fighting with you counts as a battle? The man in embroidered clothes indifferently glanced at the two of them and directly left. You dare to compete with the Tuoba clan with such crude and unrefined techniques? In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master visited their clan. Wu Ziming laughed heartily and turned around. As long as you appear at the stone square, we will naturally appear and let you know what a true Genesis technique is. A fragrant breeze blew over. And Miaoi passed by and said with a faint smile, is there going to be a stone gambling battle? Miaoi will definitely go and watch. Oh, there's such a thing? The great Xia prince and the little nun in white also happened to walk out of the VIP room. They were immediately surprised when they heard this. In front, Wu Ziming stopped and turned around with a smile. Farian, if you can come, it will naturally be my wish. Such a battle may be more interesting. Then, he extended an invitation to the great Xia prince. Your Highness, you must come. This is the astonishing genius of the Tuoba clan, an ancient Genesis technique aristocratic family. He found the divine source in an ancient mine 3 years ago. Someone from the Tuoba clan? The overjoyed prince exclaimed, this is really one of the most ancient Genesis technique aristocratic families. It is said that they can stabilize dragon veins and lock mountains and rivers. Someone has found the divine source in an ancient mine alone? Jiang Yifei, an elite of the Jiang clan, walked over. He was dressed in white and had a refined smile on his face. Wu Ziming hurriedly introduced, it is this genius of the Tuoba clan who found the divine source in an ancient mine alone. The man in embroidered robes also stopped. Even if he was conceited and frivolous, he did not dare to ignore the people of the great Xia Empire and the Huanggu clan. Yi Fan's heart shook. The man in embroidered robes of the Tuoba clan was indeed extraordinary. His Genesis technique was indeed amazing, or else he would not have found the divine source. And Miaoi's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her bright eyes were kind and her flawless face had a moving smile. A battle between Genesis technique geniuses will definitely shake the divine city. Miaoi will definitely go and watch. That's right, we will definitely go. This will be a grand event. We may find a rare treasure that is even more precious than the Archean divine medicines. The great Xia prince and Jiang Yifei nodded one after another. They said that they would go to the stone square of the sacred land to watch the Genesis technique battle. Even the eyes of the little nun in white lit up. The man in embroidered robes, Tuoba Chang, indifferently swept a glance at Yi Fan, as if he did not regard him as an opponent. However, in front of Miaoi, the great Xia prince and the others, he did not say anything. We will wait for you at the Holy Stone Square. Genesis skills against primitive skills. This was what Wu Ziming said. Li Chongtian turned around and sneered. They accompanied the man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, and left. Little Yi, if you don't win their underwear, you will be sorry to me and them. That was what Li Heishui said. He couldn't take it. He wanted to go berserk. Miaoi will be there to watch Ancient Wind show off his power. And Miaoi smiled. Her white clothes fluttered as she rode the wind. She stepped on a cloud and left the Sky Devil treasure tower. This is going to be a great fight. I can't miss it. The Xia prince smiled and left with the little nun. Then, Jiang Yifei flashed a friendly smile at Yi Fan and Li Heishui and left. Yi Fan returned to the Sky Devil treasure tower to collect his winnings. The primordial medicine and the human fruit were sold for 530,000 pounds of Genesis skills. The auction house took a 10% commission, which was 53,000 pounds of Genesis skills. But they gave them a 3,000-pound discount, so Yi Fan had earned 480,000 pounds of Genesis skills. It was like a small mountain. He had a headache. If he didn't use xenogenic Genesis skills, he wouldn't be able to refine it. He'd be drowned in it. But he didn't need to use xenogenic Genesis skills. He still needed to gamble on stones. He could spend the Genesis skills to buy something more valuable. Yao Yuekong asked them to stay. He invited them to drink. Geniuses with Genesis skills were worth recruiting, especially for an auction house like the Sky Devil Treasure Tower. Brothers, this way please. We need to celebrate today. Yao Yuekong smiled. Okay, let's drink today. Tomorrow, we'll buy that mop, Li Heishui said. Which mop? Yao Yuekong asked. Li Heishui said, he comes from an ancient Genesis skill family. He's called a genius. He's even more arrogant than the Yuan Taoist master. His name is Tuoba Chang. So, it's an ancient family. They really are powerful. Come, let's drink and talk. The Tuoba clan was an extremely ancient clan with a long history. Together with the other 3 clans, they were known as the 4 Genesis technique sections. Unless the Yuan Taoist Masters faction appeared, no one could surpass them. The ancient Genesis technique families were filled with talents, and there were often geniuses who were valued by the various sacred grounds. If something strange happened in the Genesis mine, they would definitely invite them. The banquet lasted from noon to dusk. Both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. Only then did Yi Fan and Li Heishui leave. In the Skyfei Treasure Tower, a damaged primordial divine medicine was auctioned off for a sky-high price, shaking the entire divine city. There was no doubt that a Genesis technique genius like Yi Fan was something that many people envied. Many people were discussing him after he had harvested several 100,000 kilograms of Genesis in one go. In the next few days, the stone workshops of the various holy lands became much more popular, especially the Dao One Holy Land. There was an endless stream of people going in and out every day. Many people thought that there might be a second primordial divine herb in the same source mine. Yi Fan and Li Heishui kept a very low profile. They didn't go out because there were too many important people in the divine city. They didn't want to become the center of attention again. The important people of the Central Plains Eternal Dynasty, the Eastern Wasteland's Great Sage, and the Western Desert's holy monks were all in the divine city. If they were too high profile, they might run into these people. Even so, there were still many people talking about him. How could he be ignored for being able to harvest a primordial divine medicine? Although he didn't go out, Yi Fan had become very famous in the divine city. When talking about Genesis techniques and stone gambling, he would definitely be mentioned. In less than 7 days, there were even more mysterious people in the divine city. The 100 schools of thought and the various sect masters had all appeared. This was definitely shocking. Obviously, they wanted Emperor Wusher's inheritance. They had crossed the void and arrived at the divine city. In an instant, the eastern wasteland was shaken. Even the various holy lands were crying wolf. The Central Plains was too powerful. They couldn't help but be on guard. The 100 schools of thought and the various sect masters had personally come. Even the Eastern Wasteland's great sage felt that it was too much. The pressure of competition had increased. There was no doubt that the third attack on the Purple Mountain would be earth-shattering. Finally, after half a month, the important people left one after another for the Purple Mountain to prepare for the next attack. In this half a month, another Genesis technique genius in the Divine City rose to fame. Tuoba Chang had become famous in the Divine City. In less than 10 days, he had only fought a few times and had already displayed astonishing Genesis techniques. The white-haired Master Yuan from the various Holy Land stone workshops all asked him for guidance and listened to his teachings. At the same time, there were rumors in the city that the Genesis technique genius Gu Feng was afraid of Tuoba Chang and didn't dare to go out. People naturally didn't believe it at first, but Yi Fan and Li Heishui had disappeared for half a month and hadn't gone to gamble on stones again. The rumors gradually became true. In the end, many people believed that the Genesis technique genius Tuoba Chang had come to the Divine City and the other Genesis technique genius, Gu Feng, had avoided the battle. Didn't he take out an Archean divine herb? Why wouldn't he dare to face someone in a Genesis technique match? What do you know? The Tuoba clan is the Genesis technique's sacred land. They represent the supreme inheritance. Even the former Yuan Taoist master has visited them. Many people were discussing in the streets and alleys of the city. The center of the northern region had always been based on the source. Almost everyone knew about the source. Naturally, everything that had happened in the stone square would spread quickly and widely. The Genesis technique genius Gu Feng even dared to touch the nine-orifice stone golem. The golem had been there for many years and no one thought highly of it. In the end, he took out the Saint Spirit sword. This is enough to show how terrifying Tuoba Chang is. Even Gu Feng avoided the battle. Tuoba Chang must have an amazing Genesis technique. Rumor has it that he took out a divine source several years ago. He must be even more powerful now. Many people were discussing in the divine city. Tuoba Chang had not done anything, but his reputation was already like the sun in the sky. When Yifan walked on the street, he heard many rumors. He did not expect that there would be so many rumors in half a month of seclusion. Li Heishui sneered. It must be Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian spreading rumors to slander us and elevate Tuoba Chang. He had heard too many rumors after walking around the city. It seemed that they were really afraid and did not dare to accept the battle. Oh, they've appeared. Are they going to accept the battle? The youth who took out an Archean divine herb has appeared again. Is he going to enter the gambling den today? There will definitely be a big show to watch. Some people recognized them and pointed at them from behind. What are you guys talking about? We've only been in seclusion for half a month. Why are there so many rumors? Li Heishui said arrogantly. Who knows that pighead Wu Ziming? Go and tell him that the two gambling sages have come out of seclusion. Tell them to hurry over and deliver the Genesis technique. Everyone was dumbfounded. The rumors in the city were all saying that they did not dare to face Tuoba Chang in a Genesis technique match. They did not expect this brat to say such a thing the moment he came out. Boom, a commotion immediately broke out on the street. The news quickly spread. There was no doubt that there would be a big show to watch. Many people rushed to the street after hearing the news. Those two have appeared again. There is really going to be a Genesis technique match. There will be a good show to watch. That's right. It's on the street in front. Looks like they are going to the Ji Clan stone shop. This actually created a strange scene. As soon as Yi Fan and Li Heishui made their appearance, there were tens of thousands of people who turned out and gathered in one place. The street was packed with people. Many people who liked to gamble had come. Someone asked in a loud voice, Brother Gu, is what you said true? You want to face Tuoba Chang in a Genesis technique match? Li Heishui did not seem to care. Didn't I just say that whoever is going to deliver a letter to that pighead Wu Ziming, don't come see me if you don't have 100,000 kilograms of Genesis technique. We won't accept gifts that are too little. The crowd was in an uproar. This brat was too confident. Let alone Genesis techniques, few people dared to do so given Wu Ziming and the other's status. The Ji Clan stone shop occupied a vast area, like a royal garden. Strange stones were laid out, beautiful trees were verdant, and small bridges were built over flowing water. It was a pleasant scenery. Many stones were naturally piled up, and each stone garden had its own unique scenery. Some stone gardens were misty like the southern region's water villages. Some stone gardens had maple trees swaying, like the northern land's red leaves flying in frost. The Ji Clan stone shop was on high alert when they heard that a Genesis technique genius had arrived. If it was anyone else, they would naturally welcome them. However, Yi Fan and Li Heishui had cut open the 9-orifice stone golem and obtained the Saint Spirit sword. The commotion was too big. Everyone now understood that these two people's Genesis techniques were extremely profound and extremely shocking. Even if they did not say that the stones they chose would definitely contain rare treasures, it was almost there. Such people would not be welcomed by the stone shop. If they cut out some peerless treasure from the Ji Clan's Heaven Stone Garden, it would definitely make their hearts ache. The Ji Clan stone shop wanted to put away some of the extremely expensive stones, but they did not know which stone contained the divine object, so it was not easy to choose. Moreover, if they really put them away, they would likely become a laughingstock in Divine City. After all, those extremely expensive stones were too famous. People would notice if any one of them was missing. Yi Fan walked in the stone garden, passing 18 levels in a row. He did not stop at all, heading straight for the deepest part. His target was clearly the Heaven Stone Garden. This made the hearts of the Ji clan's stone shop sink. They felt a kind of pressure. That's right, it was just like when the legendary Yuan Taoist master roamed the northern region. As long as he appeared, all the great sages' stone shops would be fearful. Now, although Yi Fan had only gambled once in the Dao One sacred land, the item he cut out was too extraordinary. It actually had some of the Yuan Taoist master's power, making people fearful. Why haven't Wu Ziming and Tuoba Chang come yet? Li Heishui asked others. He had the aura of a gambling saint. Everyone was speechless. This brat Heishui was really domineering. The rumors over the past half a month had been dispelled. He was clearly going to fiercely retaliate. More and more people came. The Ji clan's stone shop was overcrowded. Many people in Divine City had heard that there would be a Genesis technique battle and had rushed over. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived at the deepest part of the stone shop. There was a lake here. It was dark blue like crystal and overflowed with spiritual energy. It was very beautiful. There was a small island in the middle of the light blue lake. It was only a few hundred meters in radius. It was filled with fallen petals and flowering trees. The petals were sparkling and fragrant, rippling across the surface of the lake. The small island in the lake was the Ji clan's Heaven Stone Garden. It was as beautiful as a divine land, almost like a dream. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. Everyone quickly moved to the sides, opening up a path. You guys really dared to show up. Wu Ziming sneered. His voice came from afar as he mocked. Today, the Genesis techniques of the aristocratic families will compete with the crude techniques of the countryside. The genius of the ancient Genesis technique family, Tuoba Chang, is here. The lakeside was noisy. The main character had arrived. Everyone knew that a Genesis technique battle was unavoidable. The lake was a faint blue, clear and translucent. Lush vegetation and pavilions dotted the shore, creating a beautiful scenery. At this moment, there were figures everywhere. It was unknown how many people had come, men and women, young and old. It was a noisy scene. Wu Ziming strode forward with a sneer on his face. Hey brat, you finally dare to show yourselves. After hiding for so many days, you can't hold back anymore? Li Heishui also sneered. Can't hold back anymore? I was so excited that I came out of seclusion to ask you for source. Did you bring enough Genesis source? If it's less, you can go back to where you came from. We won't accept any. Everyone by the lake was speechless. These two were at each other's throats the moment they arrived. This Genesis technique showdown would definitely be very intense. Brother Tuoba has enough Genesis source, but don't even think about it. Li Zhongtian sneered. Tuoba Chang was very indifferent, not caring about this. He silently stood there, observing the island and the lake and the sparkling petals. It's good that you have Genesis source. Li Heishui's lips curled in a trace of indifference. He was afraid that the other party would gain something without Genesis source. Wu Ziming smiled nonchalantly. Do you really think you can take it away? From what I see, the Genesis source you obtained from the Spirit Herbs auction is just the right amount to contribute. That's right, Brother Tuoba's grandfather's 300th birthday is approaching. You guys have given him a huge gift. Li Zhongtian laughed heartily. Cut the crap, let's have a real Genesis technique showdown. Let's see who will be giving away Genesis source. Li Heishui said. Everyone nearby was filled with anticipation. These two groups were filled with confidence, and both of them were super Genesis technique experts. It was very likely that they would obtain an astonishing treasure today. That's right, a Genesis technique showdown. Let's have a look at the rare treasures. Everything is fake. Let's cut the stone and see the truth. Let's fight now. Everyone was very excited. They wanted to see the methods of a Genesis technique expert. Perhaps they could see the birth of a rare treasure. Even the Yuan Taoist master had praised the mysterious techniques of a Genesis technique aristocratic family. Everyone will be in for a treat today. Wu Ziming was very high profile. It's a pity that it's a duel of country bumpkins. Li Chongtian muttered in a low voice, but everyone could still hear him. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Now, you can brag as much as you can and belittle us. Li Heishui sneered, but he didn't say it out loud. Yi Fan stepped forward and wanted to cross the water to the small island where the Heaven Series Stone Garden was located. In order to gather 500,000 kilograms of origin source, he could only choose precious stones. Taba Chang, who hadn't even glanced at Yi Fan, and Li Heishui had finally glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Wait." Yi Fan stopped and looked at him calmly. Since the other party was so cold, he didn't want to say anything and waited for him to speak. Tuoba Chang said, "The Heaven Stone Garden of the Sacred Land is a sacred land. True Genesis technique experts fight their way in." "What do you want?" Yi Fan asked. "We don't need to start from the first stone garden. We can use this lakeside as the starting point. If we can't find Genesis of the same level, there's no need to enter the sacred stone garden to compete." "That's right. If the difference in Genesis techniques is too great, Brother Tuoba doesn't need to waste time." Wu Ziming agreed. "That should be the case. If we can't find Genesis of the same level, what's the point of entering the Ji Clan's sacred stone garden?" Li Chongtian sneered. "Alright, you choose your stone." Yi Fan didn't have much to say to him. By the lakeside, grass and trees grew and pavilions stood tall, but there were very few stones. One of the Ji Clan's Genesis masters stepped forward and said with a bitter smile, "There are no stones here, only a few scattered garden stones." Tuoba Chang shook his head and said, "No, in my opinion, there are still some precious stones here. You just need to be perceptive." Everyone present was shocked. There were no stones by the lakeside, only common waste stones. They were ornaments of the garden, accompanying the roots of the ancient trees or beside the old vines. Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang moved at the same time, walking between the most ordinary stones. Their movements were extremely fast. Otherwise, if there really was a strange stone, it would definitely be chosen by the other party first. The stone that his finger touched turned golden, someone cried out in surprise. "What's going on?" Many people were dumbfounded. Tuoba Chang's speed was extremely fast. His index finger kept pointing out, and every time it landed on a stone, the stone would turn golden as if it was cast from gold. "This is Crimson Gold Divine Hand, the realm of perfection," an elder exclaimed, feeling that it was an eye-opener. It was the first time many people had heard of it, and naturally, it was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Tuoba Chang's finger seemed to have a strange magical power. As he walked, he touched dozens of stones until they were completely golden. Only after he walked a dozen steps away did those stones return to their normal state, and people couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party was indeed an expert. Crimson Gold Divine Hand had already reached the realm of perfection, and he could clearly see what was inside the stones. Ding! Suddenly, Tuoba Chang stopped and pointed at a stone that was riddled with holes. It looked like a rotten piece of wood that had been chewed on by insects and was full of holes. He held this stone in his hand and continued to choose stones along the way. However, in the end, he didn't change anything and chose this stone. "This is the Ghost Shattering Stone, and it almost can't be produced. Why did you choose this?" Many people were puzzled, and even Wu Ziming couldn't help but remind him. Yi Fan came to the lakeside and swept his eyes over some stones. He didn't make a move for a long time. After all, this wasn't the true stone garden, and there were only some useless stones here. It was a bit difficult to choose a precious stone. However, no one rushed him. The scene was deathly silent, and everyone was waiting quietly. Many people were confident in him since he could cut out the primordial divine medicine. Yi Fan walked half a circle around the small lake and looked at all the useless stones. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He went to the lakeside and fished out a stone that was as big as a human head. He looked at it and chose it. Tuoba Chang was very straightforward and didn't say anything. He pointed with his gold finger, and the ghost-shattering stone broke into pieces. A dazzling light shot out. It was a sky-blue light that was very beautiful. It was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was a xenogenic source that was as big as a fist. It shone with light like the essence of the blue sky. It shot out beams of blue light. This was the blue diamond source, and it was worth 1,500 kilograms of pure source. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He gently swiped the stone, and it broke. At the same time, a red mist rose up and shone. It was also a xenogeneic source, and it was about the same size. It was like a fiery red sun, and it shone with light. It was called the fire red source. Everyone was shocked. Geniuses could turn stone into gold, and they could casually cut out 1,500 kilograms of source. People could only admire them, but they couldn't learn it. Okay, let's go to the island. Tuoba-chang didn't say anything and boarded the boat. No one dared to fly here, so they could only take the boat. The people of Ji Clan's gambling den could only secretly pray. It was a disaster and not a blessing for these two experts to choose this place. Yi Fan and Li Heishui boarded the boat and rowed towards the island. The real battle was about to begin. Let's go and watch. We will stand on the water and watch quietly. Many cultivators asked, and in the end, the Ji family people agreed. They were delighted and surrounded the island. The island was only a few hundred meters wide, and there were many trees. Many of them were thousands of years old, and they were strong like dragons. Their petals danced in the air, and they shone brightly. The island was decorated very well. There was a spirit spring, and strange stones were laid out. It was a natural scene, and the flowers and trees were all around. This was like a paradise. On the island, there was an old man with skin like a baby and hair as white as snow. He sat among the trees, and his eyes were closed. He didn't move and didn't react at all. Haha, we're not late, right? A group of old people appeared. They were all old and healthy, and their ages were frighteningly old. We finally made it. Luckily, it hasn't started yet. It was the group of old men who had cut the stones for Yi Fan at the Daoi Stone Workshop. These people had great backgrounds and came from various large sections. Many of them didn't have much lifespan left, so no one was willing to offend them. After the group of old people got the news, they excitedly rushed over and directly landed on the island. The Ji family's Heaven Stone Garden couldn't let anyone enter casually, but these people were old customers, so it was specially opened for them. There were many white heads as far as the eye could see. Sister Biyue, let Miaoi go in too. And Miaoi, who had just rushed over, saw Ji Biyue and asked. Ji Biyue chuckled and nodded in agreement. With this exception, Jiang Yifei, Yao Yuekong, Su Heng, Jin Qishao, the Prince of Great Xia, the little nun in white, and some successors of the sacred grounds also entered the stone garden. Everyone was shocked. The impact of this Genesis technique showdown was so great that it attracted so many people. Not only were there the elders, but there were also sacred land descendants like Xiang Yifei and the saint son of all beginnings. Haha, young man, don't tell me you're going to cut out another peerless treasure this time? An old man laughed. Another person walked up and said to Yi Fan, do you need me to introduce you? The good things here are no less than the Daoi sacred land. Some stones have been here for many years, and we've been thinking about them. They're comparable to the 9-orifice stone golem. Hearing this, the expressions of the Ji family stone workshop people changed. They cursed inwardly. These old people had nothing better to do. Yi Fan smiled and expressed his thanks to them. Under an ancient tree, Yi Fan found a dragon head stone. It was as big as a millstone and was extremely lifelike. There was a faint dragon aura around it. This stone. He was shocked, full of shock. This stone was too extraordinary. Even a normal person could see some dragon aura, let alone him. Especially since this stone was natural and not man-made. It naturally became a dragon's head. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. How is it? This stone is even more special than the 9-orifice stone golem. This is the head of a true dragon. An old man sighed. Yi Fan was indeed shocked. After careful observation, he couldn't figure it out. There was a phenomenon on the surface of the stone. The dragon aura was faintly discernible, but he felt that the inside might be hollow. He couldn't be sure. How about this dragon head stone? It's priced at 50,000 kilograms, do you dare to cut it? An old man asked. Forget about this stone. Yi Fan shook his head. He really couldn't figure it out. If you don't cut this stone, you'll make us old fellows regret it for the rest of our lives. The group of old men urged him. If I cut this stone, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Yifan shook his head firmly. It wasn't worth the risk. On the other side, some old men were enthusiastically introducing the sky-high priced stones in the Heaven Series stone garden to Tuobachang. This stone can make a sound. Li Heishui was shocked. He pointed at a 50-kilogram stone in the nearby spirit spring. At this moment, it was greenish-brown. When the clear spring water hit it, it gave off a pleasant sound as if someone was playing a zither. This stone is very special. It's called the Immortal Sound Stone. We old fellows have been eyeing it for decades. This stone would give off a wonderful sound as long as water hit it. It was extremely strange, making people want to cut it open to see what was going on. 80,000 kilograms of source, so expensive. Yifan knocked on it gently and listened carefully. In the end, he frowned. This did not seem like a stone from the source mine. He thought hard for a moment and finally stood up. How about this stone? It's unforgettable. An old man pointed to the front. This was a land facing the sun. There was no vegetation, and it was very dry. There was only a solitary stone, about the size of a table. 80,000 kilograms of source, isn't this too ridiculous? Li Heishui was shocked. Because this stone is special. The world gave birth to a Tao diagram. You guys go take a look. An old man introduced. Yifan walked over and was shocked. There was a deep 8 trigrams imprinted on the stone. This must have been carved on. Li Heishui curled his lips. It was born. Yifan had learned Genesis techniques and could tell. He was very uneasy. The stones in the Ji family's sacred stone garden were all extraordinary. How is it, little friend? Are you tempted? Do you want to cut it open and show us? A few old men tried to persuade him. Yifan studied it carefully. After a long time, he said, apart from this Tao diagram, I can't see anything special for now. Little friend is really calm. Then come and take a look at this garden's treasure. A group of old men led him to the other side. This was a very large stone, about 2 meters tall. It stood quietly beside the flowering trees. The falling flowers gave it a kind of ethereal feeling. This stone is worth 150,000 kilograms of source? So expensive. Even if you cut it with God's source, it wouldn't be much. Li Heishui shook his head. Little friend, you have to look carefully. This stone is very special. It's called Peerless Beauty. A group of old men praised this stone. On this exquisite stone, the world gave birth to a diagram. The outline was the head of a beauty. Although it wasn't clear, it gave one an ethereal feeling. It should be a peerless beauty. Some people speculate that there might be a peerless beauty sealed inside. You can see the outline through the wall. Do you dare to cut it? An old man's eyes were burning. He really hoped that Yifan would nod. Let me take a look. Yifan walked around the stone, knocking and listening. He was really troubled. After looking at 4 heavenly stones, he couldn't see through any of them. He felt that they were all hollow and nothing could be cut out. However, it was faintly discernible. He had a feeling that there might be a shocking treasure inside. This made him frown. Cut this precious stone called Peerless Beauty. Maybe a female sacred spirit will come out. An old man tempted. If I really cut out a female sacred spirit, who in the divine city can suppress her? Yifan smiled. I think little friend is tempted. This garden's treasure really can't be missed. Some old men were even sadder than Yifan and tried to persuade him. These heaven-grade strange stones were all extraordinary and were the treasures of the garden. Even Yifan couldn't see through them. He felt that this knowledge was vast and endless. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master was called a peerless genius. He could see through the ancient minds of the earth with a glance, and he could see through all the secrets in the source. Tuobachang also frowned. He felt a bit of pressure walking in this stone garden. Some strange stones were shrouded in mist, making it hard for him to see through them. The island was very small, only a few hundred meters in circumference. The ancient trees were strong, but they weren't densely packed. Each tree was like a horned dragon, its old skin was like dragon scales, and its branches were full of flowers. Pink, pure white, sky blue, light purple. Every single petal was sparkling and translucent, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was like the pure land of the gods, and it gave people a feeling of peace, tranquility, purity, holiness, and divinity. Especially under an ancient tree in the center, the old man of the Ji family who guarded the stone garden had skin like a baby and hair as white as snow. He was like a god sitting cross-legged. Many old men came here, but they didn't disturb him. From beginning to end, this person had been meditating with his eyes closed. Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang walked around and looked at the strange stones. They faced each other under a few ancient flowering trees, and everything was very calm. Tuoba Chang said, "Peerless treasures don't count. If you lose, you will give the other divine item apart from the 50,000 kilograms of source." "That's what I wanted." Yi Fan nodded. Then, the two started to choose stones. Everyone held their breaths and watched seriously. The great Xia Prince, and Miaoi, Ji Baiyu, Jiang Yifei, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, and the others all walked forward. They opened their divine eyes and sensed with their hearts. As for those old men, they quickly stuck close to the two of them, walking step by step. Their muddy old eyes all shot out divine light, sweeping away their senility, each of them full of vigor and vigor. As for the others, they stood at the edge of the island in complete silence and watched calmly. Tuoba Chang was the first to move. His entire right hand had turned crimson gold as he strode forward and pressed down on the dozen-odd stones that he had set his eyes on. The crimson gold divine hand gave him a divine sense that could see through everything. A faint golden luster appeared on the surface of his body, and he was connected to those stones. Everyone was shocked, because at this moment, the strange stones all became transparent, and everything inside could be seen clearly. Everyone knew that origin stones were special. Even the most powerful cultivators were unable to sense what was contained within them, but origin techniques were miraculous and defied common sense. This is the doing of the Yuan Taoist master. In the past, it was rumored that once the heavenly master appeared, there were no secrets within the stone, and everything could be seen clearly. The Tuoba clan's wondrous arts are truly shocking. They actually have such methods to make the wondrous rock unable to escape. Tuoba Chang is indeed a genius. To have such achievements at such a young age, he might even become the 6th Yuan Taoist master of the northern region in the future. A group of old men exclaimed in admiration as if they had seen a peerless beauty. Their eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and they all had their own ideas. As for the others, they were also indescribably amazed. Many people had thoughts of roping him in. The northern region came from the origin, and such a person would definitely be an honored guest of the various great forces. In comparison, Yi Fan was very calm. He was like a cloud drifting gently through the flowers and trees, his crystalline fingers gently brushing past. There was no brilliance, nor was there any unusual phenomenon. There was only a natural feeling of clear spring water flowing above the stone. His entire person was very ethereal. Finally, Tuoba Chang stopped in front of the dragon head stone. His crimson gold right hand rested on it, connecting with it. Many people gasped when they saw the scene. It was obvious that the genius of the Tuoba clan had taken a fancy to this stone. His expression was especially solemn. A group of old men all gathered around. This stone had been displayed for many years, and no one had dared to touch it. If it was cut open now, it would fulfill one of their wishes. And Miaoi's hair danced in the wind as she approached with light steps. The elegant Jiang Yifei also revealed a look of surprise as he moved forward to observe. Wondrous stones were the most difficult to cut. Even the Yuan Taoist master would frown at times, let alone the current world. Tuoba Chang's crimson gold divine hand tapped on the dragon head stone. It did not become transparent, and only a trace of draconic qi leaked out. Ding! 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 Tuoba Chang's fingers continuously tapped a total of 365 times. Rays of divine radiance entered the dragon head stone. At the same time, his body was also dyed with a faint golden radiance. He actually connected with the millstone-sized dragon head stone and became one. He closed his eyes and placed his right hand on the dragon's head. Multicolored light flowed as if the hand of a god had come back to life. A treasure wheel appeared under his right hand. It's really a treasure wheel. It's colorful and brilliant. Whether it was the group of old men and Miaoi, the great Xia prince, Xianxia, or the spectators outside the small island, everyone revealed a look of surprise. This is the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. It can imprint the secrets of the wondrous stone and understand what kind of treasures it contains. The geniuses of the Tuoba clan are really astonishing. They can even recreate such a method. I heard that this is a unique technique of the Yuan Taoist master. The expressions of the older generation who understood everything changed. The others were also moved after hearing about it. At this moment, Li Heishui's heart also jumped. The opponent's Genesis technique was so astonishing. It was really difficult to say who was stronger in a Genesis technique battle. Swoosh! Light flashed, and the man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, retreated. The Heaven Origin treasure wheel stuck to his palm, and the light became even brighter. It was like a five-colored divine sun, so bright that people could not open their eyes. However, no one closed their eyes. They opened their divine eyes and shot out lightning rays to see what was imprinted on the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. Dragon, oh my god, there's a dragon! The Heaven-class sacred stone garden was in an uproar. Everyone cried out when they saw this scene. There's a dragon imprinted on the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. Is this real? There's a dragon inside the dragon headstone? The Heaven Origin treasure wheel flickered into Oba Chang's palm. There was a dragon's shadow inside, shaking its head and wagging its tail, continuously swimming around. Vaguely, there was a kind of terrifying dragon might rushing out, making everyone dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. This was like a fantasy. Could it be that a true dragon was about to be born? The expressions of the people of the Ji clan completely changed. They had looked for peerless experts to look at the wondrous stones in the garden. How could they have missed such a peerless treasure, not to mention Jin Qishao, the little nun in white, Xianxia, and the others? Even the older generation were extremely excited. They all surrounded the stone. Many people from the major factions secretly sent voice transmissions to Tuoba Chang, offering heaven-grade prices to buy the stone. I've heard that true dragons are born from heaven and earth. Could it be that there's really a foot-long young dragon in the dragon head? No matter what, there must be a peerless treasure in the millstone-sized dragon head. It must be related to a true dragon. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. There were even some old men with frightening backgrounds who regretted looking at the stone in the past. They had seen it before, but in the end, they gave it up. The faint golden light onto Oba Chang's body slowly dimmed. The Heaven Origin treasure wheel in his hand disappeared. He lightly patted the dragon head stone and said, I choose this stone. Now, no one doubted his Genesis technique. He had displayed all kinds of methods, and he definitely had a trace of the Yuan Taoist master's style. Li Heishui cursed, no wonder he is so arrogant. He really has a peerless Genesis technique. Now, things are not looking good. Needless to say, Yi Fan already felt the pressure. The other party chose the dragon head stone and even used the Heaven Origin treasure wheel to reflect a true dragon. If it was a true dragon, no matter what rare treasure was cut out, it would not be comparable, unless it was an immortal. Yi Fan expressionlessly walked around the stone garden. Choosing an ordinary stone was definitely not possible. He had to cut out a shocking divine object. Right now, there were still the immortal sound stone, 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone, peerless beauty stone, etc. He frowned and stood between the origin-suppressing stones in deep thought. A true dragon is like an immortal, not descending to the mortal world. It shouldn't be like this. Maybe it's something else. As long as I cut out a peerless treasure, I should be able to compete with it. Yi Fan stood in front of the 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone. He did not make a move and only walked around it a few times, constantly thinking. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone was very attractive. It was formed naturally. Looking at it, there was a feeling of the Tao flowing, and all methods returning to one. However, in the end, Yi Fan walked away. He came in front of the peerless beauty stone, stroked it with his hand, and then gently tapped it. His movements were very rhythmic. His fingers were light and agile, like a few sprites jumping, drawing out beautiful trajectories. Little brother, you don't have a choice. I think you should choose these few treasures. An old man advised. The genius of the Tuoba clan has chosen the dragon head stone. You can only choose from the stones of the same level. That's right. If he really cuts out a young true dragon, you can only cut out a female sacred spirit king to be able to compete. Yi Fan had already calmed down. After thinking for a long time, he finally gave up on the peerless beauty stone. And walked to the side. Can you choose it or not? Are you afraid? Wu Ziming saw that Yi Fan had not chosen a stone and interrupted his thoughts. A country bumpkin wants to compete with the wondrous arts of a Genesis technique sacred land? You overestimate yourself, what a joke. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you compare to Brother Tuoba? If such a person is also a Genesis technique genius, it will be an insult to Brother Tuoba. Li Chongtian also sneered. Li Heishui reprimanded, shut your beaks. You're interfering and seriously destroying the Genesis technique showdown. Wu Ziming mocked, he's already scared because he can't choose a stone. Are we not allowed to say anything? Li Chongtian also laughed impudently. Even if he cuts out a rare stone, it can't compare to Brother Tuoba's dragon head stone. I think he should just admit defeat and avoid having to spend an astronomical price to buy a stone. The smell of gunpowder was already thick in the air even before the stone was cut. Both sides had already begun arguing, and there were quite a few people in the surroundings who agreed. Tuoba Chang coldly said, don't say anything. Let him choose his stone. I want him to lose until he has no place to show his face. Yi Fan turned around and smiled. Everything is possible in the field of stone gambling and Genesis techniques. Even if you think you've seen a true dragon, it may just be an illusion. He came to the edge of the spirit spring and fished the immortal sound stone out of the water. With a gentle brush, the water dried up, and the greenish-brown stone looked natural under the sunlight. Yi Fan felt that this stone was the strangest. It didn't seem like a stone from a Genesis mine, but it gave him a special feeling. The crowd quietened down to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. They realized that Yi Fan's expression was extremely solemn. He was definitely going to use his Genesis technique. Suddenly, two beams of purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and pierced through the stone. Heavens, this is the Heaven Origin Divine Sense. The Delusion Breaker Eye is a Heaven Origin technique that uses divine sense to see through everything in the stone. This is a heaven-defying technique. All the older generation figures were shocked. And Miaoi, the joyous prince, and the others were all emotional as they walked forward. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the others all shut their mouths after learning what the Heaven Origin Divine Sense was. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao melody rang out, making everyone feel intoxicated. It was as if a supreme great Tao was transmitted from the celestial world. The stone inexplicably let out a strange sound that resonated with Yi Fan's Heaven Origin Divine Sense. It resounded throughout the stone garden. It was like an indescribable scripture that was slowly being chanted, cleansing one's soul. At the center of the island, under that thick ancient tree, sparkling and translucent petals fluttered about. That godlike elder opened his eyes with a schwa sound, sweeping his gaze over. I choose this stone, Yi Fan said calmly. The heavenly melody of the great Tao continued for a long time. The stone was simple and unadorned, causing people to be mesmerized. Yi Fan chose this stone. His voice was sonorous and powerful, resounding throughout the island. Many people were stunned. This stone actually emitted a Tao melody that was stimulated by the heavenly divine sense. It resounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing people to be indescribably amazed. Immediately, some of the major powers transmitted messages, wanting to purchase this stone at a sky-high price. This included the people from the various holy lands, all of them trying their best to rope in Yi Fan. Everyone present was shocked. This was indeed a battle of Genesis techniques. Both geniuses had chosen shocking stones. There will definitely be an extraordinary item cut out. There is actually a mysterious heavenly melody ringing. Could it be an ancient scripture? It is rumored that the supreme sovereign scripture of the Grand Xia Empire was cut out from this stone. The great Tao is boundless, lofty, and profound, causing people to have the impulse to sink into it. Maybe it will be an immortal scripture. Everyone's expression changed. They were all filled with envy, paying close attention. Little brother. If you cut out something good, don't forget us bunch of old men. A group of old men had fervent gazes, excitedly rubbing their hands. They deduced that a shocking item would most likely appear. If it really was an ancient scripture, it would cause a huge wave. The various holy lands wouldn't be able to sit still. If it wasn't for the old man with jade-like skin sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree in the center of the island, there would most likely be people fighting over these two stones. Cut the stone, quickly cut the stone. Many people shouted, hoping to immediately know what kind of peerless treasure would appear. The expressions of the G clan's people were incomparably ugly. These two stones were too precious. If they cut out a shocking treasure, it would truly make their hearts ache. After choosing such a stone, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that it would most likely be comparable to the dragon head stone. Wu Ziming coldly laughed, what rare treasure can compare to a true dragon? Even if we cut out a rare divine item, we will inevitably lose it and give it to Brother Tuoba. That's right, this is equivalent to giving Brother Tuoba a big gift. Li Chongtian also coldly laughed. Cut the stone. Xianxia ignored them and only spat out these two words. Now, they could only cut the stone to determine the winner. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous, all of them paying close attention, all of them waiting for the treasures within the dragon head stone and immortal sound stone to appear. After a short uproar, the island quickly calmed down. It was so quiet that even the sound of falling flowers could be heard clearly. You first. Yi Fan made an inviting gesture. The man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, didn't speak. He withdrew a 5-colored beast-skin pouch, and there were over 10 sharp little knives of different shapes within it. The ancient clans were very particular about Genesis techniques. They used different sabers to cut different Genesis stones. Tuoba Chang took out a silver dragon saber and held it in his hand. Crack, the first blade descended, and he chopped off the dragon horn. With a light stroke, it turned into stone powder, and there was nothing inside. Kacha, the sounds did not stop, and Tuoba Chang continued to descend his blade. His movements were light and graceful, and it did not seem like he was wielding his blade. Instead, it seemed like he was dancing with his fingers. His technique was close to the Tao, and it was filled with a kind of beauty. From all these details, it could be seen that Tuoba Chang's attainment in Genesis techniques was extremely high, and he seemed to be close to the Tao. The dragon scales danced in the air like flowers, and they fell to the ground with rustling sounds. A third of the huge dragon head had been cut off, and a thick layer of stone chips accumulated on the ground. At this moment, it was extremely quiet. No one dared to disturb him, and everyone held their breaths as they watched. Tuoba Chang was completely focused. The silver blade was like a dragon, and the world was silent. Only he danced with the silver blade, as if he was playing a piece of music. Time slowly passed. His movements became slower and gentler, as if he was afraid of breaking the piece and destroying the divine object in the dragon head. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they were almost suffocating. Their eyes did not blink as they stared at the center of the square. The embroidered clothes Tuoba Chang had become the absolute focus. Ding! A clear sound echoed in everyone's ears like a dragon's roar. The silver blade floated in the air, and a mysterious aura spread out. Dragon Chi has rushed out. Many people widened their eyes. Wisps of dragon-shaped chi flowed out from the dragon head, and it was very strange. Hey brat, you're finished. This stone will definitely produce a divine object that will shock the world. Wu Ziming sneered and swept a glance at Xianxia. Swish, 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 Tuoba Chang moved his blade as if it was flying. He suddenly sped up, and the rhythm increased. The stone chips were like snow, fluttering in the air. Ding! When the last sound rang out, the millstone-sized dragon head stone was completely peeled off. Other than the stone powder on the ground, only a bowl-sized bead was left. It was dark green in color, and there was no brilliance. However, there were wisps of dragon chi lingering around it, as if something had broken out of its shell. This is a dragon ball? Yes, it looks very much like a dragon ball, a treasure born from heaven and earth. There might be a true dragon inside. It's born from the harmony of heaven and earth. The small island immediately boiled up. Everyone looked excited, and only the G clan members did not smile, and their faces were solemn. Quick, we can't wait anymore. Quickly cut out the peerless treasure. I desperately want to see the birth of a young true dragon. Everyone urged. Even Great Xia's prince and the white-clothed little nun were no longer reserved, squeezing to the front. And Miaoi, Jin Qishao, and the others also did the same. Tuoba Chang held the dragon ball in his hand and did not continue cutting. He turned back to look at Yi Fan and said, "It's your turn." Yi Fan did not say anything superfluous. Light flashed in his hand, and an inch-long small black sword appeared between his fingers. That's the black dragon pattern golden sword. It's the Holy Spirit sword cut out from the 9-orifice stone golem. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too extravagant. Yi Fan wanted this Holy Spirit sword to cut the stone. This? Many people were completely speechless. Wu Ziming sneered, "What's there to show off? When the time comes, he won't be able to cut out anything. I'm waiting to see his face turn into a vegetable." The black dragon pattern golden Holy Spirit sword was as translucent as black jade. It was naturally formed. Yi Fan held it between his fingers and continuously moved it on the immortal sound stone. The stone skin quickly fell off. He used this sword to cut the stone in case of accidents. Last time, it was very dangerous to cut the 9-orifice stone golem. If he did not retreat in time, he would have been pierced. Purple light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, turning into 2 beams of light that landed on the immortal sound stone. The black dragon pattern golden Holy Spirit sword moved with the 2 beams of purple light and quickly slashed. A melodious sound suddenly came from the stone. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what exactly was inside. Yi Fan's movements were very light and also had a sense of beauty. It was as if a living piece was beating. The black dragon pattern golden Holy Spirit sword turned into a black dragon that danced in the air. What exactly is it? Can it compare to the Dragon Ball? Could it really be an ancient scripture? Silence. There was no noise. The island was exceptionally quiet. No one knew when, but the guardian of the sacred stone garden, that old man, propped up a screen of light, as if he was afraid that some rare treasure would escape. Ding dong. A sweet-sounding sound rang out. Yi Fan fiercely shook the small black sword. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the immortal sound stone was completely cut open. A jade cocoon the size of a fist appeared. It was sparkling and shining, and no one knew what was inside. Another cocoon. Last time, the small black cocoon produced the Holy Spirit sword. What will it be this time? Suddenly, a wonderful sound rang out. It was not the heavenly sound of the great Tao, but rather an intoxicating immortal music that made people's minds want to sink. Only when Yi Fan grabbed the jade cocoon in his hand did the immortal music stop. Only then did heaven and earth calm down. Outside the stage, cries of alarm sounded. Just now, many people had actually lost control of their minds. At this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. The younger generation all retreated, and a group of old men stepped forward, ready to take action at any time. That was because it was very likely that something unusual would appear. In order to prevent accidents, the older generation prepared to work together to suppress it. "You first." Yi Fan indicated. Tuoba Chang did not say anything else. He carefully used the silver blade to cut towards the dragon ball, and the dark green stone bead cracked open. Hong! A powerful aura rushed out, causing people's hearts to tremble. The draconic might was terrifying. "Dragon, I saw a dragon." A true dragon flew out. Many people cried out, all of them incomparably shocked. They stared at the scene, almost forgetting to breathe. A dragon over 1/2 a meter long rushed out from the stone bead and danced in the air. The draconic might overflowed in all directions. It was extremely astonishing. No, it's formed from draconic chi, not a true dragon. When things calmed down, people clearly saw that the little dragon was not a true body. The dragon bead was already broken, and there was nothing inside. Disappointment was written all over Tuoba Chang's face. What a pity, there's only a strand of draconic chi, nothing else. This is only a strand of essence chi born from heaven and earth, and it has the shape of a dragon. It's not a true dragon's chi. Many people shook their heads. It was far from what they had expected. The difference was too great. Many people sighed. Why is it like this? Wu Ziming clenched his fists. Li Chongtian was also extremely disappointed, and he stamped his feet. Haha. Only Li Heishui shook his head and laughed, causing the faces of Wu Ziming and the others to turn ashen. A true dragon does not descend into the world, what a pity for this stone bead. It is impossible for a true dragon to be born in this world. If there is a celestial world, without a doubt, when the time comes, this bead will definitely turn into a true dragon. The old man from Ji family who was guarding the stone garden said these words, and then he stopped talking. The draconic chi was about to scatter and disappear from heaven and earth. Great Xiao's prince charged over and said excitedly, I want this draconic chi, 5,000 kilograms of source. He raised his hand and sealed the space, restraining the draconic chi. Everyone revealed a weird expression. The chivalrous dynasty had inherited the supreme imperial scripture, and within it was an offensive saint technique, imperial draconic chi. To cultivate this technique, apart from one's own talent, there were also some secret techniques. This draconic chi would be of great benefit to him. Tuobachang nodded and didn't speak. He spent 50,000 kilograms of source to buy the dragon head stone, but he didn't get a peerless treasure. This was a huge blow to him. The heavenly source treasure wheel reflected the true dragon in the stone, and in the end, it was just like what Ji Fan had said, it was just a dream. There was no expression on Tuoba Chang's face. When it was Ji Fan's turn to cut the jade cocoon, he didn't hesitate and retreated. He waved the small black sword, and with a clang, he cut open the jade disc. Ding dong, celestial music rang out, and a dazzling radiance appeared. The center of the field was resplendent, and it caused people's hearts to sway. It was as if there was a demonic power that caused people to sink into depravity. This is a mortal melody, what a pity. An old voice filled with regret said, but almost no one heard it. After the jade cocoon was cut open, an object was revealed that shot out dazzling 9-colored light. It was only the size of a chicken egg and perfectly round. There were 9 holes on its surface that cried out when the wind blew. This type of music was extremely wondrous, making one couldn't help but become intoxicated. They really wanted to hold it in their hands and listen carefully. There was a type of demonic power to it. Its entire body was sparkling with 9 different colors. It was exceptionally beautiful and dazzling, as if it was the world's most precious treasure. At the center of the island, the deity-like elder under the ancient tree shook his head and said, what a pity, it was born in the secular world. Senior, may I ask what this is? Many people asked. They didn't understand at all, and even those old men didn't know. They looked towards the protector of Ji family's sacred stone garden. This is an immortal melody. If there is immortal energy to nourish it, one can carve a portion of the Tao imprint. It is an immortal book born from heaven and earth. Ji family's elder shook his head and said, in this world, it is unknown whether or not there are immortals, so how could one find immortal energy to nourish it? In the end, it is only a treasure within a musical instrument. It has nothing to do with cultivation. It's actually an immortal melody. I've heard of it before. A few old men cried out in alarm. It was indeed as the protector of Ji family's stone garden said. This object was born in the secular world. If it was born in the immortal realm, after being nourished by immortal energy, it would become a heavenly book, engraving a portion of the heaven and earth's patterns. Now, it only produced great Tao divine sounds when it was about to appear. However, it stopped there. Without immortal energy, it would never appear again. What a pity, or else this really would be an ancient scripture. It might even be a world-shocking immortal scripture. Why is it like this? It was born in the secular world. There was no one who didn't feel regret. Otherwise, this would be a heavenly Tao immortal book, a great opportunity. Yi Fan held the immortal melody in his palm. It was sparkling and warm, flickering with 9-colored splendor. If it was given to a mortal emperor, it would definitely be a national treasure. However, it was useless to cultivators. The immortal melody he cut out was the same as the strand of draconic energy in the stone bead. It was of little value and didn't have much use. It could only be considered a rare object. Tuoba Chan used 100,000 kilograms to cut the dragon head stone, and he used 80,000 kilograms to cut the immortal sound stone. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoi is very interested in the immortal melody. Don't give it to others, you must keep it for Miaoi. And Miaoi secretly transmitted her voice. This was how rock gambling was. Even if one's Genesis techniques were astonishing, it was still possible for one to be deceived when encountering a rock. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If even these two Genesis technique geniuses had made such a mistake and spent such an astronomical sum for no reason, one could imagine what the others would think. The Holy Land's sky-high price strange stones bring them a lot of profit every year. They have always earned it steadily and never lost money. If they could cut out rare treasures, the Dragon Head Stone and Immortal Sound Stone wouldn't have been left here for so many years. Many people shivered and warned their friends around them. The Holy Land established the stone workshop to maximize the benefits. If they had the slightest confidence, these strange stones wouldn't have been sent here. The Great Sage's land doesn't lack stone masters. At this moment, both Yifan and Tuoba Chang were very calm. Moreover, they reacted quickly and charged toward the other guardian treasures. Yifan arrived in front of the Peerless Beauty Stone in a dozen steps, while Tuoba Chang rushed to the 8 trigrams Tao Diagram Stone. I choose this stone. Yifan directly threw out 150,000 kilograms of Genesis and bought the stone. I don't have any more Genesis on me, but as the #1 successor of the Tuoba clan, I will write a contract here. I will definitely send the Genesis over in a few days. Tuoba Chang had just spent 100,000 kilograms of Genesis and was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing why these two were doing this. It was as if they wanted to snatch the stone. That's right, they seemed to be fighting over a peerless sacred object. Strange stone, peerless beauty. It was over 2 meters tall and silently stood beside the flowering tree. The falling flowers gave it an ethereal feeling. It was worth 150,000 kilograms of Genesis. Strange stone, 8 trigrams Tao diagram. It was as big as a table and looked simple and natural. The Tao imprint seemed to be embedded in the stone. It was worth 120,000 kilograms of Genesis. Are they crazy? Why are they snatching stones after cutting nothing? Everyone didn't understand. Only the people of the Ji clan were calm. If they cut a few more stones, their profits would be even greater. The two quickly started to cut the stone. Their blades flew and the stone chips danced in the air like snowflakes. This old man's horizons have been broadened. A few of the garden's greatest treasures will be cut open in my lifetime, fulfilling one of my wishes. Facing the Peerless Beauty Stone, Yifan wasn't gentle at all. He slashed with the black gold dragon mark sword as if he was fighting for time. If there was a rare treasure inside, this speed was already the fastest under the premise of not injuring it. Almost in a moment, the huge strange stone was cut open. Unfortunately, the Peerless Beauty Stone was empty. This time, there wasn't even a chicken rib, there was nothing. At the same time, Tuoba Chang also completely peeled the 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone. Other than leaving behind a pile of stone powder, there was nothing. In an instant, the two were as fast as lightning as they pounced towards the other stones. There were still 5 gardens' greatest treasures. Their target was obvious. They quickly rushed over and each took one. The stone Yifan chose was called Immortal Pot. It was over a meter tall and shaped like a gourd. Some people speculated that there might be gourd seeds inside. It was a peerless treasure worth 50,000 kilograms of Genesis. The stone Tuoba Chang chose was shaped like a male tiger that wanted to break through the sky. It was called White Tiger Ascension and was worth 120,000 kilograms of Genesis. Little Yi, are you crazy? Li Heishui didn't understand and secretly transmitted his voice. This was too crazy. Just now, the Immortal Sound Stone and the Peerless Beauty sure had paid a total of 230,000 kilograms of Genesis, but in the end, it was all for naught. And now, Yifan didn't seem to care at all. He threw out another 50,000 kilograms of Genesis as if he was under a spell and didn't care about the consequences. It's not that I'm crazy, it's just that there's a crazy stone here that definitely contains a peerless treasure. If it's cut out, everything will be worth it. Yifan replied. Brother Tuoba, what's wrong? Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian also asked. However, the genius of the Tuoba clan didn't care at all. After carving his debt on the stone again, he quickly began to cut the stone. The Ji clan was naturally not afraid that he would renege on his debt. In the current world, no one dared to extort the Ji clan, not even ancient Genesis technique families. What's going on? Li Heishui didn't understand. Yi Fan had already spent 330,000 kilograms of Genesis and was rapidly cutting the immortal pot, making everyone feel crazy. I can't explain it now. I'll explain it later. He and Tuoba Chang both sensed that there was something strange about this place. There was definitely a stone that could make people crazy. Their Genesis techniques were exquisite and had a trace of the Yuan Taoist master's elegance. Whether it was the heavenly source treasure wheel or the heavenly source divine sense, they were close to the Tao. However, they had been deceived. A strange aura had interfered with their judgment. It was extraordinary. The two immediately thought of a situation mentioned in an ancient Genesis technique book. This place definitely contained an astonishing treasure, whether it was the Tuoba clan's treasure book or the peerless Genesis book left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. They both had clear records. A peerless spiritual treasure that could interfere with a Genesis technique master's judgment, making them cut the wrong stone to protect themselves. This was the legendary Stone King. It must have given birth to an unimaginable divine object. One of them had cultivated the heavenly source divine sense, while the other had cultivated the heavenly source treasure wheel. Their unimaginable sharpness allowed them to sense the abnormality and capture the strange aura. If they could cut out such a spiritual treasure, they would be able to recoup all their expenses. Thus, they cut the stone that was most likely to contain a divine object. Now, it was no longer just a battle between Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang. They were also fighting with a peerless stone. Crazy, they've really gone crazy. Everyone was tongue-tied. The two had already spent more than 300,000 kilograms of Genesis, but they didn't care at all. It seemed like they wanted to continue. The prince of the great Xia, Jiang Yifei, and the others were from immortal empires and eternal families. They were also shocked when they saw this scene. Even they couldn't afford to pay such a price. And Miaoi's beautiful eyes flashed. She smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed a Genesis technique battle that will shake the entire divine city. This is too shocking." Even the quietest little nun in white was blinking her big eyes, full of puzzlement. "There's a Stone King here?" Some old men were very sensitive and immediately guessed this possibility. Heavens, if there's a Stone King, it's not impossible to cut out an ancient scripture, an emperor's divine object, or a young true dragon. The group of old men's expressions changed. They immediately scattered and searched everywhere, as if they wanted to join in. After the Celestial Lake and the White Tiger Ascension were cut open, they were still empty. There was nothing inside. Everyone was shocked. The stone square of the sacred ground was indeed a deep pit. It was very difficult to get out after jumping in. One would sink deeper and deeper without being able to cut out anything. "Little Yi, don't be crazy. You are still choosing stones?" Even Li Heishui was shocked. Yi Fan threw another 120,000 kilograms of source stone on the ground. It was sparkling like a small mountain. He began to choose stones again. There were still 3 Garden Guardian treasures left. They were all priced at 120,000 kilograms of source stone. This time, he didn't act immediately but chose patiently. Tuoba Chang was also crazy. He carved the price on a limestone slab and quickly rushed over to choose a stone. "This is crazy, he's really crazy. I haven't gambled like this in many years. Throwing out hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source stone, it's really frightening." Everyone was shocked. All of this was too crazy. Everyone was flabbergasted. At this moment, Yi Fan had spent a total of 450,000 kilograms of source stone. He didn't even frown. In the end, Tuoba Chang chose a stone. It was one of the extremely expensive stones called Divine Moon. This stone was like a crescent moon. It was very special. It was more than 2 meters long and had a sparkling luster. The stone material was very smooth and smooth. It was a rare source stone material. Under the sunlight, it flowed with radiance like a divine moon. Tuoba Chang quickly cut down without any delay. The stone skin fell off and the jade-like stone skin flew in all directions. This extremely expensive stone named Divine Moon continuously shrunk. Suddenly, a divine radiance rushed into the sky and illuminated the entire island. The light blue lake became sparkling. The radiance was resplendent and a divine aura rushed into the sky. Everyone's pores opened up and they felt comfortable as if they were being embraced by immortal spirit energy. What is this? A divine item came out. At this moment, the small island was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to calm down and went crazy. This thing was too astonishing. Just a strand of divine radiance from the crack in the stone was already like this. It was easy to imagine that it was a peerless treasure. Tuoba Chang was incomparably excited. He slowed down the speed of his blade and was very careful in case he cut something. A head-sized stone ball was cut out. Rays of divine radiance shot out from the crack. The thin layer of stone skin could no longer block the divine radiance contained within. This stone ball actually floated in the air and didn't sink at all. Heavens, divine source, it's actually divine source. That's right, divine source, it's the size of a human head. Even the older generation was in an uproar. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. All the Holy Lands yearned for it. The most conservative estimate is that its value is definitely above 500,000 kilograms of divine source. When an old man said such a value, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was divine source. The size of a human head was comparable to a mountain of ordinary pure divine source. Tuoba Chung didn't peel off that thin layer of rock because he was afraid that he would be blinded. Even so, the dozens of beams of light that were shot out were enough to illuminate the entire island. Even the blue lake water was sparkling with brilliance. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of divine source was something that hadn't appeared in the sacred city for many years. This was definitely sensational news. Hey brat, let's see how you turn things around. You want to compete with the Genesis technique aristocratic families? Li Zhongtian laughed loudly. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. What can they use to compete with such a piece of divine source? Wu Ziming also said sarcastically, I've been looking forward to seeing your faces turn green for a long time. Finally, it's time to see your faces turn green. Everyone went crazy. They were all shouting and discussing. The divine source was too shocking. Li Heishui was also in a daze. He didn't have any temper at all. The appearance of the divine source stunned him. At this moment, only Yi Fan was still calm. He said, in this world, divine source isn't the most precious thing. There are even more sacred things in precious stones. Hearing him say this, and Miaoi, the Xia prince, Jiang Yifei, the little nun, and the others all looked over. The older generation figures also turned around. Even more people shook their heads. Some were sympathetic, and some were gloating. Such a piece of divine source had been cut out. To turn things around was definitely more difficult than reaching the heavens. Wu Ziming laughed presumptuously. Then cut out a sacred object for me to see. Alright, I'll try today. Maybe I can really cut out something even more precious, Yi Fan said calmly. Once he said this, the stone garden quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. And Miaoi's beautiful eyes turned in astonishment. The little nun in white blinked her big eyes and opened her mouth wide. She looked like a cute swallow as she stared at him in shock. Even Jin Qishao, the saint child of all beginnings, and Yao Yuekong, who had strong wills, revealed an indescribable expression. Haha, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You're already at this stage and you still want a miracle. I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Chongtian laughed. Can you really cut out something even more precious? Someone muttered. Almost no one believed it. Divine source was too precious. Everyone present thought that a miracle was almost impossible. At this moment, the news of the divine source's appearance spread like wildfire. It shook the entire divine city, and more people rushed over. Yi Fan was very calm. He was seriously hammering on a priceless stone. Even at this stage, he was still unperturbed. Little Yi, you must cut out a shocking treasure. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Li Heishui secretly transmitted. We'll wait for you. Let's see how you'll shed tears when you see the coffin. Wu Ziming mocked and laughed loudly. Yi Fan heard this and stood up. If that's the case, why don't you join in and gamble with me? Then, he looked around and said, of course, if there's anyone else who's willing, there's no harm in joining in. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this stage. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this point. Wu Ziming sneered. Not to mention him, even the others didn't believe that a miracle could happen. What was divine source? It was the most precious of all sources. It was formed from the world's most primordial essence, and even the Holy Lands desired it. The divine city hadn't been cut out for many years. This piece was the size of a human head and was priceless. Who could turn the tables in such a situation? What else was more precious than it? It was almost impossible. Today, I will bet with you even if I have to sell everything I have. Wu Ziming sneered. Not long ago, he lost several tens of thousands of kilograms of source to Yi Fan. Now, he finally had the chance to take revenge, so he borrowed source from Li Chongtian. Their connections were quite broad, and they knew quite a few people. More importantly, their sects were great sects in the North region. Five Elements Palace and Illusion Destruction Palace were quite famous, and they both had older generation figures here. The two of them had gathered quite a bit of resources. Not only were these two moved, but the others also found it hard to stay calm. Since Yi Fan had already spoken, many people were eager to try. The head-sized piece of divine source had already appeared. Not many people believed that Yi Fan could turn the tables. This was almost impossible. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. We will also bet with you. More than 20 cultivators joined hands and collected 15,000 kilograms of source. They walked forward in large strides and piled up on the ground. At this time, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian also collected enough source. Because of the support of the sect elders, they collected a total of 15,000 kilograms of source. I have waited for this day for a long time. Wu Ziming gritted his teeth. Not only did he lose so many origin stones in the previous defeat, but he was also humiliated and ridiculed. Today, there was such an opportunity. He felt that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Is there anyone else? From beginning to end, Yi Fan was very calm. After standing up in front of the stone, he walked forward and asked a few more questions to see if anyone else wanted to bet. He is too calm and collected. Doesn't he know the value of the source of God? It's such a big piece. Unless there's a complete primordial godly medicine, there's no way it can compare to it. Many people wanted to join in. But when they saw how calm and composed Yi Fan was, without the slightest hint of dejection, they all began to mutter. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the last time when the 9-hold stone golem had been cut in half. They all thought that there wouldn't be anything left, but in the end, Yi Fan had dug a hole for them to jump into. Even though many people were confident in the divine origin, they still hesitated. They were afraid that it would be like last time, that Yi Fan would hold back. Is there really no one else? That is divine source. Do you not have confidence in Tuoba Chang? Yi Fan asked again. He walked far away, allowing the falling petals to land on his body. The flowering tree swayed, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. Yi Fan walked under the ancient tree, and was already quite a distance away from the two stones. Suddenly, two figures walked into the field and quickly arrived in front of the stone that Yi Fan had just carefully hammered and almost confirmed. Our hands are itchy, let's choose a stone too. The two chose the strange stone that Yi Fan had just examined, and piled 120 kilograms of source on the ground. These were two old men. They had been in the stone garden all along, and they weren't far away. Thus, they quickly came over. One of them was Illusion Palace's Grand Elder Li Shui. Previously, he was the one who instigated and lent Li Chongtian and the others tens of thousands of kilograms of source to bet with Yi Fan. Today, he didn't act rashly. He had been observing and made this move at the crucial moment. You. Li Heishui's expression immediately changed. He was confident in Yi Fan, and felt that he could definitely pick out a peerless treasure. However, he never would have thought that Li Shui would do something like this, and compete with another old man of great background for source halfway. This was definitely intentional. It was almost shameless, taking advantage of such a loophole to buy that stone. Do you have any questions? Li Shui smiled faintly, as if he didn't care. Do you have any shame? Li Heishui pointed at them angrily, and finally couldn't help but scold. Li Shui's face immediately darkened, and he said, "Young man, don't be rude. Otherwise, I will discipline you on behalf of your elders. You are really. Li Heishui was so angry that he wanted to curse. If he didn't spit on their faces, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Yi Fan hurriedly went forward to stop him, then turned around to face Li Yishui, and said with a sullen face, "You too, aren't you going too far?" Li Yishui indifferently said, "Oh? How is it too far? Are you talking about choosing the stone? Just now, you didn't choose, and now we are buying the stone. Old man, didn't you see Gu Feng knocking and observing just now? He clearly chose that stone." Li Heishui wanted to beat these two up. "He didn't choose in the end, didn't he walk away?" Li Yishui replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, the stone garden was in an uproar. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Some were envious, some were cursing, some were sympathizing, and some were gloating. These two old fogies are really shrewd. It's really unexpected that they would make such a decisive decision. Too despicable, too shameless. How can they do this? Indeed, old people become crafty. To think that they would make such a move. But it really isn't right. Why didn't I think of this? That Genesis technique genius is too inexperienced, allowing such a loophole to be taken advantage of. The crowd outside was in an uproar, unable to calm down. There were those who hated, those who mocked, and those who wanted to beat Yi Fan up. Everyone acknowledged Yi Fan's Genesis technique, and felt that the stone he had chosen would most likely contain a peerless treasure given the confidence he had displayed earlier. Although many felt that it would be very difficult to compare to the divine Genesis, everyone believed that it would contain a valuable treasure. "Don't stop me, I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't beat them up." Li Heishui was truly enraged. He wanted to throw the black metal token at the two in front of him. "You talk big at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders?" Li Yishui's face darkened as he sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Snatching our wondrous stone and wanting to kill us." Li Heishui wanted to throw the black metal token and beat them up. However, Yi Fan firmly held him back, not letting him go forward. Li Heishui calmed down and did not act rashly. He turned to face the Ji family and said, "We have already paid 120 kilograms of Genesis source. Are you not going to do anything to them?" Master Yuan of the Ji family revealed a troubled expression and said, "Although you have paid Genesis source, it is only for a few of the garden's treasures. You have not chosen which stone to use." Ji Biyue was dressed in green, revealing her curvaceous figure and bare feet. She leisurely walked forward and said with a faint smile, "Little brothers, there is really no other way. You can only blame yourself for not deciding earlier." Since the Ji family had already said so, there was no way to change it. This made Li Heishui furious. Yao Yuekong came forward and advised Li Heishui, "Forget it." The great Xia prince shook his head and also transmitted his voice, "You are too careless." Some people felt that Li Yishui's actions were shameful, but they could only discuss and curse him. They could not change anything. This was the Heavenstone Garden of the Ji family, everything had to be done according to the rules. Some of the older generation could not stand it anymore, but they could not say anything. The small island was filled with splendor. That head-sized divine source floated in the air and did not sink down. Dozens of divine radiance shot out from the rock, dyeing the ancient trees and the dancing petals in the air with divine radiance. Li Yishui looked at Yi Fan and Li Heishui calmly and said, "Young people, this world is fair and unfair. There are many things that you need to learn. Not showing off after getting a bargain, you guys are good." Li Heishui pointed at the two people in front of him. Li Yishui was unperturbed and said calmly, "This old man and brother Yang Kuan borrowed some resources from some old friends. Other than wanting to buy a priceless strange stone, we also want to make a bet with you." "That's right." The old man called Yang Kuan was the supreme elder of Five Elements Palace. He immediately piled 60,000 kilograms of God source on the ground. This move was too ruthless. They had just stolen someone else's stone and now they wanted to make a bet. They were ruthless and wanted to kill them all. "Aren't you guys too much?" Yi Fan's face darkened. "Words spoken are water spilled. You are the one who said that you want to make a bet with everyone here." Li Yishui said with a smile that was not a smile. Although many people felt that it was too much, they could not say anything. It was obvious that both sides had grudges. The two youths were tricked and they could only admit defeat. Li Heishui was furious. The other party was too much, using any means necessary. He could not help but explode. Old man, you want to use force to suppress us? You are not strong enough. Oh, then what can you do? Yang Kuan asked. Li Yishui was very indifferent. He casually said, I'm quite interested in the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. I think it's worth 50,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't I borrow some origin source from a few of my old friends? When the time comes, you can use the Holy Spirit sword to repay your debt. Yao Yuekong and Miaoi, and the others had predicted that the black gold Holy Spirit sword was worth 35 kilograms of God source. Li Yishui's words were obviously malicious and he wanted to steal the sword at a low price. Dream on. Li Heishui was furious. Don't worry, let him go. At the crucial moment, Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice and pulled him back. Little Yi, you. Li Heishui turned around and looked at him. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He suppressed his emotions and slowly calmed down. I only borrowed 20,000 kilograms of God source. That's it, a total of 80,000 kilograms. I will make a bet with you. Li Yishui revealed a faint smile and said, I am very fond of the black gold Holy Spirit sword. Okay, I accept. You can cut the stones first. Speaking up to this point, Yi Fan asked loudly, does anyone else want to participate? Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice and advised, brother, do you really want to bet? Just admit defeat this time. There is no need to be impulsive. The great Xia prince also advised. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. Jiang Yifei's robe was whiter than snow. His expression was calm, elegant, and handsome. And Miaoi's eyes were filled with spiritual energy. She quietly watched. Jin Qixia's expression was solemn and he did not move. Even more of the older generation remained silent as they watched the scene unfold before them. If that is the case, let us also give it a try. More than 10 people came forward and together, they gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God source, which were sparkling and glittering. Although there were still many people who were tempted, they resisted the impulse. Firstly, they felt that it was not right to add insult to injury. Secondly, seeing Yi Fan take the initiative to invite them, he was too calm. Okay, since there is no more, it is limited to the few of us. Yi Fan revealed a smile. The first batch consisted of more than 20 people, and they gathered 15,000 kilograms of God source. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian gathered 15,000 kilograms of God source. Li Yishui and Yang Kuan gathered 80,000 kilograms of God source for the bet. The last batch of people gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God source. The sum of these people's God source was a total of 143,000 kilograms. At this moment, Li Yishui's expression changed. Because he saw Yi Fan actually smiling at him. His delicate face, his mouth full of snow-white teeth, was very bright. His heart immediately sank. His head rumbled, and he shouted in his heart. Oh no! He might have been tricked by this harmless-looking little bastard again. Senior Li, aren't you going to cut the stone? Let us all broaden our horizons. Yi Fan said with a smile. Everyone was startled. Their gazes all turned to look at Yi Fan, Li Yishui, and the sky-high strange stone. Li Heishui was completely relieved, and he almost laughed out loud. He mumbled, Yi Hei, this is really a technical job. Tricking people is also a kind of art. Everyone inside and outside the Heaven Series Stone Garden looked over. Yi Fan and Li Yishui became the center of attention. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Li Yishui should have been very satisfied, but he had a gloomy expression, clearly in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, whose stone had been stolen, had a radiant expression, his teeth gleaming. He could only be described as happy. As for the black brat beside him, no matter how one looked at it, he was holding back his laughter. He was like a wolf, his mouth almost reaching his ears. It's over. Li Yishui must have been cheated. It can't be. He was very ruthless just now. How could he have been cheated? Don't you see how meaningful those two brats' smiles are? It's like a weasel looking at a little chick. Everyone's attention was focused on the two of them and the heaven-rank wondrous stone. Li Yishui could no longer remain calm. His previous indifference was swept away, and his expression turned gloomy. At the side, Yang Kuan also had a gloomy expression as he looked down at the strange stone on the ground. This stone was called Levitating Flying Immortal. It was 1 meter long and did not have any special shape. It was very irregular, but there were many patterns on it that looked like feathers. The Levitating Flying Immortal stone lay under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Many cultivators had seen it before, but no one dared to cut it. It was worth 150 kilograms of spring. This is a rare precious stone. It has the aura of the absolute beginning. It's definitely a stone from an old pit, Yi Fan commented with a smile. Li Yishui's expression turned even more gloomy. He silently took out a silver knife and started to cut the stone. His movements were very slow. After all, this was an extremely valuable stone, and he was afraid of damaging it. You're wrong, Senior Li. When cutting this kind of levitating flying immortal stone, you have to go against the patterns, like peeling off a scale. You have to peel it up bit by bit. Yi Fan seriously guided him from the side. The veins on Li Yishui's forehead bulged as he said, "There's no need for you to tell me." At the side, Yang Kuan also snorted heavily, revealing an extremely impatient expression. But at this moment, Li Yishui used too much force, and the levitating flying immortal stone cracked. Yang Kuan immediately jumped in fright and said, "Be careful." Even though they guessed that they might have been cheated, they still couldn't help but be careful when buying the stones that cost 120,000 gene of origin source. Cut along the lines. Don't use brute force. Go with the flow. Yi Fan began to guide him again. Even though Li Yishui's veins were bulging, he didn't say anything else. He had never cut this kind of ascension stone before. If he was careless, it might really crack. That's right. Be a little gentler when you use your blade. The blade's momentum has to be light. Yi Fan smiled as he instructed. However, Li Yishui and Yang Kuan felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were even longer than the Black Emperor's, and they wished they could slash him with their blades. However, the angrier they were, the more mistakes they made in cutting the stone. Kacha, another large piece of the levitating flying immortal stone cracked and fell to the ground. However, nothing was cut out of this part. Li Yishui's and Yang Kuan's faces were covered in sweat. 120,000 kilograms of source power was gambling on this rock. Other than their own reserves, they had also borrowed source power from other people. If this was a waste, just the thought of it made them vomit blood. They were asking for it. Kacha, kacha, stone powder fell down. The levitating flying immortal stone became smaller and smaller, but there was still nothing. Sweat drenched Li Yishui's back. Even though Yang Kuan didn't make a move, he didn't feel good in his heart either. Even if it wasn't 100 claws scratching at his heart, it was close. Li Yishui opened his mouth wide and laughed silently. Not to mention Yang Kuan and Li Yishui, even Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt bad. Kacha, when the levitating flying immortal stone was only the size of a palm, Li Yishui and Yang Kuan's faces turned completely white. It was obvious that this stone was a rare treasure. When they raised their heads, they noticed that Li Yishui was calm and unruffled. He was using the dragon-striped black-gold Saint Spirit sword to trim his nails. Their faces instantly turned from white to green and then purple. This was truly infuriating. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in G-Clan's stone workshop, they really wanted to kill someone. Kacha, Li Yishui forcefully threw the palm-sized stone to the ground. It broke into pieces, but no rare treasure appeared. His face turned green as he stood up. At this moment, he felt that the world was spinning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 120,000 kilograms of spring water was wasted and nothing was cut out. They were obviously tricked. There was only one word to describe how miserable it was. There was no second time in one's life. You. Li Yishui was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at Yi Fan and Wu Ziming in anger. What do you mean you stole our stone? You can't cut out anything valuable and you want to blame us? Li Yishui laughed loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kuan's vision turned black. They were so angry that they almost fainted. This loss was too great. They used all their schemes to steal other people's wondrous stone, but in the end, they suffered the consequences of their own actions. They couldn't blame others at all. Even so, the two of them were emitting smoke from their 7 orifices. Their hair was about to ignite and they wanted to roar towards the sky. These 2 old bastards are so pitiful. They were tricked and jumped into the pit themselves. They can't even vent their anger. Outside the stone garden, everyone was discussing. Many people couldn't help but mock and laugh loudly. They asked for it. Just now, they were so shrewd and stole the other party's source, yet they ended up like this. That youngster really is something, digging such a big pit and waiting for people to jump in. Who would have thought of this? It's all because of greed. This is a technical job. It can definitely be considered an art. Li Heishui's words had a double meaning. Haha. Many people couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kuan wanted to vomit blood. They were tricked in such an artistic way and even ridiculed. No one could take this. Yi Fan walked over to the other extremely expensive wondrous stone. He lightly patted it and said, "Actually, this one isn't bad either. I like it more." Everyone laughed loudly again. Li Yishui wanted to beat him up. How could he endure these words? Yang Kuan even more so swung his sleeves and walked out of the stone garden angrily. Have you chosen the stone? Tuoba Chang asked coldly. Beside him, that head-sized divine source floated quietly. Divine radiance shot out in all directions. It was exceptionally dazzling. Even the stone surface could not hide its divine splendor. I have. Yi Fan answered. Unexpectedly, he didn't touch the last heaven-level wondrous stone. Instead, he moved out a stone beside the levitating flying immortal stone. This stone was very ordinary, about the size of a roller. There was nothing special about it. It was completely dark green in color and shaped like a stone block. The heaven-level stone garden was filled with precious stones. This stone was worth 15,000 kilograms of divine source. Although it was expensive, it couldn't be considered a garden treasure. Just now, when Yi Fan was looking at the levitating flying immortal stone, he used his heaven origin divine perception to examine it. He saw a trace of its wonders and was shocked. He didn't know if this was the Stone King, but it couldn't be too bad. Seniors, please help me seal this space, Yi Fan said solemnly. Everyone revealed a look of surprise. Could it really be that he could cut out a peerless treasure? One had to know that Tuoba Chang had cut out a divine source. It was almost unsurpassable. Do you really think you can cut out a rare treasure? Wu Ziming sneered. Just now, his senior, Yang Kuan, had been tricked. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything to help. I want to see what you can cut out. Li Zhongtian also sneered. Disillusionment Palace's grand elder Li Yishui didn't say a word. He stood to the side with an ashen face. He had wasted 120,000 kilograms of divine source. A group of old men gathered around. Although they admired Yi Fan's original technique, they didn't think he could cut out something more precious than the divine source. However, everyone still worked together to put up a light screen to seal off the area. The stone garden's guardian, the silver-haired old man with translucent skin, also walked over to prevent any accidents. Li Heishui reminded him in secret, "Didn't you say there was a Stone King? Don't let it interfere with your judgment again." "Don't worry. This time, I used the original Sky Secret technique to confirm that there is a peerless treasure in this stone," Yi Fan answered confidently. However, he was still a little uncertain. He felt that this was a substitution and not the real Stone King. Tuoba Chang cut out a divine source, and I chose such a stone. If they are both substitutes for the Stone King, then it will be quite terrifying. I wonder what is inside the Stone King, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He began to cut the stone carefully. He held the dragon rune obsidian Holy Spirit sword with 2 fingers and peeled off the surface of the stone. In the distance, everyone became nervous because they realized that his posture was very strange, as if he was going to leave at any time. The Great Xia Prince said, "Brother Gu's original technique is amazing. Are you really going to cut out another peerless treasure?" Yao Yuekong was dressed in purple, and his eyes glowed purple. He had the temperament of a demon god. Maybe there will be a surprise. And Miaoi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes swept back and forth between Yifan and Tuoba Chang. As for the group of old men, their expressions were solemn. Divine light flickered on their fingertips, and they were all ready to attack. After all, Yifan had cut out the primordial divine medicine and the Saint Spirit sword. These people took his words very seriously. Yifan moved his sword quickly, and the mill-sized stone quickly shrunk. The surface of the stone kept peeling off. In the end, when the stone was only half the size of a human head, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian couldn't help but sneer. How could such a big stone compare to a head-sized divine source? Even the supreme elder of the Illusion Destruction Palace, Li Shui, gradually calmed down. He revealed a sneer and was no longer as gloomy as before. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Yifan would lose without a doubt. Even Li Heishui was a little nervous. Clang! When Yifan cut off another piece of the stone with the black sword, a blazing divine light suddenly shot out, making people unable to open their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Many people opened their eyes wide and watched carefully. Yifan continuously waved the small sword. The stone fell off, and a stone ball the size of half a human head was cut out. Through the stone, dozens of divine lights shot into the sky. The ancient trees were bathed in the divine light, and they were green and translucent. Even the flowers became divine, flickering with light. Divine source! Many people exclaimed. They never thought that a second piece of divine source would come into being. Half the size of a human head. The most conservative estimate is at least 250,000 kilograms of source. An old man quoted in shock. Heavens, another piece of divine source. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 pieces of divine source in one day. Even in the past, this didn't happen many times. It's priceless. Why would such rare divine objects appear one after another? Everyone was discussing. Even the little nun in white couldn't help but squeeze forward and watch curiously. My eyes can't take it. This kind of divine light is too intense. I can't even look straight at it. Someone's eyes were red as he was forced to turn his head away. Haha. After Wu Ziming recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly and said, so what if it's a divine source? It's only half a brother to Oba's divine source. That's right, you guys lost. This piece of divine source will belong to us. Li Zhongtian also laughed impudently. He was extremely excited. Hee hee. Li Yishui let out a breath of resentment and let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, this stone ball moved. It immediately rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. Bang! It crashed into the barrier of light. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was already sealed, it really would have escaped. What's going on? This stone ball can fly? Heavens, what is inside the divine source? Why can it fly by itself? A stone that can fly, how is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. This defied common sense and was inconceivable. The divine source could float in the sky and not sink, but it definitely couldn't fly. This was definitely a world-shocking treasure, and there might be other treasures inside. Bang, bang, the barrier of light was very sturdy. The stone ball crashed in all directions and wanted to escape, but it couldn't do so. Within the Heavenstone Garden, a group of elders all made their moves. However, they didn't attack, but rather used gentle divine light to suppress it. They imprisoned it and then sealed it. This was because there was a world-shocking treasure inside the divine source. They were afraid of destroying it, so they didn't dare to use too much force. The outer layer of the stone couldn't conceal the divine source's radiance. Many rays of divine light shot out from the cracks, and it was extremely resplendent. It was drawn down. The group of elders' eyes were burning with passion as they fixed it in the air. They were all a bit excited. Little brother, you are indeed amazing. You cut out another exceptional treasure. Sell it to us. We are willing to buy it for a sky-high price. The people who spoke were all representatives of major powers. They all wanted to buy this stone. This rare treasure is more precious than that human head-sized divine source. The G-Clan's Stone Garden Protector said. That's right, it's more precious than that divine source. Someone nodded in agreement. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale on the spot. They were just filled with joy and excitement, but they never expected the situation to reverse in the blink of an eye. They were close to despair. Li Yishui's face was full of black lines, and his veins were throbbing. This result was a huge blow to him. His body swayed and he almost fell onto the ground. He and Yang Kuan had already jumped into a pit, and now they had to hand over another 80,000 kilograms. It was as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. Brother Gufeng, sell this rare treasure to us. Great Xia will give you a satisfactory price. The Great Xia Prince transmitted his voice. Little brother Gufeng, Miaoyi is willing to buy this treasure. No matter what condition you have, we will try our best to satisfy you. And Miaoyi also transmitted her voice with a sweet smile. My two brothers. Jiang Yifei also spoke. In a moment, Yifan was drowned out by all kinds of divine wills. Many people transmitted their voices to him in secret, tempting and promising him all kinds of benefits. Everyone, let's peel off the outer layer and see what exactly is inside the divine source. Yifan replied. He didn't want to sell it carelessly. That's right, peel off the outer layer and see what's inside the divine source. Outside the Heaven Stone Garden, the others all shouted loudly. These people couldn't enter the stone garden, and their status definitely couldn't compare to the representatives of the major powers and the many old men. However, they were the most numerous, and their shouts shook the heavens. At this moment, the news spread quickly. Something even more precious than the divine source had been cut out. The entire divine city was once again in an uproar. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, the group of old men didn't stop them. They also wanted to see what exactly was inside. Seniors, please make your move. Yifan didn't step forward. In the end, the protector of the Ji clan's stone garden walked over. The tip of his finger flickered with divine radiance as he carefully peeled off the outer layer. In an instant, resplendent splendor appeared like a sun. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even open their eyes and couldn't see it. Only those with greater strength could. This was the divine source, resplendent splendor. What is that? There's a creature inside the divine source. There's really a living creature. Is it a golden snake? It doesn't look like it. There seems to be horns on its head. Could it be a dragon? It's too dazzling. I can't see it clearly. It shouldn't be a dragon, everyone was astonished. There was actually a living creature inside the divine source. It can't really be a dragon, right? True dragons are like immortals, not descending into this world. How could there be this type of thing? The scene erupted with commotion. Many people cried out in alarm. There was a living creature within the divine source. This truly left everyone shocked. The stone sphere that was half the size of a human head had a thin layer of stone peeled off. It was like a golden sun as it floated in midair, releasing blinding radiance. Those with weaker cultivations only had one choice, and that was to close their eyes. They almost couldn't look straight at it. The divine radiance entered their eyes, shooting outwards like golden needles. Those with profound cultivation squeezed forward. Many people widened their mouths in shock, all of them wishing to see what kind of creature was produced within. Yifan found it difficult to calm down. The divine source that produced a living creature within exceeded his expectations. The divine source jumped about like a frightened child. It wanted to escape, but it was suppressed by the screen of light from the older generation figures, so it could only stay in place. Many people completely surrounded it, to the extent where even Yifan couldn't walk in. Something even more precious than the source appeared in this world, it truly was too shocking. There was no one here who could remain calm. They were all stirred up to the extreme, clamoring noisily. Gufeng little brother, you have to sell this sex rare treasure to us. Gufeng little brother, can we discuss this? My Yin-Yang sect plans on buying this divine source and a creature inside. There has to be a first-come first-served basis. I was the one who said it first. Old man surnamed Wang, you stay behind me. The highest bidder will get it. This old one doesn't mind paying an astronomical price. Before they even confirmed what was inside the divine source, the group of elders were already arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They began to clamor noisily. They were all great sect's senior elders, every single one of their backgrounds terrifying. There's no point in arguing. Gufeng little brother should make the decision. We'll sell it to whoever he says. Gufeng little brother, Gufeng little brother, where are you? Only now did the group of messy elders notice that the main character wasn't in front of them, who knew where he was squeezed to. Seniors, I'm outside and can't enter. Can you all give me a spot and let me see what exactly was cut out? Yifan really couldn't squeeze in. This group of old men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were all lively and full of energy. Although their arms and legs were old, they were harder than iron. Almost all of the younger generation were squeezed out, and many of them grimaced in pain. Only the Prince of Great Xia, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, and the others could stay inside, but they were all disheveled, and it was already good enough that they could stand there. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and hid behind her brother. Quick, make way for Brother Gu and let him in. Old man, get out of the way. Don't block the main character. The crowd stopped pushing and shoving. Yifan finally walked in and came to the center of the field. Without a doubt, he became the center of attention. Me too. Li Heishui's shoes were pushed away by the group of old men. His clothes were in a mess, and he finally followed them in. He couldn't help but complain, "Seniors, don't be so excited like you've seen a peerless beauty. My clothes are about to be ripped off." Yifan finally came inside. The divine source was dazzling, and this group of old men fought for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what was inside. "Seniors, let's not fight over this first. What do you all think it is?" Yifan was also observing, but the divine radiance was too intense. He could only see a rough outline and couldn't examine it in detail. The main thing was that the creature inside the divine source itself was very special. It emitted a hazy brilliance that wrapped around itself. Vaguely, one could see that it was a golden figure. It looked like a golden snake, but also like a golden dragon. It didn't move at all. There can't be a true dragon in this world. It should be a flood dragon or a holy snake with horns. It's most likely a golden snake or a flood dragon. Who said there isn't a true dragon? Maybe it's a young immemorial dragon sealed inside the divine source. The opinions of the older generation were quite different, and they all had different viewpoints. The divine source was glaring and illuminated the entire island. The surrounding lake water became sparkling and translucent, turning it into a golden color. As for the ancient trees on the island, they were all dyed in golden radiance. Even the petals became divine, flowing with brilliant colors and flickering translucently. Yifan remained silent. He activated his heavenly origin divine perception and observed carefully. His eyes immediately shot out two beams of purple light that entered the divine source. This was a wondrous technique from the Heavenly Origin book. It could see through fabrications and see through the source. Yifan clearly saw the creature inside, and he was extremely astonished. It was a small thing that couldn't move at all. It was sealed inside, but it was definitely still alive. Its bodily functions were slowly recovering, and the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. It really looks like a dragon. Yifan's heart beat rapidly, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. This little creature was half a foot long, and it curled up inside. It had a golden dragon body and a pair of dragon horns on its head. No, it doesn't have dragon scales. Yifan observed carefully and found that its body was very smooth. Its golden body surface was sparkling and translucent like jade, and there wasn't a single dragon scale. Soon, he calmed down and began to ponder seriously. At this time, he discovered another abnormality. The so-called golden dragon horn was actually made of flesh and was flickering with light. Strange little dragon, little flood dragon, little golden snake? He was puzzled and couldn't determine what this was. And what surprised him the most was that this little creature's eyes were extremely large. They were actually opened, and it seemed very innocent as it stared at him. It's much larger than a dragon's eyes. It's too watery. Yifan was speechless. This little creature seemed to be very human-like. Pung, at this time, the divine source throbbed again. It continuously wanted to escape, as if it was frightened by a group of old men. It was obvious that it wasn't that powerful. It couldn't struggle free and couldn't escape. So cute. The white-clothed little nun lowly stared at the divine source with her large clear eyes. Her eyes weren't burned by the divine radiance and seemed to be able to see everything inside. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoi really hopes that you can sell this source to me. And Miaoi also approached and spoke softly. Her body fragrance was like that of orchids. Little brother Gu Feng, can you use your Genesis technique to observe it? An old man asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Up until now, he could only confirm that this little creature wasn't a vicious creature. It seemed like it wouldn't harm people. He extended his right hand and held the divine source in his palm. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened up. The world's most primordial essence entered his body, making him feel very comfortable. This was the divine source. Even though it hadn't been refined, it already made people feel that it was different from others. Gotcha! Suddenly, the divine source cracked. The golden little creature struggled to break free and wanted to rush out. Quick, lay down restrictions and tightly seal this place. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Everyone was shocked. The group of old men quickly took action. Layer after layer of light barriers descended, and it was unknown just how many layers of barriers were sealed. In the distance, the other cultivators were even more excited. Some broke their heads and rushed forward, creating a clamor as they wanted to see what was going on. Meanwhile, some people acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, quickly retreating out of fear of being contaminated. Rookies, what are you guys foolishly rushing forward for? Not a single archaic creature is kind. If they truly come into being, rivers of blood will flow. Don't tell me you guys don't know? The archaic creatures that came out in the past were all incomparably tyrannical and took away many lives. When these words were spoken, there was immediately a wave of panic. The people who were rushing forward were all dumbfounded and quickly retreated. In Ji family's important area, flying was not allowed at all. However, at this moment, people couldn't care so much anymore. Many people rose into the air and fled far away. Of course, there was still a large group of people who stayed behind and didn't leave. On the contrary, they advanced a certain distance because they saw that the older generation characters didn't retreat. Gotcha! The divine source cracked open. With a flash of golden light, that little creature rushed out. No one wasn't nervous because the archaic creature's ferocious might shocked the world and left behind too many legends. Only Yi Fan could still be considered calm because he sensed with his divine sense that this little creature didn't have any killing intent. Swoosh, the golden figure flashed. No one could stop it. Even the heaven-sealing earth-locking technique that Yi Fan used couldn't stop it. It was inconceivably fast. Fortunately, this place was sealed and it couldn't escape. It floated in the air and emitted a hazy golden light. Heavens, is it really a dragon? At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it was similar to a real dragon, except that it didn't have dragon scales. Its entire body was like golden jade, sparkling and translucent. Of course, there were also differences. Its eyes were too big and extremely watery, making many girls jealous. At this moment, its expression was very human-like. It seemed to be a bit scared, confused, and somewhat innocent at the same time. Swoosh, with a flash of golden light, it returned to Yi Fan's palm and fingers. Many people cried out in alarm. It was just too fast. A few older generation figures didn't even have time to take action. Gotcha! This little creature's body was extremely small, no more than half a foot long. However, it bit off a fist-sized piece of divine source with a single bite. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He wanted to snatch it back, but this little thing swallowed it in one gulp. There was simply no time. Its small body didn't expand and didn't change in the slightest. It was still just that exquisite and hazy with golden light. I'm going to cry. I ate 50,000 gene of source in one gulp. Li Heishui opened his large mouth and screamed miserably. Yi Fan quickly shook his hand, wanting to send this little thing flying. However, its reaction was extremely fast. With another bite, another fist-sized piece of divine source disappeared with a gotcha sound. 50,000 gene of source is gone. The corners of Yi Fan's lips were twitching. This time, he finally shook off the little creature, putting away the divine source with a flip of his hand. There's no justice in this world. 50,000 gene of source was eaten in the blink of an eye. Li Heishui's heart was even dripping blood, feeling waves of pain as he held. Dryly. In the distance, the others were also stupefied. This little thing was too extravagant. As soon as it came out, with just 2 bites, 50,000 gene of source was gone. 2/5 of this divine source was eaten by it. It could be said to be as extravagant as it could be. Yi Fan turned his hand over, grabbing towards this little creature, wishing to lock it in place and seize it. However, this little thing was just too fast. With a flash of golden light, it immediately arrived in midair. "You wastrel, this is divine source, how could you do this?" Li Heishui shouted towards the sky. In the distance, there was a clamor. Everyone was shocked, all of them discussing among themselves. Dark lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead as well. It really wasn't worth it, having so much divine source devoured by this little creature in one go, making him feel waves of pain as well. However, at this moment, the little thing in midair revealed an extremely human-like expression. It actually felt extremely wronged, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears, staring pitifully at Yi Fan's hand, as if it was searching for that piece of divine source. It was just short of saying, "That piece of divine source is mine." Its current appearance really made one unable to produce any killing intent, only pity and sympathy. Especially its pair of large eyes, they possessed great destructive power towards females. "You ate my 50,000 gene of source, can you not look at me like that?" Yi Fan said while bringing out a bean-sized piece of divine source, summoning it, wishing to draw it down and capture it. Who would have thought that this little creature was full of spirit, its large and lively eyes widening until they were perfectly round. A small claw was clenched into a small fist, forcefully waving downwards. Everyone was dumbstruck. This little creature was truly human-like, able to understand human language. Yi Fan quickly took action, grabbing towards the sky, wishing to capture it. Swish, with a flash of golden light, it began to flee, flying into the distance. At the same time, the other older generation figures also took action, preparing to capture it alive. What exactly was this? Everyone wanted to know, wanted to understand, and only by capturing it would they be able to find out. With so many people taking action, even if this little creature was extremely fast, it still couldn't escape. It seemed to be extremely alarmed, its pair of large eyes filled with a fearful expression. In order to escape, it didn't care where it was going, flying down with a whoosh sound. "Aya," the white-clothed little nun cried out in alarm, because this little creature, in its panic, bumped into her shoulder. This was a very special scene. The golden little creature landed on the white-clothed little nun's shoulder, one of its small claws clutching a lock of her beautiful hair, a timid expression on its face. Meanwhile, the white-clothed little nun Loli was also scared stiff, a fearful expression on her face. The 2 pairs of large eyes were almost the same, one bright and timid, the other blinking, scared, both with pitiful appearances. "Quick, catch it. Don't let it escape. Little sister, hurry up and take action." On the side, many people shouted like this. However, the white-clothed little nun stared at the little creature on her shoulder, her large eyes blinking, slowly losing her fear, not taking action. This little creature seemed to have also sensed that there was no danger, gathering its courage to move a bit, looking at the surrounding people with a wronged expression. "Don't take action, this little thing isn't dangerous, it doesn't have any killing intent, different from ordinary archaic creatures," Yi Fan said. Even though he said this, the golden little creature didn't appreciate it at all. When it looked at Yi Fan, it was seething with anger, reaching out a small claw to point at him, silently complaining, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if Yi Fan had committed a monstrous crime, causing it to feel incomparably wronged. Yi Fan was speechless. After staring at it for a while, he said, "Don't stare at me like that, I was the one who rescued you from the stone. Brother Gu, this little creature is fated with my little sister, you must sell it to us." The great Xia prince spoke, full of sincerity. Yi Fan didn't say anything, unable to reply right now. It was because right at this moment, it was unknown just how many divine wills were transmitting sound to him, all of them saying that they wanted to buy this little golden creature. "Hurry up and observe the surrounding stones, see which one is abnormal." Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Li Heishui. What do you want to do? Li Heishui was puzzled. I suspect that the true Stone King hasn't been found yet, Yi Fan replied. At this moment, everyone was squeezing forward, wanting to see this little creature from a closer distance. They were all eager to know what it was. What kind of creature is this? Many people expressed their doubts. Yeah, it doesn't look like a true dragon, nor does it look like a flood dragon. Even its horns are fleshy, those large eyes are too bright. The protector of the Ji family's stone garden, that old man with skin like white jade, walked forward with a serious expression. Could this be? Senior, do you know what it is? On the side, an elder asked with a respectful expression. From this, one could see how extraordinary the status of Ji family's stone garden's protector was. Even some rotten old men considered themselves to be of the younger generation. His body was tall and imposing. His silver hair fell down like a waterfall, and his skin was snow-white like jade. One could tell with a single look that he cultivated a strange art. This little golden creature. He frowned, seemingly a bit unsure. Everyone was listening attentively. What was shocking was that even that little golden fairy was listening attentively. It tilted its head, paying close attention to this place. The silver-haired elder looked carefully, nodded, and said, "It should be an archaic divine silkworm." When these words were spoken, everyone's jaws dropped. How could it be a silkworm? It clearly looked like a true dragon, yet it was said to be a bug. The little golden creature blinked its large eyes, seemingly quite perplexed. It didn't acknowledge the elder's words. Everyone was puzzled, full of questions. However, everyone knew that this elder's status was extraordinary, and he wouldn't speak irresponsibly. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a young dragon. It has nothing to do with a silkworm. Someone mumbled softly. The silver-haired elder said, "In reality, you can also call it a beast." However, a Yuan Taoist master in the past called this creature a divine silkworm, and that is how it was passed down. Why is that? Everyone became even more puzzled. Someone asked. According to what the Yuan Taoist master said, its first form is a type of divine silkworm. The reason why the word divine was added before the word silkworm is because it is too extraordinary. It can be called a divine bug. The silver-haired elder spoke slowly. No one interrupted, all of them listening carefully. The little golden fairy was quite dutiful, also listening carefully. This type of creature was extremely strange. It could continuously evolve, and its first form was indeed a silkworm. Its entire body was golden and sparkling, and it ate source as food. Its lifespan was unknown. It was rumored that after one transformation, it would break away from the scope of a silkworm and become a little golden snake. In its life, it could experience 9 transformations at most. Each transformation was a new life, equivalent to a rebirth, and its strength would soar. However, under normal circumstances, it was already not bad for this type of creature to transform once or twice, because the conditions for each transformation were extremely harsh. What kind of existence will the 9 divine silkworm transformations become? Someone asked. The silver-haired old man said, "It will become an unimaginably powerful creature. Even in the primordial era, it will be enough to run amok in the heavens and earth." A divine bug can transform to that level? Many people found this a bit hard to believe. Indeed. The silver-haired old man nodded. These secrets had come from a former Yuan Taoist master, who had traveled through the mountains and ancient veins and excavated countless mines. His understanding of primordial life forms was the most authoritative. However, the silver-haired elder only knew a portion of it and couldn't explain it in detail. After all, too much time had passed, and the dust of history had drowned out everything. The truth was getting further and further away, and it was extremely difficult to uncover it. Normally, this kind of divine bug can only undergo 1 or 2 transformations. If it completes 9 transformations, it won't become a true dragon, right? Hearing this deduction, everyone revealed a surprised expression and looked at the little elf on the shoulder of the little nun in white. Its whole body shone with a golden radiance, and it really looked like a young dragon. Its big eyes were filled with innocence, as if saying, "Don't look at me." The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "As for what it can transform into, no one can say for sure. In the past, a Yuan Taoist master had said that the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm couldn't be predicted at all. As for what kind of creature it would become, it was hard to say for sure. He had previously speculated that the humanoid kings among the primordial creatures might very well have been transformed from this kind of creature. Of course, there was no proof for all of this, and it was all speculation. However, the Yuan Taoist master had the most right to speak about the primordial races, because they had come into contact with them too much. From the underground and ancient mines, they discovered many secrets ordinary people couldn't know of. After understanding all of this, there wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't shocked. They stared at the little golden creature, and all of them revealed strange expressions. If this little thing could undergo 9 transformations, it would become an unmatched existence. How many transformations did it undergo? Finally, someone brought up this question. It should have only undergone 2 transformations, said the silver-haired elder. However, everyone was still puzzled, because this little elf was extremely perplexed. It seemed as if it didn't understand anything at all, and it didn't approve of the elder's words. It is like a blank sheet of paper, and it is also very pure. It doesn't seem to know its own identity. That's right, no matter how you look at it, it seems like a little muddle-headed. It doesn't know anything. The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, every time it transforms, it is a new life. Not only does its body change, even its memories are erased, and it has to start anew. So abnormal. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm, isn't it equivalent to experiencing 9 lives? Even a few messy old men were shocked. Otherwise, how could it become an existence that can run amok in the heavens and earth, said the silver-haired elder. Someone pondered and said, I recalled an ancient scripture that had long been lost in the eastern wasteland. It is very similar to the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. In the past, there was the imperishable heaven art that produced a divine embryo from an old body that was on the verge of death. Today, Yifan cut out this kind of creature. A living primordial creature appeared, shocking everyone. Many people were both envious and jealous. Even though it is a primordial creature, it might not necessarily be more precious than brother to Oba's divine source. Wu Ziming suddenly spoke. That's right, it can't transform at all. Under normal circumstances, it will reach its limit after 1 or 2 evolutions. How can it compare to a divine object that is worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source? Li Zhongtian echoed. They were afraid of losing and didn't want to admit defeat. They weren't willing to hand over tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source to Yifan. Let's not talk about whether it can carry out the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Just the fact that it is psychic surpasses divine source, the silver-haired elder said. It can be psychic? Everyone revealed doubtful expressions and asked again. Because it can produce divine source, the silver-haired elder explained. 10,000 years ago, a Yuan Taoist master once said that regardless of whether it could transform into a supreme existence, the value of a divine silkworm was at least 600,000 kilograms of divine source. This kind of creature ate source's food. It could spit out divine silk and form a divine silkworm cocoon, which was the purest divine source. Heavens, it can't be, right? Everyone was shocked. This little spirit could produce divine source. It was truly stupefying. At that moment, the group of old men and countless people stared at the little elf that looked like a real dragon with burning eyes. It blinked its large eyes and still had an innocent appearance. A small golden claw grabbed a lock of the white-clothed little nun's beautiful hair and anxiously pressed it against her shoulder. Little brother Gufeng, state your price. This little spirit is mine. I will buy it no matter the price. A group of people surrounded Yifan. He couldn't interrupt at all. Everyone was extremely fervent. Senior, how much source does it need to eat before it can spit out a divine silkworm cocoon? Yifan asked the silver-haired elder, using this to divert the attention of many cultivators. A lot. The gains don't make up for the losses. If it was a little creature that had only transformed once, it would be quite good if it could spit out a divine silkworm cocoon worth 10,000 kilograms of pure source after eating 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source. This is too wasteful. Everyone was stupefied. A divine silkworm that has transformed twice or more will have a much higher conversion rate. Many people gave up. They couldn't afford to raise this little thing. It was simply like a little glutton. Of course, this was only for ordinary sections. However, the people from the various holy lands were tempted. Divine source had a special meaning and value. The top powers yearned for it. If they could, at certain times, they would be willing to squander an endless amount of pure source to transform it into divine source, even if it was extremely wasteful. The white-haired elder said, 10,000 years ago, the Jade Lake Holy Land had a divine silkworm. It was gifted to them by a Yuan Taoist master. Everything I know is from the Jade Lake. Many people revealed strange expressions. 10,000 years ago, that extraordinary person came to the divine city and gambled until the great sage's face turned green. However, there was nothing they could do. All laws were interlinked. When the origin technique reached its peak, it would be close to the great Tao. It could also obtain the power of heaven and earth. That extraordinary person's strength was unfathomable. The divine silkworm of the Jade Lake can ultimately transform into a supreme creature? The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, it's almost impossible. Every transformation requires extremely harsh conditions. Even in the archaic era, it was difficult to succeed, let alone now. Little thing, I saved you. Hurry up and come over. I'll give you source to eat. Yifan smiled. He took out a large piece of pure source and waved at the golden little creature. The dragon-like little fairy immediately became angry. It tilted its head to the side and ignored him. You have quite a temper. Just now, you ate my divine source. It's worth 50,000 kilograms. Yifan laughed. You stole Xiaoguai's divine source. It naturally has to be angry. That belongs to it. The white-clothed nun muttered softly. In just a short while, she had already given the golden little creature a name. This little thing seemed to have accepted it. It stretched out a small claw with its palm facing up. It seemed to want that piece of divine source as it stared at Yifan. Yifan scared it and said, little thing, I saved you. From now on, you will follow me. Why do you still need divine source? If you don't listen, I'll sell you. Alright, I want to buy Xiaoguai. The white-clothed nun looked very happy. The golden little fairy clenched its small fist and silently waved it at Yifan. Then, it looked at the great Xia princess and blinked its large eyes. Yifan had a headache. How should he deal with this little thing? It seemed like he couldn't keep it. Many major forces, including the people from the great sage's land, were transmitting messages to him. They wanted to buy this golden little creature. He couldn't afford to offend any of these major forces. Moreover, this little thing looked like a wastrel. A piece of divine source the size of half a human head wasn't even enough for it to chew. Do I really have to sell it? But if it goes through 9 transformations in the future? Yifan shook his head and didn't make a decision. He walked over to Tuobachang. It was time to collect the spoils of war. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian were standing at the side. When they saw Yifan coming over, their faces instantly turned pale. They had lost tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source. On the side, Disillusionment Palace's grand elderly Yishui felt dizzy. Not long ago, he had jumped into a huge pit, and now he had to hand over 80,000 kilograms of divine source. He really wanted to vomit blood. Yifan did not pay attention to them. The most important thing right now was to collect that head-sized divine source. It quietly floated in the air. Even though it was covered by the rock, there were still several dozen streaks of divine radiance shooting out. They were exceptionally resplendent. Tuobachang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Yifan held the divine source in his palm. Little thing, I still have such a big piece of divine source here. Do you want it? Yifan tempted the nearby golden little creature. Whoosh, as expected, a golden light rushed over. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Fortunately, Yifan was prepared. He put away the divine source origin with a flip of his hand and grabbed it. Whoosh, the golden light flashed and disappeared. The golden little creature returned to the white-clothed little nun's shoulder and stared angrily at Yifan. 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Is the ancient legend really going to come true? Red Dragon Daoist appeared in the stone garden. His pupils contracted as he stared at the golden little creature. At the same time, Li Heishui transmitted a message to Yi Fan. He seemed to have discovered a strange stone shifting. The red dragon Taoist's body was withered. He was still wearing that ancient Taoist robe. He stared at the little golden creature, his eyes flickering with scarlet light. The little thing that looked like a real dragon was scared. It hid behind the little nun in white and peeked its head out to observe. "Xiao Guai, don't be afraid." The little nun in white comforted it and placed it on her shoulder. Once the red dragon Taoist appeared, those old men who didn't have much time left in them were extremely fearful and no longer spoke casually. The others didn't know his identity and continued to discuss. The stone garden was noisy. 9 transformations of divine silkworm. The red dragon Taoist said softly. He raised his head to look at the sky and then at the ground as if he was sensing something. Yi Fan wanted to go over and greet him, but a scarlet light flashed. The old Taoist's figure became indistinct, immediately disappearing. He didn't stay for long. "Why are you leaving so quickly?" He wanted to borrow the might of the red dragon. Li Heishui squeezed in and helped Yi Fan collect the source. There were all kinds of colorful gems on the ground that piled up. "Thank you for your help so many times and gifting me so much source today. You're really loyal." He laughed loudly. Wu Ziming's eyes were spitting fire. Li Chongtian's nose was almost crooked from anger. The two of them didn't say a word and gritted their teeth. "And this old mister, you're really warm-hearted to help us so many times." Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Shui was furious. He really wanted to slap this Fei He brat in front of him, but he could only suppress his anger. He was really angry. He jumped into the pit and in less than an hour, he had lost 200,000 kilograms of source. Most of it was borrowed and he wouldn't be able to pay it back for the rest of his life. Thinking of this miserable situation, he almost fainted and wanted to slap himself. "Old man, don't tremble. Anger is bad for your body. You're so smart to even think of stealing the wondrous stone. Are you afraid you won't be able to get the source?" Li Heishui added fuel to the fire and hit him when he was down. His calm appearance was similar to Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder's behavior not long ago. There were others who gambled with Yi Fan. Their faces were ashen and full of regret. When Tuoba Chang cut out the divine source, they felt that they would definitely win. Yet, they were still defeated. Was there still justice in this world? The heavens were deliberately trying to trick them. The several piles of origin source on the ground added up to a total of 143,000 jin. They were like multicolored gems blooming with light. Yi Fan waved his sleeve and collected all the origin stones. At this moment, many people's hearts were bleeding. They wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother Tuoba, according to our previous agreement, our wager is 100,000 kilograms of origin source. How are you going to give it to me?" asked Yi Fan. Even though Tuoba Chang was the #1 successor of an ancient Genesis technique clan, he had only brought 100,000 kilograms of Genesis source with him. He had already owed the Ji clan over 300,000 kilograms for the sake of cutting the stone. "I'll carve the inscriptions for you and return them to you in a few days." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Why don't you write to Ji clan and owe another 100,000 kilograms of origin source, then I will use these origin source to gamble on stones, what do you think?" "All right." Tuoba Chang gritted his teeth. But this time, Ji clan did not agree no matter what. They wanted to immediately send the two of them away. Strictly speaking, Ji clan did not suffer a huge loss. Yi Fan had invested 450,000 kilograms of origin source to cut the stone, and Tuoba Chang had done the same. The two of them were incomparably crazy and threw out a total of 500,000 kilograms. Of course, after cutting out the divine source and the divine silkworm, they earned back everything. The biggest winner was undoubtedly Yi Fan. 2 divine source and that little golden creature, it was over 500,000 kilograms of origin source. It could be said to be a shocking gamble. Yi Fan squeezed out of the crowd and started to choose stones again. Because he had paid 150 kilograms of origin source for the last time, he did not buy an astronomical strange stone. Instead, he chose a stone worth 15,000 kilograms and cut out the little golden creature. "This is too crazy, are we going to continue cutting?" Don't tell me we can cut out another peerless treasure? Everyone's attention was focused on him. Yi Fan's every move was especially attention-grabbing as he continued to cut out world-shocking items. The people of the Ji clan pinched their noses and let him continue. They actually wanted to kick him out. To the Holy Stone Workshop, people like this were not welcome. The stone under this old tree, the stone in the vines. Li Heishui kept pointing. He noticed that 7 or 8 stones had moved. Yi Fan frowned. Stone King had a spirit, and it was purposely revealing a flaw. It was a provocation. If I was the Yuan Taoist master, would you be able to run? He said to himself. In the end, Yi Fan shook his head. This Stone King had a spirit, so it had to contain a shocking treasure. But he could not find it yet. He thought that even if he spent a few million kilograms of origin source and cut all the stones in the Heavenstone Garden, he would not be able to find it. He suspected that Stone King was not in the Heavenstone Garden. Perhaps it was in the lake or on the shore. It was hard to be sure. Yi Fan chose 2 stones, but there was nothing special about them. He did not pay for them, though. He cut out a xenogeneic origin. In the end, he looked at the center of the island. There was an old tree, and there was a smooth purple stone. The guardian of the Ji clan sat on it. He looked at the price. If he cut that stone, he could spend 90,000 kilograms of origin source. You can't cut that stone. It is where the elder practices. Someone stopped him. Didn't you tell me the price? Li Heishui asked. Let them cut it. The silver-haired old man waved his hand. Forget it. This is where the elder meditates. It is not appropriate for us to offend him. Yi Fan shook his head. In the end, he spent 90,000 kilograms of origin source. There was no treasure, but he did not pay for it. He cut out a few big xenogeneics. Are we just going to give up? Are we not going to find Stone King? Li Heishui asked. I want to find it, but I can't. Even if I do find it, I won't be able to keep it. It will be a holy item, and there will be bloodshed. I'll come back another day. If the Red Dragon Taoist had not left, he would have tried. But now, he gave up on that idea. The stone gambling war came to an end. Yi Fan had gained a lot. Many people were jealous, but they could not do anything bad to him. Now, many factions, including people from the Holy Lands, surrounded him and offered him an olive branch. In the North area, a genius with an origin skill like this was a VIP. Many old men tried to recruit him. Of course, the fight for the little gold creature had begun. Ordinary people could not afford to raise it, but the Holy Lands could. Little friend, I have prepared a feast. How about we drink and talk later? I have already booked a VIP garden in the Gold family's drunken immortal tower. Little brother Gu must go. Even Li Heishui could not escape. He was stopped by a group of old men. Their passionate gazes made his hair stand on end. And Miaoyi, Jin Qishao, Xiang Yifei, and the others were extremely enthusiastic. They all wanted to buy the little gold fairy. Among them, Jiang Yifei and the great Xia prince were the most determined. It seemed they would pay any price. Brothers, it is not suitable for you to sell it to anyone. Why don't you auction it at our Sky Demon treasure tower? Yao Yuekong suggested. There is no need to go there. Their commission is as high as 10%. Little brother Gu, don't you think it is a waste? An older person objected. They were worried that once the news spread, more people would come to fight. At that time, the price would be unimaginably high. Even the corpses from the source stones were treasures worth studying, let alone a living divine silkworm. Yi Fan and Li Heishui discussed for a long time whether to sell the little gold fairy or not. The divine silkworm 9 transformations was invincible. Its value was immeasurable. But it was easier said than done. It was difficult to succeed even in the immemorial era, let alone in this era. I have decided, I will not sell this divine silkworm, Yi Fan said. The scene was dead silent. Then, a cold killing intent permeated the air. No less than 10 of them came from an unknown place. Yi Fan's heart jumped. All the major powers were determined to get it. If he insisted on not selling, his life might be in danger. I want to rent it out. As soon as he said this, the killing intent disappeared. Many people were shocked. It can be rented? It is a living thing. This is too, how can we rent it? Many people discussed. All the major powers calmed down and started asking questions. 600,000 kilograms of source stone. The time limit is when it goes through its third transformation, Yifan said. Young man, you really dare to ask for such a high price. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master said that a divine silkworm is worth 600,000 kilograms of source stone. You are only renting it out, yet you are asking for such a high price. Yifan smiled and didn't say anything. He understood that whether it was renting or selling, the result would be the same. Once it entered the hands of these major powers, it would be impossible to hand it over. Thus, although he said he was renting it out, he was selling it at the same price. There were many benefits to this. Firstly, he wouldn't lose out. He could compensate with source stone. Secondly, he could rent it out. In the future, when he became stronger, he could go to them and ask for it. 800,000 kilograms of source stone, my Grand Xia Empire is renting it. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. The group of old men turned their heads. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had appeared in the stone garden. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and had a dragon crown on his head. He was tall and looked extremely majestic. One could faintly see 9 dragons coiling around his body. On the dragon crown on his head, there was a dragon head formed from draconic chi. Royal uncle. The Grand Xia Prince and his sister went up and greeted. He nodded. An incomparably powerful aura radiated from him, causing the group of old men to be unable to speak. This was definitely a Saint Lord level character. Only the silver-haired old man from the Ji clan wasn't affected. Brother Ji. The lips of the major characters from Grand Xia moved slightly. It was obvious that he was transmitting his voice. Okay, I won't fight with Brother Xia. The silver-haired old man nodded. As for the others, they couldn't interject at all. In the face of such a powerful character, the old men were completely suppressed. Little friend, what do you think? The major characters from the Everlasting God dynasty asked Yifan. Yifan and Li Heishui weren't suppressed. He didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. No matter what, he definitely couldn't protect this little golden fairy because many major factions were eyeing it covetously. Okay, I will gather 800,000 kilograms of source stone within 3 days. After saying this, the major character from the Everlasting God dynasty disappeared. Yifan had cut out a living creature that was even more precious than divine source stone. This shocked the entire divine city. First, the red dragon Daoist and then the Grand Xia Emperor's uncle appeared one after another. The little nun in white cheered. She was extremely happy. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief. They could speak again. This is too overbearing. He's using his power to suppress us. He didn't even allow us to speak. Could it be that you want to reason with a Saint Lord level character? Many people were dissatisfied, especially the figures from the major factions. However, there was nothing they could do. The major characters were high above them. There was no way to go against them. By renting out the little fairy, Yifan had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, he had diverted the attention of the Holy Lands. Otherwise, his life would definitely be in danger. Secondly, this little golden creature was a true prodigal child. He couldn't afford to raise it at all. Doing this was equivalent to finding someone to raise it. Lastly, by sending this little thing out like this, he could obtain a lot of source stone. In the future, when he was strong enough, he could confidently ask for it back. Being rented out like a rare treasure, the little golden creature was very angry. It stared at Yifan with its big round eyes and kept baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Little Guai, don't be angry. You can have as much source stone as you want. The little nun in white consoled. Fortunately, it was rented out. Otherwise, with this little thing's speed, who knows when it will run away? Li Heishui said. Yifan nodded and said, even if it really follows me, it will probably only think about the divine source stone. Once it gets it, it will definitely run away. That's right. We aren't afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves remembering and not being able to guard against it." The two comforted themselves. They made such a decision mainly because they had no other choice. The Holy Lands wouldn't let them take it away. The divine silkworm belongs to the little nun. The little nun is. Before Li Heishui could finish, Yifan hurriedly signaled for him to shut up. The great Xia prince and his sister had already walked behind him. Xia Yiming said with a dark expression, "Brother, I don't want to hear such words again. It's definitely a misunderstanding." Li Heishui hurriedly explained. The little golden creature and the great Xia princess, Xia Yilan, really hit it off. Two pairs of big eyes blinked at the same time. The stone gambling battle had completely come to an end. After a long time, the crowd dispersed. Yifan and Li Heishui were surrounded. Even though the divine silkworm already had an owner, the major forces still tried their best to rope them in. In the next few days, the two were busy with all kinds of social engagements and appeared at the banquets of the major forces. On the third day, the important figures of the eternal celestial dynasty personally delivered 800,000 kilograms of source stone. In less than 2 days, Tuoba Chang also returned 100,000 kilograms of source stone. In the next few days, Yifan went to the stone squares of the 3 holy lands one after another and wantonly bought them. However, he didn't cut out any peerless treasures. He only exchanged the pure source stone he had for xenogeneic source stone gambling. The so-called peerless treasures could only be found by chance. He couldn't always cut them out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them rare treasures. At this point, Yifan had obtained enough source stone to break through. He decided to temporarily leave the divine city because he had been in the limelight recently. He needed to hide and find a quiet place to break through. At the same time, he also wanted to do one thing: help divine King Jiang Taishu escape. Jiang Taishu had taught him the battle saint technique. He couldn't forget this kindness, and he had been thinking about how to repay it. Now, the Holy Lands were going to use extreme holy weapons to break Purple Mountain. If divine King Jiang Taishu was still alive, perhaps he could be saved. He needed to send the news to the Jiang family. Was little Tingting doing well? How was Uncle Jiang? He had always missed him. He had been in the northern region for a long time, but he hadn't been close to the Jiang family's territory. Outside the divine city, Li Heishui sent Yifan off. He asked, "Brother, when are you coming back?" "I'll be back soon. I still need more source stone," Yifan said. Li Heishui informed Zhou Yuan, "Come back early, the 8 lunatics and several members of the ancient Genesis Technique clans have arrived. They want to have a Genesis Technique showdown with you." "Little brother Ancient Wind, are you leaving the divine city?" "Miaoi is going on a long journey. Let's go together." And Miaoi walked out of the divine city. The divine city was grand and majestic, like the residence of a god. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world. Yifan was about to leave. Looking back at the divine city, he felt a sense of grandeur and vicissitudes. It had a circumference of 100 miles, vast and boundless. It had been through the primordial era until now. "Take care. Let's go back." Yifan bid farewell to Li Heishui and walked forward with large steps, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Ahead, and Miaoi was waiting for him. She wore a white dress with a jade belt around her waist. Her waist was small and slender, and her figure was slender and alluring. She was like a fairy, slender and elegant with a fragrance wafting in the air. When the wind blew, her long hair fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. The two of them continued on their way, leaving the divine city. The ancient trees and wisteria became fewer and fewer. They were about to leave this warm place. The tinkling of the spirit spring decreased, and the vegetation became sparser. Cold air wafted over, and the green plants gradually disappeared. "It's the season of snow," and Miaoi said softly. In front of them was a vast expanse of whiteness. The mountains and rivers were all covered in white snow. The divine city was a very special place. The area around it was full of vitality all year round, and flowers bloomed in spring. After leaving the divine city, the true season appeared. Unknowingly, it was already winter. Heavy snow fluttered about, and the northern wind whistled. The vast northern region was bitterly cold. The chilly wind blew over, making whooshing sounds and swirling up the snowflakes. Little brother Gufeng seems to be prejudiced against me and has always been on guard against me. And Miaoi's beauty was unquestionable. Her exquisite face was flawless. Farian, you think too much. Why would I be prejudiced against you? You are the most beautiful person in the eastern wasteland. I don't think many can resist your charm. Yifan walked on the snow. Your words don't match your heart. Little brother Gu is not honest. And Miaoi's skin was sparkling and translucent, whiter than snow. Walking on the snowy ground, she was like a fairy. Yifan was indeed on guard. This beautiful girl leaving the divine city at this time was too much of a coincidence. Farian, where are you going? I haven't decided yet. If little brother Gufeng doesn't mind, why don't we travel together for a while? To travel with Farian is naturally what I want, but I have some personal matters to take care of. This woman was beautiful, but her motives were impure. If it was any other day, he could eat the sugar coating. But now was not the time for romance. The Holy Lands and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. He did not have much time to waste. And Miaoi chuckled, very well, let's go our separate ways after leaving this place. On the way, she vaguely mentioned the ghost face bronze artifact from last time. It involved half of an extreme holy weapon, which was undoubtedly very attractive. When the sky darkened, Yifan stopped in the snow and turned around, but he didn't see anything. Miaoi, he felt it before, Miaoi. Shen entered being and was Shen said. Miaoi, I have felt that too. That we should be. Yifan didn't say anything more and sped up. There were no footprints left on the snowy ground. He was like a faint shadow. The oasis where the divine city was located was extremely vast. It had a circumference of several tens of thousands of miles. There were many cities and towns. At night, they settled down in a small city. The wind and snow beat against the window, producing flapping sounds. Yifan hadn't been lying on the bed for long before he felt something was wrong. He held the dragon-striped black gold Saint Spirit sword between his fingers. Only after 2 hours did he feel a living being enter the room. It was very agile and soundless. In an instant, his wariness was gone. It was that little golden creature. It was sneaky and had successfully concealed its aura. Even divine senses couldn't capture it. If they weren't so close, Yifan might not have discovered it. Not only is this little thing fast, but it also has the ability to conceal itself. He was astonished. At the same time, he felt it was quite funny. This little fellow was quite patient. It waited for such a long time before entering the room. He didn't need to think too much to know why the little golden creature came. It must have been obsessed with the divine source and chased after it to steal it back. Suddenly, it stopped and blinked its large eyes. It looked suspiciously at Yifan on the bed before turning around to escape. Yifan was astonished. This little thing was too vigilant. He quickly reached out and grabbed forward. Whoosh! Golden light shone as the little golden creature rushed out through the window. Where are you going? And Miaoi chuckled. She was guarding the front. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a curtain of light shrouded forward. The little golden creature twisted its body at an inconceivable speed. It turned into a golden line and disappeared in a flash, rushing into the night sky. Xiao Guai, where are you? The great Xiao princess's call came through the cold wind. Yifan rushed into the sky and discovered the great Xiao prince and his sister. The two were very anxious. They had spent 800,000 kilograms of divine source to obtain the divine silkworm, but it had run away in just a few days. Brother Gu, did it chase after you? The great Xiao prince asked because he had chased after it all the way here. He felt that the divine silkworm most likely came for Yifan. I did see it before. It fled in that direction. And Miaoi chased after it just now. Yifan pointed out the direction. Correct, it's its aura. The brother and sister left in a hurry. Yifan rubbed his chin and laughed. This little thing was indeed interesting. Perhaps he could directly lure it back in the future. He didn't stop. He could use this opportunity to break away from Miaoi and disappear into the snowy night. According to the speculations of the people of Divine City, if the Holy Lands wanted to use their ultimate weapons, they would need to prepare for at least a month. This was because it involved the so-called foundation and couldn't be taken out all at once. Yi Fan knew that time was limited. He wanted to make the best use of this time to break through. Just like that, he disappeared for an entire 20 days. No one knew where he was except for a little golden creature. This was a vast and boundless uninhabited area. Snow swirled in the air, and the mountains and rivers were covered in white. This place was far away from the oasis. For decades or even centuries, no one would pass by. It was extremely desolate. However, in the past 20 days, there was a constant flow of spirit energy in this snow-capped mountain range. Especially in the past few days, divine light would frequently shoot into the sky. This snowy mountain was where Yi Fan had secluded himself. He had sealed himself in the belly of the mountain, but he still couldn't stop the sea of Genesis Chi from rushing out. Although the divine source and the heterogeneous source Chi didn't seem to be much, the essence Chi they contained was too majestic. It couldn't be stopped. Yi Fan didn't know that outside the restriction he had set up, there was a little golden creature. It had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in anger. Unfortunately, it couldn't rush in. The hundreds of flags were personally made by the Black Emperor in the past. The Tao patterns on them were incomparably profound. The little golden creature couldn't break through. In the last few days, the Genesis Chi in the mountain was like smoke. It rushed out, almost liquefied. The little golden creature finally calmed down and began to drink. The mighty Genesis Chi was too rich, enough for it to enjoy. Yi Fan, who was in seclusion, felt that most of the Genesis Chi had dissipated, but he couldn't stop it. He discovered that the endless source Chi wasn't completely absorbed. Instead, it was used as an impact to break through some kind of shackle. A large pile of heterogeneous source Chi was equivalent to millions of pure source Chi. They were all refined, but he still hadn't reached the 5th level of the Tao Palace. Everything was as he had expected. He needed more than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source Chi. In the end, he gritted his teeth and began to refine the head-sized divine source Chi. Suddenly, divine light overflowed and shot into the sky. The power of the divine source Chi was unstoppable. It rushed into his body and cleansed his flesh. It made him look like a god. In the Tao Palace, the 5 great divine organs shook. The heavenly voice of the great path sounded. It was unknown whether it was the passing self or the Tao self, but it chanted a grand scripture that moved the Life Lord and made him eternal. A small cauldron floated in the Tao Palace, moving up and down between the 5 great divine treasures. Ever since entering the Tao Palace secret realm, the myriad Chi cauldron had risen from the sea of reincarnation into the Tao Palace. Outside, the little golden creature was enjoying it very much. The divine source Chi rushed out and completely submerged it. It was in a dazzling light. A huge amount of Genesis Chi washed over Yi Fan's body. It was impossible to absorb it all. Most of it rushed out. It was an extremely extravagant squandering. The chanting in the Tao Palace resounded throughout the mountain range. The silkworms outside were puzzled. Fortunately, no one passed by here. Otherwise, they would be shocked. The chanting continued for 3 days. Endless Genesis Chi submerged the mountain peak. The snow melted and the plants sprouted. It was full of life. This series of changes made the little golden creature open its mouth in shock. It worked even harder to absorb the divine source Chi. Boom, suddenly, there was a violent tremor. On the 24th day, divine light shot into the sky and sent the little golden creature flying. It fell to the ground, its face covered in dust. When the essence of the divine source Chi dissipated, the place was quiet. It was filled with a peaceful atmosphere, as if a god had come to the world. In the belly of the mountain, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His body was crystal clear, like a celestial king. He slowly stood up. The moment he clenched his fists, he felt that he could grasp the whole world in the palm of his hand. This was an extremely strong confidence. He had broken through to the 5th heaven of the Tao Palace without the support of a holy land. He had reached this step by himself. Yi Fan's body and mind were calm and peaceful. He did not use his divine power because there was no need for that. He knew very well how strong he was at the moment. At this moment, he had unparalleled confidence, his physical body finally had a trace of the power that the sacred body of the ancients should have had in the past. It was extremely strong. The moment Yifan came out of seclusion, he suddenly smiled. He sensed that the little golden creature was panting outside. I really didn't expect it to find this place. It had to be said that the little golden creature was very vigilant. In an instant, it sensed something and turned into a beam of golden light to escape, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's even faster than the little Peking. Yifan did not give chase. He rubbed his chin and smiled. If this continued, the 800,000 kilograms of source qi spent by the Xia dynasty would probably be wasted. He stood on the mountain peak, took out a mystic jade platform, and prepared to cross the void. This was refined by the Black Emperor and could be carried around. As long as there was enough source qi, it could travel a certain distance in a certain direction. In this way, Yifan consumed a lot of source qi and used more than a dozen mystic jade platforms before finally arriving at the area where the Jiang family was. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. The Jiang family was more than 200,000 kilometers away from the Divine City. Compared to the vast northern region, it was a very short distance. There were many countries in this area. After asking around, Yifan learned that the Jiang family lived in a holy land. In the hearts of the people of the northern region, the Jiang clan was like a god, unshakable and supreme. Who knew how many countries there were in this area, big and small? Many of the ancient countries actually worshipped Emperor Hengyu. One could imagine how great the influence of the Jiang clan was in this area. They were almost deified. White snow covered the ground, and the wind howled. Snowflakes danced in the air. It was so cold that the white breath that one exhaled would quickly turn into ice. In this cold winter, there were very few people going out in the cities, let alone in the wilderness. Yifan carried the deity striking whip on his back and moved forward alone in the cold northern wind. He passed through dozens of countries and was less than 2,000 miles away from the pure land of the Jiang clan. There were a few small villages on this icy plain. In such a cold winter, few people went out. Occasionally, there would be hunting dogs pulling sleds. Not long after, Yifan found a cultivator in one of the villages. He was only at the Life Spring realm. After paying him 5 kilograms of source stone, he agreed to deliver the letter. Yifan couldn't go to the Jiang clan himself. Otherwise, he would be killed because it involved the 9 secrets. This kind of inheritance was too important. He couldn't explain, nor could he say that he had entered the Purple Mountain. Otherwise, even if he delivered the message with good intentions, he would be detained. He didn't want something like this to happen if he ended up in such a miserable state. The blood of the gods flows in the bodies of the Jiang clan. In the house of an old hunter, the earth bed was very hot. Yifan drank old wine and ate deer while chatting with the old hunter. From him, he learned a lot about the Jiang clan. In the stove, the firewood crackled. The room was very warm. After drinking a few cups of old wine and watching the cold wind and snow outside, Yifan suddenly felt very relaxed. In the end, he left behind a piece of source stone and walked back into the wind and snow. On this day, Yifan found a total of 5 low-level cultivators and asked them to deliver the same letter. Because this matter was very important, he was afraid of accidents. The contents of the letter were very simple. There was a rough map of the Purple Mountain that pointed directly to the place where Jiang Taishu was trapped, and the name was clearly written. At the same time, he left a strand of the Battle Saint technique imprint in each of the 5 pieces of jade. The Jiang clan would have no choice but to believe it. After doing all of this, Yifan turned around and left. He didn't waste a moment, using the profound jade platform several times in a row to cross the void and pass through several dozen countries. However, he did not leave the area. Instead, he settled down in a city and quietly cultivated while comprehending the heavenly book of origin. In the past few days, this region was extremely tense. The Jiang family's experts were all out, seemingly searching for something. This made many people feel uneasy. Yifan knew that the letter must have been delivered, and the Jiang family had received the news. At this point, he let out a long sigh of relief. What needed to be done had been done. Whether or not they could save Divine King Jiang would depend on the Jiang family's strength. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. The divine king, Xianxia, might still be alive. This news was earth-shattering and shook the entire land. It quickly spread out as if it had grown wings. Subsequently, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. All the sects and holy lands learned of this news, leaving many important figures dumbfounded. The divine king, Xianxia, was a legend. He was known as the strongest defensive force in the northern region for the past 5,000 years, and no one could compete with him. In the past, when his name shook the world, he was not very old. In the eyes of many of the older generation, he was still a young boy, but he had already cultivated the divine king's body to the realm of great accomplishment. Many people speculated that, given time, his future would be limitless. He was not very old, but he was like the sun in the sky. Whenever he made a move, it would cause the clouds to move. It was precisely when he was rising and at his peak that he suddenly disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. He disappeared from the eyes of the world forever. Back then, many people speculated that he might be in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. However, as time went by, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, people finally believed that this amazing divine king had really met with an accident and was no longer in the world. The Jiang family was the one who suffered the most. The birth of the divine king's body was a sign of the prosperity of a family. No one expected that Xianxia would meet with an accident just as he rose to power. In the past, the Jiang family made a big fuss about this. They suspected that some of the Holy Lands had done this, and some peerless masters had joined forces to assassinate the divine king, Xianxia. More than 4,000 years ago, the situation was turbulent, and an earth-shattering war between the Holy Lands almost broke out. Fortunately, it was explained in the end, and the storm subsided. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 4,000 years had passed. The name Xianxia had almost been forgotten by the world, and no one had expected it to appear again. Everyone was shocked. The heroic and elegant divine king of the past was actually still alive. Many people could hardly believe it. One should have a son like Xianxia. This was the sigh of some of the ancestors who had passed away 4,000 years ago. What on earth happened? More than 4,000 years ago, Xianxia was as handsome as jade, and his combat strength was world-shaking. No matter where he went, he attracted attention and was a peerless hero. Why has he been silent for such a long time? This was the question on many people's minds. Under normal circumstances, the divine king could live for 4,000 to 5,000 years. So many years had passed, and the divine king who was in his prime was definitely approaching 5,000 years old. It could be said that he had reached the end of his life, and his life force had dried up. How could there be news that he was still alive at this time? The good years passed like water, and the heroic divine king was already in his twilight years. How could an old divine king who did not have much life left have any great achievements? The news was accidentally leaked, and the Jiang family was furious, but in the end they did not find out anything. Not long after, new news came out that the divine king, Xianxia, was trapped in the Purple Mountain. This news was even more shocking. Everything came to the surface. The divine king, who had been missing for 4,000 years, was actually in the Purple Mountain. The world was shocked. A historical mystery was finally solved, but it made people think more. How did the news that the divine king, Xianxia, had been trapped for 4,000 years come out? Was great Emperor Wushu's inheritance taken by someone else? The divine king was almost 5,000 years old, but he was still alive. Did he get something from the Purple Mountain? How long could he live? Was the fighting symbol formula of the 9 secret inheritance going to see the light of day again? Not only was the Eastern Baron shocked, but the Central Plains 100 sects were also shocked. They gathered around the Purple Mountain and never thought that there might be a living divine king inside. Yifan couldn't help but frown after hearing this news. The Jiang family's news had actually been leaked. Someone must have done it on purpose. 10 days later, the Jiang family took out their holy weapon and rushed to the Purple Mountain. The Divine Sun Furnace, also known as the Eternal Universe Furnace, was made from the phoenix blood gold and refined with the supreme immortal fire from the fallen Sun Ridge. It could shatter the world and burn everything. The power of this holy weapon was unimaginable. Whether you were the Peacock King, who could shatter mountains and rivers, or the Red Dragon Taoist, if you were hit, you would definitely turn into ashes. The Jiang family was the first to take out their holy weapon, the eternal universe furnace. At the same time, they urged the Ji family to take out the void mirror, and the Yaoguan family to take out the dragon pattern cauldron. This confirmed the news that the divine king was trapped in the Purple Mountain. For a while, the news spread like wildfire. The third attack on the Purple Mountain was speeding up. The Jiang family had a partial map of the Purple Mountain, which attracted the attention of all the major forces. The Jiang family had only one response: enter the Purple Mountain together and share the map. They wanted to save Jiang Taishu with the help of all the Holy Lands and the 100 sects of the Central Plains. Not to mention the inheritance of Great Emperor Wushi, the fighting symbol formula of the 9 secrets was enough for the Jiang family to do their best. It could be said that the value of this unparalleled secret technique was immeasurable. After half a month, the world gathered at the Purple Mountain. It became a lively place. Many big shots from the Eastern Baron and the Central Plains surrounded the Purple Mountain. If they didn't move, they would be shocked. Because there was only one chance left. If they still couldn't break it, it meant that they would fail forever. The area where the Jiang family was located calmed down. Yifan moved forward in the wind and snow and finally saw a rough outline in the distance. He looked at it from dozens of miles away, observing with his divine perception. It was indeed a sacred Pure Land. The outside world was covered in ice and snow, but in front of him, there were clouds and rosy clouds. Clouds rose and colorful mist flowed. It was a gorgeous scene. Many mountains were hanging in the sky, not sinking at all. Every mountain was magnificent as if they had existed since the beginning of the world, emitting the aura of the ancient underworld. Some mountains were surrounded by colorful mist. The scenery was picturesque, with waterfalls that were thousands of feet long falling to the ground like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Some mountains were majestic and solemn, surrounded by demonic clouds, shocking people's hearts. These were only the tip of the iceberg. The deepest part of the iceberg could not be seen at all. It was said that there were many temples from before the Antiquity Age. Other than that, it was certain that the Jiang family had a divine city that would never fall, standing tall in the clouds. Although it couldn't be compared to the sacred city of the northern region, it was still shocking. It had survived through the Antiquity Age. Rumor has it that several holy lands have divine cities floating in the sky. Could it be that they are related? Yifan pondered. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a powerful force could indeed rule the eastern wasteland. Its foundation was unfathomable. Rumor has it that the Four Extremes scroll of the Eternal Universe scripture is the best in the Eastern Wasteland, just like the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture and the Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture. Yifan shook his head. Although he yearned for it, he knew that it was almost impossible to get it after seeing the Jiang family's aura. He thought about how he had boasted in the past about obtaining the Jade Lake mantra and blushed with shame. If the Black Emperor hadn't brought him to the Jade Lake, he wouldn't have gotten it. It was impossible to capture the disciples of the Holy Lands and search their consciousnesses. He had tried many times on the disciples of the Ji family, but their consciousnesses had directly shattered. The more he understood, the more respect he had for these immortal forces. It was almost impossible to fight against them with just one attack, unless he walked the path of a great emperor. Looks like it's almost impossible to see little Tingting, Yifan muttered to himself. After taking one last look, he turned around and left. There was no need to stay here. One day, when his cultivation reached great completion, he could directly walk in and not watch from afar. Yifan moved forward on the icy plain and left quickly. He arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away. Looking at the narrow streets, he felt a sense of déjà vu that is. He was stunned. In front of him, there was a very small tavern that looked very shabby. An old man with a face full of wrinkles and his clothes were patched up. His movements were very slow as he wiped the tables and chairs over and over again. Uncle Jiang, why is he here? Yifan was shocked. Why was it like this? Was little Tingting here too? The cold wind howled and snow flew everywhere. The tavern was located at the corner of the street. It was very shabby and had no customers. After a few years, Uncle Jiang had aged even more. His hair was completely white, and the wrinkles on his face had increased. The tables and chairs were already very clean, but he was still wiping them slowly. His muddy eyes seemed to be reminiscing, and his expression was somewhat absent-minded. His clothes were very old and patched, and his hands were full of calluses. His movements were very slow, and his back was already bent. His white hair was sparse. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's heart ached. Why was it like this? The Jiang family had brought the grandfather and grandson to the north, but why were their lives still so difficult? This lonely old man lost his son in his old age, and he raised little Ting Ting alone. He thought that their living conditions would change after coming to the Jiang family, but it turned out to be like this. He walked into the tavern, bringing with him a cold wind. The old man's frail body immediately trembled, and he slowly turned around. Yi Fan hurriedly closed the door to block the cold wind. He revealed a smile and said, "Uncle, do you have something to eat?" Uncle Jiang seemed to be very happy to see a customer. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted a little. He wiped his hands and brought tea over. "Little brother, what do you want to eat?" "Anything, no need to be so particular." Yi Fan didn't want him to work hard. He was so old, but he was still running a tavern. He couldn't bear to see this. "Okay, wait a moment." Uncle Jiang turned and walked down. Yi Fan quietly sized up the tavern. It was very small, and there were only a few tables. However, it was very clean, almost like the tavern in the past. The layout and furnishings were very similar. There were still no patrons, and it was just the old man running the tavern alone. In this cold winter, there were almost no customers. Yi Fan scanned every corner and found that the old man seemed to live here alone. He didn't find anything about little Ting Ting, such as clothes. Not long after, the old man brought over some piping hot food. It wasn't any delicacy, but it was enough to stimulate one's appetite. Yi Fan ate a large bowl of noodles and a few pancakes. He even finished all the dishes. "Little brother, you really have a good appetite. I could eat so much when I was young." Uncle Jiang smiled kindly and asked him if he was full. "I'm full. It suits my appetite," Yi Fan said with a smile. Uncle Jiang cleaned up the dishes and poured tea for him again. With a guest here, his face was full of smiles. He was truly happy. "Uncle, do you live here alone?" Yi Fan asked. "Yes." The old man began to wipe the table again. "Uncle, the table is already very clean. Look, it's already shiny. If you wipe it again, it can be used as a mirror. I'm old and have nothing to do. I can't help but want to wipe myself." Uncle Jiang put down the rag, shook his head, and sat down. "Don't you have any relatives?" Yi Fan asked carefully, afraid to make the old man sad. "Yes, I have a granddaughter." Although the old man was smiling, Yi Fan could see a hidden worry in his eyes, as if he was worried about something. What happened? Did something happen to Ting Ting? Yi Fan was puzzled. "Doesn't she live with you?" "No, she's cultivating with someone. But this child is very filial. She comes back to see me every half a month." The old man was very happy. But Yi Fan was even more suspicious because the old man definitely had some kind of worry that couldn't be resolved. Yi Fan thought about it and walked out of the small tavern. He walked around the small town and sensed everything with his heaven-origin divine instinct. He didn't find any cultivators. There were no Jiang family members here. They were all ordinary people. Soon, he returned to the small tavern. "Come, little brother, have another cup of tea." Uncle Jiang greeted him. He didn't ask why he came back. "Uncle, do you still remember me?" Yi Fan's bones creaked as he returned to his original appearance. He needed to find out what had happened. He was really worried about the grandfather and grandson. "Child, it's you." Uncle Jiang's murky eyes opened wide in surprise. After several years, Yi Fan's appearance had changed. He was already 15 or 16 years old, but the old man still recognized him quickly. "Child, you." The old man was very emotional. "Uncle Jiang, please sit down. Let's talk slowly." Yi Fan helped him sit on a chair in front of the fire. "I heard from Ting Ting that you've caused a lot of trouble. Many people are trying to catch you." Uncle Jiang was very worried. Yi Fan smiled and said, I'm living well. Don't worry, no one can catch me. Every time Tingting comes back, she says that she needs to cultivate well so that she can save you in the future. I'm also very worried about you. Yi Fan was very touched. Little Tingting was only 4 or 5 years old when they parted. He thought that she might not remember him at such a young age after all these years. He didn't expect this sensible child to remember him and want to save him. The sacred physique of the ancients had caused a lot of trouble in the northern region. He had a holy item. Even little Tingting had heard about it. Uncle Jiang pulled Yi Fan with his calloused hands and asked him to sit beside him. He looked at him carefully and said, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Uncle, what happened? Why aren't you living in the Jiang residence? It's all cultivators there, and I'm the only ordinary person. I'm not used to living in a place that's suspended in the sky. I'm afraid there's something else going on? Yi Fan asked. The old man nodded and said, I don't want to listen to those rumors. I can live on my own. Yi Fan was infuriated and said, You're already so old, how can they let you out? He already knew that the Jiang family had let down Uncle Jiang's father, Xianxia, who sent a genius far away and died with regret. How could they treat Uncle Jiang like this? No, I wanted to come out. I didn't want to live there. Those people are all immortals to me. I'm just a mortal living in a palace on the clouds. It's really uncomfortable. I don't even have someone to talk to. How's Tingting? Did something happen? Yi Fan felt that there was something hidden. My poor granddaughter. She might not live to 20 years old. Murky tears flowed down Uncle Jiang's face. Yi Fan was shocked and said, What happened? Tingting has some extreme physique. They said she would die young. Uncle Jiang's tears flowed down. When she first entered the Jiang family, Tingting's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Many geniuses blushed with shame, and her talent shocked the old antiques. Unfortunately, the old antiques of the Jiang family who had retired soon found out that she had a rare extreme physique. In terms of physique, she was extremely powerful. However, such people did not live for long. Most of them would die young. Since ancient times, apart from 1 or 2 people who were famous in the history of cultivation, no one else could live past 20 years old. After being found to have such a physique, Uncle Jiang heard many rumors. He was immortal, and the Jiang family was full of cultivators who could fly in the sky and tunnel underground. He was very lonely here and did not want to hear those rumors. Thus, he strongly requested to move out. Through Uncle Jiang's narration, Yi Fan keenly sensed that the Jiang family was very complicated. There seemed to be 2 factions. Uncle Jiang and little Tingting were the descendants of divine King Jiang Taishu's bloodline. This bloodline did not have many people, but they were all very powerful. They took good care of little Tingting and the others. The people of the other bloodline were very cold. Most of the rumors came from them. Even so, I can't let you live in such a shabby little tavern. Yi Fan was very dissatisfied. The people close to Tingting built a mansion for me in a big city where mortals live. However, I'm not used to it. I'm old and always nostalgic. I like the little tavern in the southern region town, so I came here. Tingting is very optimistic, but The old man's eyes became murky again. Little Tingting's cultivation advanced rapidly. In less than 5 years, she was already a young cultivator of the Nirvana realm. One had to know that she was not even 9 years old. Many of the older members of the Jiang family were shocked. The cultivation speed of the body of Yin was too shocking. Unfortunately, it would die prematurely, which made them feel that it was a pity. Yi Fan was also shocked. This was almost a realm every year. It reminded him of Xia Jiuyo, who was already a 4 extremities cultivator at the age of 13 or 14. Little Tingting's cultivation speed was definitely comparable. The old cultivators close to little Tingting tried all kinds of methods. They flipped through ancient books and concocted all kinds of elixirs, but it was all to no avail. In the end, they were helpless. Is there really no way at all? Yi Fan felt very worried when he thought that the cute little Tingting did not have much time left. I heard that we must find the earthly fruit to prevent the body of Yin from dying prematurely. Uncle Zhang's brows were full of worry. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. After the mortal essence fruit matured, it would become the earthly fruit. It was a peerless treasure comparable to the primordial divine medicine. Unfortunately, both the primordial divine medicine and the earthly fruit were almost extinct. The old Holy Lord and the old Emperor, who did not have much time left, searched the vast wilderness but could not find it. If they could find it, they could be reborn. Its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, no one had ever found it. Uncle, don't worry. I can find the earthly fruit. Little Tingting will be fine. You can find the child? Uncle Zhang's eyes widened. He then shook his head and said, "You don't need to comfort me. I have already accepted this reality. I have cut out the mortal essence fruit from the stone. After it matures, it becomes the earthly fruit. I think I can cut out this kind of divine fruit in the future." Really? Uncle Jiang was shocked. They said that unless the Yuan Taoist master comes back to life, there is only a sliver of hope to find the earthly fruit. Yi Fan instantly smiled and said, "The reason why I said that is because I received the Yuan Taoist master's inheritance. Leave little Tingting's matter to me. Even if I can't cut out the earthly fruit, I will find a way to help her find in primordial divine medicine." Uncle Jiang choked with emotion. He grabbed Yi Fan with his rough old hand and asked again and again, "Really, really? Really, don't worry." Yi Fan answered affirmatively. "In a few days, Tingting will come back to see me." "Child, you should go and see Tingting." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Of course I have to see her. It will be almost 5 years. I wonder what the little girl is like now." The wind was biting cold and snow was falling. Yi Fan had been paying attention to all kinds of news these days. He hoped that divine King Jiang Taishu could walk out of the Purple Mountain alive. However, he was a little worried. Even if divine King Jiang was still alive, he most likely didn't have much time left. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to intimidate all the divine lords. It would be great if there were a few earthly fruits. He shook his head. This was too unrealistic. If I can cut out a complete divine medicine in the divine city, then I can solve this problem. He really hoped that divine King Jiang Taishu was fine and could live a little longer. That way, little Tingting would be protected and no one would dare to provoke her. What a pity. The previous divine lords of the eternal celestial dynasty have sat on billions of miles of land, but they still couldn't get the primordial divine medicine. 4 days later, a little girl who was carved out of jade braved the wind and snow and landed in this small town. She bounced into the small tavern. "Grandpa, Tingting." Uncle Jiang quickly went to greet her. "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me all the time." The little girl was dressed in white, whiter than snow. She was like a porcelain doll, very beautiful and cute. Her face was full of a happy smile. Uncle Jiang dotingly patted her head and said, "How have you been for the past half a month?" "Very good. Tingting is very happy. The old ancestor specially allowed me to see the first half of the Eternal Universe scripture. In the past, when he first met little Tingting, she was only around 4 years old. She was extremely sensible and well-behaved, wearing clothes full of patches. Her little face was as red as a big apple. When the white-haired Uncle Jiang was beaten to the point of bleeding from the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground, she cried her heart out. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she begged with a tender voice not to hit her grandfather. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 4 years had passed. Thinking about it now, Yi Fan still felt a bit sour. "Tingting, did you come back by yourself?" Uncle Jiang asked kindly. "Yes." Little Tingting replied crisply. "Come in and see who's here." Uncle Jiang pulled her little hand into the room. "It's Big Brother." Little Tingting cried out in surprise. Her big eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. Yi Fan walked over with a smile and rubbed her head. The little blushing girl from before had finally grown up after a few years. "Big Brother, why are you here? Quickly hide and don't go out. Tingting heard that many people want to capture you." She raised her head and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was somewhat worried, but more so because of the joy and happiness of reuniting with him. After a few years, little Tingting had grown quite a bit taller. She was now full of life like a delicate porcelain doll. She wore a pure white robe, and her hair was black and soft. Her eyes were large and full of intelligence. She was extremely beautiful and cute. Outside, snow swirled and the cold wind whistled, but inside the room was very warm. The wrinkles on Uncle Zhang's face had even smoothed out, and his benevolent smile had never disappeared. Little Ting Ting was very lively and cheerful. She was like a little angel carved from jade, drawing people's tenderness. Yi Fan was slightly relieved. He was afraid that little Ting Ting's personality would be affected because of her body, but now it seemed that he had worried too much. Big brother, are you really not in danger? Ting Ting is still a bit worried. Little Ting Ting blinked her big eyes. Don't worry, no one can capture me. Yi Fan smiled and lightly scratched her delicate nose. Ting Ting will work hard to cultivate and help Big Brother in the future, little Ting Ting said seriously. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, Ting Ting, don't think about this. You and grandfather just need to be happy, don't worry about these things. He couldn't help but be surprised. Little Ting Ting was indeed in the Nirvana realm in just 4 years. He really wanted to give little Ting Ting some gifts, but he realized that he couldn't take them out. The diamond chakram and the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword were what he wanted to give the most, but they were too famous. Once they landed in little Ting Ting's hands, it would cause a series of disturbances. As for the other things, he didn't even need to think about them. Of sacred objects would be confiscated by the Jiang Ting Ting. Ting 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 can't even a little gift. He shook his head. Ting Ting doesn't want any gifts. I'm happy to see Big Brother. The little girl was very sensible and smiled happily. Ting of ting of ting of ting, ting didn't and didn't. Ting ting. Of ting of ting of ting of her of, and had as, of. Ting, ting ting, she ting ting of old, of. She was in the Nirvana realm and hadn't entered the Holy Ji Palace yet. There was still time. He said, Ting Ting, I'll teach you a sacrificial ritual. She was in the Nirvana realm and hadn't entered the Holy Ji Palace yet. There was still time. Thinking of this, he said, Ting Ting, I'll teach you a sacrificial ritual. The legend of a sacrificial ritual had been around for a long time. Many people studied it with varying results. Even if Ting Ting learned this ritual, she wouldn't expose anything. One had to say that Ting Ting was very smart and could learn it as soon as he taught her. As long as she had the time, she would be able to learn the highest essence. Ting Ting, remember, if you have a choice, forge a ritual implement. I'll give you a top-level weapon in the future. Ting Ting understands. She nodded seriously. Yi Fan thought about it and took out a small piece of broken divine source. However, he sealed it, afraid that the light would burn Uncle Zhang's eyes. Ting Ting, have you seen something like this? Little Ting Ting instantly exclaimed. Her face flushed red as she said, is this God's source? Looks like you've seen it before. Yi Fan smiled. The little princess of the Jiang clan is the same age as me. She was spoiled and used something like this before. I've seen her take out a divine source beam like this. Didn't they give it to you? No. My cultivation speed is very fast. I don't need those things. Although Ting Ting didn't care, Yi Fan knew that she was hiding her disappointment. The divine source is nothing. I can give it to Ting Ting. Yi Fan wanted to keep this granddaughter by his side. He didn't want her to be treated unfairly. However, he could only shake his head in the end. He was being chased by all the Holy Lands and couldn't do that. I'll give Ting Ting the divine source, but you can't take it back. I'll seal it with Uncle Jiang. You can use it every time you come back. Yi Fan didn't want to cause trouble for Ting Ting because of his good intentions. Big brother, keep it for yourself. Ting Ting doesn't lack anything. Ting Ting shook her head like a little adult. After some persuasion, she finally happily held a fist-sized divine source in her palm. She looked at it left and right and was very happy. Uncle Jiang was very concerned about Yi Fan and asked him about his experiences in the past few years. Ting Ting was very curious and asked him about his cultivation process. Yi Fan only mentioned a few things in simple terms. There were many things that he couldn't explain in detail. Even so, it still shocked the granddaughter and granddaughter. Ting Ting thought seriously for a long time before saying softly, "Big brother, I also want to give you a present." After saying that, she ran into her room and only came out after an hour. She solemnly gave Yi Fan over a dozen pieces of paper. The paper was filled with delicate small words. "Big brother, burn it after you read it. Don't ever pass it on to others." Ting Ting was very serious. The moment Yi Fan received it, his eyes instantly focused. He first saw 6 beautiful ancient words that shocked him, 4 extreme volumes of the Eternal Universe scripture. "Ting Ting, these, big brother, don't say any more. Quickly read it and then burn it." Ting Ting was like a little adult. It was obvious that she had thought about it carefully and was very serious. Yi Fan still wanted to say something but was stopped by her. Her big eyes were filled with determination. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. Then, his mind was immediately attracted by the Eternal Universe scripture. Although it was only 1 volume of an ancient scripture, it could be said to be broad and profound. The 4 extremes referred to the 4 pillars that supported the heavens in the 4 directions. The 4 extremes of the human body referred to the 4 limbs. These 2 words vividly summarized this secret realm. What one had to cultivate was not only unparalleled battle prowess, but also the great Tao. One's limbs had to be connected to the heaven and earth, reaching extremely far. The 4 extremes of the body had to be connected to the great Tao, connecting heaven and earth. The meaning of the scripture at the beginning had already intoxicated him. The later parts of the scripture were even more inconceivable. It could actually give birth to a Tao spirit, approach the great Tao, and imprint the void. Yi Fan was intoxicated. The more he read the Eternal Universe scripture's 4 extremes, the more he read, the more he felt it was unbelievable. He was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head and flicked his fingers. The paper turned to dust, but the scripture was imprinted in his sea of consciousness. "Big brother, did you remember it?" Ting Ting asked seriously. "I did." It was really hard on Ting Ting. Yi Fan stroked her head and said, "In the future, I will give you a weapon made of an emperor's relic." After staying there for a few days, Yi Fan used the xenogeneic source to cleanse Uncle Jiang's body. He trained his bones and made his blood stronger. The effects were obvious. Uncle Jiang looked younger. He was full of energy, and his body was in a much better condition. It wasn't that the Jiang family didn't have medicine that could extend the lifespan of mortals. Ting Ting had secretly taken some out, but Uncle Jiang had always rejected her. He was afraid of losing his son. He was afraid that Ting Ting would die. Over the past few days, Yi Fan kept promising him that he would find the Earth Fate fruit. That was how he felt. Yi Fan felt the pressure. Although he looked relaxed, he knew that the Earth Fate fruit was like the primeval godly medicine. It was almost extinct, and it would not be easy to find. This King weather. It has been snowing for 7 days and 7 nights, and it still hasn't stopped. The north really is a cold place. Aside from the source, nothing else can compare to it. Huh? I remember this little restaurant is owned by that old man. Why don't we eat and drink here? We can go on our way. Which old man? Of course, it is that short-lived little girl's grandfather. When Yi Fan heard these words, he immediately moved. The joints on his body moved, and he immediately changed his face. "Grandpa, don't be angry." Ting Ting was afraid that Uncle Jiang would be depressed. She pulled his rough old hand and tried to calm him down. "Good girl, Grandpa is not angry. I just don't want you to feel wronged." Uncle Jiang touched her hair. "Ting Ting is not angry. When I grow up, I will show them immortality," Ting Ting answered childishly. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A few men walked in, bringing with them a cold air. One of them said, "Oh, business is good. There are customers in this King weather." Little Ting Ting turned around and raised her young and tender little face, saying, "You are not welcome here." So the little genius is here too. Obviously, these were the young disciples of the Jiang family. Ting Ting had a shadow body and did not have many years left to live. She had no relatives, so these people did not care at all. Their only fear was that Ting Ting's cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. Recently, she had gained the favor of an ancestor-level figure from the divine King Jiang Taishu's faction. "We are just passing by and want to have a meal. We don't have any other intentions," one of them explained carelessly. "You can leave. We are closed now," Ting Ting said. She did not want her grandpa to cook for these people. "Why are you closing in the middle of the day?" one of them muttered. "All right, let's go." The other walked out first. "She is just a little brat with only a few years left. What is there to be afraid of?" Their voices came from the wind and snow. "If she brings out that ancestor, you and I will definitely suffer. Let's take it easy. If we can really save that ancestor by attacking the Purple Mountain this time, this little girl will become a real little princess. With the power of an advanced divine king, we might be able to change her fate and solve the problem of her shadow body." The wind and snow howled, and the words dissipated. However, not long after, those people returned. Yi Fan's expression changed. Other than them, there was another familiar face. It was Jiang Yichen. Even though many years had passed, he still recognized him at a glance. Years ago, when he was in the southern region, he was chased by the Jiang family's knights for thousands of miles. It was all because of this person's instigation that they wanted to rob him of his treasures. Everything that happened in the small town where Uncle Jiang and Ting Ting had lived was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaishan had left a good impression on Yi Fan. Only Jiang Yichen was cruel and merciless. That time, he almost lost his life. After a few years, Jiang Yichen had changed from a teenager to a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in cyan and looked proud. Below him was a strange green beast that looked like a lion or tiger. The green beast fur was extremely long, extremely clean, sparkling and translucent like jade. Meanwhile, there was a jade horn on its head that released 5-colored divine light. The beast was walking in the air and did not really step on the snow. It was 1 foot above the ground and looked extraordinary. Yi Fan put away the divine energy sphere that he gave to little Ting Ting and kept it in his body. It was because the strange beast on the street was too unordinary. It had a psychic jade horn that could sense divine objects. It was because this beast sensed that he had a treasure that Jiang Yichen's greed and killing intent were aroused. Jiang Yichen almost lost his life. "Drink some wine here." Jiang Yichen jumped off his mount and pushed the door open. He strode in with cold air. "We also want to choose this place, but they said they are closed." A person behind said and glanced at little Ting Ting. "Why are they closed at noon? Why not open a shop if you don't want to do business?" Jiang Yichen said coldly. After a few years, he had become extraordinary. "That's true, but they said it was opened by the grandfather of the genius in the family." A person laughed. It seemed that he was fanning the flames. At this time, Jiang Yichen looked into the room and glanced at Uncle Jiang and Yi Fan. Then he stared at little Ting Ting and said, "It's you." "Hello, Brother Yichen." Little Ting Ting raised her tender face and said in a crisp voice. Jiang Yichen didn't pay much attention to her. He sat in front of a table, looked through the menu and began to order dishes. "Brother Yichen, we are closed today." Little Ting Ting looked up and explained. Even though Jiang Yichen was also a member of Immortal King Jiang Taishu, he was not close to little Ting Ting at all. He was very cold and almost ignored her. When Yi Fan saw this, he sighed inwardly. This person was indeed cold by nature. Years ago, when they were looking for Uncle Jiang and his granddaughter in a small town in the southern region, Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaishan were very polite and sincerely welcomed them. At that time, Jiang Yichen showed a disdainful look. He looked down on everything and didn't care about them at all. It could be imagined that after entering the Jiang family, he definitely wouldn't show any kindness or warmth in the past few years. He must have always been like this. Jiang Yichen ordered more than a dozen dishes in a row. He put down the menu and said, "Okay, I'm done. Go and cook. We are not open today." Little Ting Ting said in a small voice. "Why don't you open the shop?" Jiang Yichen glanced at her and then said to Uncle Jiang, "Hurry up." Yi Fan wanted to slap him in the face. This person was not very related to Uncle Jiang by blood. He should have called him Grandpa, but now he was treating him like a servant. Tingting knew that she couldn't afford to offend Jiang Yichen because he had a high status in the Jiang family. Few people in the younger generation dared to challenge him. The Jiang family was divided into two branches. One was the branch of the Holy Lord, who was very powerful. The other was the descendants of immortal Jiang Taishu, who were all powerful. Jiang Yichen was the descendant of Jiang Taishu and had a great-grandfather. At the same time, he was very close to the Holy Lord. In the younger generation, except for Jiang Yifei and a few others, no one could suppress him. "Brother Yichen." Little Ting whispered and looked up at him. "Don't call me brother." Jiang Yichen interrupted her coldly and said to Uncle Jiang, "What are you waiting for?" Jiang Yichen didn't care about family and blood relations at all. He only had disdain and contempt. Opening a shop is a business. "Hurry up." Someone echoed. "Hurry up and serve the dishes. He is giving you money." Another person also joked. However, others didn't dare to go too far. Their status was not as high as Jiang Yichen's. If something went wrong, they would definitely be punished by the family. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll cook right away." Uncle Jiang pulled little Ting aside and didn't let her say anything more. He was afraid that his granddaughter would be wronged. Suddenly, a long roar came from outside the town. Jiang Yichen and others all stood up and rushed out immediately. "Ting, uncle, I'll take you guys away." Yifan saw everything that happened just now and his heart was in turmoil. "No, it's a big crime to leave the Jiang family without permission. You will be hunted down all over the world." Little Ting shook her head and said, "In fact, it's okay. In addition to Jiang Yichen, brother Yifei and sister Kaixian are very good to me." The little girl was very cheerful and optimistic. She only remembered a few people who were good to her and ignored other unhappy and gossips. Yifan thought about it and nodded. He didn't continue to insist. He had many ways to solve the problem between the grandmother and the granddaughter. If he couldn't solve it, he could directly tell the ninth bandit, Jiang Yi, who was Jiang's biological brother and Uncle Jiang's uncle. "I don't think it's suitable for Uncle Jiang to live here. Didn't the divine King Jiang Taishu's people build a mansion for you in a big city? Grandpa said he's not used to it and doesn't feel that there's such freedom," little Ting answered. Yifan immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Jiang is just old and afraid of being lonely. This is very easy to solve. Invite some people of the same age to live there and he will definitely get used to it." After Yifan's persuasion, Uncle Jiang nodded. It was indeed as Yifan said. When one reached old age, they would feel lonely and didn't want to live alone in a big mansion. That day, little Ting took Uncle Jiang with her and went to a neighboring city. She provided some lonely old people with shelter and food for free. Those people were naturally willing to do so. Yifan didn't show up. Little Ting did. Everything. He didn't want others to notice it as it would bring trouble to the grandmother and granddaughter. "Big brother, when will you come to see Ting again?" Little Ting's eyes were red and she was reluctant to leave. "It won't be long. I'll come often." Yifan smiled and patted her head. He sealed the divine source and handed it to little Ting. He didn't go to the mansion but turned around and strode away. "Big brother, take care." Little Ting waved her little hand behind him with red eyes. Ting, cultivate well. I'll find the earthly fate fruit for you." Yifan disappeared in the blink of an eye. In reality, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued to walk around the area. He sighed to himself. Jiang Yichen was quite a schemer. He actually arranged for people to watch outside Uncle Jiang's mansion. Back then, when this mansion was built, these people had already appeared here, quietly waiting for him to appear. Jiang Yichen knew the relationship between him and the grandmother and granddaughter. He knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so he didn't go to the outside world to search for him. Even though Uncle Jiang didn't live here in the past, the mansion was very famous. One only had to ask the collateral disciples of the Jiang family to find out. "This Jiang Yichen really can't forget about me. He predicted that I would come here one day. It's just that by chance, I met Uncle Jiang and the others before I did." Yifan sneered and walked into the ice field with the god-beating whip on his back. He already knew that Jiang Yifei had a palace outside. Snow was falling like goose feathers, blanketing the world in whiteness. Yi Fan stood quietly on the ice field for 7 days. He didn't go near the palace and only guarded the path he had to pass. On the 9th day, more than a dozen riders appeared in the distance. They were all strange beasts. They broke through the snow and roared in the air. The one leading them was Xianxia. They were all masters. The weakest among them was at the 4th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, and several of them were cultivators of the 4-level secret realm. Yi Fan revealed his real body and didn't hide his appearance. He stood quietly in the snow and stared at them with the god-beating whip on his back. Even though Yi Fan's appearance had changed after so many years, Xianxia still recognized him at a glance. "It's you." His expression changed right away. "That's right, it's me." Yi Fan deliberately decided to make a move here for little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. He waited for 9 days. "I get it now. The person I saw in the tavern a few days ago was you. If it weren't for the sudden change of events that day, we wouldn't have met face to face today." Heh. He was ruthless and quick-witted, so he immediately made such a connection. "All of you, kill him and take the cauldron of myriad qi for me." Immediately, 7 figures rushed over at the same time and surrounded Yi Fan. One of them was at the 4th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, 3 were at the 5th heaven, and the remaining 3 were at the 1st heaven of the 4-level secret realm. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Today, he was here to kill. He put his hands behind his back and faced them calmly. His calmness didn't match his slightly immature face. "Kill." The 7 of them attacked at the same time. 7 kinds of magic treasures were taken out. There was a magic lamp, an ancient cauldron. Light flashed and covered the sky with frightening power. Roar! Yi Fan roared loudly, shaking the entire plains. The snowy mountains in the distance immediately experienced a great avalanche. It was as if a flood was roaring, rumbling as it surged downwards. For hundreds of thousands of years, the sacred body of the ancients at the 5th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace was rarely seen. Today, he appeared and roared like thunder, shaking the world. He was like an eternal divine cauldron, full of vigor and vitality, sweeping up the sky. Pfft! The cultivator at the 4th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace was shattered right away. The 3 cultivators at the 5th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were hit by the terrifying sound wave and fell to the ground. Even their faces were pale. Yi Fan turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. His speed was so fast that it made people shudder. His golden fist was unstoppable and indestructible. All the magic treasures in front of him were shattered by him. Pfft, pfft, pfft. The 3 cultivators at the 5th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace were shattered by his 3 punches and turned into a mist of blood. Their souls were destroyed and they disappeared from the world. Yi Fan took to the air and rushed towards the 3 cultivators at the 1st heaven of the 4-level secret realm. He didn't pull out the god-striking whip but attacked them with pure physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Yi Fan's golden fist had the power to destroy everything and nothing could stop it. Kacha, kacha. All the magic treasures of the 3 cultivators at the 1st heaven of the 4-level secret realm were turned to dust. At the same time, they were also torn apart and shattered in the sky. Xianxia and the remaining 3 people were all shocked and could hardly believe their eyes. Only sacred grounds can cultivate a sacred body of the ancients at the 5th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. It's almost impossible for the sacred body of the ancients to reach this level on its own for hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Fan was very calm. He carried the god-striking whip on his back and strode forward. His single step made the entire ice field tremble. The pressure of the sacred body of the ancients was terrifying. There was an unparalleled majestic power surging. The 3 of you are cultivators at the 2nd heaven of the 4-level secret realm. Attack together and kill him. Xianxia shouted. As soon as the 3 of them moved, Xianxia turned into a beam of green light and rushed into the sky on his strange beast. He abandoned them and escaped alone. He was cold-blooded by nature. He felt that the 3 of them were no match for Yi Fan, so he escaped without hesitation. The void trembled, and heaven and earth trembled from the pressure. A huge cauldron rushed out of Yi Fan's Holy Ji Palace. Tens of thousands of layers of heaven and earth qi fell and expanded to 18 meters tall. It rushed out in an instant and caught up with Jiang Yifei in the blink of an eye. It descended with a rumble and suppressed him on the ice field. The three cultivators at the second heaven of the 4 levels secret realm all turned pale. They fled without fighting and rushed in 3 different directions. Boom, Yifan threw out the diamond chakram. This weapon interweaved with Tao and truth had earth-shattering power. It sank the ice field in front of it in an instant. The ice and snow disappeared, and the red ground collapsed. It was a scene of devastation. The cultivators who fled in that direction did not even make a sound before they were smashed into pieces by the diamond chakram. There was not even a mist of blood left behind. They were completely turned into ashes. Whoosh, Yifan took out the dragon-patterned black golden holy spirit sword in another direction. A beam of black light tore through the sky and turned into a roaring dragon. It rushed up in the blink of an eye. Pfft, the dragon-patterned black golden holy spirit sword rushed past. All of the cultivators' treasures and defensive measures could not withstand it at all, and they were all pierced through. He could not rest in peace. The small black sword that was less than an inch long pierced through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Then, hundreds and thousands of sword auras shot out from his body. Boom, in an instant, his body was full of sword holes. He shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, Yifan chased after him personally. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and cut through the sky, catching up with the third cultivator in the blink of an eye. That person was brave. He turned around and used the 8 divine brute force to its fullest, shaking the heavens and earth. He summoned 8 godlike virtual bodies and took out more than a dozen weapons. The sky rumbled from the pressure. The entire ice field was covered in feather-sized snowflakes, rolling back the world. However, all of this was in vain. Even though he was powerful and had amazing combat strength, he was doomed to die in the face of a sacred body of the ancients at the 5th heaven of the Taoist palace. Yifan held the holy whip in his hand and used it to break all spells. He swung it down, breaking again and again. The deafening sound was endless. Be it the virtual bodies of the gods or the various weapons, they were all smashed. The cultivator's spiritual consciousness was damaged. His hair was disheveled, and he screamed at the sky. Pfft, Yifan's whip lashed out, and everything fell silent. There was only wind and snow left in the world, and all the enemies were turned into ashes. This was the sacred body of the ancients. Being at the 5th heaven of the Taoist palace was already terrifying, and his combat strength was shocking. Unless he encountered a great emperor of the younger generation, he would be hard-pressed to fight against someone of the same level. The diamond chakram and the dragon-patterned black golden holy spirit sword all sank into Yifan's body. At the same time, the myriad chi cauldrons shook, shaking Jiang Yichen out. How dare you come to the territory of the Jiang family to kill me? He felt a trace of fear. Yifan smiled very brightly and said, I've offended 2 great sage lands. Killing you is nothing. Is there anything I don't dare to do? The cold ice field was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was bone-chilling and stretched as far as the eye could see. The smile on Yifan's face was so bright that it was like a ray of warm sunshine in the heavy snow. However, it was extremely terrifying in Jiang Yichen's eyes. His heart was filled with fear. Even in the bitter cold of the ice and snow, he was sweating all over. If Jiang Yichen wanted to get rid of him, there was no one who could save him on this desolate ice field, no matter how extraordinary his identity was. The void shook violently as Jiang Yichen took out a Tianluo umbrella. When it was opened, it was like a part of the sky, pressing down on Yifan. Yifan was calm and composed. He walked forward step by step as if he did not see the black demonic umbrella and went straight for Jiang Yichen. Crack! The moment the black Tianluo umbrella was about to hit him, Yifan waved his golden hand and slapped it into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the demonic umbrella was shattered into pieces. Jiang Yichen's expression changed. The sacred body of the ancients was so powerful that it could turn his magic weapon into ashes with just a lift of his hand. How could he fight against it? In the past, a simple order from him almost killed Yifan. Now, Yifan was putting the same pressure on him, making him feel the terrible torture. It was even more painful than being beaten into a pulp. At this moment, he was suffering from a kind of extreme fear. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords rang at the same time. Thousands of sword auras illuminated the entire ice field, dazzling and dazzling. Each aura was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a water tank. The blazing divine aura almost pierced through the void and rushed to Yi Fan, drowning him in it. Unfortunately, it was all useless. Yi Fan did not stop it at all. The sacred body of the ancients emitted a golden light. In this white world of ice and snow, he was like a dazzling sun. Pop, 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 thousands of sword auras shattered inch by inch in front of Yi Fan. They could not get within 3 feet of him. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear. He had an otherworldly temperament. Shrouded in golden light, he was like a god walking in the world. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was even more afraid. The enemy came calmly in the snow and could not stop him. For him, it was an unspeakable torture. With a shake of his hand, he tossed out a purple gold gourd. Purple energy rushed into the heavens, dyeing the ice and snow in the sky purple. It quickly enlarged, as if a great mountain was pressing down. This purple gold gourd was unordinary. It was personally refined by his grandfather, and it was incomparably powerful. Yi Fan saw through it, but he was still calm and composed. He reached out a large golden hand and slapped over. Bang! The purple gold gourd was as large as a mountain, causing the entire ice field to tremble. However, it was easily grabbed by Yi Fan. With a flick of his golden palm, the purple gold light flickered. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream. The divine sense he left in the gourd was erased, and the gourd had a new owner. The purple gold gourd shrunk to 3 inches in height, appearing in Yi Fan's palm. It was sparkling and translucent, purple light flowing about. 3 questions. First, is there anyone in the Jiang family who wants to harm little Ting Ting? Second, can your grandfather stand up to the Jiang family's sacred leader? Third, what is the secret that the Jiang family is suppressing with the eternal universe cauldron? Yi Fan revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and asked the 3 questions. Xianxia was drenched in sweat. He knew that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. He wanted him to experience the fear of being threatened with death. In just a few years, Xianxia had completely grown up. He was no longer the poor young man who could be killed by a few knights. Now that the sacred body of the ancients had reached the 5th tier of the Taoist palace, he stood in the wind and snow, shrouded in golden light. He was like an immortal king who could look down on Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not say a word. He knew that if Yi Fan wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape death no matter how he responded. Yi Fan approached step by step. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. There was a natural and terrifying rhythm to his movements. With every step, the earth trembled. Xianxia was almost suffocated by the pressure. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he finally collapsed. His whole body was powerless, and he fell to the ground. Haha. Yi Fan laughed out loud. Xianxia's face was livid. He felt humiliated. It was worse than killing him. The young man he looked down on a few years ago was now in control of his life and death. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan used Xianxia's own purple gold gourd to suck him in and completely seal him inside. He did not want to completely break off relations with the Jiang family. Xianxia's grandfather had a powerful background that could compete with the Divine Lord. It was not good to go too far right now. He was afraid that those big shots would use special means to track him down, so he kept him alive for the time being. Everything would depend on how things developed in the future. Yi Fan put away the cauldron. There was a strange beast inside. It had a 5-colored jade horn on its head and could sense the existence of spirit treasures. This kind of strange beast was almost extinct and very rare. He did not kill it because it would be of great use in the future. In the end, he also sealed it in the purple gold gourd. The middle-aged cultivators of the 4-level secret realms and the young people of the Holy Palace secret realms had nothing left. Whether it was the Dharma treasures or the strange beasts, they were all erased. Yi Fan took out the mysterious jade platform and directly crossed the void. It was not good to stay here for long. The northern region was boundless. 100,000 miles were frozen and millions of miles were covered in snow. Crossing the void continuously, Yifan returned to Haozhou, where Zhang Wuye and the others had rebuilt the stone stronghold. The land was covered in silver, and this place was the same. It was covered in white snow, and the white breath he exhaled would quickly turn into ice shards. Haha. Little Yi, you're finally back. I heard about what you did in the Divine City. What a shocking gamble. Tu Fei appeared immediately. He was in the stone stronghold when he received the news from Li Heishui of the Holy City. He knew that Yifan had left for more than a month and had been waiting for him. Haha. Yifan also laughed, feeling very close. Let's go. We won't go home until we're drunk, Tu Fei laughed. Where's the Black Emperor? Asked Yifan. The reason why he could gamble in the Holy City was that Tu Fei had pretended to be him and the Black Emperor to rob everywhere. He had helped him a lot. That damn dog has been gone for several days. He has plundered everywhere. I don't know how many people he has bitten. The female disciples of the Holy Lands turn pale when they talk about that dog. That man. Yifan didn't know what to say. Let's go. Since that damn dog hasn't come back yet, we should eat a black dog meat hot pot. In this cold weather, dog meat is the best. Let's drink some aged wine. It's like an immortal's life. The room was steaming hot. The fire in the stove was blazing. Not long after that, the delicious smell of meat permeated the air. Yifan, Tu Fei, and Zhang Wuye sat cross-legged on the stove. They clinked glasses and ate with sweat beading on their foreheads. Not long after that, Wang Shu and Dumbo came. They drank aged wine and ate dog meat together. It was a good atmosphere. They raised their glasses continually, talking about what had happened these days. Yifan didn't conceal anything. The others were amazed. Little brother Yi, when will you take us to the Holy City? Wang Shu and Dumbo were envious. Tu Fei said, the Holy City is like spring all year round. Compared to the bitter cold outside, it's much better. I also want to go there to spend the winter. Suddenly, they felt something was wrong. A bone-chilling murderous intent rushed in. What meat are you eating? The big black dog had come back. Donkey meat. Tu Fei said confidently. It's really donkey meat. There are some lamb slices too, Dumbo explained in a low voice. The big black dog's face darkened. He bared his teeth, revealing a murderous look. I'll go get some firewood. The fire is not strong anymore. Zhang Wuye was the first to run away. I'll go cut some lamb slices. Wang Shu also wanted to run away. It's really donkey meat. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Tu Fei felt guilty. Woof. The big black dog jumped on the stove. The room was in chaos. Barking and cursing filled the air. After 1 hour, everything was cleaned up. This time, they used real donkey meat. At the same time, they roasted 4 gazelles for the big black dog. Finally, they calmed him down. To cover for you, I have to go through wind and rain, suffering a lot. Do you think it's easy for me? You're sorry. Hearing that, Tu Fei curled his lips. Damn dog, you have the nerve to say that. In name, you cover for Yifan, but in fact, you're robbing for yourself. You're just a robber. You say you want human pets everywhere. Every time, I have to clean up your mess. Woof. The man and the dog almost started fighting again. How many human pets did you get? Yifan asked the big black dog. 7 or 8 from the Holy Lands. Those people were too weak. They all broke down. Their mentality is too weak. The big black dog shook his head disdainfully. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This damn dog was too good at messing around. Even a thick-skinned man would break down if he was captured by a big black dog as a human pet. That damn dog has done a lot of embarrassing things. Tu Fei added. Woof. Finally, Yifan took out a fist-sized god source and threw it to the big black dog. His eyes widened, and he almost drooled. There were 3 pieces of the god source that sealed the golden fairy. They were all fist-sized. One was given to little Ting Ting, and the second was given to the big black dog. Then, Yifan gave the last piece to Tu Fei. God Source was rare in the world and had many magical uses. All the Holy Lands wanted it. Woof. The big black dog was very greedy. He took his piece and started to snatch Two-Face's piece. Damn dog, how dare you bite me? The fight between the man and the dog broke out again. The table and the roof on the fire bed were almost blown away. Yifan finally stopped the dog, but he was bitten twice. I got a spirit beast. Yifan released Jiang Yichen's mount. I want it. The big black dog pounced on it again, drooling. Can you ride it? Yifan wanted to give it to Two-Fei, but he was excited. Treasure hunting rare beasts are not for riding. They are for finding treasures. This is the mount of an important disciple of the Jiang family. It can't be seen, Yifan warned. Then I'll keep it for now. I'll get a pet first. Yifan finally realized that he shouldn't show the good stuff in front of the greedy big black dog. Otherwise, it would snatch it. Then, Two-Fei told him about a mysterious young man who was chasing after disciples of the Holy Lands. He attracted the attention of the Sons of Holy Lands. I know who he is. I saw him 2 days ago, the big black dog said. You saw him? Who is he? Yifan was surprised. He's a bastard like you. He didn't show his face and attacked people from behind. Luckily, I have a good nose and remember his smell. Damn dog, tell me. Give me another God Source and I'll tell you. Damn dog, you're too greedy. Yifan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Fifth heaven of the Doctrine Palace. Although Two-Fei was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. He said, it feels like a dragon has awakened. His chi is so strong that it's frightening. Alright, I'll tell you. It's that ladyboy, Pangbo what? Pangbo, he's out? Yifan was pleasantly surprised. After coming to this world, the two of them had been separated for less than a year. Today, they could finally meet again. Where is he? Yifan asked. At this moment, the big black dog was drooling as he looked at the golden hand staring at him. He said, once the Saint Physique enters the 4-level secret realm, his blood can be considered a spirit medicine. In the future, damn dog, you even dare to plot against me. Yifan slapped him and said, tell me, where is Pangbo? I saw him the day before yesterday. He's chasing after the light-shaking saint candidate, the big black dog said. Two-Fei sighed in admiration. I should make friends with such a fierce person. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Pangbo had finally succeeded in his cultivation and walked out. Yifan believed that they would meet soon. He knew that Pangbo was helping him. Fifth Grandpa, this time, I'm going to cut some stone tools to save people. Yifan said to Fifth Grandpa Zhang. He hoped that he could gain something from the divine treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. He was very respectful to the old man. He had relied on the old man's family source heavenly book to reach where he was today. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for his cultivation to progress. He did not give Fifth Grandpa Zhang divine source because the old man had no use for it. However, he gave him many different kinds of source energies, enough for everyone in the stone village to live in prosperity for many generations. Cut it. I also want to see what's inside. Fifth Grandpa Zhang nodded. You're still cutting? Don't cut another poisonous fruit, the big black dog interrupted. You damn dog, you still have the nerve to mention what happened last time. Do you know what that was? You bit off hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energies in one bite. Woof. The big black dog suddenly jumped up, his expression full of shock. He was tongue-tied. You wastrel. Two-Fei scolded him after learning about it. The big black dog was flabbergasted. You mean, the fruit that poisoned me half to death, made me spit white foam, and convulse for half a month is the divine source fruit that can increase the lifespan of divine lords? Yes, it's that kind of fruit, Yifan said. When the big black dog heard the affirmative answer, he did not say anything else. He turned around and ran madly toward the pile of stones in the ice and snow. Chase after him. Damn it, this damn dog is too outrageous. He wants to steal it again. The veins on Yifan's forehead bulged. He quickly chased after the dog. Two-Fei and the others followed behind him. Woof, you have to be kind. There are so many divine treasures. No matter what, you have to give me half, the big black dog said. This pile is all yours. Yifan pointed at a pile of stones that looked like a small mountain. I only want this pile of stone tools. I don't want anything else. The big black dog straightened his bald tail. His eyes were burning as he stared at the stone rollers and millstones. Go somewhere cool and stay. You're so kind. You damn dog, you've never been kind. Yifan pushed him aside. The pile of stone tools looked ordinary. There was nothing special about them. It was hard to imagine that they were left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. I hope I can cut out something different, Yifan said to himself. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Not long ago, he had cultivated the heavenly source divine sense. He felt that he should be able to see something now. These are the divine treasures of the Yuan Taoist master. They must be much more precious than the rare stones in the stone shops of the Holy Lands. He was looking forward to it. These are the treasures left by the Yuan Taoist master? Tu Fei was very surprised. He had never thought that the ordinary stone rollers and stone blocks on the ground would have such a great history. These weren't just treasures. They could be described as divine treasures. The black dog was almost like a rascal. He lay there with his big paw pressing on a pile of stone tools, unwilling to get up. Yifan threatened, don't get in the way. I've seen stone kings in the divine city. Maybe they're here too. If we really find something strange, you'll be the first to suffer. Stone kings are nothing. I've even seen kings of the primordial races. The black dog didn't care at all. What are you talking about? Tu Fei didn't believe him. Yifan's heart jolted. The large black dog had definitely come from the Purple Mountain. He had already guessed a little about its origins. He thought of the Eastern Barren Great Sage's land and the 100 sects of the Center Prefecture about to launch a large-scale operation. They would attack the Purple Mountain with their divine weapons. He couldn't help but ask, Black Emperor, are you sure the Purple Mountain is safe? Don't worry. No one can get anything. Even if they can get in, I'm sure they'll suffer heavy losses and retreat. Divine King Jiang Taishu is in the Purple Mountain. Do you think you can save him? He continued to ask. This was the question he was most concerned about. How would I know? I've never been in the Purple Mountain. Hurry up and cut the treasures. The black dog changed the topic and didn't want to say more. Finally, Yifan moved the dozens of stone tools into the house and observed them in front of the stove. Zhang Wuya was very excited. Wang Shu and Dumbo were even more excited. They kept rubbing their hands, eager to try. Yifan activated his origin divine sense. 2 beams of purple light shot out of his eyes to examine them one by one. These stone tools looked ordinary, but with his origin divine sense, they were all different. Stones from the absolute beginning forbidden area. Yifan was surprised. Usually, he couldn't see anything special about these stones. But when he used his origin divine sense to examine them, he could feel the strong aura of the absolute beginning forbidden area. He looked at 2 stones in succession and felt that they were both empty. However, when he moved the 3rd stone block, his eyes flashed and he said, there's a divine source inside. The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer, and he said, let me see. If I show it to you, it'll definitely be a meat bun thrown at a dog and it won't return. Brat, your words are too harsh. The large black dog was extremely furious. Isn't it? Yifan smiled and said, I can give it to you, but don't have any ideas about the stoneware below. Okay, no problem. The large black dog readily agreed to it, and nudged Dumbo beside him, saying, Disciple, help me cut it open. It had once taught Wang Shu and Dumbo how to cultivate, and was now shamelessly ordering them around. Kacha, Dumbo, on the other hand, was more direct and slapped it away, not having the patience to cut the stone. The large black dog grimaced, and his heart ached greatly. He flew into a rage, and said, Take it easy, there's a divine source inside. If you damage it, I'll throw you into the origin ancient mine. He hurriedly pulled away the crushed rocks, looking for the divine source. A scorching divine light shot out, dazzling and eye-catching, and a holy aura rushed over, but the large black dog was extremely displeased. Brat, you're screwing me over. This divine source is too small, and it's not even the size of a bean. This was only a divine source bean, and though it was very precious, everyone present had already seen fist-sized divine source blocks, so it wasn't that shocking anymore. Suddenly, the large black dog's expression froze, and he put away the divine source. He pulled out a tuft of red fur from the crushed rocks. It was incredibly beautiful, as if it had been dyed in blood, and it gave off a slightly tragic and frightening aura. Xianxia was shocked, and he staggered back a few steps, almost falling onto the ground. His face was deathly pale. Wang Shu and Dumbo hurriedly stepped forward to support him, and asked, "What's wrong, Fifth Elder?" Yi Fan was also shocked, and he walked forward to support the old man, and asked, "What's the matter, Elder?" At the same time, he also saw that tuft of red fur, and he took it from the large black dog's paw. Instantly, he frowned. How could there be such a thing in the rocks? He had heard some legends in the stone workshop that there were original gods, original ghosts, and original demons in the ancient mine, and they would occasionally leave traces in the most precious stones. "Don't cut it, you can't touch these things." Xianxuya's lips trembled, and his face was pale. "Elder, what's the matter?" Tufei asked. "You guys wait here. I'll go take the thing left behind by my ancestor and compare it with this red fur." Xianxia was supported by Wang Shu and Dumbo, and they walked into the inner room. After a long time, he walked out, holding a jade box in his hand. It was definitely an ancient jade, and its color was already stained and a little dim. "What's this?" Tufei didn't understand. Xianxia opened the jade box with a solemn expression. There was nothing valuable inside, only a few tufts of red fur, which were very horrifying. These tufts of fur were almost the same as the one that had been cut from the stone tool, but because of the passage of time, they were a little dim, as if they had been dyed in blood. "These?" Tufei was confused, and he looked at Xianxia in confusion. "These are the only things that my ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, left on the night he disappeared," Xianxia said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan had heard about the Yuan Taoist master's past. His later years were very inauspicious, and he would see many strange things that other people couldn't see. It was really horrifying. On the night he left, a whirlwind of red fur blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled unceasingly. It howled for a whole night. The sound was mournful and shrill, and it could spread dozens of miles away. Humans and animals were scared, and it made people's hair stand on end. On that night, there was a 4-year-old child of the Zhang family who had accompanied the Yuan Taoist master. He was so scared that he became demented, and he was cured half a year later. According to him, that night, he saw red fur growing on one of his ancestors' hands, and he also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He turned his head, and then the first ancestor disappeared forever. "It's so strange?" Tufei was shocked. He knew how powerful the Yuan Taoist master was, and he could be called an extraordinary person in the world. After his source technique reached the peak, he was close to the great Tao, and he had the ability to see through heaven and earth. Even the great sage masters couldn't do anything to him. However, their later years were so inauspicious, and they couldn't control themselves. What happened? The big black dog's eyes were also flickering, and he was thinking about something carefully. After a long time, he said, "The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious." Yi Fan squatted on the ground and began to restore the stoneware. He was shocked to find that the stone was hollow, and the source of God should be as big as a human head. It was eaten by something. It didn't destroy the stone, and it took away the source of God. After knowing this, not only was he shocked, but the expressions of everyone present changed. "I said it. How could the things left behind by the Yuan Taoist master be ordinary? But it was destroyed by an unknown creature." Wang Shu was very angry. Yi Fan's expression was solemn, and he didn't say anything. He squatted down, and forcefully slapped away the 2 stoneware that had been determined to be worthless. The stone roller indeed had nothing, but the stone block was very unusual. In the center, there was a stone fruit. This, obviously, its essence had been exhausted, and then it was completely petrified, returning to an ordinary object. "What fruit is this?" "It's definitely not an ordinary object. It's a pity that its essence has been sucked away." Everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. The rare treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master had been taken by someone else. Child, don't cut them. These stoneware are contaminated with demonic power. I'm afraid that you'll be like our ancestor, and something inauspicious will happen to you, Zhang Wuye advised. His expression was very ugly. It doesn't matter. It should be something that happened on that night 10,000 years ago. So much time has passed, and even if there was something, it has already disappeared. Yi Fan shook his head. You don't understand what I mean. I'm afraid that if you are contaminated with this kind of aura, you'll provoke something in the future, just like our ancestor. Zhang Wuye said with a trembling voice. The terrifying old age of the Yuan Taoist master. Did something happen to him, or did he provoke something? Where did they go in the end? Tu Fei murmured to himself, then said, Little Yi, you really have to be careful. The Yuan Taoist master was an extraordinary person, but he still couldn't escape his terrifying fate. I'm not afraid. I want to see what kind of terrible things will happen to me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind blew in the room. Those red hairs seemed to be attracted by a terrifying force, falling on his body. Seeing this, even the big black dog opened its eyes wide, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. No way, it's coming for you now? Tu Fei was shocked. Zhang Wuye's lips trembled. Our ancestor's fate. Is that disaster going to happen again? With a boom, Yi Fan's body emitted a dazzling divine light. He was like an eternal celestial furnace, blazing hot. His qi and blood were like the sea, like a real dragon awakening. All the red hairs were smashed, turning into ashes and falling to the ground. Yi Fan's body was spotless. He said, I don't believe it. I want to see what happens in the future. Just now, he felt an unknown force trying to invade his body, but it was rejected by the holy body, which refined it completely. You guys step back. There should be something strange left in these stones, but it can't do anything to me, Yi Fan said. Yi Fan consecutively cut open a few millstones, but they were all empty, with nothing inside. What the Yuan Taoist master left behind is definitely a divine treasure. The essence inside these stones hasn't been sucked away. Why are they also empty? Tu Fei didn't understand. Zhang Wuye said, all the stone tools in the stone stockade are here. Not all of them belong to my family. Let me pick some. Based on his memory, Zhang Wuye picked out more than 10 stone tools. They were all stone blocks, stone locks, and stone platforms. They were all commonly used items. Yi Fan cut open the other stones. They were all empty as expected. There was nothing inside. Those were the stone tools of other families in the stockade. Gotcha. He cut 4 stone tools, all of which belonged to Zhang Wuye's family. He was shocked, but he also frowned. There were definitely rare treasures inside, but the essence had all disappeared. Among them, one of the stone platforms was hollow. It was as big as a wash basin, and there were some fragments of the source of God. Oh my God, the wash basin is such a big piece of the source of God. This is an earth-shattering treasure. Damn it, what took it? Tu Fei exclaimed. The big black dog's eyes widened. Then, he howled miserably, is there any justice? This emperor wants to bite someone. It's still that kind of thing. There's red hair left. Yi Fan's expression was serious. Although the inside of another stone tool was not hollow, there was a strange plant that had already been petrified. Seeing this, even Yi Fan could not remain calm. It was very likely that this was an immemorial godly medicine. There was not a single common item in the divine treasury left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. Damn it, it's a godly medicine, it's an immemorial godly medicine. The big black dog was about to go crazy. His large eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said, there was a great emperor who used this godly medicine to refine a celestial pill. He forcefully saved a close friend who had died. The big black dog seemed to be possessed. He jumped up and down, circling around these stone tools and howling endlessly. Damn it, it's a godly medicine. He was really going crazy. When Yi Fan saw the inside of the third stone tool, he also wanted to curse. He also had the urge to go crazy. This is definitely an earthly fate fruit that has been petrified. There was a stone bead as big as a bowl inside this stone tool. It looked like a mortal origin fruit, but it also looked like a dragon ball. It was definitely an earthly fate fruit that was also known as a fake dragon ball. What, earthly fate fruit? This thing is definitely not inferior to an immemorial godly medicine. Woof. When the big black dog heard this, he was so angry that he kept barking. Two-Face face was also filled with shock and regret. He mumbled, the Yuan Taoist master is really nature-defying. He just casually left behind a few stone tools, and they are all like this. They can really be called a divine treasury, but, damn it, what terrifying thing got here first? Although Xianxia, Wang Shu, and Dumbo did not really understand these rare treasures, they could feel the emotions of Yi Fan and the others, and they knew that these were definitely peerless divine treasures. The immemorial godly medicine and earthly fate fruit were both things that Yi Fan yearned for the most. They could save little Ting Ting's life, but their vitality had been sucked away, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. The divine treasury that the Yuan Taoist master had left behind was actually empty, causing him to be filled with regret. All of this was really too much of a pity. In the fourth stone tool, there was a petrified small tree. Everyone's expression was numb. They did not need to think to know that this was definitely a nature-defying divine treasure. This emperor's heart is bleeding. With the big black dog's greedy nature, this was indeed his true feelings. Is there still justice in this world? The divine treasury of the Yuan Taoist master, what on earth stole it? Two-Face was also full of regret. If all of these things appeared, it would definitely shock the world. Not to mention the saint masters of all the holy lands, even the great emperors of the central prefecture would have to bow down and beg for them. The previous saint masters and emperors sat on billions of miles of land, but in their later years, they could not even obtain an immemorial godly medicine to prolong their lives. They could only wander around the great desolate plateau by themselves. In fact, no one had ever heard of anyone successfully finding one. However, the divine treasury that the former Yuan Taoist master had left behind was actually such nature-defying divine treasures. Just thinking about it was shocking. After continuously cutting open several stone tools, they found that they were all peerless treasures. No one could remain calm, and they were filled with unwillingness. If these things appeared together, I'm afraid even the heavens would not tolerate them, because each of them could go against the heavens and change one's fate. Yi Fan gradually calmed down. If he really obtained these immemorial godly medicines, he would feel that it was unrealistic. It was completely unrealistic. Now I believe that there really is a bastard in the unseen world. What a reckless waste of God's treasures. The big black dog was extremely resentful. This kind of result caused everyone to sigh. Xianxia suddenly spoke up and said, "Didn't we cut out the mortal origin fruit last time? Perhaps there are still some that were missed, and not all of them were destroyed." There were only 8 stone tools that belonged to Xianxia's family, which was also the Yuan Taoist master's divine treasury. Would there really be a peerless treasure among these stones? The few of them were not sure. Cut them out, cut them all out. I have a feeling that we might have missed out on some incomparably important divine treasures. It might even be an immemorial godly medicine. The big black dog urged Yi Fan to cut them out. He wanted nothing more than to immediately cut out a peerless treasure. The sky was hazy, and the snow was howling. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the fire flickered. The room was very warm. They guarded the 8 stonewares, ready to cut them open. "You guys step back." Yi Fan signaled them to step back. Although it had been more than 10,000 years, these stones still had some strange power. Crack! The first stoneware was cut open, and some gray powder flowed out of the stone like sand, sprinkling on the ground. What is this? They came closer and looked at each other, not knowing what it was. It must be something good. But the essence has been sucked away, leaving only the powder. Otherwise, it would be a divine item that could save the dead. Even Yi Fan couldn't tell what it was. But he didn't need to know, because it had lost its value. After cutting 4 stonewares, the stone core was either hollow or petrified, and the essence was gone. When the 5th stoneware was cut open, a flow of cold air rushed out. It was even colder than the icy world outside the window, making people's hearts palpitate. Something good came out. Finally, it's not hollow anymore, Two-Face said in surprise. The big black dog's eyes sparkled. He crouched slightly, ready to pounce and snatch it. Yi Fan squinted at him and said, "Behave yourself. Don't try to snatch everything. Don't worry. I don't do such dishonest things." The big black dog looked harmless. Crack. The second cut was made, and the gap widened. The cold air was even more bone-chilling. At the same time, some holy light shot out. "It's really something good," Tu-Fei exclaimed. Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also surprised. They all opened their eyes wide, staring at the stoneware in Yi Fan's hand. The big black dog was almost drooling. He crouched and moved forward a few steps, his big claws almost reaching out. Tu-Fei said angrily, "I know you don't have any good ideas. Do you really want to snatch it?" The big black dog showed a disdainful face and said, "Am I that kind of person? I never do such things. I always win people over with virtue." You want to win people over with virtue?" Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to attack it. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I wouldn't do such a thing," the large black dog said with a sincere expression. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. The third strike landed. Divine light flowed out of the stoneware and dyed it with a faint golden luster. The room was piercingly cold, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. "Something's off. There's something strange going on." "Don't move," the large black dog suddenly said. People in the room were startled. Tu-Fei and the others had to step back. "What did you discover?" Zhang Wuya asked. The large black dog didn't reply. He had a square head and large ears, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. His eyes were as large as copper bells, and they were completely round. He craned his neck forward and shuffled his feet. "Mother asterisk cur. That damn dog is wicked. He wants to rob the treasure?" Tu-Fei screamed. The large black dog was very unkind. He purposely tried to frighten them. He suddenly pounced on the stoneware and ran out with it in his mouth. His movements were extremely fast. Tu-Fei was extremely angry. Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also dumbfounded. They all wanted to punch him, but the large black dog was very slippery. He dashed out like a wisp of smoke, and no one could stop him. "Chase him. This wicked dog even dares to rob its own people," Tu-Fei shouted. "Don't chase him. There's nothing good in there." Yi Fan smiled. "Woo!" Almost at the same time, the Black Emperor screamed as if someone had stepped on his bald tail. It was very shrill, and it scared away all the wild wolves within dozens of miles. They walked out of the room and saw the large black dog foaming at the mouth. All the hair on his body was standing up, and he looked like a hedgehog. Obviously, he was frightened. "Brat, did you see it earlier?" the large black dog shouted angrily. "What did I see?" Yi Fan said with a smile. "You tricked me." The large black dog's face turned green, and he kept vomiting. As they approached it, Dumbo pushed away the broken stoneware, and a head rolled out at once. Everyone retreated. Only the Black Emperor was lying on the snow and retching. He almost threw up his gallbladder. Just now, he had chewed the stoneware and almost swallowed the head. "Oh my God! How could there be such a thing in the stoneware?" Wang Shu screamed. Zhang Wuya and Dumbo retreated, and they almost sat on the ground. "Is this an archaic creature?" Tu-Fei was shocked. It was a shriveled head, with only a layer of old skin sticking to the bones. There were some withered, messy hair on the head that looked like weeds, but it was very sparse. The bone-chilling cold was coming from it. Among the broken stones, there were some fragments of the god energy sphere, which glittered on the snow and made the head look even more ferocious. "Brat, did you do it on purpose?" The large black dog stared at Yi Fan with a murderous look. "I haven't cut it yet." "You snatched it yourself," Yi Fan said. "You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? You snatched the treasure when you saw it." "You asked for it," Tu-Fei said. Woof, 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 the black dog was flustered and exasperated. He barked, and the stone village was in chaos. "All right, stop barking." You've even attracted the she-wolf. You deserve it for being greedy. No one sympathized with him. They all laughed, and even Zhang Wuye shook his head. The large black dog was very depressed. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't come out. He nibbled on the snow and murmured, F***ck, I'm so smart and powerful. Why am I always so unlucky? What a cunning dog. He's the best. I'm speechless. They shook their heads, trying not to laugh. After careful examination, they found that the head should have been sealed in a piece of the god energy sphere. Unfortunately, the god energy had been eaten by a terrible being, and only the shriveled head was left. It had no value, so Dumbo found a place to bury it. Yi Fan and the others returned to the house. The large black dog had a gloomy expression on his face, and he also walked into the room with his head drooped. Seeing him like this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The large black dog rolled his eyes, and his bald tail stood up high. Then, he squatted on the ground and stared at the sixth stone artifact with his big eyes. Crack! Yi Fan cut open the sixth stone artifact. A faint fragrance came out, and some liquid flowed out. It should be something good this time, right? The large black dog's eyes widened again, but this time he didn't dare to snatch it. Bring me the jade artifact. Yi Fan said. Tu Fei handed him a white jade bottle. It was sparkling and translucent. After being refined, it was an excellent jade artifact for preserving rare treasures. Yi Fan carefully opened the stone artifact. There was only a puddle of water in the center that emitted a faint fragrance. He didn't know what it was. Could it be that some divine fruit melted? Tu Fei guessed. Yi Fan put the liquid into the jade artifact. After observing it carefully, he didn't see anything special. He said, looking at the shape of the puddle, it does look like a fruit. Now that it's liquid, I don't know how much medicinal effect it has left. Maybe it's some divine liquid. The large black dog's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Don't have any bad ideas. Do you want me to give you a taste? Yi Fan said with a smile. The large black dog was tempted. However, thinking of how he was poisoned to death when he tried to snatch the mortal origin fruit, he wouldn't eat it no matter what. He shook his head resolutely and said, Don't try it. Let me put it away for you first. Don't even think about it. Yi Fan didn't give him a chance to snatch it. With a flash, he put it into his body. Although he didn't know much about this liquid, he could take it to the God City and ask. Those old antiques would definitely know about it. Maybe it was a rare treasure. There were 2 stone artifacts left. Yi Fan tapped them lightly and cut open one of them. There's something. What is it? Why does it look like a gallbladder? Is it an organ from an ancient creature? The people in the room were all surprised. It was a walnut-sized purple gallbladder. It wasn't sealed in the god source, but it was full of life energy. An ancient creature's organ. It's not sealed in the god source, so it should be rotten. Tu Fei didn't understand. It's a stone gallbladder. It grows from a stone. Yi Fan was excited. What's the use? Let this greedy dog have a taste. It's hard to poison it anyway, Tu Fei said. Damn, why don't you have a taste? The large black dog bared his teeth. Thinking of the last experience, the corners of his mouth twitched. This kind of stone gallbladder is very useful to me. It can help me cultivate the heavenly source divine sense to the consummate level. Yi Fan carefully took the purple stone gallbladder in his hand. He was very excited. It was clearly recorded in the Book of Source Heaven that when a god stone formed a gallbladder, it could open one's eyes. When one's divine sense reached the consummate level, the heavenly eye would be born. The celestial eye and the netherworld eye were all kinds of heavenly eyes. They were born naturally. It was difficult to have a heavenly eye after the heavenly source divine sense reached the consummate level. The heavenly source divine sense could become the heavenly eye when it reached the consummate level. Every generation of Yuan Taoist master had the strongest heavenly eye, which could see through illusions and see the origin. It's a pity that it's purple, not golden. It hasn't matured yet. It's as valuable as a mortal essence fruit. It's not as good as an immemorial divine herb. Yi Fan was a little regretful. He thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't hurt. We can seal it first. In the future, we can use the God Source to provide it with essence Qi to mature it." The stone gallbladder was a priceless treasure to the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't trade it for anything. It could help the heavenly source reach the consummate level. The real Yuan Taoist master didn't need to use his original technique to see through the earth ancient mine. He could move unhindered in the world. If there was a secret in the origin, he could see through it. There was only one stoneware left. Yi Fan swung his knife, but he couldn't cut anything. It was empty. The treasure was gone. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still disappointed. The treasures left by the Yuan Taoist master were earth-shattering. They were all heaven-defying divine treasures. Unfortunately, some terrifying existences had looted them first. Nothing was left. Thinking about it, no matter if it was the mortal essence fruit or the purple stone gallbladder, they hadn't matured yet. They must have been worse 10,000 years ago. That's why they were preserved. What a pity. Such a pile of treasures was destroyed. Tu Fei was full of regret. This time, besides the stone gallbladder, they also got that bottle of unknown liquid. Although they couldn't estimate its value, Yi Fan was looking forward to it. Perhaps it would be an earth-shattering treasure. In the evening, when the snowstorm stopped, a stalwart figure appeared in the stone village. It was Pang Bo. Just like his name, he had a majestic aura. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a big frame. His arms were as thick as other people's legs. Today, he had cultivated the demon god ancient scriptures, so he had a special aura. He was strong and sharp. His eyes were bright and spirited. He was like a god of the demon clan that had descended to this world. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He stood tall and straight. His eyes were sharp, and he looked majestic. He had a powerful aura. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was very sensitive. They were very familiar with each other. He sensed the other's aura immediately. With a few steps, he was several hundred meters away. He stood in front of the stone village to welcome him. Pang Bo. Yezi. Meeting again, the two laughed. In this world, to have a friend from the same hometown as them was the greatest gift from the heavens. They didn't need to be polite. When they saw each other, they punched each other a few times. Yi Fan asked, "How did you find this place?" 2 days ago, when I was chasing after the light-shaking realm saint candidate, I saw your dog. It told me this place, Pang Bo said with a smile. Although he had the aura of a demon god, he was still the old Pang Bo. His temperament hadn't changed much. He was just more majestic now. His bronze skin sparkled with precious light. Woof, who was his dog? The big black dog was so angry that it ran out of the house with its bald tail raised. Yi Fan said, "That damn dog only told me that it saw you. It didn't say that you were coming. It must be after the demon god ancient scriptures. Brother, you are so fierce. You chased after the saints of the Holy Lands alone. You are a model for our generation. I admire you." Tu Fei laughed and walked out of the house to welcome him. "It's rare to see someone like you. Today, we must drink to our heart's content." Although Yi Fan and Pang Bo hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't feel like strangers at all. In this world, they were definitely the closest people. Haha. Pang Bo also laughed. He could see that Tu Fei and Yi Fan had a special relationship. Of course, he gave him face and said, "Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk." "Good. I will find someone to prepare some black dog meat." Tu Fei laughed. He liked Pang Bo woof. "Damn it. Damn dog, don't bite me. I will prepare some mutton and donkey meat." "Okay?" They all laughed. Not long after, the piping hot dishes were served. There was a golden roasted leg of lamb and crispy chicken wings. They drank and ate the meat in large bowls. The atmosphere was very lively. "Brother Pang, you chased after the light-shaking realm candidate Saint Sun. Did you kill him?" asked Tu Fei. "I wounded him badly. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Anyway, he ran far away. He's good at running away, though. Pangbo felt regretful. Tu-Fei was speechless. He found that this man in front of him was really fierce. Ordinary people couldn't chase after the saint's sons. They didn't dare to do that. He ran to the snow palace and didn't want to come out. He got the protection of the big sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed, explained Pangbo. Brother Pang, you dare to chase after the saints. We should join hands and do something big. We will kill some saints and capture some saintesses, suggested Tu-Fei. Okay, we will take revenge for Yizi. Pangbo put down his bowl of wine. I know the whereabouts of a saint's son and 2 saintesses. We can go and kill them. Haha. Good. Tu-Fei wanted to see the world in chaos. Kill the saints and hunt the saintesses. The big black dog was also drunk. He shouted, take human pets. The Snow Palace was a great sect in the North region with a long history of more than 10,000 years. Its power was only below that of the Holy Lands. Legend had it that their founder wasn't a human but a snow ape. His power was so great that he could resist the Holy Lands 10,000 years ago. No matter how great the inheritance was, it would decay. No matter how strong the warrior was, he would die eventually. Nothing was eternal. Yifan, Pangbo, Tu-Fei, and the big black dog stepped into an ice field and started their plan to kill the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. The Holy Sun candidate of the light-shaking realm had entered the Snow Palace and hadn't come out yet. They came to this area for him, of course. This area was very high, more than 8,000 meters above sea level. Even in summer, it was still a world of ice and snow. The cold wind howled. It had been like this since ancient times. In the past, during the darkest and most chaotic era, a world-shaking war had taken place here. It used to be a pure land of a holy land, but it had been completely destroyed. The ultimate warriors had broken through the sky and flattened the endless snowy mountains, turning this place into a boundless ice field. The Snow Palace was just a big force that had come here later. In the more ancient era, there were more ancient and glorious inheritances on the ice field. Who destroyed a holy land? Yifan was surprised when he heard Tu-Fei's words. I'm not sure. It happened 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. It was the darkest era after the desolate antiquity. The most terrifying chaos took place there. Many holy lands participated in the war. Tu-Fei shook his head. How strong was the power needed to destroy a holy land? Pangbo was surprised, too. Why do I feel like it was the chaos of the Forbidden Lands? The big black dog said hesitantly. Do you know something? Yifan was moved. The big black dog had a shocking background. The more ancient the event, the more he knew about it. The Eastern Barren Territory has 7 forbidden lands for life. Each of them is extremely terrifying. Even the emperors can't flatten them. 190,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the absolute beginning era. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. 150,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the undying mountain. Lives were plunged into misery. Everyone was surprised and looked at the big black dog. The Origin Ancient Mine and the Undying Mountain were the terrifying forbidden lands of the Eastern Barren Territory's North region and the Center region respectively. None of them had heard of this before. Life-restricted regions had triggered darkness chaos before. It seemed to be extremely terrifying, engulfing the great earth. Blood flowed like rivers. 70 to 80,000 years ago was known as the darkest era after the primordial era. Countless people died in that great turmoil, and it seemed to be a man-made disaster. Tu-Fei said, looking at the endless ice field. I vaguely heard that an invincible king god of the Jiang family used a weapon of the extreme path to sweep this place. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to say just how powerful the extreme Dao holy weapon was. There was a rumor in the world that if there was enough Dao power to support it, it would be equivalent to the resurrection of a great emperor. As expected. Holy lands are also divided into strong and weak. Yifan sighed. The Black Emperor said in a deep voice, that's only natural. A sacred ground that has produced a great emperor and an extreme Dao weapon is the most confident and fearless of all the great powers in the world. What it said was the truth. Going back more than 100,000 years, there were more holy lands than there are now. half of them had been annihilated in history. Thinking about it carefully, the destroyed inheritances didn't have a great emperor or an extreme Tao weapon. In general, their foundation wasn't enough. Pangbo said, "It seems like the surviving Holy Lands don't have only one scripture of their own. They should be much stronger than what people have imagined." The others nodded to show their agreement. The more they knew, the more they thought. The Holy Lands were immeasurably strong and extremely dangerous. After 1 hour, they arrived at the deepest place of the ice field. They saw a towering snowy mountain that reached the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Tufei explained, according to legends, 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was no ice field. It was just an endless snowy mountain. Rumor has it that a king god of the Jiang family used an extreme Tao weapon to sweep the entire area. Eventually, it became what it is today. Only this snowy mountain is left, which is less than 100 miles around. It's just a vestige. The peak of the mountain was so high that it was hard to see. It pierced the sky where the snow palace was located. Each of the snowy mountains had a grand snow palace. Yi Fan said, "The old ape who created this great sect has good foresight. He chose this place. At first glance, I know it's not simple at all." Tufei nodded. Of course. That old ape has a profound cultivation technique. He could resist the Holy Lands. He has left many legends. Some say that he was born in this snowy mountain. Some even say that his technique is from the orthodoxy of the Holy Land that was destroyed 70 to 80,000 years ago. Since he created the snow palace, it means that the Holy Land has revived. I can feel it. The light-shaking realm Saint Sun candidate is on the snowy mountain ahead of us, said Pangbo. Shi cultivated the demon monarch's ancient scriptures, which made him extraordinary. When he was chasing after the light-shaking realm's Saint Sun candidate, he had used the demon monarch's divine technique on him. Within a certain range, he could sense his existence. If the other hadn't run to the snow palace, he would have been killed. He couldn't have run away. Yi Fan said, "Then let's wait for him. The snow palace is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. We can only wait outside." Within 100 miles, the towering mountains were the snow palace's territory. Through the wind and snow, they could vaguely see sparkling crystals on the mountains. They were majestic ice palaces. I estimate that he will need at least 7 days to recover. After being hit by my demon monarch's 9 slashes, the form extermination, he is lucky that he didn't die, said Pangbo. Yi Fan knew how terrifying the 9 slashes of the demon monarch was. That day in the Immortal Hall, he and the Black Emperor had almost died in the battle against Old Monster Green Lotus. At this moment, the Black Emperor's eyes were burning with passion when he heard the words 9 slashes of the demon monarch. He wanted to push Pangbo down and interrogate him about the ancient scriptures. "We don't have to wait for nothing. I got a secret report that the Purple Mansion's Saintess is going to visit the Snow Palace and then go to the Divine City. Maybe we can capture her in advance." Pangbo's identity was special. His position in the monster clan wasn't ordinary. Although he couldn't mobilize the clans, it was easy for him to get some information through his connections. "That's good news." Tufei cheered up. The Black Emperor also said, "Oh, it's that woman who chased after me. If I hadn't crossed the space in a hurry, I would have been in danger. Haha, I'm looking forward to chasing after the Saintess. I hope I can succeed." Tufei laughed. Yi Fan walked around this great snowy mountain. He rubbed his chin, seriously thinking to himself, saying, "The more I look at this place, the more extraordinary it seems. There might be a dragon vein hidden here, a large piece of exceptional divine spring." He needed 5 million pounds of pure divine origin to break the restraint of the Tao Palace's secret territory and enter the 4 extreme secret territories. It was an astronomical number. "Can you dig out a big piece of divine origin?" Pangbo and Tufei knew he cultivated the Book of Origin, so they were confident in his original technique. Yi Fan shook his head. "I think it's hard. Even if we can stop the dragon vein, we have to create a big commotion. This is the Snow Palace's territory. It will only help them." Tufei said, "Let's go. We should check first. 70 or 80,000 years ago, there was a holy land here. Perhaps it has a big piece of divine origin and some other treasures. Within 100 miles around, the mountains were so tall that they pierced the sky. Ice and snow were everywhere. Yifan used the Earth observation technique to observe. He felt that this place wasn't ordinary at all. Perhaps there was a big dragon vein with a big piece of divine origin. It seems to be behind the mountain. We should detour. The heavy snowflakes were like goose feathers, mesmerizing people's eyes. The cold inside the snowy mountain was chilling to the bone. Pangbo used the beast monarch divine technique to observe. It seems like there's no one from the snow palace behind the mountain. I know it. The rumor is true. Tu-Fei smiled. The founder of the sect was an old ape. The sect takes special care of the snow ape. The snow mountain with a circumference of 100 miles was big enough for the snow palace to build a training field. It was said that the back of the mountain was reserved for a group of snow apes. No disciples were cultivating here. Knowing this, they were thrilled. They decided to enter the back of the mountain and explore carefully. If they could dig out a big piece of divine origin, it would be a great fortune. There must be a big dragon here. Yifan was shocked. They entered the back of the mountain and entered the snowy peaks. Crossing the snowy land, Yifan used the original technique to see through the illusion and capture the dragon aura. There's a flow of extremely powerful dragon aura under the ground. It must be the supreme dragon vein. Yifan stared. The snowy peaks were connected together like the bones of a great dragon, giving off a majestic aura. What are we waiting for? Let's dig it out, the big black dog urged. His eyes glowed with green light. I'm worried that this dragon vein is strange. Maybe it's a far ancient imperial family. Moreover, 70 or 80,000 years ago, this was the training field of a holy land. I'm sure it has more details, Yifan pondered. Check carefully. We'll decide after we see it clearly, said Tu-Fei. Yifan and the others continued to go deeper and observe the snow mountain. Yifan was almost sure that there was an extraordinary divine item under the ground. This kind of terrain is the nirvana of a true dragon. Yifan was frightened. The Book of Original Sky had this kind of terrain, which was related to yin and yang, life and death. It was very mysterious. Is there anything special? Asked Pangbo. It's really mysterious. If there's no living creature in there, perhaps we can get a big divine treasure. What if there's an immemorial creature? Asked Tu-Fei. It must be an extremely dangerous place. It's the royal nest of the immemorial races. We can't touch it. Yifan was stern. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The big black dog suddenly lifted his head, looking surprised. Really? How come I don't smell it? Pangbo was skeptical. Don't compare yourself with it. A dog's nose is the most sensitive. Let alone this damn dog with a big background, said Tu-Fei. Woof. The big black dog bared his teeth, but he didn't bite. He sniffed and said, perhaps some kind of heaven and earth treasure is about to ripen. Then, he ran crazily through the snow mountain. Yifan, Pangbo, and Tu-Fei followed him. After more than 10 miles, they also smelled the fragrance. This damn dog's nose is so sensitive. Standing on the wind, it can smell the fragrance from more than 10 miles away. The other three couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The enticing fragrance came from a snow valley. When they arrived, they were startled. There were many humanoid creatures in the valley. Their bodies were covered with snow-white fur. They're snow apes. They're born with endless strength. Not long after they were born, they could tear lions and tigers. They're definitely demonic beasts. I'm afraid there's an old ape who has cultivated to a high realm. Tu-Fei was surprised. What surprised them more was that there was a dragon aura twirling around the snow valley. In the center of the valley, there were several spirit herbs growing in the snow, glowing with green light. Each of them had a golden fruit. Dragon-shaped fruit. What kind of magical fruit is that? The big black dog didn't recognize it. There were 6 spirit herbs, glowing with green light. They were about 1 foot tall, and each of them had a fruit that was half a foot long. They were golden and crystal clear like real dragons. They were extraordinary. It's the source dragon fruit. Yifan was surprised. He was even more sure that there was a big dragon underground. What's the source dragon fruit? It's a kind of magical herb that grows under the nourishment of dragon aura. Although its fruit can't be compared to the immemorial godly medicine, it's definitely a top-level spirit medicine. They calculated and felt it would be hard to pick this kind of spirit fruit. There were too many snow apes. If they were enraged, the snow palace would be alerted. There's a snow cave in front of us. There's also dragon aura coming from it. Pangbo's eyes were sharp. Not far from them, there was a giant cave halfway up a snow mountain. It was pitch black, and dragon aura was seeping out. Let's go and take a look. Yifan took the lead and flew forward. Pangbo and Tufei followed behind. The big black dog looked at the source dragon fruit reluctantly, then turned around and left. They quickly arrived in front of the snow mountain, landed, and entered the cave. The cave was spacious and dry. There were some stone basins and bowls, as well as a stone bed. The cave was spacious and led deep into the mountain. It was clean and didn't have any strange smell. This seems to be the residence of the snow apes. Let's take a look and leave. They realized that this might be the nest of the snow apes. They couldn't stay here for long. Tufei said, let's hurry and look. These snow apes might be the descendants of the old ape who created the snow palace 10,000 years ago. Maybe he left something behind. Pangbo shook his head and said, these snow apes obviously don't have any terror rank existences. I don't think they have any treasures. There's dragon aura seeping out of this place. I'm afraid it has something to do with the supreme dragon vein underground. Yifan said in a low voice. At the same time, he felt that today might be a special day. Normally, there wouldn't be any dragon aura seeping out. The big black dog was greedy again. He said, maybe we can go underground from here. Maybe we can dig out a peerless divine source. They were tempted. They followed the direction of the dragon aura and entered the depths of the mountain. What's that? In the depths of the mountain, there was a big hole that looked like a devil's well. It led deep underground, but the mouth of the well was sealed by a piece of transparent ice. The dragon aura is seeping out from this well. Look, there's something in the ice. To their astonishment, they discovered that there was an old ape meditating with its eyes closed in the transparent piece of ice that sealed the entrance of the well. It was vivid and lifelike. It was tall and had snow white fur all over its body. It looked peaceful, as if it was still alive. The more they observed, the more shocked they were. This old ape had the aura of the great Tao, as if it had become one with heaven and earth. That was why they didn't notice it at first. Could this be the old ape that founded the snow palace 10,000 years ago? Could it be that it passed away here? They were shocked. If the old ape could seal the well with its own body, there must be something extraordinary down there. The old ape was tall and majestic. Its fur was snow white and translucent, and it was sitting with its eyes closed. It was sealed in the ice, and it looked lifelike, as if it had merged with the great Tao and was still alive. In the past, this ancient ape walked proudly in the world and looked down on the world. It could fight against holy lands, but in the end, it sat in the ice, unable to escape death, and passed away. The well sealed by the ice was bottomless. Wisps of dragon aura seeped out continuously. They pondered for a while, hesitating whether to move the ice away. Yifan said, we can't go in from here. The old ape sealed this place, and with its abilities in the past, it most likely has a backup plan. The large black dog had the most right to speak. He had a deep understanding of Tao patterns. After observing carefully, he frowned and said, there are too many restrictions. It's very troublesome to break them. They retreated decisively. They didn't have time to break them, and the snow apes would return soon. If they were blocked here, the snow palace would definitely be alerted. As expected, not long after they retreated, hundreds of snow apes returned, jumping from one mountain to another. Their bodies were strong, and they had great strength. They were natural demonic beasts. The 6 source dragon fruits were all taken. What a pity! The large black dog was regretful. In the snow valley, the 6 dark green plants had all withered. Their spirit energy was completely drained, and they were shattered in the cold wind. The underground dragon aura seeped out from here and nourished the source dragon fruits. If we go down from here, we can definitely enter the dragon vein, Yifan said. They immediately started to move. They created an ice path and went down. However, after going down for a few dozen meters, they were stunned. There were formation patterns underground, and everything deep underground was completely sealed. They couldn't open it at all. It was extremely sturdy. Yifan was surprised, and said, "Someone found the dragon vein long ago and sealed it underground. Looks like there must be something extraordinary here. The formation patterns here have been here for tens of thousands of years. They are extremely mysterious. Even I find it difficult to break them." The large black dog was an expert, so he made such a judgment. "I know. It must be the ruins left by that ancient holy land." Tufei was both surprised and happy. "So, there might be a great opportunity waiting for us?" Pangbo laughed loudly. "It might really be a fleeting opportunity." Yifan used his Genesis technique to speculate that something had happened underground that caused the dragon chi to overflow. This kind of terrain was known as the nirvana of the real dragon. It involved yin and yang, as well as life and death. Once the dragon chi was restrained, it would be very difficult to stop it. Yifan thought about it seriously and said, "The dragon vein is undergoing nirvana. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. It should be completed in a few days." When the large black dog heard this, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He became spirited, and said, "Let me see if I can decipher it." After a day and a night, it was as tired as a dead dog. It lay on the ground and panted with its tongue hanging out. It threw a divine source bean into its mouth before it regained its vigor. This is definitely the ruins of an ancient holy land. Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible to break through. However, it's been too long, so there's a flaw in it. We should be able to enter. When they heard this conclusion, their spirits were lifted. It was very likely that this was the underground palace left behind by the Holy Land from 70 to 80,000 years ago. The so-called flaw was the place where the dragon chi leaked out. The runes of the formation were damaged. The large black dog's expression was focused. He walked at the front, continuously carving and changing the runes. After a whole day, they finally reached the depths of the earth and fell into a vast underground palace. The dragon vein was sealed underground. Looks like someone saw through it long ago. This was a huge project that required endless manpower. It was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. The grand underground palace gave off an ancient aura, as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the marks of time. However, the underground was not very dark. A small number of strange stones glowed, and they could see everything clearly. Apart from that, the dragon chi was surging like a river rushing underground. Bathing in the dragon chi made people feel refreshed. The aura of the divine source. Yifan's expression changed. Within the surging dragon chi, the essence of the divine source was overflowing. It was obvious that there was a peerless treasure hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Have we entered an ancient holy land's divine depository? Pangbo was also very surprised. Damn it, the damned dog wants to take everything for himself again. Don't run! Tufei shouted. The big black dog didn't make a sound. He had already dashed out crazily, as fast as black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This damned dog is good at everything, but he's too greedy. He snatches treasures whenever he sees them. The three of them chased closely. The vast underground palace seemed endless. It was deathly silent, and there was no sound at all. They didn't stop and headed straight for the source of the dragon chi. The aura of the divine source was also in that direction. The further they went, the more they could feel the most original essence. This underground palace is too vast. They rushed for dozens of miles, but they still hadn't reached their destination. The ancient underground palace seemed endless. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Was it really built by that holy land? Pangbo was suspicious. After passing through many stone palaces, they finally got close to the source of the dragon chi. The big black dog was the first to stop. There was no path in front of them. There was a huge abyss in front of them, and the underground palace behind them looked like it was standing on a cliff. The abyss was so big that it made people dumbfounded. The bottom was as dark as ink, and they couldn't see anything. It made them feel scared. The endless dragon chi and the aura of the divine source came from the abyss. It was mysterious and strange. The big black dog had seen many things, but he was still shocked. He opened his mouth and stared blankly. This vast abyss was like a bottomless pit. It seemed like it could swallow people's minds and make them sink into it. Why do I feel chills running down my spine? This place is full of demonic energy. Tu-Fei shivered. The abyss was extremely empty and quiet. It seemed to be connected to the netherworld, which made their hearts beat faster. I was wrong. This place is much more terrifying than the nirvana of the true dragon. This should be one of the most powerful terrains in the world. Yi Fan was frightened. Hearing him say that, Pang Bo and Tu-Fei were frightened. Even the big black dog, who had strong nerves, felt a little scared. He mumbled, "What the hell is this place?" The nirvana of the true dragon is just the surface. It's the mountains and rivers close to the surface. There's more than one dragon down there. Yi Fan also felt a chill. He had never thought that it would be such a strange and terrifying terrains. He carefully observed the place. In the endless darkness of the abyss, the dragon chi was like a rising tide, surging unceasingly. Sometimes, there would be a divine light flashing. Some divine source granules shot out, sparkling and translucent. Tu-Fei said, "It's ridiculous. The divine source granules are coming out. There must be more than one peerless divine source. Kid, do you understand it or not? Can we get in or not? There must be some peerless divine treasures down there." The big black dog couldn't sit still. This should be the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It's unbelievable. How could there be such a terrains? Yi Fan murmured, his face stiff and full of shock. When he denied the nirvana of the true dragon, he was shocked. He thought he had missed the other dragon veins. However, after he observed carefully and understood it, he was dumbstruck. This was the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It was only recorded in the Source Heaven book, but there was no way to break it. It was one of the most dangerous places. The so-called nest of 10,000 dragons could give birth to more than one or two dragon veins. According to the Yuan Taoist master's assumption, it could have been the nest of the true dragon many years ago. Heaven and earth were peaceful, and everything was in accordance with the heaven's will. The nest of 10,000 dragons could even give birth to the true dragon. Tu-Fei, Pang Bo, and the big black dog were bewildered. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't do anything about this terrains. Of course, they couldn't find anything. It's not right. Look at this underground palace. It's so vast. It's built on the nest of 10,000 dragons, but it's safe. It wasn't destroyed. It shouldn't be a dangerous place, Pang Bo said. So, the legend is true? Tu-Fei seemed to remember something, his face incredulous. What legend? Yi Fan asked. The ancient Holy Land was called the Underworld God Palace. According to the legend, their inheritance didn't come from humans. You don't mean it came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, do you? Pang Bo was surprised. It's possible, Tu-Fei said. Some rumors say that they got some mysterious ancient inheritance from underground. What's that? The big black dog's eyes were sharp. He couldn't help but take several steps back. In the deepest area of this endless abyss that was as dark as ink, a sparkling dot vaguely floated up. Is it some terrifying creature coming out? They were bewildered. They couldn't stay calm. The dragon chi surged, and the aura of the divine origin brushed their faces. The sparkling dot in the dark abyss became clearer, slowly rising up. It's pushed up by the dragon chi. It's an ice palace. The dragon chi surged like a rising tide from the abyss. An ice palace floated up and down, sparkling and translucent. It wasn't big, just the size of a house. It was hard to call it a palace. However, it was shaped like a palace. It was completely transparent, which was strange in this underground world. Waves of spiritual chi seeped out of it. Underworld God Palace. They were astounded. They saw these three ancient characters on the ice palace, which were the same as the name of the ancient Holy Land they had visited in the past. Does it mean that their inheritance comes from the nest of 10,000 dragons? They couldn't stay calm anymore. There's someone in there. Pangbo was startled. He pulled Yifan back a few steps, his eyes shrinking. At this moment, Tu Fei and the big black dog also saw a person lying in the ice palace. She looked like she was made of ice crystals. Her entire body was snow white, almost transparent, which was the same color as the ice palace. She was lying there quietly with a white gauze covering her body. Her body was so beautiful. She had the skin of ice and bones of jade. Her silky black hair covered half of her face. They couldn't see her face. However, without a doubt, this was definitely a peerless beauty. She seemed to be in deep sleep, but also like an ice-cold corpse. Is she still alive? The big black dog's eyes sparkled. Yifan and Pangbo were also bewildered. This peerless beauty was extremely lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. There was an auspicious aura around her. She should be dead. After all, it's been 70,000 to 80,000 years. Tu Fei was dazed. Do you know who she is? Pangbo asked. There's a rumor that an invincible divine king of the Jiang family used a weapon of extreme path to sweep through the endless snowy mountains. He turned the vast mountains into an endless plain. Only their female Saint Lord escaped from the ancient holy land of the underworld god palace. She's the female Saint Lord of the ancient holy land? Yifan and Pangbo were shocked. It should be her. Tu Fei nodded. At this moment, the dragon energy surged. The underworld god palace started to sink slowly, hiding in the dark nest of 10,000 dragons. It floated with the surging dragon energy. Seeing this, Yifan was moved. He said, maybe we can enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. Yifan walked around the abyss and started to carve on it, forming the origin heaven pattern channel. He combined the earth observation technique and the aura observation technique to deduce everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The female divine lord was in the ice palace and hadn't been destroyed. This gave him a glimmer of hope, so he wanted to deduce what was below. After an unknown amount of time, he stood up, exhausted. Without realizing it, he walked around the abyss once. How is it? The large black dog was the most impatient. The nest of 10,000 dragons was an extremely dangerous place, but it also contained countless divine treasures. If they could enter, they might have a great fortune. On the abyss, I can only deduce roughly. It's hard to see anything. Then what should we do? Leave now or take the risk? Pangbo asked. Yifan said, we can go down for a while. I deduce that there's nothing in the empty abyss. The real danger is in the dragon nest. Brat, you have to be careful. Otherwise, we'll be jumping into a devil's pit. The large black dog bared his teeth. Tu Fei went down to explore and said, it's definitely worth a try. The ancient Holy Land, underworld god palace, must have obtained a mysterious inheritance down there. Maybe we can also gain something. Finally, they reached an agreement and prepared to go down and explore. After the great battle in the immortal palace, the large black dog's golden bell appeared. Not long after, he could fly, so he didn't need anyone's help. To be safe, they prepared the profound jade platform. If necessary, they could pass through the void and escape. The dragon aura surged like a tide. As they went down, they encountered great resistance. They didn't dare to go down at once, so they descended slowly. The deeper they went, the darker it became. In the end, they couldn't even see their own fingers. Fortunately, their divine sense was strong, and they could sense the surrounding scenery. This abyss was excavated by someone. There were obvious marks of knives and axes on the walls of the abyss. Seeing this, they were all shocked. Who dared to excavate the nest of 10,000 dragons? Obviously, the nest of 10,000 dragons was hidden underground. It had been excavated, and then it appeared. Along the way, they encountered the ice palace again. It was sparkling. Every once in a while, the ice palace would be surged up by the dragon aura, and it would sink. The female in the ice palace was completely sparkling, and her hair was black and shiny. She was extremely serene and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. It was hard to imagine that she was a female holy lord. I think I saw her eyelashes blink. The large black dog shuddered, and retreated in retreat. Damn dog, don't scare people. Two-Face scolded. 70 to 80,000 years had already passed. The few of them didn't believe that she was still alive. Even an ancient emperor wouldn't have such a long lifespan. The ice palace rose up, and the others descended, heading towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Opportunity and danger coexisted, and they wanted to take a gamble. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, they were a bit alarmed. They had already descended for 4,000 meters, yet they still hadn't reached the bottom. It was as if there was no end to this place, leading straight into the netherworld. Yifan had no choice but to stop and continue using his Heaven Origin rune channel. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in a life and death calamity. After a long time, he let out a long breath. The results showed that there was no danger, and he could still continue down. 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, after descending for more than 9,000 meters, they finally sensed the bottom of the abyss. They were still several hundred meters away from the surface. Damn, this might really be a sinkhole. It's 10,000 meters deep, the large black dog mumbled. Everyone, be careful, Yifan reminded. They were nearing the bottom of the abyss, and it wasn't far from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There might be danger. As they neared the bottom of the abyss, their hearts palpitated. They had truly arrived at a tiger's den. Finally, they landed on the ground. An ancient and desolate aura washed over them. It was as if they had returned to the primordial era. The bottom of the abyss wasn't very dark. There were some scattered fragments of the divine source that were glowing. However, the abyss was really too big, and it was difficult to illuminate it completely. It was still somewhat dim. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse. It didn't seem like they were underground at all, but more like an ancient battlefield. What's that? There seemed to be an ancient building in front of them. It was extremely dilapidated and deformed. They quickly walked forward. They actually discovered a building outside the nest of 10,000 dragons, which was beyond their expectations. It looks like an altar. Could it be a place of sacrifice? It's almost completely collapsed. It's been abandoned for countless years. Before they even got close, they could already see that this was an ancient altar. It was difficult to guess how long it had existed for. It was covered in the marks of time, and even the stones were about to decay. That's... Yifan's pupils constricted rapidly. How is this possible? Pangbo cried out involuntarily. The moment they got close, the two of them were incomparably shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't see anything from the periphery of the altar, but when they climbed up the collapsed stone platform and arrived at the top, their hearts pounded violently. At the top was the 5-colored altar. It was built from ancient stones of 5 different colors and was filled with the aura of time. Although it was on the verge of collapse, they could still make out its appearance. Yifan and Pangbo were so excited that they were almost lying on their stomachs. They constantly touched it with their hands and murmured incessantly. It was too similar. If they weren't at the bottom of the abyss, they really would have thought that they had arrived at the peak of Mount Tai and returned to the moment when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. This 5-colored altar was almost the same as the one on Mount Tai. Its style and shape weren't much different. Even the materials were similar. The way back, we can definitely go. Back in the future. Yifan and Pangbo kept talking to themselves. They couldn't calm down, using their hands to touch the ancient stone platform. What's wrong with you two? Two-Fei asked. Are you possessed by some ancient creature? The black dog retreated a few steps. After a long time, Yifan and Pangbo finally calmed down. To them, this was a path of hope. Earth had many connections with this world. They believed that they could go back. Have you ever seen an altar like this before? Asked Yifan. Two-Face shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. It wasn't even recorded in the ancient books. Great Emperor's formation. The black dog screamed in fear. His big face almost touched the ground. It was his turn to be excited. He almost howled like a ghost. Two-Fei was startled. He hurried to observe. The word Great Emperor was too attractive. No one could stay calm. This must have been set up by the great emperor. The black dog was almost trembling. His big eyes stared at his feet. There were several strange symbols there. It was hard to guess their meaning. He used his big paw to touch those patterns. If I can figure out 10 or 20% of them, I will enjoy them for the rest of my life. Yi Fan was moved. He asked, "Can you repair the 5-colored altar? Can you figure out its function? Unless the great emperor comes back to life, there is no way to repair it. I don't understand any of these patterns." The black emperor shook his head. He carefully carved the symbols. Yi Fan and Pang Bo sighed. They searched carefully on the broken altar, but they didn't find anything. Only the black dog grinned from ear to ear, as if he had found a heaven-shaking divine treasure. He couldn't stop laughing foolishly. After staying here for a long time, Yi Fan and the others left, heading toward the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon Qi was like a river, surging unceasingly. 9 giant dragons were circling as if they were alive. In front of them, there were 9 giant holes lined up side by side. They were shining brightly, and the surging dragon Qi came from them. Yi Fan observed the terrain and the dragon Qi. He continued to carve on the ground, using his heaven source pattern to calculate. Finally, he took the lead and walked forward. There were 9 dragon holes in total. They were all connected to the nest of 10,000 dragons. After they stepped in, they were baptized by the dragon Qi. Their pores relaxed, and they felt very comfortable. That's not right. Could it be that place? The black dog became suspicious. He looked surprised. Tell me what happened. Tu Fei urged. F*CK, 9 dragon holes. I know what this place is. The black dog seemed to have figured it out. What did you remember? Yi Fan asked. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia went to a place that gave birth to dragons. It must be this place. The Black Emperor was very sure. How do you know about Great Emperor Wuxia? Tu Fei was suspicious. I read about it in an ancient book, the black dog said casually. He glanced at him and continued, this place can be compared to the 9 dragons guarding one pearl. However, Great Emperor Wuxia chose the Purple Mountain in the end. The Purple Mountain. 9 dragons guarding one pearl. It contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia. Even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Tu Fei was shocked. No way. The nest of 10,000 dragons is the second Purple Mountain? Doesn't that mean the Holy Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central State can't break through it? Great Emperor Wuxia came to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Many of the marks were created by him. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Unknowingly, they walked forward for a distance. They stopped talking and communicated with their divine senses. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? The black dog sniffed. They followed the dragon Qi for a dozen miles. They came to a place with caves everywhere. It was like a beehive. They were shocked. The 9 biggest caves all led forward. It was a giant nest. Looking from afar, divine light shone. There was definitely a shocking divine source inside. Without a doubt, it was the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were still several miles away, but they didn't dare to go any further. They could vaguely see a divine source block floating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. There seemed to be a creature sealed inside. Damn, we met a big one. It's definitely an ancient royal family. They really know how to choose a place. It's inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The black dog gritted his teeth. They were all dumbfounded. The strength and terror of ancient creatures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Not to mention their royal family, they were incomparable. What a pity. We've already come this far. We saw a big divine source, but we can only stop here. Pang Bo felt very regretful. I really can't accept this. Yi Fan urgently needed the source. He could vaguely see a unique divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, but he couldn't get it. The ancient royal family is probably still alive. The inheritance of the Dark God Palace might have been given by them. Maybe we can communicate with them. Tu Fei said. Don't even think about it. The black dog shook his head. According to his speculation, the so-called Dark God Palace must have been created by someone with the blood of ancient creatures. It was to protect this place. In that case, the invincible divine king of the Jiang family was here to eliminate the hidden threat of the human race, they asked in shock. The destruction of a holy land could have such a secret. Let's hurry up and leave. If one of the ancient royal family comes out, there will definitely be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. We won't be able to resist them. The black dog was the first to retreat. The more he learned, the more he understood how terrifying it was. One day, if my saint physique is complete, I will definitely come here. Yi Fan said to himself. The fragrance is even stronger. Even Tu Fei, who had the least sensitive nose, felt intoxicated. This is. The black dog, who had wanted to escape, became excited, and said, it must be an ancient godly medicine. It's a rare treasure many times more precious than divine source. In this world, there was almost no treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as an ancient godly medicine. That was because a godly medicine could even regenerate an unparalleled elite whose lifespan had reached its end, let alone its effects on others. It was a priceless treasure. Even in the ancient era, it was difficult to find a few, let alone in this world. It was completely extinct. Yi Fan activated his divine sense of origin. Two beams of purple light shot out of his eyes as he looked ahead, searching for the ancient godly medicine. It really is an ancient godly medicine. He was shocked. He found a holy object. It was just outside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon aura that rushed out of the dragon caves had to pass through there to gather the aura of 10,000 dragons. The eyes of Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the black dog flashed. They finally found the holy object. That's an ancient godly medicine that was nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. That's right. It was nurtured by the aura of 10,000 dragons and absorbed the essence of divine source. In this world, I'm afraid only a place like the nest of 10,000 dragons can nurture a holy object. They couldn't move. They were deeply attracted by it and wanted to take it back. However, that godly medicine was right in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was too close to the ancient imperial family. If they wanted to approach it, they would most likely die. The ancient imperial family is in a deep sleep. We might have a chance to take it. The black dog's eyes flashed as he urged Yi Fan to go. Stupid dog, don't come up with bad ideas. Why don't you go? Tu Fei scolded. I'll go. Yi Fan made up his mind. Yi, you don't have to risk your life. It's too dangerous, Pang Bo advised. Yi Fan shook his head and said, it's okay. The chance of success is big. If we can't do it, I'll use the profound jade platform and run away immediately. Pang Bo insisted on going with him, but Yi Fan refused resolutely. In the end, he went forward alone. He wanted to try and see if he could take it. Otherwise, it would be too regretful to leave like this. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the black dog watched from afar, ready to help at any time. The draconic chi surged and attacked like a tide. Yi Fan withdrew his vitality and moved slowly like a piece of dead wood. At the same time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to protect his body. 1 step, 2 steps, this wasn't a short journey. He spent a long time and finally approached the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really huge. He could only see the tip of the iceberg through the dragon cave, but it was enough to shock him. He saw an ancient coffin floating in a pile of divine source, making him feel suffocated. His flesh and bones felt like they were about to crack. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. The pile of divine source fragments was 2 or 3 square meters, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. He turned slightly and saw a large piece of divine source that was almost 2 meters long. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. There was a humanoid creature sealed inside. They were definitely the ancient imperial family. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really too big. What he saw was several miles away from the exit. Fortunately, it was so. Otherwise, he might not have been able to take a step forward. And all of this was just a part of what he saw. He didn't know what else was in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Finally, Yi Fan arrived at the exit of the nest of 10,000 dragons and approached the archaic divine medicine. The energy of 10,000 dragons flowed through this place. This was a divine object nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. When he got closer, Yifan clearly saw its appearance. It was extremely mystical and was clearly a peerless divine object. Its value couldn't be measured. The energy of 10,000 dragons curled around it. This divine medicine was dazzling and golden. It was a foot tall and had 9 leaves. Every leaf was like a golden cloud, beautiful and dazzling. It was also a bit fleeting. At the top of this archaic divine medicine was a fruit. It was golden and dazzling, and its shape was very special. It was a palm-sized golden dragon. It was sparkling and translucent, vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. And in that golden dragon's mouth, there was a golden bead that flickered with light. It was sparkling and translucent. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons had nurtured a single divine object like this. Its value was unimaginable. This was probably the only archaic divine medicine that could be plucked in this world. It was curled up by the energy of 10,000 dragons. The golden and translucent light flickered at the same time, and the fragrance almost made Yifan drunk. He felt as if he was floating in the air. He even wondered if he would ascend to the heavens after consuming this godly medicine. Yifan didn't waste any time. He quickly walked forward and prepared to pluck it. Suddenly, his spiritual perception throbbed as if he had fallen into hell. He sensed great danger. Should he continue forward? In this split second, he was faced with a difficult choice. There were many dragon caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Dragon chi surged and divine light sparkled. Ancient coffins bobbed up and down as immemorial creatures were awakened. Yifan felt chilled from head to toe. He felt a great danger as if a real dragon had pinned him down. His bones and flesh were about to break. Immediately, he used the mysterious jade platform. At the same time, he stormed forward and created a big hand to pull the immemorial divine herb to run away. However, it was beyond his estimation that the roots of this holy item were really tough. He couldn't pull it off. Yifan discolored. Although the divine herb was precious, his life was more precious. He didn't want to lose his life here. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The ear-piercing screech arose from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was so mournful and frightening. Tu Fei and Pang Bo felt their hair stand on end, let alone Yifan. At this moment, his scalp was numb. A murderous aura like a rising flood swept over as if it could crush this world. Without the myriad chi cauldron, this murderous aura could pierce through him. He couldn't imagine how intimidating it was. Shi Yan glanced and saw the ancient coffin still bobbing up and down in the pile of divine origin. The 2-meter-long divine origin block with the humanoid creature inside hadn't broken its seal yet. He knew that what he saw was just a corner of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The terrifying screeching came from somewhere else. Yifan gritted his teeth. He stormed toward the divine herb and extended his hand to pull it out. It was because he found that the big hand made of light couldn't do anything to this holy item. It was born with the ability to absorb God power. All of a sudden, the entire divine herb shook. Gold light sparkled. The fruit it bore was struggling unceasingly as if it wanted to get rid of it. Yifan was stunned. This immemorial divine herb was too magical. The gold fruit looked like a small dragon as if it had a life of its own. It was wiggling back and forth. It looked like it was made of gold, vivid and dazzling. The dragon bead in its mouth was sparkling. It shot out immediately. The fragrance was intoxicating, making people unable to free themselves. This kind of aura had an incomparable attraction. Although Yifan had a firm mind, he almost lost himself in it. He quickly dodged to the side and used his hand to disperse the might of the dragon pearl. It possessed great power and was enough to pierce through the flesh of ordinary people. Yifan's fingers lightly drew an arc that contained Tao energy, freezing it in midair. He hurriedly took out a small white jade cauldron, opened the lid of the cauldron, and put the dragon pearl inside. Pa! The lid of the cauldron closed, and he released a long breath. The divine medicine had to be sealed in a flawless jade artifact, or else it would automatically fall off, leaving nothing behind. In just a split second, the shrill voice had already closed in by several li. It was about to rush out of the nest of 10,000 dragons and arrive before them. Yifan quickly took action, plucking the archaic divine medicine, wanting to seize it. However, something that left him stupefied happened. One after another, the aura of 10,000 dragons lingered in front of the primordial divine medicine. It turned into a golden light and entered the ground. Chi. Yifan's fingertip brushed past the golden fruit that was shaped like a little dragon. It coughed out 9 drops of golden liquid, and with a flash of light, it completely disappeared. He failed at the last moment. Yifan had the urge to curse out loud. This stock of divine medicine could actually run. This exceeded his expectations. To be more precise, only after it spat out the dragon pearl did it break free from its restrictions and fly away. With a flash of light, a small jade bottle appeared in his hands. The 9 drops of golden liquid that the little dragon coughed out were collected inside, not allowing them to land on the ground. At the same time, his palm cracked the surface of the earth. The energy of 10,000 dragons surged, but unfortunately, the divine medicine was nowhere to be seen. It had long fled to who knew where. Pa! Yifan released another palm strike. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and divine radiance rushed into the heavens. It was extremely blinding, making it impossible to open one's eyes. It was as if there was a sun buried underground. As expected, there was a divine source underground. It was the size of a face, and it was even more blazing than a divine sun. Without a doubt, the divine medicine would move and absorb its essence. Yi, hurry and run! Pangbo shouted loudly. The big one is about to come out, the Black Emperor also shouted. It's less than 500 meters away from you. Tu Fei also shouted in fear. They didn't need to shout. Yifan had already felt it. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was as if a vast ocean was surging out. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was so strong that his body couldn't help but shiver. The source chi hanging down from the cauldron above his head was also shaking. Yifan rolled up his sleeve and put away the divine source. He activated the profound jade platform and disappeared instantly. He started to cross the sky. Crack! The profound jade platform, which was left at its original spot, shattered instantly. It was crushed by an invisible killing intent and turned into powder. Bang! Several miles away, Yifan fell down. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and hid in the cauldron, he would have been smashed into pieces the moment he was interrupted while crossing the sky. Only a holy item like the source chi could protect him. He wasn't afraid that the sky would suddenly collapse. Go quickly! In front of him, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog shouted. They weren't far from him. They had prepared the profound jade platform and were about to cross the sky. Yifan used Crazy Ole's footwork and dashed onto the black jade platform. At the same time, the Black Emperor used the source chi to activate the Dao patterns. The moment the door to the sky opened, Yifan turned around hurriedly and saw the creature flying toward him like lightning from several miles away. It was covered by a divine halo and looked like a mighty god. Its long purple hair covered half of its face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, which were as sharp as knives. It didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that looked like they were made of divine gold. Its lower body was that of a snake, more than 10 meters long. Black scales sparkled. It flew in the sky as fast as lightning. Yifan used the cauldron to take them in. At the same time, the sky closed and they disappeared. Behind them, the immemorial creature was 1 mile away. With a roar, it spat out a mouthful of essence chi. Bang! The profound jade platform was smashed by the invisible killing intent. Bang! Above the abyss, the myriad chi cauldron fell out. They were in a sorry state, but they weren't hurt. At the same time, they saw the ice palace again. That peerless beauty was sleeping peacefully, bobbing up and down in the surging dragon chi. Why did I see her eyelashes move again? The big black dog quickly retreated a few steps. 70 or 80,000 years have passed. She can't still be alive. Hurry up and use the profound jade platform. Tu Fei scolded, urging it to move. With a loud roar, the deep abyss shook. The immemorial creature was about to rush up. Is there any justice in this world? In the blink of an eye, he's already in front of us. His speed is too ridiculous. He's not much slower than us when we crossed the sky. With a flash of light, they disappeared again. This time, they came to the exit of the underground palace. They didn't fall out because they failed to cross the sky. Instead, the formation of the ancient Holy Land blocked the way, so they couldn't pass through. They quickly found the original path and rushed to the surface. When they arrived at the snowy mountain, they didn't hesitate and started to cross the sky again. This time, they traveled a full 4,000 miles before stopping. The immemorial royal family is too terrifying. Pangbo sat on the snowy ground, still fearful. That's definitely not an immemorial king. When a real king comes out, millions of corpses and rivers of blood will be left. His power is unimaginable. The big black dog shook his head. Damn dog, you're too immoral. The immemorial king is so powerful, and you still urged little Yezi to pick the godly medicine? Two-Face scolded. The immemorial king definitely won't come out. He's in an eternal sleep. Only his protector will be awakened. The big black dog gave a bunch of reasons and said, plus, the nest of 10,000 dragons is so big, and it's several miles away from the exit. It was worth the risk. Didn't we succeed? Yifan was still fearful. The protector was already so powerful. How strong would the floating ancient coffin and the creature in the exceptional divine source block be? Although he was regretful that he couldn't pick the holy item, he had gained a lot. This trip was not in vain. Yifan took out the small white jade cauldron and the jade bottle. Although they were sealed tightly, a refreshing fragrance still seeped out. Then, he took out the divine source block. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light bloomed, illuminating the ice field. What a great harvest! Pangbo and Two-Fei were very surprised. The big black dog was almost drooling. Damn dog, don't have any bad ideas. This is for Yifan to break the curse. If you dare to take it, the three of us will skin you alive and eat your dog meat, Two-Fei warned. F***ck. Am I that kind of person? It'll be strange if I'm not. Two-Fei snorted. They took turns to look at it, clicking their tongues in wonder. The dragon pearl was crystal clear and sparkling. The fragrance was so strong that it could intoxicate people. The 9 drops of golden dragon liquid were also magical. They looked like 9 small dragons, and the fragrance seeped into people's bones. It's worthy of being a peerless godly medicine. Its value is immeasurable. The fruit of that godly medicine is a dragon and a dragon pearl. It's so magical. They couldn't estimate its value, but they thought it would be much more precious than the damaged godly medicine they got in the sacred city. No matter what, it was a complete pearl fruit. It's too bad that we couldn't pluck that dragon fruit. Otherwise, the great sage and the emperor would fight for it. It's absolutely the only godly medicine that can be plucked in this world. The big black dog looked at it, but Two-Fei didn't let him come close. He said that the dog was a bad dog and didn't believe him. Eventually, Yifan held it and let the dog observe it for a while. The dog was drooling. Two-Fei hugged the dog's neck tightly, just in case. It's hard to find an immemorial godly medicine in this world. Each of them represents the life of a peerless expert. In the eyes of people who need it, it's even more precious than a holy weapon of the extreme path. Let alone the dragon pearl fruit, the 9 drops of dragon liquid have an amazing origin. It's the blood that the small dragon coughed out. It's the essence. Actually, if we can grow a godly medicine and keep it by our side forever, it's more desirable than a holy weapon of the extreme path. The big black dog's saliva melted the snow on the ground. If Two-Fei didn't hold him tightly, he would have jumped on it already. Yifan was also moved. If he could keep an immemorial godly medicine by his side, the benefits would be endless. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible. Even the Holy Lands couldn't do it. They couldn't find the celestial root. When my saint physique is completed, I will definitely go back and plant that godly medicine by my side. A saint physique with completed saint physique can live for tens of thousands of years. If you keep an immemorial godly medicine, people from the Holy Lands will definitely cry and curse you behind your back. The big black dog drooled again. Keeping a godly medicine is like having another life. A saint physique with completed saint physique can definitely challenge a great emperor. The ancient sages can create their own small worlds. At that time it's the best time to keep an immemorial godly medicine. Suddenly, Pangbo was startled. He looked at the horizon and said, "Someone's coming." It was a dozen beautiful women. They were as beautiful as fairies. They flew in the sky, their purple clothes fluttering in the wind. They looked extraordinary in the ice and snow. The saintess of the Z government is coming to this ice field. Is she here? That's right. It's the people of the Z government. Tufei instantly laughed and said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Today, we must hunt down the saintess of the Z government. My wish is about to come true. I'll have a saint or saintess as a human pet," the Black Emperor howled. If someone heard their words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. These four were extremely daring. When they gathered together, they would definitely be a disaster. Without a doubt, these women in purple had been attracted by the divine source. The divine source that Yi Fan had collected from the nest of 10,000 dragons was as big as a faceplate. When it was placed on the snowy ground, it illuminated the entire ice field. It was not heavy at all. As it hung in the air, even the sun in the sky lost its color. The pure divine source that was worth millions of kilograms turned the entire ice field golden. "Fairies, I've been waiting for a long time." Tufei was extremely flirtatious. With a smile, he walked forward. Woof! The large black dog leaped out from the pile of snow and blocked their path of retreat. Demonic aura filled the sky. Like a demon god, Pangbo appeared from another direction. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked majestic. His hair fell like a waterfall. In the east, Yi Fan carried the god-beating whip on his back. His face was delicate and handsome, and he was elegant and otherworldly. Treading on the snow, he looked like an immortal. The three of them, along with the large black dog, surrounded the women in purple. Yi Fan waved his hand and put away the divine source. "It's that evil dog." The women's expressions changed. The large black dog had been biting people everywhere recently. All the disciples of the Holy Land would turn pale at the mention of this dog. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "Call me Saint Emperor." Obviously, these women also recognized Yi Fan because they had seen his portrait. Instantly, their faces turned cold, and they prepared for battle. "What do you want?" one of the women asked. "Of course I want to walk in the snow and admire the plum blossoms with you fairies." Tufei laughed and took out the replica of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, which floated above his head. "You." The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had always been prideful. Normally, no one dared to tease them. Hearing this, they all looked at him coldly. "Who is the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion Holy Land?" Pangbo walked forward like a demon god. His aura was oppressive as he glanced at each woman. "Our Holy Maiden is not here." Yi Fan laughed lightly. Carrying the god-beating whip on his back, he flew into the air and said, "Fairies, haven't you been searching for me? Today, I've come to you. Who wants to take me?" The women in purple didn't move rashly. They had heard that Yi Fan could fight against cultivators at the first tier of the four extreme secret realms. "Where did you get the divine source?" one of the girls asked, trying to stall for time. "Fairies, we can talk slowly. Under the moonlight and flowers, I will tell you everything." Tufei laughed, approaching them. "Break out of the encirclement," a woman shouted in a low voice. More than 10 disciples of the Holy Land charged in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. Tufei was in the four extreme secret realms, the large black dog was infamous, and Pangbo's demonic aura was turbulent. As for Yi Fan, his blood chi was even more vigorous, and he was as oppressive as a barbaric dragon. Clang, 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 hundreds of black flags were planted in all directions, completely surrounding this place. It was as black as ink, and even the snow had changed color. More than a dozen women were trapped in the middle, unable to rush out. Yi Fan stepped forward, his fingers flashed, and the black golden dragon pattern sword appeared in his hand. "My sacred body has broken through to the fifth firmament of the Tao Palace. I have yet to enjoy myself to my heart's content. None of you do anything today. I will take them down." "What, a sacred body at the fifth firmament of the Tao Palace? Isn't that something that only the Holy Land can cultivate?" The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land all paled. His sword. Someone's divine sense was sharp, and they discovered that the small sword in Yi Fan's hand was forged from black golden dragon pattern. This was a sacred weapon exclusive to the Arch. It was impossible not to notice it. It was engraved with dragon patterns and glowed with a black light. It was as clear as jade, and it was extremely extraordinary. Could it be the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword that appeared in the Divine City? Haha. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He shook it lightly, and the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword unfolded in the wind. It quickly grew in size, instantly becoming 100 feet long. The Holy Spirit sword that the nine-holed stone being had given birth to had its own laws and order, and it had endless transformations. At this moment, it no longer looked small and delicate. It had become enormous. It was long and sturdy, and it was majestic. Yi Fan held it in one hand, pointing it toward the southern sky. Little Yi, you are not kind. How can so many fairies accompany you to your heart's content? Tu Fei chuckled. Don't kill them all with one strike. I still want to take in human pets, the large black dog also shouted. The dozen or so disciples of the Holy Land didn't look good. Their faces were cold, and they glared at Tu Fei and the large black dog. Why is the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in your hands? The dozen or so girls didn't understand. Because I cut it out. Yi Fan held the 10-foot-long sword, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. It didn't match his slightly immature face. What? You are Gu Feng, the genius of the origin technique in the Divine City? You broke into the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace on your own? At this moment, the dozen or so girls in purple had an interesting expression. Their expressions changed again, and they revealed looks of disbelief. The fifth heaven of the Dao Palace is nothing. When I break into the 4 extreme secret realms, I will face your saint sons and saintesses like this. I really want to see how they chase after me. Yi Fan was very calm. That's right. Let's see what kind of expression they have then. Tu Fei also laughed loudly. The hearts of the female disciples of the Purple Mansion all sank. They knew that since Yi Fan dared to expose his secret, he definitely didn't plan to let them leave. Charge. The dozen or so girls each took out their treasures and attacked Yi Fan together, trying to break out. Yi Fan didn't say anything else and directly swung his sword. Clang, the sword swept away thousands of soldiers. The treasures of the 3 girls who rushed at the front were instantly shattered. At the same time, Yi Fan reached out his left hand and pressed down with the giant palm of the void. The giant golden hand covered the sky and pressed down. The 3 girls fought back, but under the divine might of the sacred body of the ancients, they couldn't block it at all even though they were level 5 experts. Pft! 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 The 3 of them spat out blood as they were grabbed by Yi Fan and thrown to the ground. He had absolute suppression over those of the same level. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he was unshakable. Charge. Kill. Seeing this, the other girls did their best to attack, unleashing their strongest divine techniques. All kinds of dreamy colors shot everywhere. In response, Yi Fan swung his sword and only slashed once. Clang, the world shook. The black gold dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword streaked across the ice field like a bolt of lightning. All the girls screamed as they were severely injured by the invisible sword chi. Their treasures and weapons were reduced to dust. If it weren't for Yi Fan's smooth movements, the dozen or so girls would have been killed in body and soul. Yi Fan put away his sword and stopped attacking. The strongest ones were only at level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace. Although they were at the same level as him, the difference in combat strength was too great. He shook his head and said to the Black Emperor, I'll leave them to you. Why would I? I'll be fine. Tu Fei smiled and stepped forward, saying, Fairies, let me help you up. Woof. Damn it, you stupid dog. Why did you bite me? Tu Fei was enraged. How dare you steal my human pets? The dozen or so girls trembled in anger, but they couldn't fight back. They had lost the ability to fight. The dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land were captured. All of them looked pale, and a big dog kept barking, wanting to take them as human pets. Damn dog, do you want to make them collapse again? Tu Fei was irritated. Woof, those with poor mental fortitude will naturally be eliminated. There's no one who wouldn't break down when they see you like this. Woof, what do you mean? The man and the dog almost started fighting again. Yi Fan walked forward and said, keep them. Don't let them collapse from fright. When the time comes, let them mine. Isn't it too extravagant? Tu Fei was speechless. Yi Fan said, in the future, I want to lock the dragon vein and search for the treasures contained in the source of God. I will definitely need some manpower. I plan to borrow people from the various holy lands to help. Let the people of the various holy lands form a mining team? Pang Bo laughed. It's best if we can capture a few more saints and saintesses to form a super luxurious lineup. After all, those people are the future saint lords and saintesses. They acted as if there was no one else around them as they chatted on the side. The beautiful women's faces paled and their hearts sank. Eventually, more than 10 women were sealed in treasures. They would become high-level female miners. Tu Fei thought it was a waste of God's gifts. Not long after, they returned to the big snow mountain where the snow palace was. Nothing strange happened. The immemorial creatures didn't chase after them. The nest of 10,000 dragons has a lot of source of God. It's an earth-shaking divine treasury. If we can take it out, it will be like a holy land with a profound foundation. If we want to establish a sect and conquer the nest of 10,000 dragons, we don't need to accumulate anything. It's enough to rule the entire world. It's easy to say. The nest of 10,000 dragons has an immemorial king. He's an existence that can sweep the entire world. When my saint body is completed, I will go there and meet the so-called immemorial king. Not to mention the others, I must dig out that divine herb and plant it next to me. When they returned to this place, they couldn't help but talk about the nest of 10,000 dragons. That day, the dragon chi was retrieved. The nirvana of 10,000 dragons had ended, and the underground area was sealed. After waiting for 3 days in the icy plain, Pang Bo's face changed. They're here. The Alcade Saint Sun's candidate has come down the mountain. Li Rui could be called a genius. Although he wasn't as invincible as the Alcade Saint Sun, he was still a dazzling expert among his peers. However, ever since he had come to this world, he had encountered many setbacks. First, he was suppressed by the peerless genius Xiao. He had almost made a fool of himself. Recently, Pang Bo had chased after him and almost killed him. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as one of the candidate Saint Sons. It was because the enemies he had encountered were too invincible. He stayed in the snow palace to heal his wounds for several days. Finally, he had recovered. With a gloomy mood, he descended the mountain. He wanted to return to his sect and cultivate in seclusion. However, after flying for around 1,000 miles, he felt something wrong. Someone was following him. Moreover, it seemed like they were afraid of him. They chased after him without hiding. Li Rui halted and turned his head to see. When he saw Pang Bo, his black hair dancing in the wind, flying toward him like a demonic god, his face changed. Li Rui turned around to leave. However, there were people blocking his way. Yi Fan stood with the god-striking whip in his hand. Tu Fei was holding the heaven-devouring demon jar, smiling coldly. Besides them, a big black dog was running around in the sky. He had thrown 365 star stones to seal the void. You guys. Li Rui discolored. Pang Bo alone was enough to kill him. Now, he had such a strong helper. His heart sank. Yi Fan sneered, don't you people from the Holy Land like to join hands to kill me? Today, I want to try it. Desolate antiquity trash. Do you dare to fight me alone? Li Rui provoked him. He wanted to capture Yi Fan and find a chance to escape. Trash your sister. Tu Fei shouted indifferently. When you sent hotshots to kill me, why didn't you fight me alone? Do you remember now? Yi Fan held the god-striking whip and strode forward. Tu Fei held the heaven-devouring demon jar and moved forward with him. Pang Bo stopped them and said, don't attack me. This is the first serious opponent I've met. I want to finish him. I want to kill him myself. Li Rui was enraged. He was the substitute saint son of the wavering light Holy Land, but he was being looked down upon like that. Kill. Li Rue used the mixed origin sacred light technique. The ice field shook, and the holy light covered the entire place. His chi and blood shot up into the sky like a burning divine stove. The mixed origin sacred light technique could purify the earth and sky and burn the universe. Its power was unrivaled and unstoppable. Besides, its defensive power was amazing. Not many divine techniques could be compared to it. 9 slashes of the demon monarch, destroy form. Pangbo shouted, clasping his hands behind his back. He stood at his spot, his black hair dancing in the wind. 2 silver beams shot out from his eyes. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed and the holy light was extinguished. The 2 silver beams pierced through the void and pierced through Li Rue's body. He screamed and retreated while spurting out blood. At the same time, he spat out a small gold tower. The small gold tower enlarged quickly. Like a big mountain, it pressed down on Pangbo. Pangbo was unafraid, and he stood at his spot with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like 2 silver dragons that pierced through heaven and earth, striking the ancient tower. Kacha, the precious treasure of the sect, was instantly pierced through. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in those 2 beams of light was. What divine technique is this? It's too terrifying. Tufei was speechless. This is an ancient scripture passed down by the demon emperor. The divine technique contained within is naturally terrifying. The large black dog's eyes were burning with passion. Divine light glazed realm. Li Rue shouted. His precious treasure had been destroyed, and he had unleashed an avatar. This was a small world filled with divine light. He stood in the middle of it, and he was surrounded by tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if a god from the heaven realm had descended into the mortal world. Celestial divine light, netherworld divine light, desolation divine light, glazed divine light. Li Rue shouted out the names of the divine lights. Finally, he shouted, eternal divine light. The sky was filled with tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if tens of thousands of dragons had left their nests, and they pounced forward. Facing such a terrifying avatar, Pangbo was still unmoved. His long hair danced in the wind as he shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. A dazzling silver light suddenly appeared in the divine light glazed realm. It pierced through the tens of thousands of beams of divine light and deprived Li Rue of his life. This is too powerful. Tufei was stunned. This was the 9 slashes of the demon god. Yi Fan and the large black dog had personally experienced it, and they knew how terrifying it was. Li Rue was completely terrified. His opponent's divine technique was too powerful. It had actually separated him from his avatar and deprived him of his life. This technique was nature-defying. He screamed, turned around, and fled. His face and dignity weren't as important as his life. He wanted to forcefully break through the formation pattern laid by the star stone. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Pangbo shouted coldly. His eyes were like torches, and a silver beam in the shape of a dragon shot out. It pierced through heaven and earth, and directly approached Li Rue. Ah! He screamed in pain. All the treasures he had summoned couldn't block it. Even his chaotic sacred light technique was pierced through. 2 more bloody holes appeared on his body. He was severely wounded and dying. He couldn't run away anymore. Li Rue gritted his teeth. The divine light between his eyebrows glowed brightly. He wanted to use the ultimate sacred light technique to burn himself and perish together with his opponent. Pangbo didn't give him the chance. Like a majestic demon god, he shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Li Rue screamed. Blood gushed out from the spot between his eyebrows. He fell on his back and landed on the ice field. Brother Pangbo, you're too powerful. Too fierce and too terrifying. Tufei said 3 times in a row. I've only cultivated the first 3 moves of the 9 slashes of the demon god. They're my strongest divine technique. If he can endure it, I can't do anything. Don't be modest. Who can endure these 3 divine techniques? If I use them repeatedly, I can defeat the experts at the same level, Tufei exclaimed. They landed on the ground. The large black dog was the first to run over. He reached out a big paw and grabbed Li Rue, saying enthusiastically, "Human pet." Li Rue was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. "How should we deal with him?" asked Tu Fei. "Continue to seal him. In the future, we will let him mine." Yi Fan subdued him. The formation of the mining team is getting more and more luxurious. Tu Fei didn't know what to say. "That's the human pet I like." The large black dog was discontented. 4 days later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog arranged everything on the ice field. Finally, the Saintess of the Z Mansion arrived. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head and the god-striking whip on his back. He stood alone on the ice field while the others hid. The Saintess of the Z Mansion wasn't old. She was around 20 years old. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. Standing in the ice and snow, she looked like a purple fairy. She was tall and slender with a slim waist. Her hair danced in the wind. She was covered by the purple mist, which made her beautiful face blurry. Her glabella glowed with a purple light that pierced through the purple mist. It was a Dao seal. She stood quietly in the wind and snow, looking at Yi Fan calmly. She looked like she had become one with heaven and earth, fusing with the Dao and nature. Yi Fan was shocked. This woman was too powerful. He couldn't see through her at first glance. "Fairy of the Z Mansion, I still haven't asked for your name." "Xianxia." The Saintess' voice was calm. "You haven't entered the 4 extreme mystery realms, yet you are so confident. You must have prepared here for a long time. Tell your friends to come out." Yi Fan was shocked. Xianxia was extraordinary. She understood everything in an instant. Even if they were prepared, it would still be difficult to deal with her. "Actually, I don't want to be enemies with you. However, all the Holy Lands have sent their disciples to hunt me down, which makes it hard for me to face them calmly." "So you're planning to ambush and kill me here?" Xianxia was still calm. Yi Fan smiled. "It's not an ambush. If Xianxia Fairy is willing to travel with me and be my guest for a few days, I think we can get along peacefully. If you want to put me under house arrest, then come." Xixia's voice was magnetic. It was still calm, but it was very pleasant. Around them, starstones floated up, shining brightly. It was as if night had fallen. Stars twinkled, making the ice field look dreamy. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog stepped into the field. They approached Xianxia and faced her. Pang Bo didn't show his true face. He covered himself with black fog, and his whole body was shrouded in darkness. "Xianxia Fairy's reputation is well-deserved. You're always in the realm of Dao." "I feel inferior," Tu Fei sighed. Xianxia Fairy was in a mysterious realm. She was always one with heaven and earth. It was as if she could control the great Dao. Her beauty was connected to the Dao. Swoosh, a painting rushed out of her body and unfolded, making her look even more ethereal and close to the great Dao. Mountain River painting. Tu Fei's pupils shrank. He took a few steps back, holding the sky-swallowing devil jar in front of him. He reminded Yi Fan and the others, saying, "Be careful. This painting has been woven with rules and order. It's an important treasure of the Z Mansion." In the painting, there were majestic mountains and surging celestial rivers. It was magnificent and elegant. Together with Xianxia Fairy, the landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a poem. The silver ice field was vast and boundless. One couldn't see the end, and there was no sign of human habitation for thousands of miles. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was like a purple snow lotus, calm and clean. She was trapped here, but she didn't panic at all. She was calm and composed. Bang, Tu Fei was the first to act. He formed a dragon claw and struck forward. A giant black dragon flew out with a dragon roar. The ice field shook, and the dragon charged towards the purple mansion Holy Maiden. Pa! The purple mansion Holy Maiden swung her hair, and her hair fell like a waterfall. It disturbed the flow of time, and a purple aura filled the air. The giant black dragon disintegrated instantly. Hua! She waved her hand, and the scroll unfurled. A real world appeared, affecting people's minds and bodies. It was as if she wanted to refine this world. Tu-Fei couldn't control himself. He left the ground and was pulled by a huge force. He was about to be sucked into the scroll. Buzz. The ice field shook. Tu-Fei held the sky-swallowing demon jar and shook it hard. The unremarkable gray jar shot out a black light and hit the scroll. Sister Fairy is really powerful, he shouted strangely and flew back. He finally escaped from the scroll and wasn't sucked in. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the big black dog all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had just met face to face, and Tu-Fei had almost been taken away by the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was very calm. She didn't look happy or worried. She had a kind of transcendent calmness. She didn't look like she was facing a strong enemy. Instead, she looked like she was quietly watching flowers bloom and fade. This wasn't disdain. It was her true nature. Even in this situation, she was still calm and aloof, as if she wasn't involved. Pang Bo stepped forward, black fog surging around him. He didn't walk very fast. He was tall and strong, and with every step he took, the ice field shook. He looked like an indomitable demon god. Pa. Pang Bo moved, forming a seal with his right hand. It was like a dragon or a rock. With just a light strike, the void collapsed. Thick black fog surged. Pang Bo's hand turned into a true dragon, and it reached the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. The dragon's head was high, and its body was like a great wall of steel. It was full of power and crushed down. Bang, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden faced him calmly. Her hands were as white as jade, and her fingers were slender and translucent like shallots. With a light flick, she attacked the true dragon. It looked like the clouds and winds were calm, there was no fiery energy, no surging divine force, but everyone's expressions changed. The 10 jade-like fingers had the aura of the Tao, crushing the void until it became indistinct. Pa. The true dragon and the jade-like finger collided. It was immediately broken, releasing a dragon cry before becoming dim. Buzz. The void trembled. Pang Bo's right hand changed seals, and the true dragon turned into a pung. Golden light flourished, shaking heaven and earth. A great pung divine bird that looked like it was cast in gold swooped down. The Purple Mansion Saintess was still calm and unperturbed. Her slender jade-like fingers moved gently, as if she was waving the great Tao. She pressed downwards, and the great pung divine bird could not approach her. Boom, Pang Bo strode forward, causing the earth to tremble. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch. When he took his fourth step, the icy plains shattered and rocks shot through the air. He was like a demonic god. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were like blades, incomparably sharp, and his bronze-colored skin flickered with a precious splendor. You have entered the Tao realm, but I will also break through. Pang Bo used the ultimate techniques of the demon race to battle the Purple Mansion Saintess. The icy plains and the sky went berserk because of this. Boom, the true dragon swept through the sky, and a 100-meter-long dragon rushed out, swaying in front of him and sweeping towards the Purple Mansion Saintess. The dragon's roar rose into the sky. The Purple Mansion Saintess was in a wondrous state. She was one with heaven and earth, and she used the great Tao. Although there was no worldly energy in her movements, they were incomparably terrifying. Wherever her hand passed, the void distorted. It contained the aura of the great Tao. If one was touched, they would definitely be smashed into pieces, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. This was a battle of tit for tat. One was powerful and ferocious, and the other was calm and tranquil. The two had different auras, but they were evenly matched. Pang Bo did not use the 9 slashes of the demon arch because he was not confident that he could succeed in one strike. His opponent's mountain and river diagram was floating in midair, and he had to be on guard at all times. 8 forms of the Sky Demon, a hero of the demon race. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally spoke, calmly. The secret technique that Pang Bo had displayed was indeed an ultimate technique of the demon race. It was not unique, and every demon race powerhouse knew it. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon was a supreme secret technique that had been passed down since ancient times. It was no weaker than the divine techniques of the demon the arch-ancient scriptures. Its power was unparalleled, and it displayed the word power to the extreme. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon could shake the heavens and earth. He was like a demon god being reborn, like a great emperor descending to the world, using power to break through the great Tao. His fist almost pierced through the void, and his masculine aura shot into the sky. He took a step forward, and the surroundings shook. Pa! Pangbo was unstoppable. His right fist pierced through the purple mist and neared. His left hand formed a seal, blocking the purple light that shot into the sky. Clang, the purple mansion saintess was like a gentle stream of water. She dodged the fist that could pierce through a mountain, and lightly brushed past it. She traced the path of the great Tao and sealed Pangbo's hands. Pa! Pangbo was violently shaken. She condensed a Tao diagram in the void, and it swept towards him. There was strength in the gentleness, and the attack power was terrifying. Boom! Pangbo formed a seal and attacked the Tao diagram. The void suddenly went berserk. This was an intense collision, and both of them were sent flying. However, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle again. Pangbo was like a giant furnace that could smelt heaven and earth. He was extremely masculine, and his chi and blood shot into the sky. He was as brave as a god, and he wanted to use strength to break through the great Tao. Meanwhile, the purple mansion saintess was otherworldly. She became one with the ice field and the sky. She turned into nature, and she became more and more hazy and unfathomable. The two of them were polar opposites, and their battle became more and more intense. It was hard to tell who would win. I heard that the purple mansion saintess is naturally close to the great Tao, and she is extremely talented. She has only fought a few times, and the only battle record she has is that the purple mansion saint was defeated by her. The saint is not as good as the saintess, Tu-Fei said, sighing. He was even more shocked by Pangbo's strength. The large black dog muttered, "This woman is indeed extraordinary. She is a natural cultivation genius, and the further she gets, the more terrifying she will be. After reaching a certain level, her body will become one with the great Tao. No matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed." Pangbo roared, forming seals with both hands. He covered the ice field and shook the sky. A true dragon, divine phoenix, and Kuan-Pung appeared one after the other, controlled by his hands. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. Pangbo was like an ancient demon emperor reborn. His figure was majestic, and this part of heaven and earth trembled. Boom, they collided again and again. The battle between the two of them had reached its climax and was becoming more and more intense. The surging Tao power caused an avalanche to occur on the ice field. The snow was like a tsunami, rumbling and surging. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it was a scene of desolation. "Brothers, let's capture the saintess alive and make her our wife." Suddenly, Tu-Fei shouted and rushed forward. "She belongs to whoever gets her first," the large black dog also shouted. This was a psychological tactic. They wanted to make the purple mansion saintess lose her ethereal state of mind. They wanted to destroy her Tao state, which was one with heaven and earth. Boom, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in the world of ice and snow. Tu-Fei's demonic jar floated in the air like a black hole. The mouth of the jar was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This was an unparalleled devouring power. A black beam of light shot towards the purple mansion saintess, trying to suck her into the jar. Walala! The scroll above the purple mansion saintess's head shook. A huge mountain rushed out and crashed into the heaven-devouring demonic jar, emitting an archaic aura. This really is an archaic demonic mountain. It can crush thousands of mountains, the large black dog shouted in shock. He immediately retreated and pushed Tu-Fei up. Damn dog! Buzz! The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, and its devouring power became even stronger. It sucked in the majestic black mountain, causing the sky and earth to shake violently. Damn, another one! Another silver mountain rushed out of the scroll. It flashed with light and gave off a shocking pressure. Before it even landed, the ground was already shattered. The two mountains collided. Silver light and black light shot out. The black hole formed by the heaven-devouring demonic jar was disturbed and couldn't suck them in immediately. Walala! The scroll unfolded. The endless world inside rushed out and appeared in reality. It stopped the heaven-devouring demonic jar and started to suppress Tu-Fei. During this process, the Purple Mansion Saintess was still fighting Pang Bo. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her mind was calm. Her Dao state hadn't been affected. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Fan made his move. The silver diamond chakram was simple and imposing. It quickly enlarged, and the Dao patterns on it merged with the sky and earth. It didn't become incomparably huge. It was only 1 meter in diameter, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The pressure shook everything. Boom, there was a violent collision. The diamond chakram hit the real world. Silver light flashed. It was indestructible. It smashed the mountains and cracked the ground. At the same time, Tu Fei fought back. The heaven-devouring demonic jar turned into a black hole. It swallowed the sky and earth to resist the world shown by the scroll. The large black dog sneakily approached the Purple Mansion Saintess. With a golden bell above his head, he rushed up from behind and bit her. Brothers, it's time to counterattack. I'll say it again. Whoever catches her will get to keep her, Tu Fei shouted. He held the heaven-devouring demonic jar and rushed forward. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Yi Fan put away the diamond chakram and closed in. He waved his golden fist and punched out. Boom, this was an earth-shattering punch. Blood chi shot into the sky. Yi Fan's physical strength was unfathomable. It was as if the barbaric dragon the Arch had been reborn. Bang, the Purple Mansion Saintess fought with Pang Bo. The moment she looked back, she waved her Dao and pressed forward. It was as if she had the will of heaven and earth. Her Dao power collided with Yi Fan's golden fist. Boom, the sky and earth were filled with light. It was as if the 9 heavens were pouring down. This was a terrifying collision. Energy filled the sky. Yi Fan retreated, but he wasn't injured. This was the first time he was fighting against a saint or a saintess. Moreover, he was fighting against their Dao power. At this moment, Pang Bo finally used his ultimate technique. The demon the Arch 9 slashes, form of annihilation, silver light shot out from his eyes, destroying everything. It pierced through the sky and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Saintess. Everything was white, and the sky and earth shook. Swish, the Purple Mansion Saintess was shrouded in purple mist. Her beautiful face was very hazy. A purple light shone from between her eyebrows. It was a mark of Dao. At this moment, 2 blazing beams of purple light shot out to meet the demon the Arch 9 slashes. Boom, the 2 divine lights collided, and a destructive aura exploded. Tu Tian hurriedly used the heaven-devouring jar to protect himself, while the large black dog used the golden bell to cover himself. Yi Fan's physical strength was comparable to that of a dragon or rock. His whole body shone with blazing golden light, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He wanted to seize this opportunity to capture the Purple Mansion Saintess. Yi Fan rushed forward. His golden fist brought with it a gust of wind that split the earth. The power of the punch was like an ancient star falling. It hit the ground and lit up the entire ice field. No one could say for sure how powerful this punch was. The entire ice field was shaking. Large cracks appeared under Yi Fan's feet. No one knew how many of them there were, but they were all half a meter wide and spread in all directions. His entire body was golden and dazzling. He was like an ancient golden god of war that crushed the void. The sacred body of the ancients at the 5th level of the Dao Palace. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was shocked for the first time. She did not expect Yi Fan to reach this level on his own. Only a sacred ground could cultivate such a person. Walala. The painting unfolded and the mountain river diagram shook. The real world inside emerged and became one with heaven and earth, protecting the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden in the center. The landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. It was the most realistic portrayal of the scene before them. No matter how hard Yi Fan's golden fist was, it could not break the mountain river diagram. It was a weapon left behind by the deceased Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared. The sky seemed to be torn apart, as if thousands of stars were falling and hitting the ground. Rocks flew through the air, and ice and snow filled the sky. The ground was riddled with holes. Yi Fan had almost destroyed it, but he could not break into the mountain river diagram. When everything calmed down, inside the mountain river diagram, the mountains were magnificent, and the celestial river was beautiful. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was in the painting. She stood alone on the celestial cliff, surrounded by mist. She was otherworldly and became the most moving scenery in the painting. Pangbo shouted and attacked with the demon the arch 9 slashes of destruction. His eyes emitted silver light that shot into the painting and swept toward the peerless beauty on the cliff. The purple mansion Holy Maiden stood still and let the dragon-shaped silver light shoot into the painting. The Tao mark on her brow bloomed with purple splendor as she faced the attack. This was a shocking battle. The demon the arch-ancient technique against the sacred ground's ancient technique. Pangbo's combat strength was vigorous. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were sparkling. The 9 slashes of the demonic the arch were unsheathed and indestructible. He had an aura of supremacy. The purple mansion saintess was close to the great Tao, and she was one with the heavens. Her spiritual level was terrifying, and she could use the power of the great Tao for her own purposes. The painting of mountains and rivers was like an otherworldly paradise. She stood on the immortal cliff, and the Tao imprint on her forehead appeared. Purple light flickered, making her seem even more otherworldly, as though she didn't belong to this mortal world. Whoosh! Eventually, the silver light in Pangbo's eyes disappeared. He struck out the demon Thearcha's 9 slashes of destruction, but he couldn't do anything to the transcendent beauty in the painting. Moreover, she was calm and composed without any fluctuations. It was obvious that she still had energy left. She wasn't like Pangbo, who only stopped after the demonic emperor's first slash. What kind of status did the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign have? It could be said that this was the strongest set of divine techniques created by the monster race Great Emperor. The few of them were shocked. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was far more powerful than they had imagined. Her strength was astonishing, and ordinary holy maidens could not compare to her. Comparable to the Alcade Saint, Tu Fei exclaimed. When they had first exchanged blows, he had almost died. It had to be known that it had only been a single exchange. I don't believe that her battle prowess is stronger than mine. Pangbo took a big step forward, preparing to attack again. I know, she has an innate Tao fetus, the large black dog suddenly said. What? The few of them were shocked. Although they didn't know what kind of physique this was, just from the name itself, they knew it was definitely extraordinary. When the purple mansion Holy Maiden heard this, she was still very calm. She didn't say anything, and she was very indifferent as if she had transcended the mortal world. Is this kind of physique very powerful? Tu Fei asked. Didn't you see it just now? She was born close to the Tao, and she can almost merge with heaven and earth. She can imprint herself in the void, and she can use the power of the Tao. The few of them were all shocked. Apart from using her own strength, the purple mansion Holy Maiden could also use the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. She was almost invincible. The large black dog seemed very excited, and he said, I thought she was only close to the Tao. I didn't expect her to have an innate Tao fetus. Once such a person becomes a divine master, her body will merge with the Tao. When facing people of the same generation, no matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed. At this moment, Yi Fan, Pangbo, and Tu Fei all sucked in a cold breath. They were all stunned. This kind of physique was too shocking. It was really too freakish. Facing all of this, the purple mansion Holy Maiden didn't say anything. This was her nature. She was close to the great Tao, and it was as if nothing in this world could cause her to feel the slightest bit of emotion. How come I have never heard of this kind of physique? Tu Fei asked. The Black Emperor said, because it is too rare, and it is almost impossible to see it. However, I can give you an example. Among the ancient emperors, there is one who has an innate Tao aptitude. What? Which emperor? Even Yi Fan was shocked. The West Empress of the Jade Lake, the large black dog answered. Brothers, what are you waiting for? She is very likely to be the future empress. Capture her alive and make her your wife. Tu Fei shouted. I am willing to take you as my disciple. You won't be my pet. Are you willing? The large black dog also shouted shamelessly. Boom, Pangbo attacked. The 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. Its divine might was unparalleled, and it was incomparable. He wanted to take the purple mansion Holy Maiden out of the mountain and river diagram. Silver light flashed, and the entire world was covered in a vast expanse of white. The pressure on the purple mansion Holy Maiden multiplied. Even though she was in a wondrous state and had almost become one with nature, she still felt waves of danger. She had to gather her Tao power and use all her strength to resist. Pangbo could resist the innate Tao embryo. This was enough to prove his strength. In the current world, he could look down on the younger generation. Wang, at the same time, Tu Fei took out the heaven-swallowing jar, and the large black dog also shook the golden bell. Together, they suppressed the mountain and river diagram and attacked with all their strength. It had to be said that this mountain and river diagram was too mysterious. Its power was unpredictable, and it was one of the top treasures of the Purple Mansion. It was impossible to break. Clang, Yifan also threw out the diamond chakram. This was also an important treasure of the Holy Land. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning, and its power was extraordinary. It almost pierced through the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent. This was a real small world. It had the ability to change space. The diamond chakram passed through it, avoiding this terrifying attack. Clang! Green light soared into the sky. Half the sky turned green, and so did the ice and snow. A divine lotus landed on the mountain and river diagram and spread into it. Pangbo attacked. He took out a weapon that was refined by a great cultivator and threw it into the small world. He temporarily stopped the diagram. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. The four of them all had powerful treasures that could weave the power of laws. This was far beyond her expectations. Innate Tao embryo, take my attack! Tu Fei shouted. The heaven-swallowing devil jar surged with black fog, turning into a demonic mountain that pressed down. Clang, the large black dog activated the golden bell, and the sound of the bell echoed through the sky. It entered the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Yifan once again threw out the shiny ring-shaped chakram. The silver light was dazzling, and it turned into the size of a millstone. It instantly rushed into the small world. Boom, the ground of the small world collapsed, and it continued to spread and shatter. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, rocks flew into the sky, and angry waves reached up to 800 or 900 meters. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of 3,000 feet appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The millstone-sized diamond chakram was extremely powerful. After destroying the area, it soared into the sky and attacked the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden on the cliff. Light flashed. Yifan, Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog all entered the mountain and river diagram with their treasures. They wanted to destroy the diagram and capture the innate Tao embryo alive. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden frowned slightly. She had wanted to retreat long ago, but ever since she entered this area, she found that she had been sealed in the ice field. They had clearly been lying in ambush for a long time. The Tao patterns were dense, and it was difficult for her to break out. Now, the four powerful cultivators were so powerful that she couldn't fight them alone. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pangbo could fight against the innate Tao embryo, so he was naturally the main attacker. Moreover, the divine technique he used was not bad. It could attack divine sense, and it could disrupt the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's Tao realm, which was one with heaven and earth. Tu Fei and the large black dog also came forward, holding their treasures. No matter how powerful the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was, it was difficult for her to fight against Pangbo, who was a powerful enemy. She had gathered most of her Tao power. Tu Fei and the large black dog joined forces, which made things even worse for her. She was exhausted. The mountain and river diagram was suppressed by the heaven-swallowing pot and the giant bell, so it was difficult for her to unleash its full power. Boom, the millstone-sized diamond chakram struck, instantly shattering the cliff and almost injuring the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. At the same time, Yifan quickly rushed forward, waving his golden fist and smashing it. The god-striking whip in his left hand also lashed out. At this moment, Yifan and the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden were fighting in close combat. Finally, her expression changed. There were too many legends about how powerful a Saint Physique was. Boom, while she fought against the other three cultivators, she sealed herself in the mountain and river diagram, using the Dao seal to suppress Yifan. This was the innate Dao fetus. If one's own power was insufficient, they could borrow the power of the Great Path to become one with heaven and earth, unleashing a supreme pressure. An earth-shattering sound erupted. The sky was filled with golden light and purple light. The god-striking whip struck the void seal, causing the sky to collapse. Meanwhile, Yifan's golden fist had reached the purple mansion Holy Maiden's side, its power overwhelming. The terrifying aura was terrifying. Yifan's physical body was extremely powerful, and the Dao seal was unable to suppress him. The golden fist struck out with an unstoppable momentum. Her purple robe fluttered, and one of the purple mansion Holy Maiden's sleeves was reduced to dust, revealing a snow-white arm. Although the sacred body of the ancients was still in the Holy Ji Palace mystery realm, the divine might of his physical body was enough to look down on the younger generation. Unfortunately, he was still a hair's breadth away. His fingertips could not touch that arm. Otherwise, even the bones of the innate Dao fetus would have been broken. The moment the purple fog dispersed, Yifan finally saw the purple mansion Holy Maiden's true appearance. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face. The opportunity was fleeting. The purple mansion Holy Maiden turned into a purple cloud, merging with the Great Path. She broke through the obstruction and escaped the encirclement of the four. The large black dog shouted, "This is the first time I've seen a saint physique fight with the innate Dao fetus. Brat, I have high hopes for you. Hurry up and rush into the four extreme mystery realm to compete with her. We can't let her escape. When she becomes a divine lord in the future, her body will merge with the Great Path, and she will suppress all cultivators of the same level. She will be unstoppable," Tu Fei also shouted. Pangbo was unafraid. He advanced with the divine lotus and quickly chased after her. Yifan was almost at the same pace as him. With the chi of all things cauldron above his head, the diamond chakram in his left hand, and the god-striking whip in his right, he approached like a bolt of golden lightning. Swoosh, however, at this moment, the void shattered, and they were all flung out of the mountain and river diagram, appearing on the ice field. The mountain and river diagram shrunk and became a beautiful picture scroll, merging with the purple mansion Holy Maiden. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. The mark of Dao shot out from between her brows, searching for the weakness of the formation pattern on the ice field. She wanted to escape. Not good, this Dao fetus is not simple. It has activated the Great Path and wants to see through its mysteries, the large black dog shouted. He continuously shot out star stones, greatly increasing the difficulty of the formation pattern. This time, she won't be able to escape. I don't believe that she can break through the formation pattern. We only need to surround her. The Black Emperor was full of confidence. The purple mansion Holy Maiden frowned slightly. In the end, she became ethereal, and her body was branded in the void, becoming more and more blurry. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram shone brightly. Quick, stop her. The mountain and river diagram has the power of the space regulations. Tu Fei shouted. The four of them attacked at the same time. The diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the heaven-swallowing jar, and the large bell all attacked at the same time. The void was torn apart. However, their attack missed. The purple mansion Holy Maiden spat out a mouthful of blood essence, activating the Great Path and displaying the divine might of the mountain and river diagram. At her cultivation level, she shouldn't have been able to activate the Great Path. The mountain and river diagram transformed into a spatial door, disappearing with her in a flash. This wasn't like carving formation patterns on the profound jade platform to travel through the void. Instead, it was using the power of Dao to activate treasures and forcefully travel through the void. This was many times more difficult. Damn it, the formation patterns that I carved are useless. They can't be used, the Black Emperor said angrily. Tu Fei shouted, the mountain and river diagram is a divine item left behind by the previous divine master of the Purple Mansion before he passed away. She can't truly activate it. Even if she can tear open the spatial door, the distance she can travel will be limited. Chase after her. Just now, she forcefully opened the spatial door. She is definitely severely injured. The large black dog was an expert in the field of formation patterns and traveling through the void. Based on the ripples of the spatial door, he immediately determined the correct location. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog split up and moved forward to flank her. According to Tu Fei's calculations, the purple mansion Holy Maiden definitely couldn't go far. They had just flown into the sky when they saw a flash of light several miles away. The purple mansion Holy Maiden had rushed out of the void. They turned into streaks of lightning and chased after her. Pang Bo was almost as fast as the purple mansion Holy Maiden. His speed was also terrifying, and he quickly closed the distance between them. As for Yi Fan, there was no need to mention him. After advancing to the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace, his speed had greatly increased. Apart from a few people in the younger generation, almost no one could match up to him. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was indeed severely injured. Using the power of a single strike to activate a treasure and tear open a spatial door was truly nature-defying for someone at her cultivation level. Even though she could borrow the power of the Great Path, she was still severely injured. Yi Fan and Pang Bo caught up to her. The shiny diamond chakram transformed into the size of a millstone and struck out with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom, the heavens shook, and the earth trembled. It was as if all the stars in the sky were about to fall down and strike the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Pang Bo's divine lotus shot into the sky and swept over the diagram, causing the small world to shake violently. He also used the 9 slashes of the demon god. At this time, Tu Fei and the large black dog had also caught up. The sky-swallowing demon jar and the golden bell shook together and pressed forward. The purple mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. She lost her usual state of mind, and her emotions were in turmoil. In this situation, she frowned slightly. Whoosh, with a flash of light, she entered the mountain and river diagram. The divine light of the diagram shone brightly and then quickly dimmed. It floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. What's going on? Pang Bo didn't understand. She hid in the divine diagram and wants to avoid this, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan stepped forward, using the all-creation source cauldron to protect himself. He held the diamond chakram in his left hand and used the god-striking whip in his right to lift the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, the divine diagram was simple and unadorned. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, and a woman was surrounded by purple mist. She was in the deepest part of the painting. Tu Fei frowned and said, in the past, there was a rumor that when the old saint leader of the Purple Mansion was being chased by a powerful enemy, he hid in the mountain and river diagram. Although the enemy obtained the divine diagram, they couldn't do anything to him. In the end, he escaped. In that case, we can't break this diagram? Yi Fan was surprised. Pang Bo laughed loudly and said, no matter what, we have captured her. Do you think we will give her a chance to escape? The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden might become a great empress in the future, but we captured her alive. Tu Fei was quite satisfied with this result. Lad, you have a saint physique, and she has an innate Dao embryo. Do you want to consider giving birth to an innate saint physique Dao embryo? If that's the case, I will reluctantly accept a little disciple and teach him the legendary Wuxia scripture. You have the Wuxia scripture? Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei all stared at the large black dog. He was scared and took a few steps back, saying, why do your eyes look like wolves? They're all glowing green. In order to open the Purple Mountain and obtain the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, the lands of the great sage of the Eastern Barren Territory and the various sects of the Central State had done everything they could to open the Purple Mountain. Everyone was shocked when the large black dog suddenly said this. This damned dog only knows how to brag. If he has the Wuxia scripture, even a sow can fly, Tu Fei said. The large black dog cursed, then boasted shamelessly, who am I? What can stump me? As long as there is an innate saint body in this world, I'll get the Wuxia scripture even if I have to risk my life. You think you can get it just because you say so? Tu Fei was disdainful. However, Yi Fan's expression changed. He stared at the large black dog eagerly. The others might not know, but he knew that this damned dog definitely came from the Purple Mountain. F***ck, brat, don't stare at me like that. The large black dog seemed to remember the incident of the Western Emperor scripture, and said unhappily, if you want the Wuxia scripture, it's easy. Give birth to an innate saint body and send it to the Purple Mountain, and you'll get what you want. I want to give birth to an innate saint body, but who can open the mountain and river diagram? They used the diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the sky-devouring devil pot, and the golden bell to attack it, but they couldn't open it. Even the old divine lord of the Purple Mansion couldn't break it. They knew they couldn't do anything, so they didn't waste their energy. Fairy Xianxia, if you don't come out, I'll auction this painting at the Sky Demon Palace, the large black dog shouted shamelessly. For the prosperity of the human race, you'd better come out quickly. It's time for the innate saint body to be born. If you don't come out, I'll throw you into the Origin Ancient Mine or the Immortal Mountain. No matter how powerful the mountain and river diagram is, it can't protect you. I think it's better to stick this painting in front of the Miaoyu nunnery. They provoked, threatened, and intimidated each other. You four bastards. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's voice rang out from the scroll. She seemed to be a little vexed by the various tricks, but her voice was still calm. You can sense everything outside. That's easy. From now on, I'll just treat you as an ordinary painting and hang it in my bedroom. The few of them unleashed all sorts of despicable attacks, but the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden did not respond. Carrying the diagram of mountains and rivers by his side was really a hot potato. What was sealed within it was the innate Taoist embryo that could wield the great Tao. If he was attacked by her sneak attack, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. Let's seal it first. With the help of the large black dog, a grandmaster of Tao patterns, the mountain and river diagram was completely sealed. Afterwards, Yi Fan stored the painting into the diamond chakram and used the 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture to suppress it. Little Yi, don't you think you've conferred too many titles? They are all characters with big backgrounds. Tu Fei was speechless. The few of them counted the sealed characters in the snow and looked at each other. What a luxurious lineup. If they formed a mining team, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. First of all, the Li Fire Divine Furnace contained the outstanding talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Yao Guang Saint, the Little Pun King, and Yao Shi were definitely the geniuses of the younger generation. Secondly, Su Yuan was the most favored grandson of the third most powerful bandit, Su Tianxiong. Jiang Yichen was the favorite of a powerful cultivator of the Jiang family. Finally, there was the Yao Guang Saint candidate, Li Rui, and the dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion. All of them had extraordinary identities. Now, they had even suppressed the innate Taoist embryo. The few of them had personally experienced the strength of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. She was one with the great Tao and was invincible among her peers. Tu Fei sighed. The Eastern Barren Territory had ushered in an extremely prosperous period. There were too many young talents. In the past, it would be amazing to have 2 of them. But now, there were not only 2 divine king bodies, but also the innate Taoist embryo. There were also geniuses like the Yao Guang Saint and the Little Pun King. It's enough that there can only be one such person in one era. Otherwise, it will be a tragedy. The Eastern Barren Divine King body, as the name suggested, was definitely a king among his peers. No matter how talented you were, it was still a tragedy to be born in the same era as him. In the future, the Eastern Barren Territory was destined to be his world. The innate Taoist embryo was almost unsurpassable in the boundless earth. Once it became a Saint Lord, the body and the great Tao would become one. No matter how powerful you were, you would still be suppressed. The Yao Guang Saint and the Little Pun King were even more talented. Some people speculated that they could walk on the Great Emperor's path and already had some of the glory of the young Great Emperor. In the past, any one of these people could stand at the peak of an era. But now, they had all appeared at the same time. The innate Taoist embryo, the saint body, the divine body, the young Great Emperor. They are all peerless figures of their generation. I've never seen them fight in the same era. Now, so many people were born in the same era. It seemed like a prosperous era, but it was also a kind of tragedy. There would definitely be a great war in the future, and the winner would be decided. After all, only one great emperor could be born. The large black dog scoffed. What's this? Who said that these physiques can't appear in the same era? It's just that you haven't seen them or heard of them. When did this happen? Why don't we know about it? There are still many things you don't know. Stupid dog, don't keep us guessing. Tell us what era it is, the large black dog said. Think about 100,000 years ago. In that era, stars shone brightly. No matter if it's the divine king body or the heavenly demon body, they all appeared. It could be said that all the kings rose together, and they were the best in the world. How could an era appear? Tu-Fei didn't believe it. Of course it did. It's just that you haven't experienced it. In that era, almost all the physiques that were recorded in the ancient books appeared. All kinds of ancient king physiques appeared. Together with some geniuses, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? The whole world wouldn't be peaceful, right? The large black dog was lost in thought. He sighed, and said, all the kings rose together, stars shone brightly, and geniuses appeared in large numbers. Only then could one person's strength be demonstrated. If these people appeared alone, they would all be the best in their era. They were born in the same era. This is too cruel. That's right. This is a cruel yet glorious era. They tread on a path of blood, and they even step on the corpses of kings to advance to become a paragon. The large black dog seemed to sigh ruefully. You're exaggerating. What kind of earth-shattering figure appeared in that era? I think his name would definitely be left in the annals of history. Great Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor only said these 4 words. The others all sucked in a cold breath. This was no wonder. Only such a figure could stand out. Just how powerful was Great Emperor Wuxia? No one could say for sure. Before he had become a great emperor, he had withstood the ultimate weapon of the middle state with his bare hands. Moreover, the caster had almost become a great emperor. That was definitely the divine might of a great emperor. No wonder Great Emperor Wuxia could look down on both the past and the present. There were too many astonishing figures in the era he was born in. No matter how brilliant the others were, they were destined to only be supporting characters. They would only serve to make the one and only Great Emperor Wuxia even more invincible. Why do I feel that the current era is almost over? The Middle State, the Western Desert, and the Southern Mountains will definitely also have world-shocking prodigies. Perhaps it will be another Wuxia era. The glory of a single person is the sorrow of all the prodigies of an era. The brilliance of the stars will only make the sun and moon shine even more brilliantly. The few of them sighed ruefully. They left this ice field and flew into the distance. In the following few days, they searched for opportunities to attack the holy sons and holy daughters who were alone. Unfortunately, though those people were searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts, they were not acting alone. There was almost no opportunity for them to take advantage of. In the following days, they appeared in the deep mountains and ancient mines just to find the dragon veins and dig for the divine source. Yi Fan was very urgent. He needed a large amount of source to break the curse. He hoped to rush into the 4 extreme secret realms as soon as possible. Now that his Genesis technique was successful, he wanted to find a large dragon vein. Unfortunately, he had traveled through endless regions and had not even found a large mining area. Everyone in the world knew that the North region had source. Over the endless years, all the major factions had flocked there. Almost all the source regions had been occupied, and they had been divided up cleanly. Of course, there were definitely peerless dragon veins on the ground. However, most of them were very hidden and could only be found by chance. After 7 or 8 days, Yi Fan had only found one mining area. He had collected some variant sources, which were worth less than 2,000 kilograms of pure sources. When they crawled out of the mine, they were all covered in dust and looked very miserable. This is not good. Hurry up and teach the people who are being suppressed. Let them go and mine. The Little Rock King will be the leader of the first mining team, the Alcade Saint will be the leader of the second team, and Yaoxi and the Purple Mansion Saintess. They were trying to find joy in the pain. They clearly knew that these people could not be released, but they still made up stories. I'm still a little worried. Little Yi, can your broken furnace really seal the Alcade Saint and the Little Rock King? If they rush out, it will be a great disaster. There's also the innate Taoist fetus. If it comes out in the future, we will definitely be in big trouble. It's not a problem for now. They can't escape. At this moment, the big black dog swallowed 2 large pieces of the xenogeneic sources. We worked so hard, and this damn dog swallowed half of the source sources in one gulp. Tu-Fei was furious. I've never mined before. 1,000 kilograms of source sources is not enough to pay me. I'll make an exception for this. 1,000 kilograms of source sources was already a shocking number for ordinary people, but for the sacred body of the ancients, which required 5 million kilograms of source sources, it was too little. As soon as Yi Fan thought of this astronomical number, he felt a headache and helplessness. Other than the Holy Lands, only the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Purple Mountain had the peerless god source blocks. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of these places, so he couldn't enter them. Barging in would only lead to his death. It would be great if I had a peerless expert. I could go to the absolute beginning forbidden area and dig the Fire Dragon Grave or the Scarlet Moon Cave. I think little Yi, you should go to the Divine City. No matter what, they have ready-made stones there. With your current Genesis technique, you can cut dozens of thousands of pounds or even hundreds of thousands of pounds of stone source in one day, suggested Tu-Fei. Not long ago, Yi Fan had made a huge gamble in the Divine City. It could be described as a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, and he had quickly obtained a large amount of source crystals. But because of this, he became the center of attention. Ever since he left, he did not return, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Yi Fan nodded his head, and said, "Looks like I need to take another risk. Black Emperor, carve out a top-grade profound jade platform for me, just in case." Pangbo said, "I'll accompany you into the Divine City. I'll mobilize the demon race's forces to ensure your safety." "I want to go too." Tu-Fei sneered, "Why do you want to join the fun? If you show up, the entire city will beat the dog." Woof. Damn it. Damn dog, who's going to slap who? Awoo, the big black dog howled at the moon, extremely excited. He had finally obtained the demon god ancient scripture from Pangbo. At the same time, Yi Fan had also given him the green jade profound tortoise that he had brought out from the absolute beginning forbidden area. "Don't worry. This time I will definitely turn the world upside down. I'll turn all those who have chased after you into human pets. I'll attract everyone's attention and make them think that you are crazily plundering the source crystals." Finally, Yi Fan and Pangbo stepped on the path to the Divine City. They were about to enter the place where the wind and clouds gathered. Snow swirled, and the ground was covered in white. The North region had entered the coldest season of the year. When they were not far from the Divine City, Yi Fan and Pangbo both felt that something was wrong. Someone was following them from behind, almost avoiding their spiritual senses. "It's him." Finally, Yi Fan found the person following them. It was a little golden elf, stealthily following him in the snow. "This is the divine silkworm that you cut out from the strange stone?" Pangbo was surprised. "That's right, it's this little fellow. Last time, if I hadn't crossed the void and left, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get rid of it." Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. However, the little golden elf behind him was extremely angry. It stretched out a little paw and silently pointed at him, complaining. Its big eyes were wide open, as if it was very wronged. "Haha. How interesting. The strange stone is really incredible. It can contain anything. This time, I must see with my own eyes what else you can cut out." Pangbo also couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan acted like he wanted to chase after it, but the little golden elf was so scared that it crashed into a pile of snow. It angrily spat out a mouthful of snow and disappeared in an instant. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Looks like if I cut out a shocking treasure, I have to be on guard against this little fellow." As they neared the Divine City, the pure white snow disappeared, and endless lush greenery appeared. In such a bitter cold season, being in a lush green land made people feel especially comfortable. Bathing in the spring wind, they felt comfortable all over. In the harsh winter season, hundreds of beautiful flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the flowers mixed with the smell of the earth wafted over. Spirit springs gurgled, ancient trees flourished, and wisteria coiled around. It was indeed a very pleasant thing to walk through. In the end, Yi Fan and Pangbo separated and entered the Divine City one after another. They pretended not to know each other, so they could make a big deal out of it. As soon as they entered the Divine City, they received shocking news. The Holy Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. At the latest, it wouldn't be more than 10 days. At the earliest, it might be within these 2 days. A shocking event was about to happen. Confirmed news had spread that the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Territory would use at least 4 extreme weapons. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm. The Purple Mountain would definitely shake the world. The inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia had attracted everyone's attention. Many people believed that regardless of whether they could obtain Wuxia's inheritance or not, something amazing would appear. What kind of power could stop the extreme divine weapons? It was very likely to involve the life and death of the Great Emperor, where he went in his later years, and what he did before he died. Perhaps the greatest secret of the Great Emperor would be revealed. Moreover, the mystery of divine King Jiang Taishu's life and death would also be revealed. Perhaps he was just a pile of bones, or perhaps a living legend would emerge. It had been more than a month since he left the Divine City. Now that he was back, Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity. This was a giant city full of passion. He thought that no one would notice his peaceful return, but not long after he entered the city, many people came up to him with fiery eyes and greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Gu Feng, you're finally back. We've been looking forward to seeing a Genesis technique again." "There's nothing to say. Brother Gu, let's go to the Drunken Immortal Tower. I'll treat you. Don't go home until you're drunk. The Divine City is really lonely without Brother Gu. Many of us are looking forward to your appearance, ha ha ha." Many people tried their best to rope in Yi Fan. In the northern region, where Genesis was abundant, Genesis technique masters enjoyed a very high status and were guests of all the major sections. Yi Fan smiled. Although he did not know most of these people, he still responded to them one by one. He did not know what kind of expression these people would have when his identity as the sacred body of the ancients was exposed one day. Perhaps some people would fight to the death for the sacred relic, perhaps some would help him escape, or perhaps some would kill him to claim credit from the sacred ground. "Brother Gu, you're finally back. You don't know that someone said they wanted to have a Genesis technique duel with you. You disappeared for so long, and those people said you ran away in fear. They said a lot of nasty things. I think they were trying to provoke you. Now that Brother Gu is back, you can crush them in Genesis techniques." Yeah, some people are really arrogant. They said they wanted to crush Brother Gu in Genesis techniques. This time, you have to teach them a lesson. We can't stand it anymore. Yi Fan smiled and thanked them. It took him a lot of effort to get out of the crowd and soon arrived at Li Heishui's residence. Li Heishui laughed. His dark face was filled with relief. "Little Yi, you guys are really good. You captured a saintess alive. This really made my jaw drop. Has the Red Dragon Taoist left the Divine City?" Yi Fan asked this question because he needed a strong backup. He felt that there would most likely be some waves this time. Li Heishui smiled. All the old farts in the Divine City want him to leave. Many people feel uncomfortable with him here, but he has no intention of leaving. Great! Yi Fan was overjoyed. If there was a problem, he could find the Red Dragon Taoist to suppress it. He believed that the other party would not sit idly by. "You're finally back. Today is worth celebrating. Shall we go to Miaoyu Nunnery, Shuiwei Courtyard, or Moon Tower?" Li Heishui chuckled and told him about the 3 holy places of romance in the Divine City. "Forget about these places. Let's keep a low profile." Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. "You've already suppressed 2 holy maidens, so you naturally don't care about the 3 great sage. However, don't look down on them either. For example, and Miaoyu isn't any weaker than the holy maidens. You've never been decent." Yi Fan punched him. "Little Yezi, which one of us isn't proper? You have 2 great sages' daughters with you, and you still have the cheek to talk about me? The 2 great sage women are just flowers in the mirror and moons in the water. If they are released, it will be a disaster." Li Heishui smiled and said, "Then let's go to Drunken Immortal Palace or Fantasy Food Manor." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Since we've been to Drunken Immortal Palace, let's go to Fantasy Food Manor to celebrate. Today, I'll go all out and treat you to an immortal banquet. Even holy sovereigns don't order immortal banquets." They often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source stones. Let's just forget about it. It's fine. Let's go have a look. The two of them soared into the sky and flew towards the fantasy food manor. This was a multicolored jade palace. Every celestial palace was of a different color. They were built from green jade, purple jade, white jade, and so on. From afar, they could see the palace sitting in the clouds, sparkling and translucent. It was as if they had arrived in the world of immortals. Jade plants and immortal flowers were planted in front of the palaces, and spiritual birds were flying in the air. Little brother Gufeng, you're back. As soon as they arrived, someone familiar noticed them. From a white jade palace in the distance, Yao Yuekong walked out and laughed, I have guests here. After I'm done, I'll go find you. Save me a seat. Okay, see you in a bit. Let's drink to our heart's content today. The two smiled and agreed. Fantasy Food Manor naturally had great factions supporting them. One of them was the great Xia royal family of the Central Plains. They had people stationed in Divine City all year round, and they had participated in the creation of this palace. The cultivation of the 18 young ladies was not weak. They wore 5-colored feather clothes and had sweet smiles on their faces. They led the way for the two of them and brought them into a violet jade immortal palace. It's really a small world for enemies. I think I saw a bunch of bastards in a palace not far away, Li Heishui mumbled. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. They're here for you. Last time, you obtained an incomplete primordial divine herb, a black gold dragon runed Saint Spirit sword, and a divine silkworm. It shook the entire divine city and spread to all the Genesis technique families. Last time, Yi Fan had made a huge bet and defeated Tuoba Chang. This time, not only did the Tuoba clan send experts, but the other ancient technique families also send experts to Divine City. Yi Fan didn't care. This time, there was bound to be an even bigger storm. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. Many Genesis technique experts came to Divine City. They're only a part of it. However, they've really gone overboard. In order to force you to come out, they've threatened to trample you to death in Genesis techniques. I'm looking forward to them trampling me, but I won't accept their challenge without 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. If they want to find me, they'll have to think it over first. Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't attend an immortal banquet. That would be too ostentatious and would likely arouse the ire of many powerful figures. Outside the palace, the lotus pond was covered in mist. Several girls danced gracefully as if they were in the pond. The wine didn't intoxicate them, but they were intoxicated. The two drank cup after cup of wine. Not long after, a young girl came forward and said, "Two esteemed guests, the Prince of Great Xia has learned that you're here and will come in a while. I hope you can wait for a while. Don't worry, we won't be leaving anytime soon." Yi Fan nodded. The Great Xia royal family was one of the supporters behind Fantasy Eating Manor, so it wasn't surprising that the prince knew they were here. Not long after, another girl came forward and bowed. "Two esteemed guests, the guests from the Green Palace across the street want you to go over." People from the Green Palace? Li Heishui sneered. It was the Genesis technique aristocratic family he had mentioned earlier. They want us to go over, not invite us over? Yi Fan asked the girl with a smile. He found that the girl was very skillful with her words. She must have said something disrespectful to them. The girl deliberately didn't use the word invite when passing on the message. Instead, she used the word want to tactfully clarify the situation. Yes. The girl nodded. They were used to seeing powerful figures here. Although they weren't very old, they were very sophisticated. Who do they think they are? They want us to go over so casually. Tell them we're not free. Li Heishui said. This? The girl was put in a difficult position, but she obediently retreated. Although the people from the Green Palace had received a beautified report, there were still people who were unhappy. The fact that the two of them didn't come was enough to explain the result. How arrogant. There are seniors from the Genesis technique world here, but they're putting on airs. Do they really think they're the Yuan Taoist master? They don't care about the seniors at all. They're so arrogant and have no manners at all. The young people all sneered. They stood up and looked towards the purple tower. Yi Fan and Li Heishui saw people looking over through the lotus pond, but they didn't mind. They continued to clink cups and enjoy the young girl's graceful dance. They're coming. Yi Fan saw the young people walking over and about to enter the purple tower. You two are really arrogant. Famous figures of the Genesis technique world are here, but you won't even move a step when they ask you to go over and toast. The person at the front sneered as soon as he entered the purple tower. Yi Fan raised his head and glanced at them. What do you mean by toast? The few of you are arrogantly shouting at us to go over. Is there any respect in this? Why should the two of us respect you? Li Heishui put down his chopsticks and swept a glance at them. Who are you? Do we know you that well? What right do you have to ask us to go over and toast? Don't you know who we are? We've been waiting in Divine City for more than a month to have a Genesis technique duel with Gu Feng. The other person sneered. So it's you guys. Li Heishui nonchalantly glanced at them before downing another cup of wine. Recently, I've been hearing people say that you guys are going to crush Gu Feng in terms of Genesis techniques. After saying such vicious words, you still dare to brazenly invite us over for a toast? We did say some things, but we just wanted you guys to come out as soon as possible. Don't hide in your shell all the time. The young people were quite disrespectful. Where did these flies come from? How annoying. If you don't leave, I'll call the people from Fantasy Food Hall to chase you out. Li Heishui waved his hand as if he was swatting flies. Good, good, good. Since you're so arrogant, we'll meet at the Sacred Stone Square. They wanted to attack, but gave up on the idea when they remembered where they were. Who are you guys? Do I know anyone? Do you think I'll agree to any random nobody? Yi Fan picked up some food and placed it in his mouth. He then sneered. If you want to have a Genesis technique duel with me, prepare the divine root in advance. If the value is less than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis, don't bet with me. The group was stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis, this was an earth-shattering bet. There had never been such a huge bet before. All of you are so arrogant, yelling at us, but you can't even come out? Since that's the case, don't be so arrogant. Go back to where you came from. Yi Fan said coldly. Do you have 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis yourself? Do you really know us? Go and ask about Gu Feng's battle record. Just your Genesis technique clan alone gave us a head-sized divine root. Li Heishui laughed. The group was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was impossible for them to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. You guys are from different Genesis technique clans. Since your elders are here, go back and tell them that if they want to bet with me, they have to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Otherwise, don't provoke me. Yi Fan also threatened. The girls nearby were stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Such an astronomical figure was too shocking. Many of the guests in the palace were alarmed. An earth-shattering bet, 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. It was really shocking to dare to make such a claim. Nearby, several people passed by and happened to see Yi Fan and the others. One of them sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you two youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How arrogant. Yi Fan's gaze flickered. He found that it was the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Shui. We are having a Genesis technique duel and stating the wager. What does that have to do with you? Li Heishui was completely unafraid. He had long wanted to throw the black metal token at Yi Fan's face. Ignorant youngsters, are you talking to me? Li Shui's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan and Li Heishui spoke at the same time. This stone gambling was destined to cause a huge storm. Rather than that, it was better to first intimidate the person who had spoken up. You two youngsters don't know the meaning of death. Old man, don't flaunt your seniority. The two were not afraid at all. At this moment, the great Xia prince and the little nun in white arrived. Xia Yiming laughed from afar. Brother Gu Feng, you are finally back. Yi Fan was surprised to find that the little golden fairy had also appeared. It was glued to the little nun in white's shoulder and was angrily waving its little claws at him. Is there really going to be an earth-shattering bet? 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis is enough to shake the entire northern region. Yao Yuekong laughed heartily as he walked in. What a grand bet! Some of the older generation in the other palaces gasped in surprise when they heard the commotion. Little brother Gu Feng is going to do something earth-shattering again? And Miaoi, who was as beautiful as a dream, appeared. She was also in the fantasy food hall. The people entering and exiting the fantasy eating hall and drunken immortal house all had some background. There were even powerful figures such as the legendary elders and grand elders of the various sections. The dispute in Violet Tower naturally attracted the attention of others. Not only had Yao Yuekong and An Miaoi come, but even some of the older generation had also come. The great Xia prince approached and laughed, "Little brother Gu, it's been more than a month since we last met. Every time I go to the stone square, I always think of you." Yi Fan stood up with a smile and poured a cup of wine. He ignored Li Yishui and the other disciples of the Genesis technique families and personally offered it to Xia Yiming. Li Heishui also stood up and asked the people of the fantasy eating hall to bring more wine and food. He then invited Yao Yuekong and the others to take a seat, treating the Genesis technique families like air. Humph. One of them coldly snorted as his expression turned icy. Grand Elder Li Yishui strode forward. "I don't want to bully the weak, but you two showed no respect to me. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." The disciples of the ancient Genesis technique family sneered, waiting to see Yi Fan and Li Heishui be taught a lesson. "Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think you can bully whoever you want? Do you think you're a sacred master or the god king of the eastern wasteland?" Li Heishui was not afraid. Li Yishui's disciple beside him scolded, "You're courting death." Some words were not suitable for Li Yishui to say. After all, he was a grand elder of a sect. His disciple had no scruples and loudly scolded him. Li Yishui's expression darkened. He indifferently approached and stared at Yi Fan and Yao Yuekong, as if ready to strike at any time. The great Xia prince stood up and said, "Elder, even if they are in the wrong, you don't have to beat them up, right?" Yao Yuekong also put down his cup and stood up. "Elder, this is the fantasy eating hall. No one is allowed to fight here." They were disrespectful to elderly first. It's reasonable to teach them a lesson. A disciple of the Genesis technique family chimed in. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He waved at the young girl who was waiting not far away and said, "Send these people out." The expressions of the youngsters from the Genesis technique clan and Li Yishui changed again and again. To think that they would be chased out of the clan. This was something they had never encountered before. "Esteemed guests, please leave. The illusory dining hall really has such a rule. You can't disturb other guests." A few beautiful young women stepped forward and carefully explained. "Humph." Li Yishui flicked his sleeves, and with a gloomy face, he turned and left. Although he wished for nothing more than to slap Yi Fan and Yi Fan to death, he had no choice but to restrain himself. The supporters of the illusory eatery matter were not to be trifled with, and the Grand Xia Imperial clan was one of them. Haha. Li Heishui laughed heartily. The faces of the Genesis technique clan disciples turned ashen. Without a word, they turned around and left. Yi Fan transmitted from behind, "If you wish to fight me in a Genesis technique, prepare 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis energy in advance. Otherwise, don't go around acting arrogantly." Good, good, good. The Genesis technique clan scions sneered as they cast a glance behind them. They did not say anything else as they angrily strode away. Good, cheers. Li Heishui raised his cup and invited everyone to drink together. In the purple pylon, the people present had extraordinary status and were not afraid of Li Yishui and the others. Therefore, they did not shy away and drank together. "Xiao Guai, don't be angry." On the side, the little nun in white comforted the golden fairy, which was glaring at Yi Fan. "Little guy, why are you still thinking about it? Isn't it just a piece of God source?" Yi Fan revealed a smile and reached out to grab it. Whoosh! The little golden pixie immediately hid behind the little nun in white. She grabbed a strand of her hair and peeked at Yi Fan. Her eyes were big and round, but she looked a little sneaky. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. And Miaoi was even more envious. She repeatedly said that the little thing was cute and wanted to hug it. When I came back, I saw the celestial silkworm outside the city. What's going on? Yifan asked with a smile. It spends most of the day running around. I'm really worried that it will be caught. The little nun tapped the celestial silkworm's forehead and said, Xiaoguai, be obedient. Don't be naughty. When the banquet was about to end, someone from the Green Palace delivered a shocking piece of news. There would be a Genesis technique showdown with Yifan, and the wager was won. 5 million kilograms of pure Genesis. It was a full increase of 500,000 kilograms. A group of people walked out of the Green Palace and took a deep look. A few old men, accompanied by a group of young people, turned around and left. Yifan looked at the backs of the old men and frowned. The old men's eyes seemed dim, but there was a divine light in them, and their fingers had completely turned pale gold. How is it? Li Heishui asked. Yifan said, it's a big problem. Those old men's Genesis techniques are superb, and the Heaven Origin treasure will must have long reached the transformation stage. It is very likely that they have also cultivated a spirit eye. Then what should we do? Can you deal with them? Li Heishui frowned. I hope they haven't cultivated a heaven eye, Yifan muttered to himself. Yifan and the others also left the fantasy dining hall. After saying goodbye to the great Xia prince, Yao Yuekong and the others, they saw Li Shui again, but he didn't make a move. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this divine city. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't know when you will be crushed to death by a finger. After saying this, he rode on a cloud and left with a sneer. That old man is definitely not a good person. If he doesn't make a move now, he must have a good plan. Who knows when he will make a move? I'm more worried that the sacred grounds won't be able to sit still. This time, I'm going to bet 5 million kilograms of Genesis. This will definitely make people think of the Yuan Taoist master. Go back and think about it carefully. This time, it is bound to cause a world-shaking commotion. The older generation of an ancient Genesis technique family would come out and compete with the young Genesis technique genius Gu Feng. The wager was won. 5 million kilograms of Genesis, shaking the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar when this news came out. It could be said to be a world-shaking gamble. There had not been such a big gamble in thousands of years. Just thinking about it made people suck in a breath of cold air. The news immediately spread, not only in the divine city, but also in the various sects of the northern region. Even the sacred grounds could not remain calm. There was no doubt that this world-shaking Genesis technique battle would be held in the stone squares of the various sacred grounds. This was extremely bad news for them. In order to force Yifan out, the younger generation of the ancient Genesis technique family had been saying for the past month that they would trample the Genesis technique genius Gu Feng to death. Now that the Genesis technique battle was finally about to begin, everyone had a premonition that it would shake the world. As the news spread, many people hurried to the divine city in order to witness this earth-shattering Genesis technique showdown. Many people had a premonition that they would most likely obtain something extraordinary this time. One must know that a heaven-defying creature like the divine silkworm had appeared last time. This time, the older generation Genesis technique grandmasters would personally participate, and it would definitely be even more magnificent. The faces of the people in the various stone squares turned green. They knew that whoever was chosen would be unlucky. They were all secretly cursing, hoping that something unexpected would happen to the two groups. It would be best if they were kicked out of the divine city. Otherwise, it would definitely be a catastrophe for them. In their eyes, Gu Feng and the Genesis technique grandmasters were definitely locusts, the most unwelcome people. After returning to his residence, Yifan took out the purple stone core. He had originally planned to use it to cultivate the heaven's eye in the future, but it seemed that it was too late. He could find another stone core, but he absolutely could not lose this time. If he did not improve his Genesis divine awareness to the next level, it was very likely that he would be eaten alive by those old men. After all, he had only practiced Genesis techniques for a short period of time, while those people had immersed themselves in them for most of their lives. The stone core was taken out. Purple light swirled around it, turning the room sparkling. Li Heishui stood guard at his side. The moment the purple stone core was cut open, a fragrance filled the room that seeped into one's bones. Even Li Heishui could not help but mumble as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The purple juice overflowed like streams of purple mist, its fragrance assailing the nose. Yi Fan carefully squeezed it out, letting the sparkling drops of liquid flow into his eyes, giving him a refreshing feeling. But the next moment, his feeling was very different. He felt waves of burning pain, as if there was a raging fire burning. His eyes felt as if they were being pierced by needles, and tears flowed down. "Little Yi, are you all right?" Li Heishui was a little nervous. "No worries, this is a necessary process." Yi Fan endured the piercing pain, wiped away his tears, and squeezed out all the juice from the stone core, letting it drip into his eyes. He then closed his eyes and quietly operated the Genesis technique, beginning to refine his eyes. At this moment, his eyelids had turned purple, almost transparent, and sparkling. It was a very peculiar sight. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of breaking air was heard. A golden thread shot into the room at extreme speed, heading straight for Yi Fan. Li Heishui angrily roared, but he was a beat too slow. He could not keep up with the speed of the golden thread, and could only watch it snatch the stone core skin from Yi Fan's hands. "It's the divine silkworm." Li Heishui was both shocked and angry. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but unfortunately, he could not even catch its afterimage. It leapt away with a whoosh. "Don't chase, the stone core skin is useless." Yi Fan shook his head, stopping him. "This little thief is too fast." Li Heishui pushed open the door and saw that the little golden creature had not left. Its body was golden and dazzling, and it stood on the wall hugging the stone core skin, twisting and turning, making faces at him and Yi Fan, and occasionally doing a few somersaults, twisting its little butt at them. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Seeing all this, he could not help but smile. "This little thing is quite interesting." Li Heishui also laughed and scolded, "This little thief is deliberately angering us." The divine silkworm's large eyes were full of life. Seeing that the two of them were not angry, it did not chase after them either, stopping its movements. It hugged the stone core skin, forcefully inhaling the fragrance, revealing an intoxicated expression. Then, it happily bit down. However, in the next moment, its joyous expression immediately froze. With a smack sound, it threw the stone core skin onto the ground. Its little face was incredibly bitter, and its expression completely changed. The little golden spirit continuously spat out saliva, jumping about on the wall. Its golden lips had become purple from the bitterness, and then it laid there, retching with all its might. "Ha ha ha, you even dare to eat bitter gall, don't you know that as long as it's a gall, it's bitter?" Yi Fan and Li Heishui laughed crazily. The divine silkworm was incomparably furious. It reached out a small claw, silently pointing at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. Its large eyes were brimming with tears, and then it swayed, falling onto the wall, poisoned. "That's true, let's see where you can run now." Li Heishui laughed heartily as he chased after it. The divine silkworm was frightened, and it immediately got up, trying its best to stay awake. Although it was swaying as if it was drunk, its speed did not slow down, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, Yi Fan stopped the Genesis technique and opened his eyes. 2 rays of purple light flashed, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. "How was it? Was it effective?" Li Heishui asked. "Why are you so coquettish, wearing flowery underwear?" Yi Fan laughed. "Damn, you have X-ray vision, aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye?" Li Heishui cursed, his old face slightly red, and he half turned his body. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, and his origin divine instinct had improved a lot. Although he had not cultivated the heaven's eye, his eyesight had reached a shocking level, and he could almost see through the scenery behind the wall. He pushed open the door and looked into the distant sky. In the endless distance, he could even catch a mosquito. This was a qualitative leap. "Little Yi, I can see that you are born to be a perverted thief. If you meet in Miaoi, the princess of the great Xia dynasty, and the saintesses of the various holy lands, how will you make them and others feel? Your thieving eyes will definitely stare straight." "Am I such an impure person?" Yi Fan smiled. "You are as pure as a perverted thief." Li Heishui was very envious, and said, I finally understand why the former Yuan Taoist master liked to appear in the stone squares of the Holy Lands. The stone gambling is fake, he is definitely there for the saintess. Your line of work really has a tradition. 3 days later, there will be a big Genesis technique showdown. Let's go to the big stone squares and have a look, said Ji Fan. Little Yi, I despise you. You just cultivated the perverted thief eyes, and you want to see the saintess? Li Heishui cursed, be careful of getting a needle's eye if you look too much. I am preparing for the stone gambling. Today, I am just looking around, I will not do anything. Tisk. Don't be so sanctimonious, you definitely want to see the saintess. Li Heishui curled his lips. Yi Fan and Li Heishui first walked to the Ji clan's stone square, wanting to see if they could find the mysterious king of stones. On the way, they heard a lot of news about the Purple Mountain. The lands of the Great Sage and the 100 sects of the Central Province were about to fight, and there would be a storm there. Before they got close to the Ji clans stone square, they saw a few familiar faces. The young people of the Genesis technique families were also here, including Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and Tuoba Chang. Obviously, they had the same goal as Yi Fan, to choose the stone square and see where they could make a move. These two bastards really can't get along with us. Li Heishui carelessly stared at Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian and said this to their faces. You. The two were enraged. Isn't that so? You first found Tuoba Chang, and this time, you used him to invite a bunch of monsters. Am I wrong? Li Heishui sneered. I won't fight with you now. This time, I don't believe you can turn the tables. Li Zhongtian said viciously. This time, I will personally see you get trampled to death by the seniors in Genesis techniques. Wu Ziming gnashed his teeth. Last time, you threatened us, but in the end, you gave us Genesis techniques for free. This time, I look forward to you taking the risk. Li Heishui laughed. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. One of them said, I'm afraid you will lose your lives this time. Do you want to kill us? Li Heishui was fearless. Ignorant people, there is life and death in a Genesis technique duel. Don't you know that? You may die in the process of choosing stones. I wasn't joking when I said I would trample you to death. Whether you can live or not will depend on your skills. Don't kneel at our feet when the time comes. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. After mocking them, they strode forward. There is life and death in the process of stone gambling? Li Heishui asked Yi Fan. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, revealing a trace of seriousness. At this moment, they arrived in front of the Ji clan stone square. Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. It was a young man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The man was like a god. His black hair was like a waterfall, and light surrounded his body. He was like a natural-born divine king, looking down on the mortal world. He had an oppressive aura of supremacy. It was Ji Haoyue. Beside him, there was a young girl dressed in fluttering purple clothes. She was slender and elegant, and when she smiled, her intelligent eyes would curve into crescents. Cute dimples would appear on her face, and her canine teeth would sparkle. It was Ji Ziyue. After a long time, Ji Ziyue was the same as before. When she smiled, her little dimples, her sparkling little canine teeth, and those big crescent-shaped eyes carried a hint of playfulness. Where are you looking? Li Heishui smirked. Yi Fan's face turned red. Just now, he unknowingly used his origin divine instinct. However, his penetrating eyes didn't work. There was a thin layer of gauze around Ji Ziyue's body. It shrouded her like mist. He couldn't guess what it was. Perhaps it was as the Peacock King said, Ji Ziyue had a special physique. Or maybe it was the secret treasure that Little Moon often said in the past. How did the divine silkworm fall into the hands of the Ji family's Little Moon? Li Heishui was shocked. Yi Fan was also stunned. Ji Ziyue was hugging the little golden fairy and teasing it. How did the sneaky little thing get caught? When the two got closer, they understood what happened. The little golden creature ate the gall skin by mistake. Its mouth was purple from the bitterness. It looked like it was drunk. Its big eyes were blurred and it kept shaking. Little girl, did we throw this divine silkworm away? Li Heishui was very thick-skinned. He moved forward and wanted to trick her. I told a similar lie when I was 6. Ji Ziyue replied crisply and continued to tease the divine silkworm with a smile. The little golden fairy kept punching drunkenly. It wanted to escape but couldn't. When it saw Yi Fan and Li Heishui approaching, its big eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Guai, don't be afraid. These two bad guys won't dare to bully you. Ji Ziyue lightly scratched its nose and hugged it. Li Heishui was speechless. He felt that the Ji family's little moon was too eloquent. He wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and continued to walk forward. Yi Fan also lightly brushed past the siblings. He didn't linger. If the divine body sensed something, it would be a disaster. The Ji family's stone square was filled with people. It was many times more lively than the last time. What's going on? Li Heishui didn't understand. Someone casually said, rumor has it that there might be a stone king in the Ji family's stone square. Many people come here to try their luck. There's such a thing? Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The Genesis technique prodigy from last time. The person noticed the two and exclaimed, aren't you guys? He was very excited to see them. Through their conversation, Yi Fan learned that when he and Tuoba Chang battled in stone gambling, the two of them cut the stones crazily. Many astute seniors guessed that there was a stone king here. On that day, Ji clan sealed the stone garden and had Master Yuan cut the stones one by one to find the rare treasures. You don't know, but the Ji family has suffered heavy losses. More than half of the stones in the stone garden have been cut open, but there was nothing. A Genesis technique expert asserted that even if all the exotic stones in the garden were cut open, the stone king would not be found. Perhaps it had already become a saint spirit and was only cultivating here. You don't know, but Ji family suffered a great loss. They cut more than half of the stones in the garden but found nothing. Yi Fan touched his chin. He didn't expect such a storm to happen. He was speechless. When he walked into the depths of the Ji family's stone square, many people recognized him, immediately causing a commotion. Everyone surrounded him. Little brother Gu Feng, you came to the Ji family's stone garden again. Are you here to chase after the Stone King? Gu Feng, you're not going to fight again, are you? Not far away, when the people of the Ji family heard that Yi Fan had come, their faces all turned green. Last time, Yi Fan could be said to be like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He took away 2 large pieces of God Source and even cut out a heaven-defying God Silkworm. Now that he was here again, they wanted to close the door and let the dogs out. They wanted to chase him out and never let him in again. They don't seem to welcome us? Li Heishui didn't know what was good for him. The people around him were speechless. Like hell they welcome you. I bet Ji family's people have the urge to kill you. Brothers, you should take it easy. After all, you took a large amount of treasures. Some people advised them not to go overboard. This was a stone workshop in the Holy Land. If they targeted this family, they might really force Ji family's people into a corner. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. Unknowingly, he already had the demeanor of the Yuan Taoist master. Everywhere he went, people's faces turned green. Everyone, I'm not here to gamble, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here for a walk. Yi Fan smiled and explained. Not far away, Ji family's people's faces turned green. They didn't believe his words at all. Why did he come here for a walk? Not far away, Yi Fan saw a fatty with his butt in the air. He was rummaging through a pile of stones. My God's eyes are blind, this damn fatty is actually wearing red underwear. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Along the way, he had been searching for stone kings with his divine eyes. Of course, he would see things he shouldn't. Towards those female cultivators, he could only silently apologize in his heart, but seeing this fatty acting so coquettishly, he was speechless. No, this fatty looks familiar. Damn, it's that damn Duanda. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't think this fatty would come here. Sure enough, wherever there were benefits, there would be unscrupulous Taoists. Although Duanda had changed his appearance, under Yi Fan's transparent eye, he had nowhere to hide, and his wretched charm could be seen clearly. Yifan really wanted to go over and kick his butt, but he resisted the urge. He didn't want to alert the enemy and just walked away as if nothing had happened. Damn fatty, you better pray. If you dare to stay in the Divine City, I'll kill you. Yifan walked around the Ji clan's stone garden and didn't find the Stone King. Finally, he left. This made the Ji clan's people sigh in relief. They sent him away as if he was the plague. Then, Yifan and Li Heishui came to the Dian Stone Square. The moment they came in, they were recognized. Everyone's expression changed. Why do I feel like we're the most unwelcome ones? Li Heishui mumbled. Yifan smiled, wrong, they're very happy to have us as their guests. They just don't want us to appear in their stone squares. Then, they entered a few other stone squares. The results were all the same. Everywhere they went, the stone squares acted like they were facing the plague and wanted them to leave immediately. Finally, Yifan and Li Heishui entered the Jade Lake Stone Square. This was their last stop of the day. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yuan Taoist master had left countless legends here. Though many years had passed, there were still some rumors. In the Jade Lake Stone Square, there was a celestial lake by the Heaven Stone Garden called Jade Lake, the same name as the Holy Land. Suddenly, a female disciple came and said that the Jade Lake Saint wanted to invite Gu Feng. Yifan's heart thumped and his expression changed. If there was someone who could guess his identity, it would be the Jade Lake Saint. There was an ancient forest by the lake. It was very quiet and no one came in or out. A hazy figure stood there, shrouded in a faint mist. They had met a few times but Yifan had never seen the Jade Lake Saint's face. He wanted to use the Heaven Source divine instinct to see through her. But at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint suddenly spoke. Though it was the voice of nature, it shook Yifan's mind. Should I call you Gu Feng or Yifan? What do you mean? Yifan looked at her calmly. The Jade Lake Saint's voice was magnetic. We entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land together and fought over the 9 secrets in Lizhou. I knew then that you must have learned the Source Heavenly Book. Yifan shook his head. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden said, although your appearance has changed a lot, your Genesis art has not. You can't change this fact. Yifan smiled and said, Fairy, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Every member from an ancient Genesis technique clan possesses superb Genesis techniques. Could they all be the ones Fairy is looking for? The Jade Lake Saintess smiled and said, You might have heard that the Origin Heavenly Master was an honored guest of our Jade Lake. He was our sect's external protector. Our Jade Lake can recognize his original art. Yifan smiled. He was still unmoved. He shook his head and didn't say anything. The Jade Lake Saintess was as hazy as a fairy as she walked through the ancient forest. She casually pointed out the difference between Yifan's original art and pointed out the key points. Although we don't have the Source Heavenly Book, we can recognize the unique original arts. Yifan knew that she had recognized him. In the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, she had deduced that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Now, she had confirmed his identity through the original art. What do you want? He activated his Origin divine instinct and looked forward. His eyes shone with purple light. At this moment, he saw through the dense fog and saw a peerless immortal face, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Just as the rumors said, even an old Taoist would be tempted to return to the secular world after seeing the Jade Lake Saint's peerless face. You obtained the stone core and cultivated the heavenly eye? Don't look at me. The Jade Lake Saint was shocked. Then, she was ashamed and angry. She couldn't maintain her usual indifference. I didn't cultivate the heavenly eye, Yifan denied. However, the purple light in his eyes shone even brighter. He stared forward without blinking. His expression betrayed him. Anyone who saw such a beautiful body would find it hard to stay calm. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven bathing in the mortal world. Her body was snow-white and exquisite. She had the right curves and curves like the finest jade. The Jade Lake was famous all over the world. People from the land of the great sage and the families of the clan of the ancients wanted to marry a woman from the Jade Lake. Unfortunately, not many people could do it, let alone their saint. It was impossible. You. The Jade Lake Saint suddenly turned around and flew into the forest. She had lost her composure. Yi Fan's eyes shone with purple light. Looking at her back, he said to himself, she is indeed a peerless beauty. Her skin is as white as jade. She is a national beauty. Although he could only see her back, her beautiful curves and snow-white skin were enough to make people's blood boil. However, Yi Fan only smiled. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to have any profane thoughts. He just wanted to disturb the other party's peace of mind so that he could take the initiative in the following conversation. He knew that the other party didn't want to attack him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met him here. The Jade Lake Saint heard him talking to himself. Her body stiffened. She disappeared into the forest. After a long time, she calmed down and sent him a message. You are so lame. The ancient trees were tall and strong, with lush branches and leaves. Their trunks stretched towards the sky like young dragons. The forest was very peaceful and quiet. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin finally walked out. Although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the illusion that she was standing in a palace in the sky. She didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. She had a celestial body and an otherworldly body. She gave people a noble and untouchable feeling, as if she was very far away from the mortal world. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. His eyes were clear. It was exactly such a woman who had appeared naked before him just now. That peerless body seemed to still be in front of him. Her snow-white skin and graceful curves made him feel incredulous when he thought about it. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin was someone that even the outstanding talents of the eternal dynasties in the Central Plains and the Holy Lands in the Eastern Barren Territory could only admire. They could never get close to her. Just now, he had inexplicably seen her naked body. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely shake the world and cause a huge uproar. Of course, it was even more likely that the outstanding talents of the Holy Lands would chase after Yi Fan. This was a serious blasphemy. You've crossed the line, the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said. White mist swirled around her body, obscuring her expression. I didn't see anything. Yi Fan didn't feel guilty at all when he said this. He acted as if he was telling the truth. I don't want to talk about this with you, the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess spoke calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess was an extraordinary person. She didn't want to get entangled with him. However, Yi Fan pretended to be ignorant. I really didn't get the stone core. Fairy, you've misunderstood. I didn't see anything just now. You. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin's breath was like orchids. Her emotions fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. If you dare to mention this again, I will immediately announce your identity. Okay, nothing happened just now. Yi Fan smiled. The purple light in his eyes had already disappeared. His clear eyes were very clean as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. He knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin wouldn't harm him now. With a smile, he waited for her to talk and see what she wanted. Aren't you afraid? There are many experts in the Divine City. Once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to escape death, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan nodded and said, I am afraid. Who can face life and death calmly? But do I have a choice? You could have chosen not to come here. Why take such a huge risk? Traveling far away from home, a moment of peace and tranquility could very well be a lifetime of regret. Coming to the Divine City, it was true that they might face death, but it was also possible for them to fight for a better future. I have no other choice. You sure are confident. Do you really think that you can obtain 5 million kilograms of source? Even if you get it, you might not be able to enter the secret realm of the four extremes. The curse of the sacred body of the ancients is probably more difficult than you think. It won't be that simple. Fairy, please teach me. Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance as he stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. I have nothing to teach you. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. Fairy, why are you looking for me? Yi Fan asked. A few strange stones in the Jade Lake. There were peerless stones in the Jade Lake that were sealed by the Yuan Taoist master and suppressed by the Queen Mother of the West for generations. It was hard to imagine what was inside. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess talked for a long time before he walked out of the ancient forest with a deep frown. It requires the 6 seals of immortals. This gave him quite a headache. It was a supreme technique, and one could tell how profound it was from its name. It could trigger the Great Path, seal the mountains and rivers, and suppress unparalleled masters. Unfortunately, it was only a kind of divine technique that was theorized. There were only a few sentences recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven, and they were all hypothetical. It was extremely difficult to understand, let alone actually create and perform it. Is the Fairy of Jade Lake beautiful? Li Heishui, who was waiting outside, asked as soon as he saw him. Unparalleled beauty, unparalleled beauty. Yi Fan was thinking about the 6 seals of immortals and subconsciously responded. Li Heishui was dumbfounded and said, "You really saw her face?" "No, Xiaoyezi, you are a beast. What did you see with your lecherous eyes? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Fan was startled and immediately felt guilty. He couldn't help but look back at the ancient forest. "Xiaoyezi, don't try to hide it. I just casually said something and you gave it away. Tell me, what did you see?" "I didn't see anything." "Nonsense. You just got the lecherous eyes. How could you be so calm and not see anything?" "Old Heishui, can you stop talking?" Yi Fan turned around and saw the Jade Lake Saintess walking out. Under the sunlight, her long dress was dyed with a golden luster. "Then go back and tell me." Yi Fan pulled Li Heishui and fled. They disappeared in the blink of an eye and quickly left the stone square of Jade Lake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Grandmasters of the Genesis Technique aristocratic families would have a Genesis Technique showdown with Yi Fan today. The entire Divine City would be stirred. The news had already spread. It was unknown how many people were waiting and specially rushed to the Divine City to witness this grand occasion. Even many of the elders of the various sects had come out of seclusion and came to the Divine City to personally witness the most influential Genesis Technique showdown in thousands of years. "I heard that this Genesis Technique showdown will determine life and death. Is this true?" "I also heard that a Genesis Technique expert leaked this information. It will be extremely dangerous. The youngsters of the ancient technique aristocratic families have long said that they will trample Gufeng to death in Genesis techniques. It seems that they are not just shooting their mouths. They will really determine life and death." Many people were discussing and looking forward to this showdown. "I wonder what will be found this time. It will most likely be an unexpected treasure." Both sides are really angry. The wager alone is 1.5 million kilograms of pure Genesis energy. It's hard to imagine what will be even more astonishing than the wager. On this day, there was only one topic in the vast Divine City. Everyone was talking about it. Even the impending Battle of Mount Purple was ignored. Not long after, the location of the Genesis Technique showdown was announced. It was set to be at the Alcade Stone Square. It would officially start in 2 hours. The entire city was in an uproar. It was unknown how many people flocked there, but in the end, all the roads were blocked, unable to take a single step forward. The Alcade Stone Square was overcrowded and completely surrounded. The vast majority of people were blocked and did not have the right to enter. This is too exaggerated. It's comparable to the Yuan Taoist master from back then. Tens of thousands of people turned out just to witness this earth-shaking battle. Back then, even the bet between the Yuan Taoist master and the Jade Lake Saintess did not have this many people. It's shocking. Because the Divine City has been peaceful for too long. This time, a Genesis Technique Grandmaster has come out to compete with a young genius like Gufeng. It will naturally attract attention. When the people from the Alcade Stone Square found out that this would be the main battlefield, their faces immediately turned green. There was nothing worse than this. They had the urge to hire assassins to kill people. The battle between the two was like a god of calamity coming to their doorstep. They really wanted to keep all the stones, but unfortunately, there were too many people in the garden. It was too embarrassing to do so in front of so many people. In the end, they pinched their noses and accepted this reality. They were helpless and angry. Many people crowded in front of the Alcade Stone Square, unable to enter. There were too many people, so they naturally had to be selective to let them in. Jin Qixiao from the Gold family, Xianxia from the Superyan Sacred Land, and the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings have entered. The young nun from Daoi has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but she has actually come today. The Jade Lake Saintess has also come. The Divine King Physique and Little Moon from the Ji family have also arrived. People were surprised to find that more than half of the saint-level figures of the younger generation had come. Almost all of them had arrived. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Yinyang sect? I heard that he has been in seclusion for many years. Unexpectedly, he has also appeared. Those old men over there seem to be the Grand Elders of the Sacred Lands. People couldn't help but be surprised. Today's Genesis Technique showdown had alarmed many people with great backgrounds. The impact was obvious. Today's storm had overshadowed the upcoming battle on the Purple Mountain, making people forget about everything there. At this moment, the Divine City had become the center of the storm, attracting everyone's attention. The people from the ancient Genesis Technique families arrived first. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone got out of the way. 4 old men and a few young people walked into the Jade Lake Stone Square. Those 4 old men are Genesis Technique grandmasters and have a close relationship with the Sacred Lands. They are often invited to solve various problems in the ancient mines. It's not shameful even if Gufeng loses. After all, he is facing a big shot in Genesis Techniques. It's not a big deal for him to lose. Not long after, Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived and immediately caused a commotion. They walked in very calmly. The Arcade Stone Square had a long history. The ancient buildings were magnificent and tall. Under the sunlight, there was a kind of sacred luster flowing. The stone gardens were not monotonous. They were filled with ancient trees that were incomparably dense. It was like a primitive land if one entered carelessly. Yi Fan and Li Heishui did not stop and walked straight into the stone square. Today's battle would definitely be in the Heaven Stone Garden. The people of the Arcade Stone Square were all expressionless when they saw them arrive. The only thing missing was the word "not welcome" written on their faces. In the Heavenstone Garden, there was a kind of strange bamboo called the Blood Tears Jade Bamboo. The bamboo joints were snow white like jade, but the suet jade leaves had a few blood stains that looked like teardrops. There were many legends about this kind of spirit bamboo. Some said that the tears of deities dyed the bamboo leaves red, while others said that it was contaminated by the blood of the ancient royalty. There was no doubt that this was a rare spirit bamboo that was very difficult to raise. There were not many of them in the world, but there was one here that overflowed with a large amount of spirit chi. The whole stretch of spirit bamboo was snow white like jade, growing vigorously and sparkling. The bloodstains swayed like teardrops rolling down. Almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. At a glance, one could see a sea of shining white heads, all of which belonged to the older generation. The youngsters who could enter the Heavenstone Garden were all chosen-level characters, such as Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, and the Taoist girl. You guys are finally here. A youngster from a Genesis Technique family sneered. Take a good look at this land. You know what will happen in a true Genesis Technique showdown. Another person's lips curled in a mocking smile. Li Heishui said, "It is hard to say who will live and who will die. Genesis Technique masters are not invincible." Another person transmitted his voice and mocked, "Let's wait and see. I want to see if you will kneel down and beg for your lives." Yi Fan ignored him and looked to the side. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui had also arrived with Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. He was sneering with a meaningful meaning. Li Heishui said, "Elder Li, you are here again. Sneering at us like this, do you want to bet with us? Did you bring enough Genesis today?" Li Yishui's expression did not change. Youngsters should not be too arrogant. Who knows, you might be crushed to death in a while. End of chapter 371. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.